ago. And she said, do you want to see a baby be changed? And I said, sure, because I've never seen this. This is like a new experience for me. I'm like a little boy. And I remember thinking, where's the penis? But I was like, maybe it grows. Maybe it's like something that like grows or something. Like, I don't know. I still wasn't raising no fucking bells were going off. I just remember being like, something is missing here. It wasn't like, I'm focused on like poop, allegedly, as well. And so I'm not like paying that much attention. But I was still like, did the poop come out of, where did, I just don't know. I was very, very confused. And I know I'm not alone on this. I know I'm not alone. And our topic for this year, Mom, is just like I went identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy. I went. So what happened? Up to like the day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz? Well, Achaz was the I can say this. I remember. Was a tremendous Rasha. On the day that Achaz died, I remember. Who shortened the day dramatically. So, like I said, generally, boys and girls were kept separate. But as a little kid, sometimes boys and girls are like do not have separate facilities. But as you get older, you do. And as I got older, we did. But I can still remember. I could name this girl's name, but I will not. But there were 10 extra hours. I still know exactly. Isn't that incredible? We were. It was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Baladan Merodach, I keep getting his name wrong. Merodach Baladan. Basically, Merodach Baladan ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. Like, what's going on over here? So the Gemara says. So I was really like, huh. But I still didn't put it all together. So Merodach Baladan said, what is this? So I told him Chizkiyahu was ill. He became healed. I remember being in school. Gave him back 10 hours of daylight. And this girl starts crying. And I wasn't by her. So this is incredible. I just was like, listen, there is a man like this. I just remember all these girls were like huddled around her. How can I not write him a letter and say Shalom Aleichem? Right? You got to get to know a man like this. And I was young. So the Gemara says, Kasvele, listen to this. So here is the letter. Here is the letter that Merodach Baladan sent to Chizkiyahu. Here it is. The Gemara says, Kasvele. All the boys are like, what the fuck is wrong with this? Peace be unto you, King Chizkiyahu. And no one would tell us. Right? Peace unto you, Shalayim. I still to this day don't know. But I have a suspicion. Peace unto the great God. Incredible. That she got says, so what happened? Nebuchadnezzar suffered the Baladan Hava. So Nebuchadnezzar, and I remember this would happen like occasionally. But then scribe of the king. I got to a certain point in school where boys and girls were no longer together. And so the Gemara says, I had no idea. So I still don't know why this girl was just randomly crying. There when Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. I really don't. Break, so when he comes back. This girl sucked her thumb up until she probably still sucking her thumb. But it's something she couldn't get. This bitch had a gross fixation on the They told him the letter. Really, yeah. Probably gives amazing help. I'm just putting that out. So Nebuchadnezzar says something amazing. Nebuchadnezzar says the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him why this girl was crying. I still don't. You say Shalom Aleichem. I thought about it in the years since, and Shalom Aleichem. That might be what I have. Shalom Aleichem, great God. But doesn't make any sense. As the girl started to maybe start to menstruate, all the way in front. We were separated. This is Nebuchadnezzar. Different. Like, I went to a different school where I was with boys, so it wasn't ever really clear to me what was going on. So Nebuchadnezzar says, how you supposed to write it? That's the story? No. So I say, right, can you imagine? No, so I didn't see a baby get changed. I left for 5 minutes. But that was like, minutes. Right? And you can't get the letter right.
anything could have been happening. Grown, who knows?
So you've seen this.
I want to say this though on camera.
Literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and
I think everybody tries their own poop at some point in their life, except for this guy, because my shit doesn't think about poop. Allegedly.
Don't come,
there's just something, I think everybody tries their own poop, everybody tries their own pee as a little kid, they recognize that they don't like it, they touch it, and then they're like, okay, well, I guess we're not supposed to play with that shit. But if they didn't, we would be eating it to this day, or we would be, I just think everybody tries their own poop. Really? Yeah, the bathroom alone. I think people do. At least as a little kid. Like little kid. And then you realize this tastes like shit, literally. And then you're like, I'm not going to do that anymore. Or try your own pee. I can remember, I didn't really necessarily do that. But this one time, my family was having a cookout, and I thought it would be really cool. I was talking to my cousin, and I'm like, I wonder if I spit in a glass, like, and filled it all the way up, and then drank it, what would happen? It's like, oh, you should try that.
So I will say that's what we said before. In the schools of the
other cousin, my older cousin, we ended up telling this person, and that person dignified enough that gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately against. But people are curious as little kids, and I feel that somebody out there is going to be like, thank you for saying that you think everybody eats their own poop at some point and drinks their own pee, because
sometimes it's always interesting to see, like,
I bet that is something that happens everywhere in the world. Amazonian tribes are doing it. People who think they're living in the 25th century are doing that when they're little kids.
So what do you see in the story?
Chinese are doing it. Jews are doing it. Muslims are doing it.
A willingness to take an idea and to implement it.
African tribal people, everybody's trying.
Chock full of ideas.
Really? I bet. I've never been able to, like, I don't think there's I bet there's a scientific study somewhere, but I've never heard of it. But I bet everybody, there's a book, Everybody Poops.
What makes great people
we never had that book because we don't, but maybe everybody else does.
Willing to put in the effort
really?
To implement.
I whiz like a motherfucker, though, allegedly. I'm the whiz kid. All right, so back to our story.
And Nebuchadnezzar has this insight. It's not like, okay, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a
all right. So you think everybody eats their own poop? At some point, I think everybody tries their own poop. And there's like something to that. Like, what if it tasted really good? What if you were missing out this whole time?
So Moses goes back over here to this king. I just want to point out over here, this king is the king of Babel before Nebuchadnezzar. So his name was Merodach Baladon Ben Baladon.
And like children may see dogs eat poop.
What does it mean Baladon?
And they might be like, oh,
listen to this. We'll say Amri Baladon Malkahaba. Baladon was his father. Baladon the father was king. What happened?
Maybe this is like a normal thing.
Apparently, he had some type of illness.
I mean, you have to understand how little kids are. Like a dog. And this is very brave of me to talk about. Nobody talks about these things. Nobody. But I know that they're perfectly natural.
And perfectly human. See how Chazal feel about
beliefs.
Okay, good.
Experiences, and I feel like people appreciate this. Maybe not now, but 10,000 years in the future when nobody's pooping, like this guy.
With a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So his son Merodach,
what is this bullshit?
Becomes king. It's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladon becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covet is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being,
what do you mean you don't poop? I can tell you this: if you eat a pure protein diet,
this was covered to his father who was still alive.
Really? I've gone at by like years.
So say this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant his master. It's actually pretty striking.
But I mean, I've talked to gastroenterologists about it.
Want to bring on this pasuk
on Shabbat,
which is from Malachi. The example
they didn't know this was a thing, but I know it's really, yeah.
There are a lot of other examples of people.
But for those people who
it's
do
interesting
poop,
to see that they choose this one. The Gemara says,
they try it. There's also this thing of a child
Amar Lefnei Melech Bala B'Yushalayim. V'Yisrof as Beis Hashem as Beis HaMelech.
It's called.
So the example. Who is the example of the
Meconium,
servant who revered his master?
which it sounds like
the
some kind of element. But
now we're
it is
transitioning back. Remember again,
a thick, sticky, tar-like black or dark green substance passed in the first 24 to 48 hours after birth. It is normal and composed of amniotic fluid, mucus, and cells ingested in the womb. Within a few days, it transitions to brown, green, or yellow.
In the Kinos and Tisha B'Av,
All right, she didn't even have that dog. I'm perfect.
For children. The cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here, so the Gemara quotes the pasuk that says that the Vudzaran goes ahead. He burns the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that the Vudzaran was standing before HaKadosh. Was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, "I'm a base. When we saw Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim, so now let's just get the job right over here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim. Because he's just destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king above him. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim.
All right, so we're going to try this. So my Rabbi sends from Laura, she's not here. And she...
So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Eretz Yisrael. It was
she's from New York, but
that's what he was. So how does it say? How does it say that Zoran stood before Nebuchadnezzar? Was like starting from base 1963 lines. Out of this or Yisrach Ba'atini Chadanar, the Muslim of Haisa Hakubula Amakafto, that Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar.
Yo, dog, I want you to explain the laws of NIDDAH with all the colors. And when you can touch your husband, and all of that. But I want you to make it like an episode of Coffee Talk from Saturday Night Live. And please put emphasis on the words so that it's easier to have a New York accent. And please, like, be very specific about the colors and stuff,
that were so sharp that the metal could cut through.
And have it be so that it would be approved by the Coffee Talk people and any rabbi anywhere in the world. Here we go.
So fine. Boy, let me hadar. Amar. Mistafina the lowly avdu bi ki echi the avdu b'sancherev. So listen to this. The Vudzaran is ready to turn back. Now why is the Vudzaran ready to turn back? Because remember again, it wasn't so long beforehand that what happened? Sancherev, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sancherev, the massive defeat that has been brought.
So now get a cup, 300
of the sharpest axes of metal that come from metal,
and we're going to talk
all
about
of them break on one door of Shabbos. Does not look like a good
in a way
so
that would make any rabbi anywhere say, "No, that's fine." You're going to be able to pull this out.
Shavar bar shavar. So basketball came out.
Cue Barbara Streisand energy.
Shavar bar shavar literally means a jumper.
Linda Richmond was.
Jumps. Rashi says,
I don't know
Shavar
if I can
shavar
do
to the right hand column of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Doleg bar doleg. Kum of the kava shel Yushalayim. The Zarin Kalmar. So let's say
I can do. I can't really.
So the Gemara says. So apparently that
the
jumper.
Let's talk nida. Not in a dirty way.
Was part of
I just don't have that.
As well.
Not in a dirty way. God forbid. But in a holy, structured, very Jewish way. First of all, this is not about shame. This is not about women are icky. This is about time, bodily rhythm, and boundaries. Step one. The bleeding. When a married Jewish woman sees uterine blood, real blood, not from a cut, not from a hemorrhoid, not for brushing your teeth, but blood from the uterus, boom, she becomes nida. At that moment, no physical contact with husband, no hand holding. No passing objects hand to hand. No sitting on the same couch cushion if it's squishy. Separate beds. Yes, even if you're tired. Judaism is very into self-control. That's not close. This is called harchakot. distancing rules, the collars,
on one hand, it's painful because
the collars, very important. Pay attention. Now, people mess this up, so let's be clear. Problematic colors show to a rabbi. Bright red, dark red, black, brown, deep maroon, anything that looks like wine, rust, or old blood. If it looks like blood that has feelings, call a rabbi. Generally, not problematic, depends, but calmer. White, clear, yellow, beige, light tan, very faint pink, like a strawberry. Thought about blushing. Like a strawberry thought about blushing in flushing? No. Anyway. But here's the rule. When in doubt, you ask. This is literally a profession called a Yotzet Halakha, female halakhic advisor. Judaism said, let women ask women. Progressive, we love to see it. The waiting game. Once bleeding stops completely, not mostly stopped, not I think it's over, stopped, dead, gone. She does hefsek tahara, a clean internal check before sunset. If that's clean, we start counting. Then 7 clean days. 7 days. No blood, no stains, clean checks. 7. Like creation. Judaism loves a theme. The mikvah. Everybody calm down. After sunset on the 7th clean day, she immerses in a mikvah. Natural water, rainwater, spring, very spa, very ancient. This is not a bath. This is a transformation. And after that, tahara, ritually permitted. Touching, the big reveal. Before mikvah, no touching. After mikvah, all touching permitted. Hand holding, hugging, affection, marital intimacy within halakha. Judaism says absence makes the heart grow fonder. Very romantic for a religion that also regulates your kitchen sink. Final coffee talk thought. Nida is about discipline, about renewal, about desire that isn't constant, about making marriage feel new every month. And frankly, if everyone had built boundaries like this, half of therapy wouldn't exist. Amber Clem, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Nida, oppressive or secretly the most emotionally intelligent system ever invented. Discuss. That's not exactly.
You killed a dead nation.
Yo, dog. Talk about the different colors have names. Also, make it so that if someone were reading this, there would be emphasis with the words. Like coffee would not be COFFEE. It would be CAWFEE.
Right, that this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to occur.
Okay, coffee talk, round 2. I hear you. You want the colors with names, and you want it written so a person reading it cannot avoid doing a full Long Island, Brooklyn nasal situation. And it still has to be 100% halakhically safe and rabbi approved. We got this. Coffee talk. The colors of Nida. Put down your mug, open your eyes. This is important. Linda Richmond. Dialed through 11. So Nida, everyone says, oh, it's blood. No, it's colors. Judaism does not do vague. We name things. Autumn, red. This is blood, like fresh blood, period blood. Oh, that's definitely blood. Problem, Nida, call it. If you see autumn, you don't philosophize, you don't squint, you don't say, maybe the lighting. You say, autumn, we're done. Yayin, wine color. This is the deep burgundy, maroon, Old wine on tablecloth energy. It's not bright red, but it's got intent. Also problematic. Show a rabbi. Judaism says if it looks like wine, it might as well be blood. Very poetic, very strict. Shachor, black or brown. This is old blood vibes. Old. This is old blood vibes. Brown, rust, coffee ground looking. Not cute, not neutral. Blood that went to therapy and came back darker. Still count, still Nita. Barad, pink. Now everyone gets nervous. Light pink, faint, like blood that thought about showing up and then changed its mind. This is context dependent, size dependent, fabric dependent. This is show the rabbi caller. Not panic, not ignore, just ask. Lavan, white. White is clean, white is innocent, white did nothing wrong. If it's just white discharge, not blood, not Nita, Judaism does not punish mucus. We're not animals. Zahor, yellow. Yellow is normal, common, boring, not blood. Unless it's mixed with red or brown. Then we side-eye and call someone. Beige, tan. No fancy Hebrew, just vibes. This is the annoying one. Sometimes old discharge, sometimes leftover blood, sometimes nothing. This is why rabbis have job security. You don't decide, you ask. Fabric matters. Yes, it does. Listen carefully. A stain on white underwear, taken very seriously. Colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Holocaust says, if you can't see it clearly, we don't invent problems. Judaism, anti-anxiety since Sinai. Final coffee talk thought. Nita isn't, did you bleed? It's what color, what size, what fabric, what time, what context. This is not vibes, this is law. And if you're even unsure, Judaism literally says ask, don't guess. I'm verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. Topic, why does Judaism trust women with this system more than any ancient culture ever? And still make everyone nervous about it. Discuss. Still not it. Yo, dog, you didn't talk at all about Bedikin cloths and Bedikin clothes. I want the nitty gritty. And also, you're not doing enough emphasis on the words for a Long Island, Brooklyn, New Jersey accent.
So in this moment, says something amazing happened, which is
I want that for all of the words.
They say like mashu lo normali,
where applicable.
This is not normal. This is not a normal zach over here, right? And he has thoughts of tshuva. Why does he have thoughts of tshuva? He says,
all right, now we're doing it. You want nitty gritty. You want badikas, cloths, Adam, mach, dachuk. And you want it written so if somebody reads it loud, they accidentally sound like their aunt from Great Neck. Coffee talk, the clothes, the checks, the whole Megillah. This is 100% halakhic. A rabbi could print this and not lose their job. First of all, what is Badika? Badika, inspection, internal check. Judaism does not say, you're fine. Judaism says we check. A badika is done using a cloth called an eid. Eid means witness because the cloth is literally testifying. Very Jewish, very legal, very intense for laundry. The eid, the badika cloth. This is soft, white, clean, no patterns, no colors, no lint, no nonsense. Think hospital white, funeral serious. Why? Because we are judging colors and patterns lie. Hefsek Tahara. Hefsek Tahara. This is the big one. This happens the day the bleeding stops, the day bleeding stops. Before sunset. The Badika says we are officially done bleeding. You do one proper check with E. Results, if it comes out Lavan, white, Mazel Tov. You start counting. If it comes out Adom, Chum, Shachor, Yayin, no, try again tomorrow. No arguing, no poetry, just law. Makta, this is where people panic. Mach, cloth. The chuck, pressed, held in. This is a second cloth, gently placed internally for a short time before sunset. Purpose to prove nothing is coming back. If the Makta chuck comes out clean, we breathe. Stain, we cry quietly and wait another day. You don't have to. Not everyone does this today, but many do. Ask your rabbi. Judaism loves questions. The Sheva Nekim. Sheva Nekim. 7 clean days. Each day, 2 badikas. Morning before sunset. Using new Edim. Not the same one. God is watching. Now, the clothes results. Pay attention. When you look at the Eid, you're asking, Adom, red. Blood. Game over. That day doesn't count. Yayin, wine colored. Deep red, maroon, burgundy. Looks like it came from a Seder spill. Suspicious, show a rabbi. Chum, shachor, brown, black. Old blood energy, rust vibes, coffee ground sadness. Counts as blood. Varad, pink, light pink, faint, barely there. This is call someone smart. Lavan, white, clean, pure, innocent. The cloth did nothing wrong. Zahov, yellow. Normal discharge, human body stuff. Judaism says relax. Fabric rule, very important. If the stain is on an Eid, taken very seriously. On white underwear, serious. On colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Halakha says we don't create problems where we can't see clearly. Judaism is anti-drama, shockingly. Final coffee talk moment. The system is precise, technical, detailed, and completely trusts women. No public inspection, no embarrassment. Just cloth, colors, time, envelope. I need a bagel. Topic. Why does Judaism treat bodily reality like a legal document and somehow make it spiritual? Discuss. All right, is that what you wanted to do? I don't think.
What does this mean? That someone is able to
well, actually,
and judge. So this idea
you're doing a great job. Okay, so you don't have to do that, write it like that anymore. So there are these pills that a woman can take, and basically
such an acute sense of
limit her period to
that which is right and that which is wrong,
like once every
all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell
3 months.
MS. So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara.
In that situation,
Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as
wouldn't that mean that she doesn't have to go to the mikvah as often?
That she says over here, he was one of the Herodian kings.
All right, cool. We're back to regular speech. Still coffee, energy, just less theater. Short answer, yes. Then the nuance. Yes, if a woman uses hormonal pills that make her period come once every 3 months, then yes, we should generally be going to the mikvah less often because mikvah follows bleeding half the calendar. Now let's do it properly and rabbi approved. The core rule, very important. A woman goes to the mikvah only after she has had uterine bleeding that makes her nida. The bleeding completely stops. She does a hefsek tahara. She counts 7 clean days. No bleeding, no nida, no mikvah. Judaism does not say it's been a month, go dunk. Judaism says what actually happened in the body. So what about period suppression pills? These include extended cycle birth control, continuous oral contraceptives, certain hormonal IUD situations, medical regimens prescribed by a doctor. If the pills cause no bleeding at all for months or only spotting that is halakhically non-problematic, then she does not become nida, and therefore no separation, no 7 clean days, no mikvah during that time. Yes, that's correct. But, very Jewish, but spotting changes everything. Here's where it gets tricky. Hormonal methods often cause light spotting, breakthrough bleeding, brown or pink stains. Some of that does count as nida. Some of it does not. Some of it depends on color, size, and where it was seen. So in real life, women on these pills often ask more shilos, halakhic questions, even though they go to the mikvah less often. Less dunking, more texting the rabbi pictures of stains. Crop respectful, anonymous, yes, that's a thing. Is it? Yeah. Is this halakhically legit? Absolutely. Major post-scheme halakhic authorities have allowed this when appropriate, especially for medical reasons, hormonal regulation, severe pain, fertility planning, shalom bayit, marital harmony. Shalom bayit, marital harmony, important. You do not start or adjust hormones for nida reasons alone without asking a rabbi who works with doctors. Judaism is very big on medicine first, halakha second, but coordinated. One more subtle point, even with no period, a woman still has to be mindful of unexpected bleeding. If real bleeding starts, nida rules kick in immediately. There is no automatic exemption forever. Halakha follows reality, not intention. Bottom line, put this on a mug. Mikvah is tied to bleeding, fewer periods equals fewer nida cycles. Hormonal suppression can be halakhically acceptable. Spotting creates complexity, not prohibition. Individual guidance is non-negotiable. If you want, we can go into. So I think that in the future, women will maybe just have 2 periods a year. If you want, I mean, you could do it anywhere you want. Right. Is that the end of your fucking story?
The ability that we have
to
exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous.
Right, so I gotta finish this fucking story. Alright, so again, I'm wet behind the ears. I'm not around chicks. My mother's a fucking magician. I never see fucking pads or tampons. So I can tell you this. We had this thing where if we had people staying over for, let's say, Friday night or something, there was like a basket that my mother would make up that had like toothbrush, toothpaste, or like maybe it was toothpaste and not toothpaste, not even a paste, toothwash and a fucking Shabbat.
Right, the king would often castrate his
toothbrush. Who knows what the fuck that
they
was?
should not be distracted by.
Did it have like tissues, like Kleenex or whatever? It would have
was like cut off.
Maybe like
was castrated during their days. In other words, they had a successful ability
really?
to remove.
It wasn't just for Friday night. It was anytime we ever had anybody over. So maybe it would have like toothpaste, toothbrush, floss, little shampoo. Well, no, there's shampoo in the shower in the bathroom. Maybe it had like the little shampoo and what else?
Fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Kivshana Ish.
Mouthwash.
The story for that we spent yesterday.
Just any kind of toiletry that you would ever need. And it had pads and
the scent of smoke impact there as well.
And I never really questioned it. And another thing, it's good if you're ever in a, let's just say, you're playing house with kinship, for whatever reason, because everybody who watches this isn't going to just be like automatically like the most halakhic person in the world. But I'll tell you what, I've introduced women to menstruation cups, and they're like, it's changing fucking lives. Like, I've given them to them. I would have them, and I'd give them to girls. Really? And they'd be like, it's changed my life. You just wash it out. So that's a big thing. Menstruation cups are huge. But back to menstruation cups were anything. But pads and
potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring.
You ever use a tampon? Yeah, for fucking bloody noses, but that was way later. Really? Yeah. Why? I get really bad bloody noses. Alright, is that the end of your story? No, so here's the story. And then we're done. So, I don't know exactly the age, but
That's called Sefer Daniel.
Boys and girls are totally separate. Like, meaning, how separate were you?
For Daniel. Someone asks a general question. It's not that I know.
You could
Sefer
go.
Daniel was named for Daniel. Someone asks an interesting question.
You could go all day and not see a woman.
So interesting.
Really?
Gemara says pretty much all of the words,
definitely.
Also, I want to point out.
Really?
In our Tanakh, like we have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah.
It's like separate as possible.
Only one sefer called Ezra,
and
it was divided out later on. So
under the
very interesting. Most
configuration,
of Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah.
Again,
so
not
why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah?
Yeshiva University, LA, boys and girls. Those are separate buildings. But even they have like male, women and male teachers sometimes.
Because ultimately, Nehemiah,
so it's not
completely too much credit for himself.
But as much as it could be.
Remember me, my God,
and it was the most separate, like anywhere around. Like as separate as you could.
Remember me.
Really?
Taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and
so I'm telling you, like, we were just separate.
David was asking for Rahmanas. And for Klal Yisrael as well. But this is incredible. So
even to the point, like, girls had their side of the school, basically, and boys had our side, and there was like
because he spoke disparagingly
separation.
About the earlier ones.
But there was a main stairwell. And now you gotta understand, like this. How would I describe what was it like? It wasn't quite
incredible that
Dead Poet Society, but
disparaged the leaders that came before
as
them.
close to Dead Poet Society as my family could find.
Their position for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating about that is, even though
it was like affordable Dead Poet Society, but still very expensive.
You can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews.
Without being a boarding school.
That says
Dead Poet Society
drowned in saliva, right? They're drowned in spit.
But it's what you would consider like a day school.
What does that mean? That they cause the nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew.
And we treated it
never chas v'shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the sefer name in the name. You might say furthermore, and we
became very close
about Daniel
as boys.
And now, by the way, how do we know that how do we know that
shit on each other?
So the says
we make fun of each other.
Good Rashi.
But not to the point I feel that you consider bullying, but not to the point. Like there was always a limit. And to be honest with you, like people.
So how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people?
Like how was the bullying? Like
where there was a dramatic vision.
I was a huge New York Yankees fan. Why? Because Dynasty. And this is during the heyday of Seinfeld. And I had glasses and perhaps a little stocky. And whenever I fucking walked in that school with that jacket on, I go, George! Hear this all the fucking time. And I was fine with it. Because I know I look like George Costanza, but I'm repping this fucking Yankees coat, not because George Costanza represented it, because Joe Torre represents it. And I'd be like, oh yeah, just wait till October. We're going to fucking beat the shit out of whatever shitty fucking movie. Anyway, I'd hear George all the time. And it really never bothered me. I'm sure bullying did get to some kids, but if that happened, I think that you would just tell one of the
so guys that fire Malachi were considered to be bona fide with him. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi.
But it got to that, at least. We give people shit.
But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision.
And I remember seeing some kids cry, but they were just crying to say.
That's the problem.
They were taking shit, but we wouldn't shit on people for things that they.
So it's very interesting. I'm sorry. even though they didn't see anything,
I mean,
their mazel
it's
saw.
just part of
What does this mean? What does it mean?
I remember 2008 was the first time I ever heard about. Well, there were some like anti-fraternity things, like some loser douches like made people drink too much water and they died. That kind of stuff wasn't cool, but like we just never heard about anti-bullying. So you're just being a pussy if you fucking can't handle it. And but I think it made me strong, like really strong. And that's why I can put up with these fucking asshole anti-Semitic douches all fucking day and be like, get the fuck out of here. Next. I'm not sitting here like, oh, what are we gonna fucking do? Alright, that shit bothers me.
It's fascinating. Sometimes in life, I want to say, sometimes like a person.
Nebishness? I can't stand nebishness.
It doesn't even make sense.
And I'm not. I'm fucking confident, strong, hilarious, cool.
They don't know why.
And
sometimes
I feel like
my mazel saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact.
That's how I mean, I know that's how Judaism would be in the future. Less nebbish, more cool. So anyway, this doesn't have to do anything with the story, but I just want to like lay the foundation. So
what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, dalaramas. Jump away, dalaramas.
So there's a main stairwell.
Or
this main stairwell, you could get anybody in. So it wasn't like the boys' stairwell, and it wasn't the girls' stairwell.
So you can't say, what should you say?
It was like the central stairwell. So you could have parents coming through that stairwell. You could have a coach coming down that stairwell. You could have administrators coming down that stairwell. Teachers coming down that stairwell. And
there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is.
Especially if someone were going to the office or something. Students coming down that stairwell.
Fear is a very scary thing because fear has the ability to literally
paralyze me. Well, there was this part of the school, we didn't really have like a nurse. I remember when they checked for
which means
scoliosis, which I think I have. They just like kind of looked. It's like some lady, like no doctor. This is the same lady who answered the phones, which nothing wrong with that. But like, give me somebody who like at least has like taken first aid or something. She's just like, yeah, you're good. And there's this part of the school that it's where all the yearbooks were actually. And so, but if you ever got sick, they would put you in this room. And I just, I remember my parents were like, if you're sick, you tough it out. And
connect yourself to HaKadosh Hu. That will give you the cock
to pick you up, and then if you're still sick at home, but it was like I didn't spend a lot of time in this room, and I always wondered why is there a fucking bed in here? There are like multiple beds in here. Like, it looked like a fucking MASH hospital kind of, and
this is not real. So that's thing of the go.
And it was just like no boys I ever saw go in this room unless they were really sick.
How do you feel when you say that statement?
Anyway.
What's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? It's like a smile. Like
it was just
the
like
idea over here is so many times
like the boys knew. We knew all the fucking ins and outs of this fucking school, but this area we never really.
So sometimes what you need to do.
I remember
you break the hold of fear.
We just
by
never
saying
really
something like shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself
there was this
forward.
fucking mean stairwell.
Fear, number one, move yourself forward.
And
anchor yourself to
this school, I hate to say it, but it was just.
Real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels.
It was very expensive, but it was very poor.
Even in the midst of most immobilizing fear. Incredible.
The kids there were poor, generally.
So the Gemara says,
it was a mix of really wealthy families, really poor families, and kind of just mixed together for classification, religious classification.
General, a mem in the middle of a pasuk.
And
right, it's open. It's open. And only the mem at the end of a word is closed. Again, in this word, mem in the middle is closed.
talking about the stairwell yet? You have to understand the details of the stairwell. This used to be a mansion. And then it was some other stuff. But like, I remember this was like a mansion that had tunnels. Like secret prohibition tunnels that I always wanted to go into. Tunnels have always fascinated me.
and
there was like a pool that became storage. It was like a very wealthy person's mansion. And they were so wealthy that they built a mansion and then they never slept there. They would always throw parties there. It was like a party mansion.
There's like a system of checks and balances. It's like Rothschild was ready to go and make Chizkiyahu Melech. Vince says, what? David was greater than Chizkiyahu, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says,
how did I describe it? It's as far east as Dead Poets, far west is Dead Poets Society.
So again, Chizkiyahu ultimately, again, he did so many miracles.
That's more East Coast.
And yet, unfortunately, he didn't sing Shira. David sang so much Shira.
But this was definitely not a normal school.
He didn't sing Shira.
I have a friend of mine who would always say, every single kid I ever met from that school was like more unique than the next one. We were all very unique and different stuff. Fascinating people.
Because the Nidas didn't shut it down.
And
preventing Chizkiyahu from coming Mashiach. I will say, what do you see from here?
I remember there was like a ramp where they used to, it was like a delivery ramp. And we always thought, hey, this school could be like ADA compliant. And we had a teacher of ours who was also a lawyer. This thing can actually be ADA compliant. The ramp was like super sloped. And you would have been like, Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump when there's like, when he's like sliding down the stairs or whatever. It would have been like that, but we always thought, hey, maybe they put an elevator in this bitch. And like, never in a million years. This is like the least ADA compliant building, maybe in the United States. I mean, it was not ADA compliant. And we didn't really have a really good handyman. We knew him. He had a lot to do. He had to mow a big lawn and trash and all kinds of stuff. And I remember the school never really got clean, except we'd have something called open house where people from the community would come in and see. And what we would do, and this is a really good idea, Israel, one of the first things you all should do is you give the kids the last period of school to clean. And when you have, whatever, hundreds of kids cleaning something, you just give them all paper towel, Windex or whatever, the place will be fucking spotless in like 20 minutes. Like when you have all these hands moving around, everything is super clean. Getting spit wads off the fucking ceiling, that's another story. But like walls are clean, everything gets really clean. When you have hundreds of people cleaning simultaneously, it's really amazing. The place just like it's like ants, like just go. And you have hundreds of people fucking cleaning all at once. It's incredibly efficient. And we would do that like twice a year. But aside from that, and the stairwell would get clean. Now the stairs, let's talk about it. Well, the funny thing about this fucking school, like the boys' stairwell that we had, I remember we would, we'd be like fucking going. Some people are going up this way, and you'd like slap a guy on the back of the head. What the fuck was that? Like we were always fucking with each other, going into essentially chakras, like I'm learning. And so all of the wings came to Duma. And we go and we read so essentially again, if you go to Rashi, Rashi says over here, after prayer, read Psalms, but instead is Shabbos. Anyway, and then we get to Psalm 119. So the stairs, well, the other stairs, and they were all like this. They had like, it's like, who fucking built this building? It was like a house. It was hilarious. If you ever saw a chip in the wall, it would be like 7 different colors, maybe 15 different colors, because the person who threw the party, let's say, and this is always his thing, if we'd be like, what's your favorite color? And you'd be like, teal. And you'd be like, great. And then you'd go into your guest room and the whole room would be teal. He would repaint for any person. So there's this stuff called Fordite, which is like all this, the different layers of paint
So
from
what does this mean? So the Shomer says, so ultimately again,
just when you have lots of paint that builds up, it happens in like automotive spray grits and things. It becomes like a gem, almost like a type of geology, but it's not. I mean, it's like synthetic. But the same thing with in the walls. You fucking like if you've ever seen a gobstopper. I don't know what it tastes like, but like if you cut it in half and you see it's got like a bunch of fucking layers, that's what the wall is. I remember looking at the chips on the corner of the fucking school, and like, it was just like, and the school never got painted. I mean, I've seen it since then. It looks fun. It looks a lot better. But back then, I remember being like, this school is disgusting. And then there was this bathroom. This bathroom.
These two elements, and at the end of the day,
they're all the bathrooms. I can tell you all about them. No urinals in the whole fucking school. No urinals. Which is always fast. Really? Yeah. But there were tons of sinks, which is not the same. There would be random ass sinks like in the fucking school. There were sinks everywhere. And there was like nothing on the wall except the fucking
situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira.
Satellite view of Israel. That's like the only thing that was on the wall. Ask anybody, they'd be like, yeah, I mean, that was basically it. We had like a map of the United States from the fucking Hoover administration, and in another room, and the fucking in this one room, a satellite map of Israel, which is all you fucking need. Anyway, and we did this thing when we were young. We put a timeline around the wall, and that helped me so much till this day. Like when I think of time, I think of time, you know, like as a timeline. Anyway, I talk about this fucking social staircase. So there's this staircase, and let me describe it. They were like white and teal checkerboard tiles. Why? Who the fuck knows? Who picked this? I have no idea. And you go up the stairs, and the stairs had never, you don't wax stairs generally, but like the floors had never been waxed. It was just fucking LVT, like linoleum, vinyl, tile, whatever. It's like, imagine like tile where there's no wax and it's just digging into the tile, and the people are just like, pretty soon we'll go through the floor. Who cares? And the teachers got paid nothing. They would get paid far less than a normal teacher. I don't know how it's fucking school. It's a really unique place. And the stairs, they had like these bars. And you would go up the stairs, and sometimes, like, I don't know how, one of the bars would just stick out, and it'd be this just, like, really fucking sharp, like, saber, like, that would just stick out, and like some kid would just, like, go like this and like this and like this, break it off, and then hit another kid, or jam it the other way, and some teacher would go by and like, try to fix it. But there was just nobody who was going to fix anything. And I hate to say it, but like it would have been a lot to keep up, but there was just no. I don't want to call it the custodian or but it was like he had enough to do with like getting all the trash out and stuff. And for hundreds of students, like it was just. Anyway. They talk about the stairway. So this weird checkerboard stairway. And it was just you walk into the door. It's like this. I'll say like a poor man's dead poet's society. You walk in, it's like that school and bully in the video game, but like not nearly that nice. And there's like a beautiful great lawn, beautiful everything from the outside. This looks like the fucking, but inside this building had seen some shit. And it would be like there'd be like a step and then another step, and like the teachers when they open the door, they'd have to like jank the door. It was just like there's no the handyman's like does not exist. And then you get in, and then you either go upstairs. It literally is this: step up, then another step, then you go upstairs or downstairs. There's no ramp. There's no handicap. I mean, that was the thing. If a kid got hurt, you were just on crutches, and you'd have to. You'd have to like climb the stairs. Like, I mean, I remember being on crutches there, and you just kind of hop from stair to stair, and it's dangerous. And it can get really slippery. I remember at another school, they did a refurbishment of it, and really made it nicer. And they put, I remember this was just such a big amount of money to me, that $100,000. And I remember my dad was like, why do you need an elevator?
With his words
nobody needs
to
an elevator.
and
one of the heads of the school said, if your son gets hurt,
if you look at some of these names,
and for any reason, God
was actually
forbid,
given some pretty
is in
significant titles. This
a wheelchair or something, you're going to want this.
So leaving aside a Sanbar for just a moment, Rabbi Akira means great.
But at the time,
how was Sancheriv given these names?
this was shortly after the American Disabilities Act, which I think is one of the best things. This is the thing, Israel, if you're hearing me, your shit is like my fucking school. It's all like, whoa, it's just been like that for 2,000 years. Make a fucking ramp. I don't want to go there. Ramps should be everywhere. Even if you have stairs, there's a thing that you go like this, and you can go up. Ramps are really important. And elevators are really important. And escalators and all kinds of shit. But also for stages, there's like a thing that you go in, it lifts you up and puts you on a stage. Someone who is in a wheelchair should not feel as if they can't perform on any stage in Israel without a lift. Lifts are really important. Anyway, because I'm telling you, I went to places where this did not exist, and it was like, if you got hurt enough, you weren't going to be able to go to this school. There's just no way. I mean, you would be able to go like 20 feet in a wheelchair, and then there'd be like fucking tons of stairs. It was like this school, I feel like, had so many stairs that it was like, and is it MC Escher? Like, we had like a fucking picture of MC Escher. MC Escher? There was nothing in this fucking. Yeah, it looked like fucking this, with like the stairs all over the place. And that picture was there, and I remember looking at it like, oh, and then there's this other picture I remember of somebody like with a fucking globe, or like a glass ball, and like seeing how that distorted things. Like there was nothing on the walls of this fucking school except like it was very plain. We had the fucking picture of Israel, and but not a whole lot. Maybe some,
but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So
you go into this fucking school, there's like a stair up, and then another stair, and then you're there, and it's super fucking slippery. Like that was another thing. It's just super fucking slippery. And then there's a checkerboard on the floor. I'm sure it's changed, but the stairs had like a metal ridge, and I know, like, on minutia, you got to know all about this fucking everything about it. And it's like, what does this have to do with Nina? Calm down. We'll get there. There was this edge,
just as nice as our land.
And
when they came to a place called
if you ever like slipped and your fucking shin hit that edge, it would just literally scrape all the skin off your fucking shin, and it would be like that for the rest of the fucking semester. You'd just be like, hobbling. Really? Oh, it was. Yeah. And I'm telling you, the school had a lot of fucking stairs. This other thing I want to say is one time somebody took a quarter and put it. Everybody wanted quarters. That was a big thing. I've got to say, my mom made sure I had quarters for
so again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheriv. Sancheriv was always careful about how we spoke about the safety, or how we spoke just about the land itself.
Because we had popcorn. That was a big thing. Like, we were. Popcorn was a big fucking thing. I remember. Kids would bond in the popcorn. Why? Because it was some kids like the school didn't provide meals, and maybe their parents were like poor, or there weren't many single parent families. If there were, I could like name them. Hundreds of kids maybe.
Their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated.
And they would like remember the prices of the popcorn. It was 50 cents, and it was like a meal that you could have. And I did a lot of study on it, and so it was like a meal that you could have. And I know for like, and soda was 50 cents. For $1, you could get soda and popcorn and have like a snack after school. When other kids were with their stay-at-home moms or whatever, those of us who had working parents would have this ability to have something after school. And I had this tube of orders. And sometimes kids would maybe go in my backpack to get, but whatever.
So it says, therefore, your clothing.
And that was another thing. Everybody had lockers. Nobody ever locked them. Really? You were a loser douche if you locked your locker. And there's another thing, you could get ginkgo, which is somebody going to smoke kind of ginkgo so whatever, in your fucking locker. But we learned about ginkgo and how it's like a very old type of tree.
Their neshamas were incinerated, but
that shit would be on everything. It'd be there for years. There'd be ginkgo everywhere. There was only one fucking ginkgo tree on campus. No knew where it was. We didn't know how badly that shit smelled. Anyway, what about this fucking steroid? Anyway, so somebody took a fucking quarter and glued it down on the floor. And every fucking boy would just try to pick up this fucking quarter, because if you had a quarter, that was like halfway to getting soda or something like that. And I was so cool. This isn't about the story, but I was so cool. Even when I was in the youngest grade, I could go up to the. Another thing that was super big was fucking foosball. I never had like foosball. Yeah, I've never seen foosball was so big. And I did not like the way the rules of the proper rules of foosball are you can't spin the fucking things. But man, we go and fucking spin these things. And they had, it was like this. It was like, I don't know why, but there was like a big push to like have more shit, more recreational shit in the school. But once it broke, it was done. There was no fixing it. We had, when I first got there, ping pong tables, and the fucking ping pong paddles were just, it would flop. It would like flap. It would be like nobody glued it, nobody cared. It was just like, and you just fucking play ping pong and these fucking foosball, and then the guy would break, and then it'd be like, and they just got rid of this fucking foosball. We put so much fucking spin on that fucking foosball, like just spin it in. And I remember we played older kids and like just all the younger boys would play the older boys, and we played football. And we would play all the younger kids versus all the older kids. And then as you got older, I remember I always, as one of the younger kids, wanted to just touch them. It was like we had a way to play football that you didn't have first downs. It was just you had to score in 4 downs, and you had to cross this huge amount of grass. And there were kids who played soccer, and that's cool, and that was fine. Sometimes we would do that. We had this thing called the World Cup, and we did that in the spring or in the fall, where every team was a different country. Every like group of kids was a different country. Literally, they were drafted for all of the boys. Then we in the fall or in the spring we do March Madness. And then we had field day, just the biggest fucking day. It was just the biggest. It was just the best fucking day. It was just the best day. And at a previous school, we had Olympic Day, which was really bad. I remember these days very well. Field day was like a reason why you went to the school, because it was like you get to compete in all the different sports. And so there'd be like seniors, juniors, sophomores, freshmen, 8th grade, 7th grade. So you get these little kids with seniors, and the seniors have to look out for the younger kids.
Hashem Amar Eli, Allah Haaretz Hazot V'Shchisa.
Like
So
some of the
this
years
is very interesting. So
when I first got there,
fascinating ideas
walk
about
to the local
Sanhedrin.
park,
The
which is also
Sanhedrin felt
a
that
zoo.
he received
And
divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael.
we would just
He
see all
thought
the
that
nice houses.
this was a divinely orchestrated
And
message. So Rashi says over here. So again,
we had people looking out for us. And then when I got older, the school had expanded to have this like athletic center.
Against
That was like
without explicit instructions from
a
God.
big deal.
Hashem Amar Eli.
It was just an interesting school. We get to the fucking
Hashem
story,
has said to me, come to this land of Israel. It's like, which is pretty wild. So
but there's this fucking
is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking about?
I'd seen soda machines that were like bottle soda machines from like the 50s. Wasn't that cool? But it wasn't one of the more modern ones that had like, I don't know what they call it now, but like soda on the right side. It was like soda was like here.
So
and there was this rumor around the school that sometimes this fucking soda machine would give out multiple sodas for the price of one. But it was just like a room, and like nobody had ever seen it. It was like how do people describe it?
And instead they have gone ahead and
like if you ever have seen The Office when Pam sees that fucking DVD that just hits the corner just perfectly, and then it really does, and she's like, I told you, like it was like that. And just people doubted that two sodas could come out of this thing.
No kidding, right? We have no idea what he's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comment. So
it was like, says, this school didn't give a flying fuck. It had Coke next to Pepsi, next to Dr. Pepper, next to Mountain Dew.
This nation
I think there was Crush, and
this nation has forsaken Malchus based of it.
It was just, what did it have? Coke, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, nothing cherry, Mountain Dew, which was big.
Right? The Shilach comes as a spring-fed stream, and it flows gently.
And it would just be like whatever they put in. And it was all to benefit the athletic.
Who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way. And they gave that all up.
Which were always a joke.
They have forsaken that.
But then they got really good.
And instead, ultimately, they go ahead and they go to other things. Right? They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. So what's interesting over here is, so Sanhedrin,
I was really fortunate. I really know this. That I had quarters. Like, may not have had a lot of money, but I was wealthy in quarters. And we had a slot machine, and I could ask my mom to fill this thing with quarters. It's like two. It was like candy too, and I put quarters and they just fit perfectly. And again, sometimes they're like, this thing is fucking light. And I realized something like my backpack or something during recess or something like that. It was like, what? There were no cameras. There were no cameras anywhere. Maybe in a bank, but like nowhere. Everything was just on the honor system.
So apparently you're getting pigeon was a big dessert.
Nobody locked their lockers.
Don't knock it till you try it, right? So the night again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. What is that highlight? What does that highlight? That highlights like a gluttonous type of lifestyle. Then we'll say, what Avodah Zarah, but in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic behavior. Like if Shabbos Bahar brings down, what's the chiluk between
under general circumstances, wouldn't have been at the school. But he was at the school for a little bit, and he was one of the worst students in the school.
Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What is
his mom
love about Avodah Zarah? If you don't expect something that
he had like an older brother,
about Avodah Zarah is even if I worship Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often, they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So if they're worshiping Hashem, why are you doing Avodah Zarah? Because Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works.
And he's like looking at
this fucking, it's like, someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is, step one, write down all the stuff you want to
anyway, is everything
all the stuff you really want to do. Okay, then this is theology that allows for all of that. Right, so all the stuff you want to do, some of it is a mutter, but it's a mitzvah. on this one, and then all the stuff that you really don't care about.
I remember this kid had
all the essays, right? So all the stuff you really want to know, like you want the lines, you want Tafris, you want to look like that, becomes all of the mitzvahs.
It wasn't Playboy, it was fucking pretty
so
intense,
wherever
like
you see
hardcore.
and you see
that lasted one day.
form of
And
hedonistic
somebody read on this kid.
It's actually not about the theology. It's really never about the theology.
As we got older,
HaKadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us.
we had
And
this
therefore
other
tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. I've always said, but I want to do that
had
stuff.
pictures of.
So
I remember when I was
system
in
of theology,
a really young
in order
kid,
to allow for all of that
there,
to occur.
I was like in
So
second grade, and I saw this one guy. What's his name? But he had a picture of.
Because he's an Ovid
But you weren't supposed to have. They never. It was like an unwritten rule. You shouldn't have pictures inside your locker. But nobody really fucked with you. He had a picture of Maya, the artist Maya. I always thought she was so pretty. And I look at his picture, going up the stairs to the shop. And
sometimes when we come
I know exactly whose locker it was. I can tell you his fucking name. I'm not going to. He's very. I always thought he was very cool. And I thought, when I get older,
remember, all of us have a void. We have an
so when I got to be that age,
and we're always trying to fill it.
I
The
had
issue just
pictures
is,
of
if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
artists that I
then I'm filling it with the
and
right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
then,
then I'm filling it with all of
as
the
I
wrong.
got to
And
be
it's
a
incredible.
senior, I started hanging out with
So the Gemara goes like that.
college and
Very
very innocent.
So
Nothing
again, because of Klal Yisrael's non-compliance, Hashem says that
truthfully,
they bring
like,
against you the
very
king of
philosophical.
Ashur, Sid, the Chalach, the Yehuda, Shekef, Va'avar, Atzava, Yagia. Ella, my time, and so it's therefore again. So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff.
They're just telling the story. All this would be.
But Sancheriv was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance,
Anyway, and I
because of
get
your
pictures
terrible
of it,
behavior,
and I
I'm
fucking
bringing
put them up,
against the
and
king of
my
Ashur.
friends get
So
so
Sancheriv
jealous.
says, okay, God wants me to do this.
Get pissed
So
off.
if God wants me to do this,
So
Gemara says,
one
if
day,
that's the case, Elamai
I
Ta'ala, so
fucking
obviously
put
punish.
all this
If
fucking
Sancheriv actually
packing
did the
tape
will of
of
God,
these
why was he
fucking
punished?
pictures,
The Gemara says, Novi
and
Asas, Shvatim is
I
Navi,
closed my
Ihu
locker,
Yardatiklu Yushalayim.
not
Very simple.
realizing that the
Sancheriv
opening
was the tool of
mechanism
Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He
was
was the one who was
like
responsible to exile the
basically
10
taped
tribes.
shut.
He had no
I go to open my
business
locker,
in
and what the
Yerushalayim.
fuck?
But
How'd
Sancheriv
you
set
open
his
my
sights
locker?
on
Everybody's
Yerushalayim
trying, like,
as well.
sword and stone this bitch. Nobody can get in this locker. But I was worried because I'm like, if I tell a teacher and they open my fucking locker, it's just
so ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancheriv, you overstep.
so I think I just
You have
oh shit, I guess I can't do my
punishment from the 10
or
Shvatim,
something.
the 10
And
tribes. You
I
set your sights
got
on Yerushalayim.
the next day I
that you
brought
don't
in
have
like
any power on. Right? Ultimately, again,
airplanes or
literally,
something.
you cannot
Just
go
fucking
ahead.
took
The Am Ha'ayif, so the tired nation.
the
Who's the
door
tired nation?
handle
It's
off
interesting.
of this locker.
So,
Still nothing.
We're
Still
the
could not
tired
get in.
nation.
I
But
fucking
interestingly enough, not
had
tired
to like
because of suffering.
crowbar it and
Tired
get
because
this
we toil
fucking
in Torah.
thing
Tired
open
because we're
and
constantly
like
building
my
a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
locker
So
was all
ultimately,
that.
again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. So Gemara says, "My case, I showed I kill ourselves in the arts, and I told you
I
that
talked about this stairway.
I didn't go. I got you. Look
Go
who's showing
back to the
Shekilim Alayim
sewing
also.
machine.
So ultimately, again,
So there's
we're
always
not
this
like
room
the
that
only
you
ones.
get
This
to
is reference to
sewing.
Malchus Yisrael,
Nobody,
who threw off from them the yoke of Torah.
nobody
Malchus Yudah.
nobody
All
had
Torah.
been able to do it.
And
I'm telling you, when we had the opportunity, any free moment that we had,
so
we would fucking
you
run
can have
to the
control
fucking
over Malchus
foosball table
Yisrael. Why?
and
Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the
like
yoke of Torah.
wait our turn to
And when you
play,
throw off the yoke of
and we'd
Torah,
have to play
you have a
against
lack of
older
divine
kids.
protection, but you have no
And
control.
I still know
ultimately
who I
again, over
played. I
Malchus
still can
Yehuda.
tell you
Because that
who,
Malchus Yehuda,
who I
they took
thought were
upon
the two
themselves
best
the yoke
kids.
of Torah,
At
and they were
least
deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the
years
splitting
older
of the
than
Yamsuf and the splitting of the Yarden. So
or
the Gemara says,
something like that, and I remember how good they were. They could fucking like pass the ball between. I'm sitting here fucking spinning this motherfucking thing, and they're like, "That's not how you play." Fucking degradation. Anyway,
right? Rashi says over here,
they would go and get sometimes people would go and get soda.
you become a source of
And
degradation.
I didn't really pay attention to this machine. I go and like this is something,
So
take the
it's
soda.
interesting enough. Sancheriv did have
thing
a
is,
divine mission.
Years later, they got rid of this
Malchus
machine,
Yisrael.
and I'll say
But
why.
his mistake
Did I
was
tell you
going
about that?
after Malchus Yehuda,
Still
was going
there?
after the
Hey,
Beis
look at
Hamikdash, going after Yerushalayim. So
And
Gemara was weiter. So
then they put in like a machine that just had bottles. And it was like, it just had bottles. And
so ultimately, again, Sancheriv makes the mistake and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim.
And they were more expensive.
So the Gemara says, "Hi Rishna, Lahai Parasha." Rashi says over here, "The king of Bim, Daron Kazel, Adon Kazel, the king Misha."
I talked about that still. Anyway,
so now the Gemara asks an interesting question: why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? Right after Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of having?
I don't remember the exact
as much as Chizkiyahu was successful over
I remember
there's a lot of anxiety.
Study hall, which is big. I go to the study
hall,
hall,
such a
and
why did
you could go to the bathroom, but you had to sign out
this fear of
and sign back in.
So
you could not be, once 3:30 hit, you had to be somewhere. You had to be in detention, which I never really had that
was going to come on, was going to go ahead and march against.
You had to be,
what happened over
or study. It was like you could not be Roman school. Or you could be in the computer, but you had to sign out.
Like this. If
I would go to the computer lab.
That I'm bringing Sancheriv against you. But don't worry,
really
because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say? Amar,
sometimes, but not all.
Do me a favor.
Anyway, so this one day, let's just say, I don't remember the exact date. I go and ask, can I go to the
by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyahu, because he didn't do anything. Because Baruch wiped out the entire army of Sancheriv. There was a massive Kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave on Emunah. But Chizkiyahu would have said, you know what, God, it's okay, let's call it even. Let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sancheriv and don't bring the salvation.
I might not have been paying attention.
There's too much anxiety, too much fear that's going to cause. Just leave it alone. And the covered Hashmarach of Nishba and my Sinalei. Hashmarach therefore swore and he said, no, I'm bringing Sancheriv. Shnei Amar, Nishba Hashem Tzibakos Lemor, Yemok Hashem Nisi King Hai, the Kashaya Atzdi Hitakum, the Spor Asher Ba'atzim, Va'ahar Abu Senu, the Son of Olu Savalo Ve'al Moyasor. So the Rothschild said, "Yavos Sancheriv v'Siyaito, Yasa Avos the Chizkiyahu v'Siyaito." I'm going to bring Sancheriv, but Sancheriv and his Chevra, they're going to become like a trust.
This is what everybody says is true. How the fuck did I do that?
So I want to point out what a profound theme this is, right? That sometimes, right, people say, we have this thought sometimes.
So maybe still had a quarter or something like that.
Bring this down by Yaakov.
Let me try that.
That after Yaakov
hit the fucking thing and boom, one. What the fuck?
Was alive.
I just had two, now I've got one, now I've got 3 sodas. So I put 2 in my pocket.
I'm so happy.
Maybe put it in my backpack or whatever.
That's so beautiful. Everything worked out well.
Like in my pocket or something. But I just thought to myself, how the fuck did I get 2? This has always been a rumor. I go, you weren't allowed to talk in somehow. You had to have like spaces and shit. Be like trying to tell me.
You could have spared me ultimately again 20 plus years of doing something. That's why the pasuk says,
and next day comes, I go there, put my 50 cents in.
That Yaakov offered up karbanos to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was midas hadin, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyahu would have said, God,
I do this for like a week or 2.
But don't do it.
Still only getting 1, but I know that 2 is possible.
Just leave things alone. There was so many times in life we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such hope, God. But there's like this piece in me that thinks, but why did you do it?
That one
very nice you brought the salvation.
I wonder, and like I'm not thinking of the salvation is also what? I think it's just like
the same guy who brought the crisis. Like I'm accountable for the Baruch. Don't bring the crisis and you won't get the salvation. So that's the principle of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
If it might,
that's where the devotion runs the world, and somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. And sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. It's called the right there. Says the Gemara,
that's what you have to do. You have to hit them at exactly the same time. And it can't be like boom, boom. No, you're just getting one. It has to be boom, like exactly the same time. Like
and the yoke of Sancheriv will be
like
lifted
whack-a-mole game or something, but like at the same time. And boom, 2 come down.
What's the oil?
So I go,
this is beautiful.
I fucking start to figure this out. And I start telling my friends, hey, I got 2 sodas.
Because of the oil of Chizkiyahu.
Like, yeah, I
did. The oil of Chizkiyahu. This is beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Next time
there was constant oil. Constant oil represents life. Constant
I
light
will come back
burning
with 2.
in the
I'll go in with 50 cents,
all
and I'll come
over
back.
Chizkiyahu. Ma'asa. What did Chizkiyahu do? Na'as cheret al pesach beis hamikdash. he put a sword at the entrance of the base medrash, and he said,
they're like, how'd you do it? They're like, nobody's been able to figure this out. How did you figure it out?
With this sword. We stabbed with this sword. Now,
they're like, show it to us.
We're going to kill people left base medrash?
Right.
No, it's figurative.
So then the next day comes about, and I see some of the older kids going in there.
A recreational pursuit. Torah is life.
And I
is life.
Come up to them and say, hey,
don't have it,
you want multiple sodas at once?
Life.
They're like,
that's
only been a rumor.
It's very nice. It's beautiful.
Watch
Dr.
this.
Tversky has a beautiful idea. He says, he points
and
out,
I tell him, like,
which says, I'm always intrigued.
If I get two, can I have one? They'd be like,
how people fall asleep during the drasha. He said people fall asleep during the drasha. She says, it's not a new phenomenon.
If you have 50 cents more, I'll get you another two, and you can give them another one.
Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a bad neighborhood.
Boom! In front of everybody, and they'd be like fucking people surrounding me. And two come down, and like, no way, you fucking figured it out. There's this fucking mad rush to the fucking soda machine. Everybody trying to fucking get this thing down, and nobody could get the time down just right. And
says, no one's nodding off.
It was like, I was like, it was like sword in the stone. I was like fucking King Arthur. Like I finally fucking figured out this machine. And
words of Torah are life-saving.
And maybe like a week could go by or whatever, and some older kid would be like, hey, come here, can you help me? Like,
whatever. It's not everybody is an older. Okay, it's fair.
No, isn't this theft? I didn't see it as that because the school was extremely expensive. I knew my parents were basically struggling to pay the fucking tuition. And I knew that they were overcharging for the soda in itself. It was like, that's not how much soda costs. Why are you charging so much? But,
Torah is not something nice. Torah is
and it's kind of one of those things. If you're a really good customer, sometimes you get a little bit of a benefit here. Now, I considered it different. I knew other kids who got in trouble. One time they got into the concessions of that, and I never did that. I knew that was theft. But this was like a chance game, and if it's going to be a game, it's like if you're going to put a slot machine up there, and I can win the slot machine, is that theft? Is that theft? I understand if I go into the bank or the casino vault or whatever and steal that, I get that's theft. But this is like at the time. Really? Yeah. It was like, look, if you're going to have a shitty ass machine, and I learn how to get around it, and it's not like I'm stealing all the soda, it's just like I'm stealing a small amount. Is it even theft? That's the thing. Is it even theft? It didn't say one can per 50 cents. No, it was just like boom, boom. Boom. Did you even have a thing on it for 50 cents?
Come on, what happens?
It didn't say one can for 50 cents. It might just say 50 cents. It didn't say it. It wasn't specific. And
also, again, in those days, the Gemara says,
I remember
people had very simple material.
I became the man. And there might have been some kids who could figure out this machine every once in a blue moon or something, but not as well as I could. Okay. To the point where like people would come up and ask me to do it. And
so let's say, listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially.
I remember
they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying in waste. Why did it lie in waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields?
Take my whole arm and just boom, like all at once, and boom, 3 come down.
The ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Yehuda,
boom, like hit a whole bunch. And maybe I wouldn't get 4, maybe. I remember these things would fucking come down. So I got to the point where I remember the athletic director who fucking stopped this thing was around. And I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. It was like, hey, you want to put a fucking slot machine here, and I win it. Is that my fault? That's kind of on you, dog. And he was there, and I just very innocently just go up, put my 50 cents in, and boom, 2 come down. And he's like, excuse me. And I'm like, yeah, what up, dog? And he's like, you just got 2 sodas. And I'm like, yeah, I did, because this machine sucks. And he's like, is that the moral thing to do? And I'm like, I don't fucking know morality. This is a fucking commercial exchange. It says 50 cents. It doesn't say one soda for 50 cents. It's like, I've never even seen this kind of machine before. I was really like thinking it was innocent. And it was so innocent that I did it right in front of him, thinking like, this is fine. Like, boom. Really? Dog, have a machine from this fucking decade. It wasn't, this machine was from the 70s, and this was in the late 90s. So, I mean, and he's like, well, you shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, once he said that, I don't think I did. Really? No, and I remember two of my friends got caught in the candy. You were not supposed to get in the candy. And they got into the, I don't know, the room that the candy was locked in. They got into it somehow. And they got in trouble for that. And so it was like, okay. Like, hitting the fucking thing twice, and that was fine. And everybody was doing it. That was another thing, too. Everybody was doing it. Everybody jumped off a bridge, too. What are the repercussions? If I jump off the bridge and it's like 3 feet off the ground, yeah, it might be a fucking shortcut. Maybe there's no water, it's just 3 feet down. Whatever. There are bridges like that. And this situation was like, look, what are you going to do? If you say to me that you're not allowed to get the soda,
there's more than 10 stops mentioned in this passage, to which the Gemara says,
this fucking school is such a really? It was ultimately again. It was really unique. That's all I can say. But there was this boys' bathroom. No urinals in this whole fucking school. I remember thinking, like, there are no urinals in this fucking school. No urinals, but more sinks than you could fucking count. And
was actually quite beautiful. That the Rabbi was saying,
this bathroom had like, I don't know, 100 boys who had to use it in the morning, and it was just fucking so much BO and farts. It was just BO and farts and just adolescent male testosterone. And there were, this bathroom had 2 stalls. And it had 2 sinks. And it was as big as,
who was like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of
like not even close to ADA, nothing. You could not, if you were in a wheelchair, you could not turn in this fucking, nothing. And it was never cleaned. It was just like, you're on your own. Fortunately, there was toilet paper, which I think they did a pretty good job. I'm a toilet paper
prophesied from the city of Anatot.
And even though you don't shit, yeah, I'm still an expert. What do you want me to do about it? So, these 2 stalls. And it was just adolescent, pissed, that's where shit just everywhere. There were loogies on the fucking ceiling from the Reagan administration. I mean, it was just really. Dog, some guy snot rocket and just boom on the fucking mirror. Be there for the rest of the fucking year until we all had to go around and clean the school. It was just some guy would go boom on the fucking ceiling. Just why? Because there wasn't a lot of respect for the building. Respect for the students, yeah, but for the building, we were all just. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell? We'll get into it. So there are these stalls. And I mean, I just remember having to go to the bathroom, and it's like,
there are less than 10,
dude, there are like 6 people in line for this bathroom. And you can't even go in the fucking door. And I mean, like, just you open the door and it'd be like, like when I saw how actual schools worked, I'd be like, you mean you could like come in here with a fucking wheelchair, or like you could go like this and not hit both ends of the wall? I mean, it was a house that was turned into a school. But this bathroom was the epicenter of BO,
was still in existence.
Poops.
Now, what's the sin of Nov?
Piss.
Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is coronated
sweat,
as king. Shaul has been effectively deposed as monarch.
Anyway,
he refuses to relinquish the throne and admit his mistake with Amalek.
So what happened with
what happens? He pursues David. David chooses.
So I was kind of like the Fonz for this school that I could just go boom. Like the Fonz used to be able to go boom and hit a jukebox and it would just play. I would just be able to boom and the soda would just fucking rain down. Really? Yeah. And then the next year they got a different soda machine that were bottles.
I need food and I need weapons. They give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was a sword and a shield of gold that David had kept in the Mishkan. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening and will discuss all this?
I think they did.
A man by the name of
they got new everything and all the prices went up.
Of Shaul. And he comes back and tells Shaul that
I don't think
the
I
city
bought
of
too
Nov
much.
has
Back when
sided with the rebellion of David.
Of this
The Kohanim have no
when everything was cheap. That's how I can remember. Kid would just be fucking
they're helping the king's
like
son-in-law
really
on a secret mission. So what happens to make a very long story short? Shaul brings
just
some of his soldiers to
get a
Nov.
soda,
They wipe
take
out the city of Nov.
drink half of it, throw it across the fucking.
This was a huge stain. We'll see on clouds on Shaul and on David for reasons we'll discuss. So
and like hit the side of the fucking wall, and it maybe went in the trash can, maybe it didn't. There was no recycling at this school. None. No recycling. You had to be like, recycling's a thing, and they'd be like, huh? Really? There was no recycling. Everything went in the trash. Really? No recycling. And that was just how recycling wasn't a big thing. Anyway, there would be soda spray on the wall for the next
in which he was going to
4 years until one kid during that cleanup time go and clean that up.
For the massacre in
Nov.
The last day of that window.
There was this one part of this right by the bathrooms where you could put your legs up and like climb way high in the air and then like hold yourself up like this, and people would just walk underneath your legs like you'd be like.
The day that he marched was the last day in which God was going to.
There's always this thing people wanted to go in the.
For the Nov massacre,
which had like
had Sanherib attacked that place, he would have been victorious. He would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for crimes of the city of Nov. Now get ready for this.
They'd be like right below you. And
so the Gemara says, I'm going to put also in the Shem. I'm relay. Kaldoi. So
boys and girls were
separate. So on the day that Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim, he's outside of the walls, as much as it could be. His astrologer,
which is unlike anywhere.
If we march now, we will be successful.
Of enormous.
So what happens? But ultimately, again, if we wait till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So Sanherib responds, Orcha the boy the Saguye Basari Yoma. So Gemara says, I'm sorry, Furthermore, when coming to Yerushalayim, had what we call Kfitzas Haderech.
Except for like a kid's mom.
The journey that would only take 10 days took 1 day. Kimat Yerushalayim. So I'll say the idea over here is that there's a perfect storm. The recipe is perfect for Sanherib to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And
so we're
this is the last day of no retribution.
And there were a few smells. The amount of BO after we would play football, I can remember the teachers, male teachers, come in like this. Like, you guys got to start wearing.
What he does is he keeps piling rugs,
deodorant, and we were wearing deodorant, but we were just sweaty, so sweaty, just wiping your head, and it's just dripping. And we would only get 20 minutes to play. Oh, I wanted to say, so as a little kid, I remember my mom asked me, so before I went there,
he carded Yerushalayim. He says,
"Do they have a football team?"
Is this it? Is this the magnitude? Is
this
Yerushalayim?
But they do play football at recess, which is all I care
I went ahead and I moved my whole army.
And the teachers, which was totally neat.
I conquered all of the countries until now.
And we have all of this 60 kids.
He says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I conquered. So he says, Allah
and then as the grades got older,
seventh and eighth graders would play each other.
with some teachers, and then junior and seniors would play softball and freshman. But usually once you got that, they weren't playing too many sports. Anyway, but we'd have like these armies of kids that would just get the difference between a 7th grade boy and an 8th grade boy is big. And just getting tracked. And I remember always wanting the ball. And I might have only gotten my 7th grade year.
Tried very hard to attract wealthy businessmen from Europe.
You just wouldn't get the ball thrown to you that much if you were a kid. So I'd be a blocker, and then I'd rush people. And I remember fucking, it was 2 hand tap, and I'd fucking sack guys. And, they wouldn't know, it would just be like a barely a touch. And like, does that really count? Yeah, it should. Anyway, but if a kid got a sack, he'd come in fucking cock of the block.
So, whenever somebody says,
especially if
it's coming. Can I ask it up? So he says, of course. He says, the truth is.
But as I got older,
it's not so beautiful.
I always wanted to touch the ball. And it was like, remember, the teacher would come out, we have the ball, and be like, this is a big fucking deal. And then, fortunately, my family got a ball, and I kept this ball. I had one of the infusion ones that would blow itself up, and I took this fucking ball everywhere. That was the thing. I'll say this, I got to end this fucking story. Did I tell you about the stairwell yet? Anyway, these kids, my friends of our family, my family never had any fucking ball. But this family had everything. This is how you need to be. You have a soccer ball in your car, a basketball in your car, a football in your car, like a baseball bat, a wiffle bat. They had all kinds of shit in their car. And whenever we went anywhere, we go to a park or whatever, they always had balls. They always had something. They wouldn't be that family. Having a ball to make your kid cool. And I really mean it. Like, I had a ball. That's not why that's cool. So we took the ball everywhere. And people would be like, where's the ball? And I'd be like, oh, you want to? Yeah, the whole thing. Come on, let's play. And we'd throw the ball around, whatever. And as I got older, then I became a quarterback.
That he was also a ridiculous balgaiva. He was ridiculously arrogant. So like he says, like this.
But then we played the little kids, and I was like, I eventually became that position that I was wanting to be. The guy got to touch the ball a lot and throw the ball a lot.
Everyone knows if this cloud of life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see,
and this is like a real.
Begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sancheriv is saying this is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? Piece of cake.
We usually play against the kids a year younger.
Let's go today. And tell me soon. Somebody soon.
That's how you get to know them and become friends with them.
I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow.
There was like an open field, and then the end zone. Yes, anybody who ever went to the school, they will tell you there was no like real back of the end zone. It was just like.
Right, what's the
there were trees, and you kind of just you didn't want to go that far. But like the end zone, was like basically the field went like this, and then once you got up the incline a little bit, that became the end zone. But the end zones are really big. And
as most things in life, I
had this friend of mine who
was a
different kind of kid.
He says, let's rest tonight, we'll relax tonight tomorrow. What happens that night?
Kind of into some things that not all of us
comes along and kills
he was good at catching the ball. And so he kind of became a guy who I have this chemistry with him, where he would go in the back of that end zone, and I could throw the ball to him, and he would catch it, and I remember he'd catch it. There were a couple kids who catch like this.
Wake up in the morning, and there were a few survivors, as we'll discuss, and they find 185,000 corpses.
One time he ran across me.
Threw this ball, this gives us a very important lesson.
And as he ran across that,
which I said literally means
he
you look
slammed
at Rashi
right
toward the end of the short bunch.
I don't mean face I mean
sometimes
I remember we all
don't pass
stood around him.
The fight goes away.
Out.
So which is another way of saying that there was when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity.
And
you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. Opportunity waits for no man.
His eyes open. Okay. Well, are you all right? Come on, get up, dude. Let's play.
We're not crying.
He wasn't getting up.
But at the end of the day, it's dramatic how The Rebbe gives him Kfitza
Like, come on, man.
The
Like,
Rebbe gives him Kfitza Yerushalayim, and he squanders it.
he was out
because
for
again,
like 5 minutes, which is
because of Guy.
long period.
The message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity.
Under these circumstances, every moment of being able to play is so big. We fucking eat like this just to get outside. I remember I was just not even eating my lunch, just fucking throwing my lunch in the trash.
The Novi over here, this is Shmuel Beis, speaks about a man of Yishbi in the Nov, who was of the descendants of Arpa. Harpa is Arpa, and we're going to see in just a moment the sister of the sister of Rose. Mishkan Kino Shloshmeos, Mishkan Mechoshes,
he eventually got up and just kind of like walked into the school or whatever, but it wasn't bloody or anything. And the next day comes, and I remember he was like, I've had a headache all day. And we're like, why do you have a headache? He's a pussy. Like, we were just totally forgot about what happened. And the kids who hear me say, so remember it? The kids who were there, and they'll be like, that's right, he did say that. And this hitting the tree changed his personality.
Rashi said he was a man who came to David HaMelech.
He went into different things. He went into like, he went from like, he got really into like, kind of like Nirvana and goth, but like ink, like very much the hot topic and doing that shit. And he was never like this before. I threw his ball and fucking hit his head. And
wow, through you, the city of Nov was wiped out.
And like people would hear me say this, that's right, he did hit his head. Meaning he had, and he had this huge lump, like a huge lump on his head, thick hair, but underneath his hair, he had just a giant lump, and he would just kept complaining about having a headache.
Remember again, how do Shaul and his three sons die? They died against the Plishtim.
Don't blame myself, because this is, anybody knows the field that we play, there's just like one tree, and he just ran this crossing pattern, and
he says a tzaddik is responsible
fucking nailed this tree so hard.
As a result of his actions,
and
even if his actions were not.
I don't blame myself. I don't think
so
right
at the end of the day,
but I think about
his
that
actions set off a chain reaction of events that result in the massacre at Nov. Now, David HaMelech was trying to do his best, ultimately to shield
I've never
the people
known of
of
a
Nov. He was doing his best to try to operate under it, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused
back then nobody paid attention to concussions.
So we'll say this is a dramatic idea, because then Yoda says that you have to insist something. Sometimes in life, we go ahead and I do something, and as there's a negative repercussion. Now that wasn't my intention, and again, I acted
no protection, nothing. But it wasn't bloody, so we weren't like too concerned. Like, oh,
someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers.
But this changed,
even though again that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct
like
of my
last I
action.
heard about this kid,
Someone else's pain and suffering. There's his chayvus for that. There's responsibility for that. Now, obviously, by tzaddik, that's happened by painful. So the Rebbe Shalom says, David, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately result in massacre of
Mason jar of LSD,
and
he would just
the
trip
death of Shaul and
for
his
thousands
sons.
of miles.
Remember again,
bike ride, and he would
Klal
just go
Yisrael
back
loses the
and
war
forth.
against the Plishtim because you don't have time.
I was just like the
Klal Yisrael loses the war
fucked
against
up
the
thing.
Plishtim. Why? Why
This
did Klal
kid
Yisrael lose the war
he
against
was
the
never
Plishtim?
like that.
You remember from your extensive Navi studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing David.
Right,
because he was
so you were like the Fonz. I was like the Fonz. I could hit the fucking things. And I always had the football. So
they're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Plishtim have invaded.
I was
He
never
thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David or should I go after Plishtim? That's how so messed up everything is.
But you could play at recess.
No, it's not. But it's his responsibility for the even the unintended repercussions of his actions. So it's a dramatic idea. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, so guys, David, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice.
So
here's the
stairs,
choice.
There's like one stair, like a plateau.
Here's the choice.
It's like a poor man's fucking
I could either wipe out all of your descendants,
poor man's,
or you could suffer.
difficult society.
Which one is it?
Then there's another step. There are no fucking ramp. Well, there is a ramp, but it's like fucking,
you know. Which one is it?
Lieutenant Dan.
So there's I would rather suffer
and then another ramp. Then there's like,
listen, get ready for this. Yom Echad, one day,
there's like tracks, like these metal tracks. Once you get in there, the stairs get really slippery, and there's like this metal. I love the show this fucking show. There's like this metal
hunting for food, not hunting for sport.
Stair edge. But again, if you fucking step on it,
so the Satan came along and appeared to David HaMelech as a deer.
Really?
Really? Yeah. But he missed the deer.
And
so the Gemara says, and there's like
stairs down and stairs up.
Goes running after the deer. Without realizing it, he wanders into Philistine territory. So David HaMelech wanders into Philistine territory all by himself without an army. And
you're with all the boys and we'll take the central stairway for whatever.
So what happens?
Not taking the boys stairway. Certainly never taking the girls.
Who does he run into?
Really? I remember.
Yishbi, Goliath's brother.
There were parts of
is
the
the
school
first guy he happens to run into in Philistine territory. Amar. So Yishbi sees him and he says, "Hi, the Goliath.
Really?
This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother." What does he do?
There were always parts of the school that we wanted to go in, but we weren't allowed to. It was really an
interesting thing that he did.
Even the faculty lounge. We always wondered what was on the side of the faculty lounge. We always figured it was like wanted signs or like fucking how to teach that. We never knew. And then when we graduated, we poked our head in. It was just like a normal wall. We were always fascinated with the areas we could go.
So a miracle occurred and what happened? The ground
and then like there's that fucking yearbook
became soft. So in Yishbi sat, the press sunk instead of crushing David HaMelech.
I think the only time I ever went in there, there was another house like on the grounds of the school.
Okay, so either way, so Yishbi realizes, okay, leave him for later, but he's
tied up in the house that the school purchased as I got older, and it was in the front yard of the school. We were playing football. Somebody threw me the ball, and I went to catch it, and like
so we'll say David HaMelech, one of his generals, the name of Abishai ben Sruya, so was going ahead and washing his hair. So apparently the Gemara says he used Dalit Gabi Demaya, 4 barrels of water. Okay? Chazinu, Kasme Dama.
I thought it
saw drops
of
blood
but it was a big deal.
And he understood that was meaning he saw it wasn't from him. So something's going on. Others say that a dove landed in front of him and started like flapping its wings in a violent manner. Amar Kines Yisrael Liona Amislay Shneimar Kanta Yom Mechba Bekasat Shlamina David Malko Yisov and Sarah. So what happens? He sees the blood. He sees the dove flapping around. He realizes Klal Yisrael is compared to a dove. He must mean Klal Yisrael is in trouble. Now Klal Yisrael was just fine. So who must it refer to? It must refer to the king. The king is in trouble. Also, listen to this. Also, they say, well, Ashton goes to the palace. Right? The king is not home. And it's Erev Shabbos already. So Amar, Tanan, in Rosh Hashanah, then Yoshana Kiso, then Yishtamshin Bisharbito. The Shas HaSakala, the halacha is, you cannot use the king's horse, you cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot use the king's scepter. So part of the covenant of Malchus is you can't use the king's stuff. The Shas HaSakala, what about when the king is in danger? The king is in danger. So what Abishai ben Sruya is, the king had the fastest horse, was the fastest mule. So can I ride the king's horse? That was the Shaila. So I say what happens. Also, Shalbei Midrashim. He goes to ask Shaila in this
but it wasn't like
ultimately, again, time of Sakana, yes, you can go. You can use it. So we'll say, first of all, it's an amazing, amazing idea. The Jew always has to know what the halacha is. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the Shaila. I shot Sakana, this of course, I have to be quiet for the Pashas. We ask first and ask later. But everything in our lives is governed by halacha. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So a person
and as you would look out the windows of the school, there would be like areas of the building that you've never been in. Ask anybody who like wasn't really familiar. There'd be areas of the building with which you weren't familiar. And what the fuck's going on there?
Goes there and jumps on the mule. Listen to this.
So there was one time we got to explore part of the school, and it was super nice. We thought it was super nice. It was, but it was like a real magic. Oh, this is like a
what do they call it? The star-studded cast of characters.
This was really nice.
So as he's riding, as he's riding the Plishti area, who does he see?
Marble.
Arpa. Who's Arpa? Arpa was the mother of. Now, whether this means actual. He sees Arpa. She must have been a very old lady, actually, right? Arpa, who was the mother of Goliath and the mother of Yishbi. So what happens? So Chazi Arpa Ime.
Like as the school
she was spinning while she was weaving.
Parts of the building.
So what happens? Ki Chazi say, Basak de la Pilcha, Shadar Diluya. So what happens? As Arpa sees Abisha and Surya, so Arpa must have known that Yishbi had captured David. Arpa now sees Abishai ben Surya running, terrorists pushed him. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes her spindle and she throws it at Abishai in an effort to kill him. So she misses him.
They say that the sense most types
she
of
had no
memory
ill
is
will.
smell. And I believe that. Sometimes I get a random smell and I'll be like,
excuse me, young man, I dropped my spindle. Would you mind getting it for me? So what happens? She sure does. He brings it back to her, throws it at her head, and kills her.
Kids.
Fine. Arpa's out. So says the Gemara. Kat Chazye Yishbi Bino. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David HaMelech shows up ultimately again. Now we'll say, remember, now we understand also the pasuk calls him Yishbi Bino because this is part of David HaMelech's punishment for that which occurred in No. So the Gemara says what happens. He's Yishbi Bino. Amar Hashta Havu Beit Train. So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. So what happens? He goes there, he says, now I'm going to be outnumbered. So what does he get ready for this? So Paskin and David
as we're all going to the top stairs.
He wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws the up in the air.
You ever seen a cartoon where they tried to show what a smell
down in the ground,
and they have the smell that goes
figured that I'm just going to land on the spear and we're done. So what happens? Who shows up just in time? Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai comes right down his midair. He says to Shem first to Shem Hashem. Ultimately, David
as we approach the stairwell,
so ultimately again, he says to Shem Mufurash and suspends David HaMelech midair. Suspends David HaMelech midair. We'll say, get ready for this. Get ready for this.
And it was
said the Gemara. So why didn't David just say the Shema first? David also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why didn't David say the name in order to suspend himself?
And some of the older kids
fuck is that? The incarcerated individual cannot extricate himself from his jail. We'll say incredibly important.
Can you believe it? And they're older.
Again, generally we take that sometimes again we spoke about this
even some of the kids in
sometimes when you are in a situation you can't see the trees.
Can you believe that just happened?
We spoke about this in the
Can you believe that just happened? Now, I can tell you, I've heard I smell every fucking smell from this fucking school.
Rabbi
Every
just someone whose advice you rely on. Someone
kids, I have
see
this
your life, see you outside of you.
I'll even talk about it. That's how good it was. I don't know what it was. It was the absolute best part in the history of parts. I can just say, yes, anybody from my class, they will say, they'll remember where they were. They'll be like, oh, we have to sit down. It's like one of those things, like a dateline is 60 minutes.
What are you doing here? And
they'll all tell you.
Exactly.
I've told the story before, but
so he tells, see, so you would have thought David was going to say, listen, I was chasing a deer and I just ended up here.
To this day, I've never had a fart like this. Or like a day where I had
the whole story.
It was like I had a boiler milker in my fucking stomach.
Do I want to get the punishment?
Not the drink, just like
I'd rather get the punishment than have my kids wiped out. So Abishai says to David, change around your tefillah.
This school had no air conditioning. They had like individual air conditioning.
So listen to this.
It was everything. I just remember.
So as people say,
there was such bad smells.
There was
ginkgo,
but I should not suffer.
There were,
so what does that mean? It's a
natural and sweat,
parents to have rahmanas on their children.
Sometimes spoiled food,
is like this.
Old milk,
what
like all kinds
says is listen.
Thing.
All you can plan for is the present.
Vomit.
Right now, but the Baruch who's giving the opportunity for Sheket, Shalom, and Shalom.
And I remember my one friend
a lot could change between now
and stink bomb.
You have plenty of time. You have put it in the locker by your children. You have plenty of time.
And that was very pungent. Like rotten eggs, like sulfur. And I remember the Dean of Boys comes in and he's looking around and trying to figure out who did it. I remember watching this thing break. Like somebody kicked it into the fucking locker and it shattered and blew out fucking head. I remember that. It just stunk really, really bad. They had to open up all the fucking. Like, I can remember teachers at school smelled so bad after we came in. After playing football, all sweaty, they would take the door and go like this and just try to wave out some of the fucking smell. It would. And when you're young, you're just fucking full of hormones and adrenaline.
So Yishbi is running after them.
Like we'd smell farts, every kind of fart. Farts in the stairwell, farts in the hallway, farts in the school, farts in the room. Like, so they said then they had a second thought, they kept running. Like then when they got to Betrayed, they said, you know what, 2 lion cubs cannot defeat the mighty lion. And it became cool to be like fire.
Yishbi was much stronger than
fire. Like, that would be a really good one. Anyway,
so what happened?
why? Because it was just funny.
At some point in time,
whenever anybody did anything, they have to go like
so
this.
listen to the plan they
like,
did.
Some kids couldn't
turned
take
it on and they said to him, and this
one day I had the worst fucking
why don't you go visit the grave of our brother?
Not because I had a fart so
what
much,
they just told him was what? Right? We killed your mother.
It was on like it was like a sweet
listen to this.
potency that has never been emulated in the history of
humankind. The name of his mother.
Ever
since she was dead, it weakened his strength.
Nor have I had it previously. It was just it was sweet.
Even the hardest of people, like even the
That's
hardest
the best way I
of
can
people.
describe it.
Everybody
So
has
the
a soft spot for something.
First, and the other thing is,
he was a
you
mama's
never,
boy.
or you absolutely,
he might have been a big warrior,
but
but he was a mama's boy. When he heard that his mother never
way
was killed, it hurt him.
So you
It hurt
save
him.
it
And
all
at the end of the day,
up.
we gave him, they were able to overtake him.
Because you did.
You're
like
so listen to this.
and
This is the meaning of the pasuk.
Once you got to school, especially when you got in the lack of authority,
so listen to this.
the
So
boys
they
you
said to
just
David,
fucking
after this event, they said,
and then they
swore,
fucking
the men of David said,
people
you are not going
That's the
out,
thing.
you are not
People
going
would throw
out anymore,
punches, but it
you're not
wasn't
going
like
to battle anymore.
nobody's getting it.
And ultimately, again, the light of Israel should not be
People
seen. So
wrestle,
this episode, essentially what they did is, the
fucking
king of
punch in the
Israel is
arm until you
grounded.
were bruised on
King
the
of Israel is
arm or
grounded.
whatever.
His soldiers say to him,
But
you're not
nobody
going
was
hunting
doing
anymore,
anything to
you're not going to war anymore. You know, Rothschild saved us all of this time, but you're not traveling without a detail anymore. So they thought, it was an amazing Maisa. Amazing Maisa. It was like,
So this one day,
a 7.5-year learning commitment just to go ahead and get dramatic Maisa at that. Because A, the story is overwhelming, and because so many incredible lessons just from one little story.
first class,
There are 3 powers. There are 3 people who had the miracle of Tzitzas Adav. Who had the miracle of having a long journey shortened. Who were they? Eliezer Eved Avram, Yaakov Avinu, Avishai ben Tzruya. So okay, so Avishai ben Tzruya, so what's Avishai ben Tzruya we just spoke about? Eliezer Eved Avram, Eliezer the son of Avram Yosef, V'avo hayom el ha'ayin. I came that day ultimately again to the ayin, to the well. V'meimra dahu yom hanafak. So we'll say this is Eliezer in Parshat.
They like knew, like I was like,
I came that
was
day.
man for that shit. They're like, dude,
to Haran and
that's like the worst fucking smell we've ever smelled. And I'm like, I know. They're like, no, you don't realize we've had fucking stink bombs, but we're nearly like that. I mean, it was like making kids tear up, like. And then the fucking bell would ring, and you'd be like just sitting there, and you're like sitting in the swamp gas. It was just.
Remember, this is Yaakov Avinu running away from home.
So then, second class.
When he gets to Haran,
and the thing is, when somebody would let it rip, the fucking sometimes it'd be loud, like the vibration of your ass cheeks on the fucking. I still remember that on the fucking desk, like on the seat of the desk or a chair or something. Like it was just like boom, like a.
So when he decided to have to understand, he already got to Haran. He said, I can't believe I passed Harabai Davening there. He wanted to go back.
It was like the drum head.
Harabai's expeditiously, very quickly. So what happens?
Do this. Second. Dude, that is the absolute fucking worst smell we've ever smelled in our entire life. Like, that's worse than anything you've ever put out before. That's a new flavor. This motherfucker's changing flavor. And I mean, it was tremendous. It was. There were kids who were talking about it like,
the tzaddik came to my home, came to my inn, so to speak. The Harabayis is the Ribono Shalom's home.
It was not the kids into new.
I'm not going to have them sleep over.
And the teacher would come in and they'd be like, oh,
the sun set.
Opening up the fucking window.
Later on, the pasuk says,
just,
after the fight,
and I was like,
the
this
pasuk
is
says that the sun rose. The sun rose for him. Did it only rise for him?
This shit is like Agent Orange. So, yeah, this is good shit. And these kids come up to me and they're like,
it had set earlier for him.
Like, we understand normal fires, but that is not normal. They're like, you need to see a doctor.
Also, after the episode with the Malach of Isa, rose
they're like,
has two miracles with the sun. One time it set early for him in order to get him to sleep on Harabayis. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him in the aftermath of the struggle with the Malach of Isa. So now let's go back for just a second. So David Melech reversed his Makasha. At first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, visit the punishment upon my children.
You know that you can go to the bathroom. You decide to do it in the middle of the center of the small classroom so that we can't breathe. You know that there are no fans. There's no air conditioning. That's gonna help.
Crazy.
There's no fucking
she was a mother
Febreze, nothing like that. I don't even know Febreze.
Her son Achaziah was killed.
You're gonna, if I do this at fucking 9, 10 in the morning,
she wanted to be queen.
You're gonna be
wiped out all of the
until
other male heirs
9:59
to the
until you
throne.
get the fuck into the next classroom. Really? Yeah, that's
how she wiped out pretty much the remaining
actually,
members.
usually though, it wouldn't be. We stayed in the same classroom and the teachers rotated, which is a better way to do it than having the homeroom or whatever. Just have the teachers rotate.
It's okay because from the city of Noah,
anyway,
there was also
why
one
move 30
survivor,
fucking
a Kohen by the name of Ebyasa.
13 boys? Why move 13 boys? And I can just remove one teacher. Anyway,
Suffice to say, just like there was one survivor from Noah, there was one survivor ultimately from the family of
one
David
kid in
Melech.
the fucking corner just like rocking back and forth.
And therefore, again, the Gemara says, we're not that there were one survivor from Noah, like Ahimelech, excuse me, Ebyasar, David Melech's entire family would have been wiped out as well.
Now, this wasn't like the loudest part I've ever had, or the funny. It was the worst smell in the history of smells. I can still tell you to this day, I have smelled maybe thousands of different parts, perhaps of my own, but other people, everybody's parts.
Now, the officers brought with them
There's been nothing before like this, nor nothing after. It was truthfully the most unique concoction in the history of smells.
About their ability
it was sweet.
To be victorious of Yerushalayim, that they brought their women with them. No one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They brought their women with them.
Yeah.
And again, they had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats.
Tell you guys about the stairwell. Anyway, we'll get to it. So,
and another 60,000 infantrymen.
It's like second period. Well,
fine, there was in other chariots as well. We'll discuss the size of the army or the soldiers as well. The size of the army gets even bigger. The King Baal this was the same size force which marched against Abraham.
And they were like
4 wars against the 5.
They wouldn't normally like gang up on me. I could hold my own, but like I understood. I'd be like, if the shoe was on the other foot, I would be like, no, you're a friend, but we're gonna beat the shit.
Some say the length of Sancheri's army camp was 400 parasons. We'll say it's huge. Rochav, Saba, Susav, the width, right, of the total neck
and the kids
of the
are like, oh
horses.
shit, he's gonna do it again. And they're like bracing themselves for this. Like the whole fucking 13 boys.
The total number of people
the teacher's
in
like, what's going
Sanhedrin's
on?
camp
And they're like,
was Masayim V'Shishim
got a
Ribo
gaseous.
Alpayim
Really? Yeah,
Chasachad
gaseous matter.
was 2,600,000,000
was everything, baby.
minus 1.
Sexist
Listen, obviously, this is hyperbolic.
Anyway,
But the idea that the Gemara is talking about is they never
were like,
saw such a
gases.
large army amassed.
Really? Like a
Remember
fucking
again,
chamber.
and it's before when
And-
he sees Yerushalayim. He says, really? Really?
I mean,
Can you
this
imagine
shit
the
was
taxpayer
like
dollars that went into this? The good thing is that he
the
was
Zyklon B.
Yeah, she's not answerable to anyone. But the mice, I can't mean that
It
the
was
level he's describing the Gemara over here is an army the size that no one has ever seen. So, I'm sorry, this is before the Malach. No, all this is before
But
the
I
Malach.
knew I had
So the Gemara
to.
says, "Baya, baya."
Then
So what
lunch
is this?
and
Minus
recess.
one.
I think we got 30 minutes for lunch and recess. We'd spend 10 minutes at lunch and 20 minutes at recess. And
Doesn't
then
mean
we'd be
less
back
than
in
million,
school.
less 100,000.
It made it be like in our
less
seats.
100, less than
With
1.
5 minutes to
Usually when
course.
it's just take over. But when it's, I think
Never forget
more it's just take over.
physics
You know, really means
class.
what? Who cares? Right? I mean, it doesn't matter. Like we're not asking you
Like,
this one. Right?
I'll
Well,
fucking
that's
line this up for
the
you.
point
Right,
over
so
here that Gemara
imagine-
has is, like I said, this is a huge army.
So there's 2 lines of tables
So you show them Abu
and a
B'Shechet.
board.
Listen
If you're
to
ever
this.
in trouble,
They might not
the
describe
punishment, they
this
wouldn't.
army passing through the
You put
Jordan
a
River.
dot on the
So that's
board,
it to pass through
draw
the
a
Jordan.
circle around
in
it,
order to
and
get
then
down
if you
to
stay at the
Israel.
circle
So
long
what
enough, it
happens?
would go
Get ready
away.
for this.
It was
So
a
the
50
first
minute,
group
30 minute,
passed the
45
Jordan.
minute.
B'Shechet.
The worst punishment you get was a double 45 before getting a suspension.
They had to swim through the Yarden, and son of the Tacoma, the second ones who went,
The
had
two,
didn't have to
there
swim.
were
They
2,
had to stand erect while
rows.
passing through. What's the idea is
and my seat was in the
such
back.
a large number of people passing through a body of water. What ends up happening? They diminish the body of water.
And-
Meaning you take water with you. When you walk through water, you automatically remove some of that
remember-
water just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. Shenamar Atzam Yagi Achronim Halu Afa Bragleim V'lo Matzu Mayim B'nar Lishtos Ad Sheviu Mayim Mimakum
And
Acher
his kids,
V'Shatzu.
the teacher was like
Ani
in the
Karasi V'Shatzu
front
Sinai.
left corner
So what's
of
this?
the
The third group who came, they were kicking up
class, which is
dust with their
opposite of
feet.
where I was.
So it means that
And then there was like
when the
this
third
open
wave
area
passed through, there was no water left
to my
in the
right. So
Jordan
like, how would
River.
you describe it? Can you do it like this? Okay. Imagine a line of people, well, like, okay, how would you do it up here? Okay, the chalkboard's up here.
So they had to bring
The
water
door
from elsewhere
is like here.
to be able to give the army.
There's like 2 lines of desk here. And they're just tables with chairs.
What does that mean?
So the
The
teacher
pasuk told us, you're telling me about a
is
2,600,000,000 person
up
army.
by this
Never
the
says the Malach wiped
whiteboard
out
truck,
185,000
talking with
soldiers.
some other
And
students
that was
over
the
here.
size of the camp. So which one is it? Which one is
And
Rabbi Avo? It says, Halolu Roshei Gayasos.
I don't know if
Those
this is exactly when I did this,
185,000.
but
Those were the
the
commanding officers.
Heisenberg
So what the Malach did was, the
uncertainty
Malach wiped out
principle
the leadership of
has
the
always
army.
been something like
Once you wipe
really
out the leadership
interests
of the
me.
army, then what?
And
Everyone else is going home.
I didn't know that's what it was called, but I knew I needed an excuse to go talk to the teacher over here.
Literally,
My
again,
seat
you
was
gave the
like
fact to the skinny,
over here in these 2
the
rows.
fat ones. The fat
And
ones is
then
a reference to the
over
officers who were the
here,
commanders. I'm gonna be
there's like all kinds of science equipment. And so I get up and I go and I go to talk to the teacher, and I go like stand up and go to talk to him. Like the class is going on, but like the teacher was kind of doing some like I remember the 2 kids he was talking to, and I go up to them and I say to him, is it possible to know the location and speed of a particle? Because if we do, wouldn't you be able to predict the future? He's like, well, you can only know one of them. You can't know both of them. And that, to me, was bothersome. And I understand, but I think there are ways around it. And I was really just bullshit to get myself an opportunity to be at the very corner of this room.
already. So Gabriel was dispatched
And
to tell the army, you're sick already. So he said,
became the
"Everybody
epicenter
on the Tusha, Balmedes, Mishacious, and Gracious."
the biggest
So Gabriel
bomb
says,
since
essentially, I was born
Hiroshima
ready,
and
right? I was
Nagasaki.
ready. My sickle has been ready
walked
since the 6 days of
from there
creation. Shneamar,
through the double desk chairs. I went around back.
The time of year
I did a figure eight. I did a figure eight, so like this.
So
It's the opposite of what I'm doing.
So Gabriel apparently is the man
like,
who's in charge of agriculture as well.
Like,
when you go out to check on the fruit, take your sickle and take care of them as well.
I remember there were a lot of people where I was sitting because
so this is what people say that in general when you have an enemy,
very good friend
so make sure to say good morning to him.
Just like
go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to me. Very disorienting. So the idea being that the Rabbi says to Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work,
he was normally the one who
also
sit
take
next
care
to
of the
me.
Assyrian army.
And
which I will say, by the way, is an incredible yesod in general about how to deal with conflict.
Remember, this part of my life where I just felt alone. Not completely alone, but just like,
and the best way to
I was still in shock that that
is
happened.
don't fight.
But that didn't really affect this. I'm just saying that that's why there weren't any kids there.
You say shalom aleichem.
Like right next to me.
You say how are you? I'm not
as a kid,
into conflict with you.
the next closest kid
and it's disorienting
to me was like towards the center of the room.
If their mom is roaring for
I remember having done this figure eight.
Others say that
and I looked at this kid.
Into the nose of the soldiers,
I'll never forget. And he was just, it was his side profile. And he was just staring dead forward. This kid would stare just dead forward into the fucking. I'm telling you, kids, if you've ever seen, what is it called? Back in World War I, it was called shell shock, and then it was called. Oh, it was called like post-traumatic stress disorder. It had different names, but it was like bunker trauma, whatever. It was like this kid had the 1,000. I think it's 1,000 yards spare. This kid had 1,000 miles spare. Normally, he'd be like, "Hey." He'd be like, he just was out of it. And you'd be like, "Dog, you've been staring at the fucking wall for 45 minutes. What is it?" And I had to stand next to this kid because he and I had similar names throughout like all our school. And this kid, I remember, I saw his side profile like this.
Rabbi Yochanan says 5. Who are the 5 of Osai? Sencherib was spared. Shnei Banav, his 2 sons, was spared.
This caused him to turn his head.
Can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are spared.
And it was like, he was the first person to know. And the whole class was still doing their own thing. Kids were writing, other kids were asking the teacher. I just go up and ask, can you know where, couldn't you predict the future if you knew where the location of a particle was and the speed? And then I like didn't even care about the answer, and I just fucking do my little figure eight.
So Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like?
I go all the way to where all the science equipment is, to the very corner of the room.
How does he know what an angel looks like? Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out, and he was spared.
And I'll never forget the look on these kids' faces. They start, I don't know what the first word was, but it would be like,
because we see Sencherib and his 2 sons, we see that Sencherib and his 2 sons
I just remember, let's get him.
Again, his 2 sons killed him.
And
so the fact that his 2 sons
there's a teacher there
which takes place after this
who was
event
like at the fucking epicenter of this thing and didn't even know it. It's like, I think there's a thing, like with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like where the actual bomb like hit, it was like there are still buildings in that area. It's like they were right at the fucking epicenter of this thing. And I fucking went, and I literally went as far from that. They were in the front left of the classroom, and I went all the way to the back right. And I just fucking sat there like, all right, you motherfuckers, I'm taking on the whole fucking class. And
all right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for
in a unified
the year of Tafshin Pei, the Tilsim Shpachim, dedicating all the Drushos this year's schools. The heat of this pungency, the sweet pungency was everywhere. And they knew, and I knew the
rules. I knew they were like, we are going to gang fight if you do this again. And I knew it. I knew it. I know it was like, dog, I know it. I guess that's what's going to happen. Let's roll. And there's this thing I always used to say. You want a piece of me? I would say, you want a piece of me? Really? Yeah. And they wanted a piece of me that day. And they fucking all got it. And they fucking were coming at me with fucking fists. And I remember looking at the teacher, like, you're just going to let 13 people fucking attack me like a horde of Mongols? And he absolutely was going to. This motherfucker has a doctorate. He could have lost his position. But nobody's going to take it from this. Well, he would have just been able to be like, Doug, I'm going to fucking test this fucking smell. It was so. I remember he was just in shock. He was like,
smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and leave. And
I remember just being like,
it was like, what does this mean?
It was like napalm, it was like Zyklon B, it was like Agent Orange combined. If you could combine that and put it up my asshole, that's what it was. It was like the most pungent fart in the history of farts. And I've told this story a few times on the street over the last 4 years or so. And every time I tell it, I maintain the accuracy of how bad this motherfucker is. It was. Have you ever seen Jupiter with like, back in my day, had like a great red spot, and it's like a bunch of fucking gases that kind of like going around each other, or like Saturn with that fucking hexagon at the top, and it's like gases that are just like going like this. That's what I imagine my stomach looked like. And that great red spot was like my asshole. It wasn't, but it just, that's what I imagined. It was like, you know what chicken paprikash looks like? It's just like, kind of looks like
that which is right and that which is wrong.
Jupiter kind of like a mishmash of shit.
Anyway. So Bar-Kokhba, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see. Can you smell justice?
Just blocking these blows. They never got him right.
Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice,
I just blocked him, and then I remember
and they killed him.
Thinking to myself, dude, the teacher isn't like stopping. He's literally letting dozen plus people fuck me up.
By the Jews.
And
other accounts have it that Bar-Kokhba was killed by the Romans.
He was like, so I would like defend myself in front of all these dudes.
Ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva,
they all were like, they came at me like this, so maybe they weren't as well.
Tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential
ventilated as they could be. But I remember sitting there like standing there. Like, there was like this thing we have with like a strobe light, and it was like a car. It was supposed to be frictionless. That was there, and these fucking levels were there. I mean, I still remember it very well. Anyway, did I tell you about that stairwell? So that was the worst part in the history of. I remember the teacher was like, "Go to the bathroom."
What does it mean that they had no blemish?
Really? Yeah. And I was like, okay, cool.
They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of blood bladder. In other words, they were healthy.
You ask me if these kids, ask all 13 of them, they will absolutely, every single one of them will remember exactly where they were. And they'll be,
yeah, in the palace of the king. Or in the
worst smell in the history of smells. I remember it was sweet pungence. That's all I can describe it as. It was, and I've never had anything like that ever since. And I don't know what it is. If you're like, oh, what was it? I'm very consistent, as you can see. I eat the same shit. I do the same things generally. And I was very consistent then, as best I could be. But I don't know what it was. But it was like that.
On a very simple level, perhaps, the idea is teaching us like this, that Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has kama v'kama
Meconium?
We have to exercise self-restraint.
I don't know what that smells like.
That we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity.
It was like
to stand before the king at all times.
It's different than that. You know how meconium is like a different kind of shit? It's like a baby's first poop. This was a different kind of fart, but it wasn't like conium. It was sweet pungent. I don't know how to describe it. And that's the thing. If you ask them, and they were really truthful, they would say it wasn't like eggs, it wasn't like sulfur, it wasn't like poop. There was a certain sugar to it, like a certain sweetness to it. Like, but hot. It wouldn't be like, it would be like if you took hot sauce and
like a eunuch. Right, the king would often castrate his servants.
Cotton candy. It was like there was a certain sweetness to it that was just. You know how like in the cartoons they have like the fucking smell that goes like.
Was castrated during their days. In other words, they had a successful ability to remove like into somebody.
That's what I did. I got all these motherfuckers. I was so proud. I remember sitting there. That was the funny thing. I fucking do the figure eight and I go in the corner and they all fucking turn. And they're like, no, that's what, no. I remember that's what the word they said. No. Like, no. Let's get him. I mean, it was just like that. No. That's what it was. I think they just said, no. Like, no. Oh, it's the worst. Okay. But then there's nothing more to it. I remember I think they told me to go to the bathroom. But I remember the teacher being like, that is such a bad fight. I'm going to let these fuckers wail on this kid for a little while. But I defended myself. I did not take any punches. Really, yeah. Anyway, that's the end of the story. No. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell?
So ultimately, again, the concept that Hashem make reference of this level of degradation.
Checkers.
The says, it could be that it was both. That literally
that had no wax, so you're not supposed to wax.
But also, they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. According to me, it says that they're mamish svisim. So the pasuk says, "The veisu v'chol sayad v'shem tov."
LBT's luxury vinyl.
The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. All I know is that I think there's a certain, like your standard tile size is like 16 or 12 inches, but if it's 9 inches, that is fucking could very well be that before they were made sweet by the king, they had children.
Luxury vinyl, plank nails, luxury vinyl tiles. No. I thought it was.
What does it mean? I would give them an eternal name, they will not be cut off. I want to come from Dash Makafra, Bitsipuri, Zes Sefer Daniel, Shenikra Al Shmo. That's called Sefer Daniel, because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Michtik, Samar asks a general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. Samar asks an interesting question. Michtik, Kalmili de Ezra Nechemia, Ben Chachatz, Kalmili de Ezra, Nechemia Ben Chachaya Amrinu. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words, so I want to point out, Rashi points this out, in our Tanakh, right, we have Sfarim, Ezra and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So the Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So if that's the case, why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My Tamilo Ikri Sefer Al Shnei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah?
Actually, this was not LBT. This was the Nolan. It did not have a difference.
Remember me, my God, for good. I have a Nami.
So it was linoleum. Yeah. Anyway, checkers, and then there was this metal,
remember me.
Get really, really slippery.
Taking credit, almost like he had a little bit of requisite.
Remember, I was talking about
in order to go ahead and
you walk into the school, step up, and then another step up.
David was asking for that.
If you go down the classroom where I ripped ass, the epicenter is like right ahead. You can actually see it from the doorway. And then if you go up, that's how you go up.
Doesn't matter to have a safer name for him. Why?
The main office.
Spoke disparagingly about the early.
So I gotta say some.
What does this mean?
I remember
So I will say this is incredible.
And
that
we're
Ezra
about to go up to
disparaged the
Central
leaders.
Store.
Sorry, disparaged the leaders that came before him.
We're
Ultimately,
there were like
them
some
of
older kids who were
exploiting
going up
their
first.
position for personal
We're
gain.
kind of following
Now,
them.
it's fascinating about that
And I hear
even
from
though he
above
may have
these
been
other
right,
kids.
right,
Did you ever see that
when it's
Seinfeld
factual, you
where
can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. But we saw this in yesterday's daf, the opinion that says
so
that-
when these kids
that-
smelled my fart, it was like that Seinfeld
Hanan
where
Shalazaria drowned in
Frank
saliva, right? They drowned in
serves
spit.
the
We saw it to Marshall, who said, now what does that mean? That they
He's
cause
got
the
the
nations of the world
Jewish-
to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity
matchmaking
of the Jew,
event.
never Chas v'Shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the Sefer name in your name. Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel.
I've gone
These
to
aren't
supposed to be
Now, by the way, how do we know? How do we know that
Nida?
I don't know that he was greater than him. So the Gemara says,
Tomato, tomato, potato, potato.
good, all right. So a lot of Rashi said,
Which one is it? It's whatever you want.
Next cycle. Non villanella the Ksiv, but I see any Daniel Levadi as Hamara. Vanoshim Asher Hayu Imi Lo Rohu as Hamara Avacharoda Gidol Nafra Aleim. Vayivruchu Ve'echabe. Vanoshim Asher Yoloi. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the Pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it.
Jewish singles.
No one else saw about Daniel. The fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, he thought that Daniel was great.
All right,
The Gemara says, who were these other
there you go.
people
I have to talk to
who were
her.
with
Though.
Daniel but didn't see the vision?
Why?
Because,
You know, I don't want to get copyright strike.
So they were there with Daniel.
He doesn't know
They
anything
did
about
not see
it.
the vision. Daniel saw it. Don't say Tzadik Kalam Malach 94a. You know what? Different now.
Korea.
Because it's interesting enough.
Grandpa.
Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel. And in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so?
Really?
So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, they, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi were greater than Daniel. The Inun Vihi, the Ihu Lo Nabi.
When you ask these kids, this is the kind of response that they're getting, especially this one kid with the 1,000.
Daniel apparently was a lower grade Nabi.
Really?
The EU Chazav, the EU
It's a contract.
Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision and they did not have this vision. So Mar says,
I bet it's still in their nasal
if they
cavity.
didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright?
The minutiae of my story, that's where I get you.
I'm sorry.
I'm Mr. Minutia. I'm Mr. Big.
Their muzzles saw.
Sexiest motherfucker of all time.
So
We
often
won't go
muzzle
into that
refers to
though. Why?
like astrological signs. In this context, I think it means as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them. Watches over this.
This
like
smell,
to me,
it was so sweet.
My malach sees that
What the fuck happened here?
I don't see. But yet again, there is like
What the
this
fuck happened
synergistic
here?
connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over
This.
here.
Except it wasn't from eating, but it was. The smell did this to people, kids. Really? I remember it like it was yesterday.
This is fascinating. Sometimes in life,
That's the sound that they made when they smelled this.
And the fear doesn't even make sense. Like the fear itself could be a lot.
13 of these motherfuckers came to fight.
Sometimes when a person is
And I
just
took
by
them all
fear,
down.
but they don't
Really?
know why.
I defended myself very well.
Saw something, the malach saw something, even though I didn't see
Wow,
it, the malach saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So you must my takante. So what's the takana for that? Well, the response is, let's say a person is gripped by fright. They're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to get out of this emotion. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot. Dalaramas. Jump away, Dalaramas. Inami, Likri Kriyashma, or say Shema, The kind of makom hamitunofes, and if ultimately again you're standing in a place where
is that the end of it?
So you can't say Shema. What should you say? Say the following:
I love when he goes.
The goat
That
of the
sucks.
is
I love how he says it.
Okay. So what exactly?
No, it sucks.
So perhaps
I love that.
the is teaching us. Rabbi is teaching us.
I'm back, baby.
There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. So I was saying, what's the chap of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why.
Who do these two people remind you of? Hi, parents. Really?
Paralyze me.
Yeah.
What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? There are three possibilities. Number one, jump around, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze.
They remind you of
Move yourself forward. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is this: if you remain in place, what's going to happen? What's going to happen?
I have to talk. I don't want to get something.
The first thing we're seeing by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount. Move yourself forward in life. Number two,
Phoenix, rising.
Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the old word, which I tell myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shalom. So you're seized by not unintelligible, paralyzing fear.
Flashback.
Let yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will be the clock to move forward. And I will say lastly, what you do, saying the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical.
Ask any.
So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say,
I am sure of it.
This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. It's just like a statement that I can't.
You're sure of it? Guaranteed.
What's your reaction to the statement?
Guaranteed.
You giggle a little bit, right? Just like a smile. Like the idea over here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real.
I still remember them coming after me.
So sometimes what you need to do is break the hold on fear by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. Gripped by paralyzing fear, number one, move yourself forward.
Really? Yeah, it's on the sixth motherfucker on earth. Anyway, did I tell you kids about
if you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels.
So be able to move yourself there's like sidewalk,
even in the midst of the mobilizing fear.
Landing,
so it's
like fucking bully or
so the Gemara says, sorry,
double doors,
general of mem in the middle of a pasuk,
like a
right, is open,
ledge,
is open, and only the mem at the end of the word is closed. Then there's this word, mem in the middle is closed.
Pretty sure there's nothing luxury about
this. So it's incredible. This pasuk is by Chizkiyo. Chizkiyo, the king of Yehuda. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach. The Sancheriv go Umago. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyo. Hashem wants to make him Gog Umago. Remember again, there's this war of Gog Umago, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes.
You go down the stairs. Right there was the epicenter where I did mine.
And Sancheriv, Gog Umago. Really?
Nasal
so the Midas actually strict justice comes to the Rabbi Shalom. It's almost like the
just
like there's like
consider that
checks
to
and
be
balances like Lahavla Kosh Baruch Hu. Rabbi Shalom is ready to go to make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas says what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach Chizkiyo Shasisla Kol Nisim.
Ground zero. That bitch was ground zero. Now you got the stairs to go up. There's the
so again, Chizkiyo ultimately again, you did so many miracles
office,
for,
and
yet unfortunately you didn't sing shir.
There's a fucking window or something that had like frosted glass. You couldn't even fucking tell. But there's some part of the school you've never been to. It was like a fucking maze. This school is like a fucking maze. And then the upstairs, and then
the mem was
kids. I was we were just, and the other thing, he had these fucking backpacks with so much fucking shit in them.
Shut it down.
And you have like all this fucking shit, flashcards, and fucking had 15 different books. You're never gonna use them. In fact, one time we all after school used to put our books down when we were waiting to go home. And I had a book bag that had like a fucking rubber bottom with like a tire on the bottom. And I put this backpack on, and it was super, super heavy. And I go home, and I don't fucking look at my schoolwork yet. And we get this call, and it's one of the teachers. And it turned out that I had taken their son's backpack, and they were like, oh, their backpack is really light. What I still thought it was heavy as shit. And so my dad took me to go to this person's house so I could get the right backpack. But they were exactly the same kind of backpack.
He didn't sing Shira.
Anyway.
I'll sing Shira. I'll sing Shira in his behalf.
We got these fucking rucksacks, all these fucking books, and we're just fucking like turtles going up the stairs. We didn't get to the stairs. Did I tell you about the second stairwell? Anyway, so we fucking walk in, and I see the kids were over,
Rashi says,
and I just hear someone just start saying,
like
no fucking
universe
way. And I'm like, what is going on? They start calling this delegates, and I'm like, what is going on? And then the kids around me are like, what is that? And I'm like,
so the Sarah Olam says,
and then I get it. And then I get it. And then I got it. And then I knew what they were talking about.
Okay, so let's go.
Kids.
Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf. Like he didn't say Shira, earth says Shira on his behalf. The Basco came out and said, Razili, the secrets of the world are for me. So says, I changed my mind.
Have you ever smelled a fish hatchery?
Amr Nabi, Ad Mosai. So the Nabi says, woe to me, right? For how long? Now the Nabi now is lamenting the Mashiach has not yet come. So now saying, when will Mashiach come? Yazas Abbas Kova Amra, Bogdim, Bagdu, Ubagad, Bogdim, Ubagad, Bagdu, what is the name of Amra? It's going to be Scott. And the Asu,
remember like in the cartoons where the fucking smell goes and goes like this?
Enemies of enemies.
Well,
meaning that unfortunately,
I remember being like,
until Mashiach comes.
Is that it smells?
Masa Doma Elai Kori Misir, Shomer Mami Laila, Shomer Mami Lail, Amr Biochanan, Ola Chamuna Ruchos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the word says, Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo Shomer Mami Laila, Shomer Mami Lail. So essentially, again, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Sarah Ruchos, Shamos Nifkados Etzlo.
Or like one of those fucking
Rashi understands that Ruach
Japanese chefs with,
but instead Ruach is the
cutting into
Neshamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Neshamas. So or everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Mamilel, Mad Davar,
like when they get caviar.
When is Gula going to come? I would say it's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is highlighting over here is we often think that we are the only ones, we being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. What you begin to see is something absolutely
from sturgeons.
The world.
You ever see when they get the caviar and they get like fucking, they like massage it? I mean, I would have expected to see somebody massaging a sturgeon at the top of the fucking stairs. Like,
so what does this mean? So
and
the Shomer says,
I wasn't even at the fucking first plateau yet. We're at like the
dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Actually says,
the office like level, and I couldn't tell if it was worse there, or if, as I got higher,
morning will come. But before morning, it will be a great night. Incredible.
I couldn't tell. I could just tell. It's like you were at a crossroads and both of them smelled like.
So, right, morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, into Bayun. If you yearn for it.
And
if you yearn for it. The Baruch was not going to give us anything.
My class is on the third floor, so I got to go fucking dive back in there.
Again, we have to do Shuvah.
So as I go up the stairs and my feet are like touching that tile with that
who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is Cheshbach waiting for? Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly, he's not going to give it to us.
And the guys are fucking laughing.
If we could have
and it's like the higher these people go in the stairwell, the more that they're laughing.
Let's say first wide lines at the widest line. So it was embarrassing for Chizkiyahu that he did not say Shira until the earth
the last
came
plateau
along
before
and
the
said
top,
Shira.
and there's like a frosted glass and fucking dusty ass windowsill,
Supposed to say
and
other
this little,
examples of situations where
the
Klal
moving
Yisrael did not
plateau,
say Shira
and
until someone
fucking,
else reminded us to do it.
it was as strong there as it was
Yisrael says,
near
blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara says, "Tell me, Rabbi Papis, Naigu Moshe b'Shishim Ribo, Shelo Amru Baruch
it's only
Ad Sheba Yisrael Amru Baruch Hashem." It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Yashir Moshe ben Yisrael, but no one
as I
used
got to the
formulation
top of the stairs, I
Baruch
really
Hashem
expected
until Yisrael came along. And it was embarrassing that Yisrael
Japanese
was the innovator
tuna,
of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisrael.
chef
So
setup,
it's interesting enough.
or sturgeon,
What does that
having
mean?
caviar
Rav Shmuel,
removed,
Rav Amar, Shehever
or
Cherev
someone
Chada Al Basaro. He circumcised
filleting
himself.
salmon.
Yisrael was so
There was
impressed with all of my Klal Yisrael. He wanted to join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says, "Shenase chadudim
It was like
chadudim kol basar."
it was any other day
Got
on
goosebumps.
that
Why? So the Gemara says, Amarav. Shmuel say, it's
stairwell,
interesting
except
that
for this
that
smell.
the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. Happened to Mitzrayim, and again.
And I still don't know necessarily what happened.
He was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world.
We were asking the older
overwhelmed
kids, what
by
is
what he
that? And
saw
they were
happen
laughing.
to the Gentile nations of Egypt. So the Gemara says,
Like some of the kids in our class, I think were laughing. We're still, this day,
you see, a very important
I
episode.
don't know who
And
it
in front
was.
of a convert,
I
do
don't
not
necessarily know
disparage
exactly what
Gentiles
happened.
for up to 10 generations. So listen, this is just such a
I
fascinating
have my
idea.
suspicions.
And on one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershon is dummy. You're a new person. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. Those are fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is, sounds a little contradictory, but only Jews can live in this world of contradictions. So Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel that pain. So Yisrael, remember again, Yisrael left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Garrett. In other words, he circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvagos Mishman of Razon, my Mishman of Razon, Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yav Chizkiyahu, Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos, Yifra Misenchev Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos. Let Chizkiyahu, I will say, remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here. This battle between Sanchev and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer. Or actually overcome the Yifra, exact punishment from Sanchev, who has 8 names. So we're just supposed to the names. Chizkiyahu T'chsev Ki Yalad Yulad Lanu Ben Nitim Lanu Vati Hamishra Al Shechmo Vayikra Shmo Pele Yoetz El Gibor Aviad Sar Shalom Aiva Ika Chizkiyahu. Okay, but what about his actual name Chizkiyahu? So this one says, interestingly enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name. Shechasku Ka. Chizkiyahu really is just a descriptive name that Baruch Hu gave him strength. Davar Akar Chizkiyahu Shma Chizkiyahu Shechizek Es Yisrael Avim Shema Shemayim. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyahu is not a real name; it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiyahu? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheira, what are Sancheira? All Sancheira's names. The Tzibdei, Tiglas, Pileser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Pul, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Viakira. Okay, I have Ika Sancheira. What about Sancheira? Right? What was that? We forgot about that name. To which the Gemara says, no. Also, that's descriptive. The Gemara says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancheira, we're going to see, spoke in a quarrelsome fashion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Davar Akar, Shesach Nicher Tvarim Klape Mala. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So Rabbi Yochanan also actually also Asanpar Rava Viakira. So it says, here's what's interesting. So Sancheirav, if you look at some of these names, Sancheirav was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava Viakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava Viakira means great and precious. How was Sancheriv given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheriv, right now, remember Sancheriv, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Ad bo'i v'lakachti eschem el eretz ka'artzechem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheriv, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel, what's Rabbi Shmuel both said? So one says that Sancheriv was very wise, and one says that he was very foolish. How so? According to the one who said that he was a smart king, So I'll say, so ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because Sancheriv knew if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than it. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Right? So therefore, the purpose is to take you to a land like your land. The opinion that says that he was a foolish king. I'm sorry, my Rabbi said. The one that says that he was foolish is apparently he said he was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews from relocation. So as you're going to get their buy-in from relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, in the Gemara says, where did he supposed to say? So find out how incredible this is. Right? So Sancheriv is held in higher esteem by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he took our sons, but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, where did Sancheriv exile the Jews to? So the Gemara says, La Afriki. So Afriki, Amar La Hari Sulug. Fine, different places we exile them. Aval, Yisrael Sipru B'Gnus Eretz Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as Sancheriv never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Where it says Kimatu Sos, when they came to this place called Sos, Amri Shavya Ki Arim. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, "Oh, this new land is just as nice as our land." Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Amru Ki Almin. They said ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Amri Al Chad Shrin. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I'll say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages, where we find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Now, not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow it's even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheriv. So here was always careful about how we spoke about the sanctity or how we spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, good. Good. V'sachas kivodo kod ki kod ish. Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Rashi says over here. Tachas gufa mamish shaguf kain u'neshamas v'achas. They will say, this is talking about again when Sancheriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Tachas kavodo v'lo kavodo mamish. Sancheriv's army that we're going to see, their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Ki had Rabbi Yochanan karlev lama'ani mach bedusai. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. This is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The Gemara says, even when they're thrown into the furnace, they make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So it says, therefore, your clothing is what gives you honor. So the Gemara says, "Amar Takas Kvodo Mamish Kisveifas Bnei Aaron. Mala Alon Sveifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. Afkan Sveifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim." So we'll say just like by the death of Aaron's sons. By the death of Aaron's sons. So remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too, when Sancherib's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So the Gemara says, "Tanashay David Roshel and Karcha. Paro shechirei ba'atzmo nifrak Kadosh Baruch Hu mera b'atzmo." This is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says, "Mi Hashem asher eshma b'kolo." So Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sancherev shechirei, go say on the days. Sancherev shechirei ayidei shaliach, and Sancherev ultimately again, who kind of blasphemed through a shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu nifra mimenu. Nifra Kadosh Baruch Hu mimenu ayidei shaliach. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Paro gets sick day. Mi Hashem asher eshma b'kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him? Nifra Kadosh Baruch Hu mera b'atzmo. Kadosh Baruch Hu exacts punishment from him himself. T'ksiv vayinar Hashem es mitzrayim b'soch hayam. By Yam Suf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yam Suf. T'ksiv darachta b'yam susecha. Sancherev t'ksiv b'yad malachecha charachta Hashem. So ultimately again, b'yad malachecha cherpas Hashem. So ultimately again, Sancherev who says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Nifra HaKadosh, so again, Sancherev doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather again, he says it kind of indirectly. So therefore again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu b'meno ayidei shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through shaliach as well. B'ksiv, vayetze malach Hashem, vayach b'machane asher me'ach b'shmoni b'chamishim elef. So it says, remember again, this was the, just, this is like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, there was no way for Klal to defeat the army of Sancherib. So he's the thing that said, Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night and says, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do you work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that Kiviyachol who did it himself, but ultimately again, like you say on Pesach, and even a Malach, this was a Malach follow Ani. Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? So here, blasphemed indirectly. Therefore, Baruch Hu exactly punishment indirectly. Kanina Bar Papa Rani Ksiv Marom Kitzo Ksiv Marom Kitzo. Shavuot said this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Marom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode, and then it says Malon Kitzo. Malon literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here Marom Kitzo b'Yeshaya, Malon Kitzo b'Malachim. Marom Kitzo mashma dira shamnata. So it says so one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, and one on earth. Amar also Rasha. The Tchila Achre b'Shamnata, Yachakach Achre dira shamnata. So you can see the unholy aspirations of Sancherib. Sancherib says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Hamidala de Hashem, Alisi Alamako Azeh, La Shliso, Hashem Amar Eli, Allah Ala Aretz Azos Vishliso. So this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancherib is Sancherib felt that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before we get Rashi, so I said, Ata Hamivaladei Hashem Alisa L'Makom. So Sancherib says, would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God? Hashem Amar Eli, Alei Ala Aretz Azos Vishchisa. Hashem has said to me, come to this land in Israel. We'll say, which is pretty wild. So Sancherib is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking about? Where did Sancherib give HaKadosh Baruch Hu to destroy Israel? Where do you ever hear such a thing like this? So the Gemara says, Yishon Rabbi B'Kamar, Yan Kimasa Amazeh, Esmi Hashiloach HaOkem La'at La'at, U'Misos Es Ratzon U'Ben Remal Yom. So let's say, so what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancherib overhears the Navi. And here's the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael Ma'as, they've declared HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately again it's Ner Shilach Ha'ochem La'aklat. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Rothschild and Rabbi. So we'll see what all of this means in just a little bit. I'm going to say the Molek Targum the Haikra Lo Hadi Yadana Kala. So Yosef says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comma. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, the Klatz Ama Hadem B'Malchut B'David. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus B'David. That are kind to them. It speaks to them softly, the way the Shiloach waters flow, right? The Shiloach like comes as spring-fed, it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus David, who governed them and looked after them in such a beautiful way. And they gave them
what up, P-boy? How you living, Pam?
And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and
all right. Did you create everything? Did you check your links? They all work? Do you have a Spotify? Get out of here. P-boy. Wait, we talked about this. Wait, what did you say? You can only create a creator account? Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
He was in Russia. How was he such a
You don't have a what? All right. Do you have a Mastodon account? Do you have a Truth Social account? Okay, what ones don't you have? What ones don't you have?
It's not like we stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often,
okay, I'm going to look right now. That's okay. That's okay.
How does Avodah Zarah work?
All right, my friend. Right. It looks really good. Now, what I want you to do is change the out. It looks really good. So let me congratulate you on this. I want you to change the theme to be like the ones that I sent you so that they're vertical. So you don't have to know the name of the different platform to be able to click it. It's really good though. So basically, go to the one that I sent you. Do you see? Go to the message that I sent you, and I give you an example. Okay, so you see the example is called Honey Badger, Hoba.
And therefore, he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? Always to a high standard.
Do you see the? Look, I'll send you the link.
In order to allow for all of that to occur. So Pekach Ramayo is eating all of these creatures, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an over Avodah Zarah. Over Avodah Zarah is a heathen.
Okay, go to the link that I just sent you.
What was Hiskiyahu's meal? Hiskiyahu would eat a little bit of vegetables, and he would be full. He'd be full. Let's say he was a king. He could have had anything he wanted, but he didn't eat a lot. He did not eat a lot. Which also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in material, that may be an implication that our relationship with.
Do you see that I sent you a link?
Remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in lives. and we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with all of the wrong things. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, so again, because of Klal Yisrael's non-compliance, Hashem says, I'm going to bring against you the king of Ashur. Ella, my time, and it shows us therefore again. So Sanherib hears this. Sanherib hears all this stuff, and he hears the Nabi literally said, "Most of to point out, Sanherib was the king of Ashur."
Do you see the link, P-boy?
Because of your non-compliance, right? Because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against you the king of Ashur. So Sanherib says, "Okay, God wants me to do this." So if God wants to do this, the Gemara says, so if that's the case, why was he punished? If Sanherib actually did the will of God, why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi says, Shvatim is Navi, Ihu Yardaket Yerushalayim. Very simple. Sanherib was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. So Sanherib set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. So ultimately, again, so the Nabi tells Sanherib, you overstepped. Your avodah was to exact punishment from the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim, so that you don't have any power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead with the Am Ha'ayif, the tired nation. Who's the tired nation? It's just the Klal Yisrael. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering, tired because we toil in Torah. Tired because we're constantly building a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. The Gemara says, "My case harishon akel artzos v'artzon afali ba'achron yechvid derech hayam everything gadol hagayim lo karishonim shekilum aleim al Torah." So ultimately, again, we are not like the early ones. This is reference to Malchus Yisrael, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah. Aval achronim Malchus Yudah shechvidu aleim al Torah u'reuyin halalu la'asos la'amis ka'ovrei hayam u'kidarchei hayayim. So it is fascinating. So Sanherib, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because that Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yam Suf and the splitting of the Yarden. So the Gemara says, so Sanherib, if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus Yehuda, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, it will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Right? Rashi says over here, you become a source of degradation. Right? The laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sanherib. So it's interesting, Sanherib didn't have a divine mission by the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael. But his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the base of Yerushalayim. So Achari Hadvarim, Ba'emet Ha'ila Basanherib Melech Ashur, Vayavo Yehuda, Vayichan Ala Orim HaBetzilos, Vayomer L'Ka'am Elah. So ultimately again, Sanherib makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, "Hi Rishna la'ay ha'dasha." Rashi says over here, "If you being zaron kazeh la'adon kazeh, if you nishaemes with this yo basanherib." So we'll say, now the Gemara asks an interesting question: why was this yo deserving of this? Right after all, against this was a big tzaddik. So why was this yo deserving of having Sanherib marching? In other words, we'll say, as much as Hiskiel is successful over Sanherib, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So Hiskiel was such a tzaddik. Why did he deserve to have this fear of Sanherib marching against him? So listen to this. What happened? So Rosh Baruch Hu swore that Sanherib was going to come on, was going to go ahead and march against Hiskiel. What happened over there? Amar, Hiskiel, my sinner Sanherib, Umisar Galev Yada. So the Rosh Baruch Hu, here's what happened. Rosh Baruch Hu was like this: if I tell Hiskiel that I'm bringing Sancheriv against you. But don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say? Amar, lo hava be'ina, lo b'lisusa be'ina. Rabbi, do me a favor. I appreciate what you're trying to do. Because remember again, by bringing Sancheriv against Chizkiyahu, and then by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyahu. Chizkiyahu didn't do anything. Because Rabbi wiped out the entire army of Sancheriv. There was a massive Kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave of emunah. But Chizkiyahu would have said, you know what, God, it's okay. Let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sancheriv and don't bring the salvation. Right? There's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone. Rothschild therefore swore and he said, no, I'm bringing Sancheriv. I'm going to bring Sancheriv, but Sancheriv and his Hebron, they're going to become like a trough. Sort of like a trough for Chizkiyahu and his kingdom. So I want to point out what a profound Gemara this is, right? And sometimes I will say, we have this thought sometimes. In the Sefer Siduro Shel Shabbos, he brings this down by Yaakov Avinu. That after Yaakov found out that Yosef was alive, the Siduro Shel Shabbos says, the Baruch preempted Yaakov. Yaakov would have thought to himself like this, I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. It's so beautiful. Everything worked out well. But I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. And you could have spared me. Ultimately again 20 plus years of pain and suffering. That's why the pasuk says, he offered up karbanos to Yitzchak. Yaakov offered up karbanos to the God of his father. Or was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Hagim, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here HaKadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyahu would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. If everything is going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I will say so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such a dog. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, well, why did you do it? Very nice you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I have a counter proposal for Baruch Hu. Don't bring the crisis and you won't need the salvation. So that's the cheshbon of Baruch Hu. That's where the Rothschild runs the world, and somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. Sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit later. Says the Gemara, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted upon you. Miknei Shaman. What's the Shaman? Literally means the oil. What's the oil? This is beautiful. Literally again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted apart from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Chizkiyahu. What's the oil of Chizkiyahu? This is beautiful. There was constant oil, constant light. Oil represents light. Constant light burning in the body addition. This medrash all over Malchus Yudah in times Chizkiyahu. Ma'asa. What did Chizkiyahu do? He put a sword at the entrance of the base medrash, and he said, "Va'amar, kol mi she'ena osik b'Torah, yitaker b'cherev zu." He said, "Whoever leaves the base medrash will be stabbed with this sword." He stabbed this sword. Now, what does this mean? Is really going to kill people left base medrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea: Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life. So that's what he was saying. It was like, sometimes we look at Torah, it's Torah, it's nice, it's beautiful. And Dr. Another person has a beautiful idea. He points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how he learns on that, how people fall asleep during the drasha. So that's what he said, people fall asleep during the drasha. He Right? Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a bad neighborhood. These are the days. This is a dated marshal, like the form that you're in a bad neighborhood. And you go into a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine that the no directions be like this? Right? Says no one's nodding off in the middle. Why? Because that's going to save your life. He says if we realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving. And words of Torah are life-saving. Life-saving, then you will never nod off. Sometimes Rabbi speaks God, right? Whatever. Not everybody is an orator. Okay, it's fair. Right? But the mindset, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us, like how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what Chisco was trying to hide. The sword was there, not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, again, constantly I find myself in such negative straits. So the Gemara goes like, let's finish up this process. The Gemara says, they checked from Dan until Beersheba. There was not an Amaras. There was no one who was ignorant of the words of Torah, all the way from Givas until Antipris. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tumah and Tara. One more minute. So incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, I will say, by the way, in what? Not in the sex brachas, right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. We'll look like they're referring to it here. Right? The halachos of Tumah and Tara. We'll say, what happens when we get to us? We get Tumah and Tara. What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on for, right? When is this going to be over? I want to say, those halachos, everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were happy. So let's say, listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying waste. Why did it lying waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on Luchnias. I will say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Chizkiyahu and Yehuda, and ultimately again allowed them to be successful over Tzadkei Melech Hashem. I will say much more to say. We'll stop where I will say. Okay, enough pretty much. One incredible week. Shkoyach.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast, tree, Jen. If you all weren't aware, we are 116 days exactly on our way to June 5th, the big day when 1 billion trees will be planted. Get your countdowns ready. It's very exciting. Also, you should know that you should do exactly what Block Circle did, and that is follow every single person in this space and make sure that you are following everyone who is following you. I do the same thing in any space that I go to. You'll notice I'm following every single person in here. You should know, though, unfortunately, you can't follow over a certain amount, and if I get to that point where I max out, sometimes I have to unfollow people who aren't following me. So you want to make sure that you're following me so that you don't get unfollowed. That's very important. Nobody wants an unfollow, especially as important as someone who is working for world peace as much as I am. If you weren't aware, I have been 24/7 streaming an X space now for more than 350 straight days, and not just on audio, but also on video as well. So if you ever check in the Twitter space search and you type Rabbi or Shill or Share or any of those keywords, you'll notice that I'm always live in there. And I've been doing that almost for an entire year. You don't know anyone else who 24/7 X spaces for an entire year, especially on video. It's a one of its kind of project. But that being said, is not the most unique thing about what I do. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links that are available in my profile, additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently overachieved the amount of 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
That's what it looks like I've overdrawn. But just go ahead and leave pieces. That's what they see in Bracha. I will say. So what's the shot that leaving over bread? Leaving over bread represents a silly bracha in one's house. So first of all, let's give me a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Like the idea is that there's extra. So similarly, overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra that indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'meisa, there's leftover bread. That means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedusha to you? Rabbi says, kadesh is moderation. It's even not just from what is mutter. Also, even in the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. That if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, and I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately, again, that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay? Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlek B'Dibur can also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. You see the end of Kimisase. Interesting so literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, kashto min eres, his bowl is empty. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto min eretz. Rashi says over here. So the Gemara says. I'm sorry. Koach kishui ever shalom minar she'inamoni. So Rashi seems to say over here, and again we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means some type of something illicit, kashto min eretz. Now Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. He becomes impotent. Right? So come on. So koshi ever shalom. So again, minar she'inamoni. Shneimar. Eliomer, Kashtecha, Elia Sha'atan, Mishtal, Bach, Namish Bevasa, Kitar Kashtecha, Dava Akar, Hamistakel, Hamachashi, Ba'arayos, the Ashes Ish, Kashtom. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. It could be even when he's living his own life, he thinks about a married woman. Even if we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result? Hashton in Alice, his bowl is empty. Now again, what I'm saying is almost like a erectile dysfunction. Okay? He's just not going to be able to father children. That comes from a deeper level. What I'm saying is like this: that the thing about arousal, the thing about immorality, is that it's all concealed. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arousal, it takes over the individual and literally it could sap a person of all of this strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? You only go so long without sleep. You feel like this out anyone, right? At the end, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my co-op is not. Right? But we get to a certain point in time where there's no more gas for me to pay. I think that's like our telling us is keep the person you use your energy for. Because there's certain things that I'm seeing in the realm of energy. And the truth is, alliance, immorality is one of those things. It'll empty your boat. Right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sack you of all your vitality. And therefore, not only am I engaged in a video, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound love. Let's no, have the cover of the time. Person should always be humble. Last says over here, have the honor of the gift. Be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. That's it. There's a concept of mini-battery, which means a home to that saras. And interestingly enough, the only way for home to have saras is that you can get natural light in the house. If ultimately your home does not have windows, you don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's saras on the home. And the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't take saras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to share my tip. What's the meaning of the passage that says, so the Ima in Sha'ol Eitzalechem. What's the difference between Sha'ol is the grave, Lechem is the womb. What's the difference between the grave and the womb? I love the Chadis, it's actually Ma Lechem Machlis Umotzi. Just like Lechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen, and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol Machlis Umotzi. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, so Motzi, yes, amazing. Shalom Tam Kavakola, Umar Lechem Shemachlis Umotzi, Motzi, and also the Kolikolos, so the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits a first Christ towards the baby. So Sha'ol Shemachlis Umotzi, in addition, Shalatim and the Kolikolos. So the grave, which again when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Kolikol, right? There's crying. So too when it emits, i.e. Christianity, there's going to be even greater cries of joy. You can't show the only Christianity in the Torah. Ultimately, then the Lord says, this is a truth that is Christianity. Those are the ones you're going to see fixated on putting the first of Christianity. The Lord says, this is a good guy. How do you know? So we can just have to talk about this in the closing of time. Those are fascinating halachos. Tzaddikim, what Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back like yes, I'm really much what Shef will not die. Right? All these questions come up. That's the other guy. So, resurrection of the dead. Okay, it's really incredible. So, the people died, then afterwards, and the Lord says, Tzaddikim don't die. Once Tzaddikim are resurrected, they remain alive. שנאמר והיה נשאר בציון ויוצא מירושלים קדוש יום רבו אבל קוסם לחיים ירושלים מה קדוש לעולם מקיים אף לא יקיים. So the Pasuk compares Tzaddikim to Kadosh, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so should the Tzaddikim come back to life, so be an element of eternality as well. Amid Beis. Then Tomar, Osam Shani Shasha HaKadosh Baruch Hu Bahem, as Shasha HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'Chadesh Baruch Hu Shneimar, B'niska B'Hashem Levado B'Yomahu. So this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of greater death. That there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Like we have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stopped. What happens after it stops? Take 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? The Prophet is going to recreate another world from this, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the Prophet will start again. What happens to Tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? What do you want to say? Not saying much night. So if the Prophet also can find to shut it up their mind. Yeah. Rothschild makes for the Tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. Right? What's the water? So the Pastor said, "Well, maybe what's the original state of creation?" Right? So the world will go back to water, but the Tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. The most common is young. Shema Shema used to Shad. I maybe say they have Shad, they have any difficulty doing this. However, the COVID actually, waves like eagles, ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be tired. And the other thing is ultimately, this is such a beautiful that's the thing that's a meaning of waves. The great aspect of becoming a sadhu, the great benefit of becoming a sadhu, sometimes you go to transcend everything that life throws your way. That is what Tzaddikim is doing. They have to also literally transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So in the so you might say as follows. So what about, we're going to talk about this a little bit, we've referenced this already. What about the dead that the telescope brought back to life? Like the telescope that's transformation. Now, after the telescope brought those people back to life, they died again. So they died again. So shouldn't that be a line that even the Tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So you might say, someone like Imam Damar, the MS Mashal Haya. It's interesting. He actually holds like the opinion that the story of the festival, like the Atzamah Sayyidation, the valley of dry bones, that was a muscle. It didn't actually happen. What's that again? It's a parable. The Sanya. So this thing of the suffering is like the rather dramatic macro. It's the Sanya. I'm also Omer, Mason Chef, that you can show. I'm going to shoot up the people in the sense of brought back to life. You still on their feet. You sing Shira and then you die again. Not Shira Amru. What do they sing? Not Shira Amru. Hashem Nemes Kitzabek in the Chayev. But Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru. Hashem Nemes in the Chayev. Nemes Sha'ol Bayal. And Yuda Omer, Yuda says, Hana, Mashal Haya. Yuda says, now I said, Rothschild is very interesting. And that's the truth. Mashal Haya is very powerful. So Rothschild doesn't say, oh, we're going to come back. But MS Lama Mashal, then Mashal Lama MS. Which one is it? If you tell me it's MS means that it didn't happen. If it didn't happen, it didn't happen. Otherwise, if it's a marshal, what's going on here? But he says, Ella, the MS marshal. Rather than in reality, don't do as a marshal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, it's fascinating macro test about whether or not the episode of the test goes, the escalation didn't happen or not. Did it happen or was it simply a marshal? Fundamental macro test. Incredible. I was saying, no, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And by the way, he didn't die immediately after seeing Shira. Right? What happened? The Pesach brought them back to life. They saved Shira. They went to Israel. They married. They had kids. They had kids. So he went to Allah. He didn't say, Allah, Allah. אני נבנה ביניהם, ועלות מצווה שניח לי אבי אבא מהם. So Rabbi, you're going to stand up and say, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of the people who go back to life on the festival, and ultimately I'm going to use them as children that I received from my great-grandfather. So beautiful. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who Pesach brought back and looked at the tree? It's incredible. I will say there is a not so well-known story that there were a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. That's why also Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. So you know what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people. They just made a mistake. They didn't matter. But when they Ephraim, Shusela, Ubala, Benova, Sachas, Benova, Alada, Benova, Sachas, Benova, Ubala, Benova, Shusela, Benova, they used about Raza, they like the husband and the God, Haladim Bari. So they still by people of God. By some of the time that the end of the Rabbi, by a bow of the Nachamo. And ultimately, again, so it's even more. Father, if I'm more today, what happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake about the calculation. Remember, by this bit of summer, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual bris when it started. So when 4:30 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go, and they leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. Those are the Atzalis shows that the festival brought back to life. Incredible. They must have told us, anybody other than a couple of Christmas, they say, they're not going to I don't have to say, Kopen Sister, so again, Shmuel says, these were people who denied Chesed. Interesting. They denied Chesed, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by a festival. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even they had no mitzvahs. Not Rothschild, other things like the moisture of a mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with it. They're not, had someone say, there's a shoe device, or it's not on this, it says, everybody are done. People at the Hekal Kulim Shkatzim B'Ramosim. These were people who unfortunately dedicated and declared the reason of that. Yeah, now, the Abba Be'er is in the Kabbalah service in the end of second community. So, Kuka Ashir Shabbat, Sif Hassan, that he ran out of Shabbat. Yochel says, Elu, Mason Shabbat, Gula. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bikas Gula. Now, what's Bikas Gula? Now we're getting to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, right? So remember again, so in the first couple of the back, what happened in Bikas Gula? Miyar Itzo Al-Rabas, Bikas Gula. So the Shach in England, Nebuchadnezzar says it's the second white line, and the bottom side, please, originated to be was flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So they must have Hayu B'Hani Bakrim, Shayim Natin at Shahayu Ganim Esachar B'Yokod. There were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally it was so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like that, a quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Kastian women would see them, and literally, again, they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. And listen, now, again, there's this concept in halakha called dam hiyut, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and bleed. So these Cashmere women saw these Jewish boys and they had trained this flow. Other about land, so to his older husband, about Melech, and their sons, their husbands told the king, see, Melech for Hazel. So the king killed them. He killed them. Apparently, they didn't want, right? They didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But again, how you show both, but still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? See, Melech for ransom. The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disappeared. Overwhelming story. So the word says, these are the bones that the Fresco brought back to life. And all of this happened in Bikhat Gura. It happened in the Gura Valley. The such people of the Bucharest is not recommended the Bucharest. You might transition to some incredible story regarding the Bucharest. So remember again, the such people of the Bucharest Russia as Hanania Michal Ba'azai and Kishrei. So remember context. The Bucharest as primary advisor, actually going to see that actually the Bucharest as deified him was Daniel. And contemporaries of Daniel were Hanania, Michal, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hanania, Michal, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So the Shashra, we come to the Bucharest as time, John Bazai, the Kishra age. I'm not going to properly test out. Lift back, then this is a bit of So again, at the time the Chaim John Bazai fell into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells the Keskite to first close contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, Azariah. Oh, that's incredible, by the way. That generation, all of these great men. So as Chaim John Bazai being thrown into the kitchen, Hashem tells the Keskite, go and bring back the dead in Dura Valley. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, what's crazy is it says that Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones are brought back to life, he's busy with wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. Slaps him in the face. So the Amar says, Amar Maki Basailu. So Nebuchadnezzar said, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amulo, Kalarin, so Eli Machaya, Nisim, the Bikhat Gura. They said, the friend of these guys being Kalarin, Shalazaya, is bringing back the dead in the Gura Valley. Amar Asoli, coming rather than because Moe, Kama Takitim, Mahisim, Machus, Holam, he shall turn it in Dar Vadar. Also, in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar is going to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this guy, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever. And his dominion is from generation to generation. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? So mother will come out of the six office and he takes the meals for his struggles, so it doesn't say the villain. Rosh Hashanah had the Malach not come and struck him on the face. Akash Linda says, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than God Allah. Right? You understand? So that's the pastor. As beautiful as everything that God Allah did in heaven, Nebuchadnezzar looked to the kingdom more beautiful. And I was saying to yourself, how can Nebuchadnezzar make greater share in God Allah? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power for good. Every person has crossed over Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the Beit HaMikdash and exile Kali Skull and send back the people. All these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there's no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible. Each of these miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hananiah and Mishal and Azariah were thrown into the pit. Number one, they had suffocation. The culture was actually beneath this underground. The rose of that that everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. That's part of the wall of the kitchen crack open, so that people could see into the kitchen what was happening. Homework is still going, the foundation class. The big arrow of Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face. The newspaper ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half-year test as I mentioned because and the vessel brought back to the dead in the Jura Valley. The Kula Gemara. Ultimately, again, all of these are tradition, all these miracles we have are traditions. But Adam Raphael's crux is, we know about the death of the 14th from the Pasuk. What does the Pasuk say? When the Bukhanesa Malka Shalach HaNiknash, Rakashatanyo, Sakina Pakusa, Adar, Gizina, Nidvan, Nishkai, Gad, Vario, Yukavario, Tafasio, the whole Shatuni Medina. So, Uksib, Isi, Guven, Yudor, Uksib, Umiskanchi, Ashtavane, Sagania, Pakusa, Adar, Malka, Hazin Gavera. What this means in the first passage is for something. I said, so in the first passage, it was 4 more names, and the second passage was less names, which indicates that ultimately, again, some of his allies were killed. So, even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. And now, the Adin Gabra Ira Hapsu the Sabaleo, Pashkeva Kalanson. Can I understand what I'm referring to the Kitchen Aish? They wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what is this? When you look at that, so let's say that's not saying that. I'm trying to have honest. So, look, the Hadithan is not as I the heart is usually beginning to Paragon. It's used to the kitchen. So, when Kanyam is not as I was coming to the kitchen, they were still wearing their royal clothing, their dignified clothing. So, you know what it says? So, I was sort of like you and the Buha and the Fukhat, and the Fukhat, and the Daishin, son of the Pano. Those are incredible Gemara. What is Rosh Ben Yaakov saying? Rosh Ben Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately, again, we become all unstable, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we are so packed in the undignified manner. Lord says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So, Canaan, Yishan, and Azariah, you know, what did they do before they went to the Kitchen Aish? You know, they fixed the bakashas, you know, with the egg and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. They also, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. The ability to maintain a dignity and refinement, because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I can not lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm ready to open. I want to say, God, what's that deal? All right. Like 93A. So you don't have the deal. So, okay, I'll show you. This is beautiful. So anything are even greater than my love. And Shemai and Mar. I bought Shai and the house in the Golura, the couple of issues the whole, the Rajna deal is right, don't the power of the and the Sadiq is next to the house that before the mouth. That was like, which means that it's not a finish. Of course, the Sadiq are greater than Malachim. It's not even a Shai love. Right? This is why, because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity, or overcome adversity. So it's never touch it. Then, of course, Sadiqim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm not trying to come back to anybody. You should actually have to kind of show that I didn't give you an age. Well, so all of the tough to listen in, so you saw up in there. It was incredible. When Canaan Yisrael Azaya came out of the kitchen, and they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. The top Kulis and Shay saw up there. A little bit again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, on their face. In other words, they gave him a patch. The Gemara says, so it says, this was a Musa to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Canaan Yisrael and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? Sometimes the greatest Moshe that we receive is the Muslim nations of the world. I'm not sure what I'm going to say. Amarti, this is beautiful. Amarti Ella the Kamar, Sansana. So say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says, in literally again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Ella the Kamar, Eli Yisrael. So again, the Kamar, the palm tree represents Christ. So the Bible essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree of the flowers. That's what I want more than anything, is to be able to hold on to the palm tree. The actual, the Ella science of efforts of learning the Torah Isaiah. And unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, I get a Canaan Yishar Isaiah. What's the better way? I was going to tell you, Gemara like this are very affirming. Because sometimes in life, we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. And all these different feelings. And understand, such a spiritual relationship can really work. There's all our expectations. The expectations ultimately, again, of holding on to the entire palm. But yeah, again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if he didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. There's still branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes, again, not getting exactly what you want or what you anticipate in relationships. Part of the course. The Margot back there. I might have said, when he said, he's talking about Sus Adom. Only thing that's what the Mitzvah. What's the meaning of this story? Like this obviously this is from the Torah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. But the Mary Yisrael, what does that mean? First thing I saw, Jesus was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving. So he's ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into that. Destroy the world. The English broken. The man is running on the horse. He's the man. He's the reference of Shneimar. Hashem Yishmil Chama Hashem Shemo. House is the waving the red horse. He can push up with Apple Chama Olam Kulo Midam. That's my mind. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. Even Mishaka Bechayim Mishaka Azario is Kara Daito. But as soon as he saw Chaim Mishal Azario, ultimately then he calmed down Shneimar, who only been Hadasim Hashem in the Tzula. He's still amongst the middle branches in the swamp. What's the middle branches? The middle branches, those are Tzadikim Shneimar, by the only as Hadassah. Your ancestor. Then the Tzula El Baba, what's the swamp? The swamp is Baba Shneimar, Homer the Tzula. So now, sorry, by the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. I would say, just a tremendous person has to go from there. You go someone's ready to go and destroy the world. Destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was, can I Three people changed his mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. It matters, just one person. How much do I really matter? We would say we matter more than we could ever imagine. But 3 men, and I use by the way, I want to point out who for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Right? There was Daniel, there was Yechezkel, there were other people. But yet, again, they saved the world. I want to say there is no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I did. So Rabbi says much which is great. After Tanai Mishal Azai, which came out of the kids' time, where did they go? Kind of like, what do you do after that? So where do you do that? Where do you president, what you want to be asking is pretty fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? The Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Hara, he died as a result of Ayin Hara. The Ayin Hara, what is this? They were the subject of so much attention. And the piety between the subject of so much attention, that level of attention is not healthy. He died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, the Rok Tavu, they drowned in spit, in saliva. Now, what is that? It's an incredible Marshal over here. So the Marshal says, this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. the first should get a commercial that he had a kicker chair all the way so by the Vaishno, so most of this is in place outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said because after Chaim Isaiah came along, came out, so the nations of the world literally like verbally beat up on the Jewish people and said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Rothschild says, what does it mean that Chaim Isaiah drowned in the saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the wedding. So like when people talk, so they speak a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Umos Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim Isaiah died in the spit, in the saliva? It means that even Chaim Isaiah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all them spitting at Christ, not spitting, but talking, giving them musar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So once they see what's happening over here, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give the life of Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and totally unintended. Commercially, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's words. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even against unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara said, no, stop, nothing, don't be brother about it. Those are such dramatically different narratives over here, right? So first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you going to do that? They went there to sell, right? They were tied there to sell, they had children. But keep on much more this time. The Rosh says, the Ayin Haramesu, the Yeshua of the Rothschild, come all there, so the Rosh Hashanah, we do what Shmuel married. Shibuna Yeshua, Kohen Agadol, Akab, the Akab Yoshi, the Hashem, the Anshem of Esima. So Moses, you might talk about Yeshua Kohen Agadol, who lived at the time, I get a Kohen Agadol, I thought I was just a moment. And the Pasuk relates that Yeshua Kohen Agadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what do you see from here? The Chaim Isaiah, after the story with the Kibshon, moved to Eretz Yisrael. That's now he had families. Okay, but Daniel and Haman. So by the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chaim and Azariah were being thrown into the Kibshon? So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. Which was last week, gas pasta. So he was there to begin to work out an import contract. Right? For aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food. To bring in aspasta kebab. He was there to bring chazir, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, right, of Egypt had the best chazir, had the best pigs, and he had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Hanya, the Torah Sarofe, I'm in part of the chazir, Yotzim of Sancho, in Chotina, in Shalot, the Shoshotiri. No, I will say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They cornered the market. On a certain type of robust livestock. So you couldn't, they would sterilize the animal before they would go and take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good leadership up. So what did he do? So he says, Zutri IC below that higher. He brought very young ones, so no one had to have them in there that he was making them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't in Baba when all of this occurred. There are 3 people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story time Chaim Isaiah happened. We'll see why in just a moment. Who were they? Again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to who? To the merit of Daniel, and not the claim of Isaiah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Isaiah. This was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine. And therefore, again, Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, Daniel also said, you know what, they're going to get out of here. Because he also had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace. And did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to Hananiah and Isaiah. So it's interesting enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Kitzuraish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? How do you know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god? But see, the Adi Mother Nebuchadnezzar not on a play of the Gemara segment. Funny God, Daniel. Come out from Tzibakot Zogeniso, El Akov Ben Puyo, El Sukia Ben Masio, and the Dim Elochem B'Shmi L'Shaker. Okay, so what says? Now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Hananiah, Mishael, and Isaiah. So what says? Obviously, again, so there are other people who also wanted to be a prophetic stature. So these two guys, Akov Ben Puyo and Sidkia Ben Masya. And they also posed as prophets, although they were to be a sheker. So the call goes to Yudah, Hashem of Lemor. So Hashem Safam. Asher Safam Lo Ne'emar Elo Ashekom. So we're going to see this in a moment. These two false prophets, Akov and Sidkia, were also thrown into the furnace. So interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? I'm going to be a furnace, they're made like roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed. So it's not about us in the body itself. We are offers Eshrayim. So what they do, my offer. What they do that was so bad because of the return to the furnace. Listen to this, my offer. Also, got me back to the Nebuchadnezzar. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Akab Amallah, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Sidkia. It's Sidkia Amar, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Akab. Interesting. So these two guys told me prophets go to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. So Akab said, listen, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Sidkia propositions you, you should give yourself in. And Sidkia goes over to her and comes to you with the word of God. When Akab petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, So by the way, I feel like that's amazing, which is interesting, that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? It doesn't say, like, get out of here. Like, right away, it says, okay, she takes this to her father. So Amallah, Elohim Shal Ehu, Elohim Son Zimo. Look at that, because somebody doesn't sound like that, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he will instruct you, like to give yourself over to these men, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? So next time you come your way, send them to you. So showing up again when they come back. So during Nebuchadnezzar, send them to Nebuchadnezzar. So I'm a little man, Nebuchadnezzar said, tell me, who gave you this message? I'm not going to God, I got kind of I got shouted, but I'm going to ask, sir. Nebuchadnezzar, listen, guys, I do a little fact checking. I asked Nebuchadnezzar, I asked the Nebuchadnezzar about this supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. Right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? I'm right. And none of the visual side, this is true. So Sidkia, and after saying, well, 1 second, why are Hananiah work any more important than us? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all coming here. So again, just because my Mishana is saying it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. I'm not going to God to people. He came to God to people, so we're going to say, you know what, I have the idea. The way I checked out Hanani Mishal Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, so you of course, then your word is gold. So Akav is easy to say, hold up there. I'm going to say, it's not there. It's not there. They were saved because there were three of them. Hanani Mishal Azariah. There's only two of us, Akav and Zidkiah. So I'm a little says, no problem. Phone a friend. Phone a friend. Like, no worries. You know what? You get your guy. You can choose anyone you want. Whoever you want for your first museum. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go to the fiery furnace. So this is crazy. I said, I'm rich. And I said, you know what? You choose your short when you go. Sorry, they see your short. Nothing to say. It's not going to run. So they said, okay, we're going to choose your short when you go. Once again, remember again, we just heard of short when you go. What's the friend go at the time? Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with time Shal Azariah. So Tzidki and Akav say, okay, we choose your short kind Gadol, let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So he must say, so what happens? They flew into the furnace. Akav and Tzidki were burned. And Yeshua remained unscathed except his clothing. His clothing became singed. Okay? Only the Malach Hashem, Tzid, Hashem Allah Satan, Yigar Hashem B'chas, Yigar Hashem B'chas, V'amalei Yidanim Tzidki, so again, so now Nebuchadnezzar speaks to Yeshua. This is Yeshua. Obviously, I know. So I understand why Akav and Tzidki were burned, because obviously again the false prophets. So my question is, my time Yeshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit stained? In other words, Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you are righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived without that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, I tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, it's like, can you imagine, like, it's like, stop talking about Hanani Mishal Azariah. Right? I got it. They're great. They're tzaddikim. They're fine. Right? So, Nebuchadnezzar compared everyone to Hanani Mishal Azariah. Their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, you're short like that, obviously you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but the clothing was singed. What happened over there? In the and the church is pretty simple. They have to combine marriage for three people. I'm only one guy. I'm going to go Avram, so I bet Avram was only one. People kind of trying to restore them. Right? He says, but Avram was going to a fire first, and there's only one thing. And then he emerged, told me on speed. Hasam Muhammad Bahadeh, but it's young and Shus Salinura. Hasam Bahadeh and Sabbath Shus Salinura. So ultimately, again, so Scripture says, here's the difference, that ultimately I'm was thrown into the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no resistance at all. I was thrown into the furnace with the shine. The fire had resistance. You have an impact on them. Once the fire was giving some level of sweetness, some level of control, it impacted me as well. Straight Ubi Yibishi, the kind of people, also Yibishi, that's what people say, the thing is added. And if you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry one's pretty red to wet one. In other words, even though a wet stick is impervious to fire, they're putting the fire around it, and ultimately, again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person can be very righteous, also, so the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick can be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough Rishayim, and unfortunately, again, the Rishayim has an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact of us. So, by the way, my time in the audience, what's the real reason? You must feel that that's not the real reason. Right? If you're sure is really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were kind of obviously married women where they were not really allowed to marry. And you're sure the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental rights, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is profound perish. Remember, Yeshua, you know what the government said. Yeshua was very swiftful. You got to show what the government said. I'm not saying the bottom knows the message in a good, so Puna, but I'm I'm going to come back. Doris back after. It's a code. My fix was in the passage. She has all my even not solely. So it's in the US. Bruce goes to you, And literally, then the Pasuk says the Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So it might change us all. One of these 6 barleys. Really, some nuns, literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So they must say, he got the Shabbat meeting, Matana Shish Soul, but Boaz just give a per person 6 barley kernels. That doesn't make any sense. The Lord said, Shadi Gimel Amad Grades 93. Error, Shish Sin. Rather, he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley. So listen, if he got this at Isha Bita Shish Sin, is women going to be able to carry back 6 saw. But it's a lot of barley. And the Ramazah, Shasidim Shisha Banam Lattes, and the rest of the Prakam Shish Brachas. So in fact, interesting as the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remnant. It was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brachas. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this, who are the 6 sons? Who are the 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blessed us across their way. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. And I'll say, by the way, this is Ruth's pedigree. And I'll say, by the way, you know what you trace it all to? It's a pivotal moment when the army was going back to Canaan, right? And the army said, don't come with me. And Arthur goes back tomorrow, and Ruth goes to Canaan. Sometimes in life, we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware that we're at a crossroads. But this is the importance of living life in a kind of a mindfulness, so that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in the moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here you go. David, it's it. I saw the like the son of Yishai, Yodea Nadim, the Gibor Kyle, Vish Mokana, Vidnavon, right? The Navon Davar, the Ishtar. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas, so they will define each of these oranges. These are the 6 brachas that once again, this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. So let's say now, Doeg meant it. Sometimes somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to be not even disparaging, but meant to create animosity. Here we go. He knows how to ask good questions in Torah. He knows how to answer questions in Torah. He knows how to give and take in the battle of Torah. He's a beautiful appearance, and he knows how to assert himself in Halacha. The Navon loves what he's done himself, and he's a Navon, and then he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem Iman, God is with him. Shalach is the most of the ultimately, whenever David says a halacha, the halacha always follows him. The Kulam in all of these areas, Shaul said this is beautiful. And our son Jonathan has these same attributes. The Amar about Hashem Iman, and also the beginning of Imam holiday, Chalash back to the Kanyur. But ultimately, when David said Hashem Iman, the thing that we need is that halacha always follows David. That David always has like in the capital sense. Shaul didn't have that, and he didn't enjoy the same. That's when Shaul became jealous, and then of course sets off his entire dynamic when Shaul sees David as a threat, and when he tries to kill him. And Shaul said, and Shaul said, wherever he set his eyes on investment, from his enemies. David said, wherever God will turn, ultimately going to be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. The government has an element of success over Shaul. Incredible. Beyond the door, how do you know that he's going to say these things? So it says, Ksiva Kamayana Kamana Arim Yukashim and Arim Ksivasam, the Shin Ishmi Abdi Shaul Yamahu Neta Hashem Shmuel Blake Adomi Abin Hala Omer Shaul Shaul. Good. Metzimas Mashiach. Yes. So therefore, I will say, the point over here is, Ruth's descendant, remember, Boaz gives Ruth 6 crores of barley to highlight. Going to have 6 descendants, where each benched themselves with 6 brachas. Now we just said David, enough one of those descendants, and the 6 brachas on David. Mashiach, the 6. So it says the devil, what's the bracha of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chokmah So these are the brachos of Mashiach. These are the brachos of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Ultimately, I'm going to be inspired me as Zandri. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I'm going to say, is someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvahs and yisurim and suffering. And you don't say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately if we learn Torah, if we don't learn Torah at night, the house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, the Norach Badoy, Mashiach, is very interesting. All right, well, so you know what, we're going to stop over here for today. Right. Good. So I just want to play that. All right. Good. I got it. We didn't finish the job. We didn't finish all the way. So let's say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time we looked abnormal. That wasn't much more in range. But stress, I went tremendous.
Make sure that you are locked in with what they're doing. This tree planting, everybody can do it.
All right,
everybody can get it today. Everybody can plant some trees. Everybody can do it. Just literally big good. So big shout out to you that you get some guys. I got so wrapped up in the conversation with Peanut that I totally forgot to announce the giveaway of this winner for the emojis. That is Mr. Comfy, Jimmy Hartley at Mr. Comfy. Shout out to you. You are the winner of this emoji dance.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. So to thank our annual Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemay Rothschild this year as a zuchush for the Soros Tomos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Ali Mulatova, Tanya and Steve Zinn, the loving army of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoin, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, Zechron Livracha, and our day of learning sponsors, Ruben Rakovsky, in memory of Ida Kasavsky and Lillian Blackstein, Zechron Livracha. We hope that in merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shalom Shalom, our families in the Shalom, all of those who need us, wish I was a good call for you, so I could start with Shem Nefesh, all of our hostages, and all the soldiers should be successful of all of Maaseh Yedei. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's daf is Sadik Gimel 93. We are starting on Sadik Days Amud Aleph 92a, 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi Lazar Omer. Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi says as follows: anyone who does not, literally again, allow Talmidei Chachamim to benefit from his possessions, will not see bracha forever. Meaning, which is another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Talmidei Chachamim, meaning support Torah. And if a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, will never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Talmidei Chachamim, to help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately, you'll just have less for yourself. Shneimar, ein tzvi achlo akimo yachol tuvo, ve'ein tzvi elo talmidei chachamim shneimar tzvi asher Hashem korei. V'amar Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar says follows. Interesting halacha. Kol she'en m'shayir pas al shulchano in rosim rachli olam. If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on your table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, Shneimar in tzvi achlo akilo yachol tuvo. The Gemara says, Amar Rabbi Lazar, kol m'shayir pasisim al shulchano kilo oved avodah zara. But Rabbi Lazar said that whoever leaves over bread, literally pieces of bread on his table, ultimately is as if he worships idolatry. So it sounds like, obviously, leaving over bread is not a good thing. So the Gemara says, "Shneimar orchem legad shulchan malim lemanim lasach kasha hadi ikashneim b'hadei hadi lekashneim b'hadei." So apparently, the way of Avodah God was the way you worshipped it was little pieces of bread together with a whole loaf. So if you leave little pieces with the whole loaf, that's what it looks like Avodah Zarah. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what is Siman Bracha. I won't say. So what's the pshat that leaving over bread represents a Siman Bracha in one's house? So first of all, this could be a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So similarly, overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra bread indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maisa, if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedoshim to you? The Ramban says, kadesh is atzmicha b'mashem mutalach. Is moderation. Is even not just drawing lines mutter. So even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's a shot as well. That if I have a meal and I don't eat every day, and I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlek B'Dibur could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. Interesting halacha. So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, kashto nin eres, his bow is emptied. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto nin eres, Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, koach kishui eva shalo ninar she'ena moed. The Rashi seems to be over here, and again we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means something illicit, kashton in eres. Now Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. Right? So koshi ever shalom. So here goes Nina Shena moment. Shneimar area mer kashtecha area sha'at mishtar ba mamish berbasa hitar kashtecha davar achar hamistakel hamachashi ba'arayos de'ishes ish kashton words. So first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So right, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. It could be even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton in eres, his bow is empty. Now again, so Rashi understands it being almost like literally like a erectile dysfunction, like he's just not going to be able to father children. Perhaps also on a deeper level, what it's saying is like this: that the thing about arayos, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arayos, it takes over the individual, and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you can only go so long without sleep. Like, we feel that this hour in the morning, right? I can only play. In other words, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my koach is not. Right? In other words, it does come a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal are telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are all consuming in the realm of energy. And the truth is, arayos, immorality, is one of those things. It'll empty your bow, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sap you of all your vitality. And therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. That's right. Remember those are. Person should always be humble. Rashi says over here, be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. Fascinating. Which what's the right? Proof of this is because there's a concept of nige batin, which means a home to that tzaras. But interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have tzaras is if you can get natural light in the house. If ultimately a home does not have windows, you don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's tzaras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get tzaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. What's the meaning of the pasuk that says Sha'ol lo'otzerechem eres lo'tzeve'emayim? So the ima inyan Sha'ol eitzorechem. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? Right? Just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, the motzi, yes, amazing. So the womb, which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, first the baby. So the grave, which again, when someone's buried, right, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Right? There's crying. So too when it emits, i.e., tchias hamesim, there's going to be even greater cries of joy. Ultimately, the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that just tchias hamesim. So I'll say once again, you see, we're fixated on proving this notion of tchias hamesim. So the Gemara says this is a good value. Tzadikim shasach hashbarach olach bechiyos in a closing afram. So this is fascinating halachah. Tzadikim, Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back like tchias hamesim during the Yemos Mashiach, Messianic era, will not die. Which says, all these questions come up. When it comes to Messianic era, it says we need tchias hamesim, resurrection of the dead. Okay, which is going to be incredible. So do people die again afterwards? The Gemara says tzadikim don't die. Once tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. Shneimar v'aya nishar b'tzion v'anos v'yushalayim kadosh yomer lo halakasam l'chaim yushalayim mak kadosh li'olam kayim ati li'olam kayim. So the pasuk compares tzadikim to kadosh, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so too when tzadikim come back to life, there'll be an element of eternality as well. Amud Beis V'im Tomar Osam Shanim Shasar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Bahem Es Sha'as Elsa Sham Sha'as HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'Chadesh Baras Olamo Shneimar V'niska B'Hashem Levado B'Yomahu. So this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea in greater depth, that there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Right? We have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? This Baruch is going to recreate another world from new, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu will start again. What happens to tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? So the Gemara says, wow. The Rosh makes for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. What's the water? So the Pashto says the world is going to be recreated. What's the original state of creation, right? So the world will go back to water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. The Shabbat says, by the way, it's such a shneimar, akilo mira b'hamir eres, mot charim b'lev yamim, b'shema tamar yishlan tzar. Maybe you'll say they have tzar, maybe they'll have pain and difficulty during this time. However, The Kolbe Hashem Yahalifu Koach Ya'aver Eir Kin Sharim. So he will be given wings like eagles. Yarutzu v'lo yigo, Yilchu v'lo yi'afu. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be they will not be tired. And the other thing is, so ultimately, this is such a beautiful yisod. Tzaddikim will be given wings. Truth is, that's what tzaddikim have. Tzaddikim have wings. The great avodah of becoming a tzaddik, but the great benefit of becoming a tzaddik is sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws your way. Regardless of tzaddikim, is the wings they have to be able to literally transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So the Gemara says as follows. So what about we're going to talk about this in just a little bit. We've referenced this already. What about the dead that Yechezkel brought back to life? Right? Yechezkel did Tchias HaMesim. Now, after Yechezkel brought those people back to life, they died again. So right, they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Savalak man damar the MS mashal haya." So it's interesting. He actually holds up the opinion that the story of Yechezkel, right? The Atzamas Hayadeshos, the Valley of Dry Bones, that was a mashal. That was a mashal. It didn't actually happen. But rather, again, it's a parable of Sanya. So this in of itself is a sort of dramatic machlok. It's the Sanya. But those Omer, Mesim Shefya Yechezkel Amdor Aglayim Amdu Shira Umesu. The people of Yechezkel brought back to life. They stood on their feet. They sang Shira and then they died again. Mashira Amru. What did they sing? Mashira Amru. Hashem Nemis B'Tzedek U'Mechayim B'Rachman. Yeshua Omer Shira Zu Amru. Hashem Nemis U'Mechayim Morid Sha'ol Bayal. Rabbi Yehuda Omer. Rabbi Yehuda says MS Mashal Haya. Rabbi Yehuda says now go say Mashal is very interesting. MS means truth. Mashal Haya it was a parable. So Mercy doesn't make sense. All over the Kandya. In MS Lama Mashal. In Mashal Lama MS. Which one is it? In other words, if you tell me it's MS means that it really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a mashal, so then it's a mashal. What's going on up here? So the Gemara says, Ella the MS mashal haya. Rather, here what he means is in reality, the whole thing was a mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, a fascinating machlokes about whether or not the episode of Yechezkel with the Atzamas Hayadeshos did it happen or not. Did it happen or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental machlokes. Rabbi Elazar ben Yosef said to the Omer, Mesim sheheki Yechezkel Allah alu la'aretz Eretz Yisrael v'nasu nashim v'alidu panim u'banos. It's incredible. So others saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after singing Shira. Right? What happened? Yechezkel brought them back to life. They sang Shira. They went to Eretz Yisrael. They married. They had kids. So the Gemara said, Amar Yehuda ben Mesira Arangel v'Amar Ani mipnei b'neihem. So incredible. Stands up and says, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of those who was brought back to life from Yechezkel. And ultimately, again, these are the tefillin that I received from my great-grandfather. So beautiful. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who Yechezkel brought back? I will say this to you. This is incredible. I will say there is a not so well-known story that there were a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim, and so also Ephraim's numbers are relatively lower than other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. So you ask what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people. They just made a mistake. Shnei Amar, Ubnei Ephraim, Shusela, Bara Beno, Pesachas Beno, Balada Beno, Pesachas Beno, Uzvado Beno, Shusela Beno, Geizim Elazar Elad, B'Harvim and Shegat, Shalodim Baris. They were killed by people of Gat. We see by Salah Ephraim at the end, Yom Yadi, by Abo Ephraim and and ultimately, again, so they were mourned. Father Ephraim mourned for him. What happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake in the calculation. Remember, by this kind of son, Shem says, I don't know, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual bris ben Abishalom. So when year 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go. It's time to go and leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong and they were killed. Those are the Atzamas Seideshos that Yecheskel brought him back to life. Incredible. Shmuel says, "Elu b'nei Adam shekafu b'tchias nisim." Shnei Rabbi Yomer Elei Adam. It's almost like that. Kol Beis Yisrael. Ema Heina Omer Yavshu Atzmatim Ba'Avdor V'Kasinu Migzir Alanu. So again, Shmuel says these were people who denied Tchias nisim. Interesting. They denied Tchias nisim, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by Yecheskel. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even a baby. They had no mitzvahs. Not the Rothschild, things like the moisture of a mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with them. Nafka says, these were people who unfortunately denigrated and degraded the Yisrael. Shneimar, va'abel be'erev b'hinei kotad nisvenes b'hin b'sheket ha'yuni b'Yisrael v'chukal akir sabit. Sit Hassan, v'yiran ha'im salam sabit. Rabbi Yochanan says, Elu mesim shelabika dura. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bikas Dura. So what's Bikas Dura? Now we're going to get into a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar, right? So remember again, so and the Cheskel brought them back. What happened in Bikas Dura? Rabbi Yochanan, Minar Isha Ad-Rabas, Bikas Dura. Shebishar Shehugan Nebuchadnezzar Hashem Sisrael. So it's the second white line, on the bottom side of the piece of his TV were flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So he said, there were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally was so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Kastian women would see them, and literally again they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. And listen, again, there's this concept in halakha called dan kumut, which means that sometimes at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and leave. So these Kastian women saw these Jewish boys, and they experienced this flow. So hopefully they told their husbands, and their sons, their husbands told the king, so the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So he says these are the bones that Yecheskel brought back to life, and all of this happened in Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. So Gemara transitions to some incredible stories regarding Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, so remember context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, and actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. Like contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so the so again, at the time that Chaim Shal Azar thrown into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells Yecheskel's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, from the incredible all of these great men. Says that as Chaim Shal Azar being thrown into the Kivshon, Hashem tells Yecheskel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. We don't check out. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, as crazy as this sounds, Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, he's thinking with wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. So the Amar, so the Gemara says, Amar Mati Bashailu. So Nebuchadnezzar said, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So he said, the friend of these guys being Chananel Mishael Azariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Pasach va'amar asoli kamen Ravin v'tasmoi kamen takifin machusa machus olam v'shaltane im dar v'adar. We'll say in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever, and his dominion is from generation to generation. Already spoke. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? Had the Malach not come and struck him on the face, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than David. Right? He would have discovered. So it says that's the passage. As beautiful as everything that David did in Tehillim, Nebuchadnezzar's Shira could have been even more beautiful. And let's say to yourself, how could a Nebuchadnezzar make greater Shira than David? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power for good. Every person is possible. Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the base of Mikdash and exile Klal Yisrael and subject the people to all these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there was no telling what you could accomplish. Incredible. 6 miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Chananel Mishael Azariah referring to the Kivshan. Number one, the cauldron was actually was on the ground. It rose above the ground so everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. Next, Nifas HaKivshan, part of the wall of the Kivshan cracked open so that people could see into the Kivshan what was happening. Chomak Soda, the foundation crack. Yekach Salam Alpana, the big idol of Nebuchadnezzar, fell on its face. The Nisrifu Abamalchos, ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half day Cheskel as an Islam because Cheskel brought back the dead in the Dura Valley. The Kula Gemara, ultimately again, all of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition. We know about the death of the 14th from the Pasuk. What does the Pasuk say? Gad Vario, Ditavario, Tafasio, the whole Shatun in the Dino. So, Sid, Isi, Kuven, Yudon, Sid, Miskanchen, Ashtavania, Sagania, Kusa, David Malka, President Gabriela. So, what's interesting is in the first pasuk, this sounds like a Sesbayama, right? So, in the first pasuk, there's 4 more names, and the second pasuk is less names, which indicates to us that ultimately against some of his allies were killed. And Yaakov, Afilu b'shas haSakarot is incredible Gemara. So Tamir Rabbi Ben Yaakov, Afilu b'shas haSakarot, lo yishan adnas atzmo min ha'abonos shalom. This is incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. Shneimar, ba'adin gavra elach kafsu b'sabaleon pashtel kavason. Chananel Mishael Azariah, referring to the Kivshan Aish, they wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at that. Shalom, say that's Rashi and Daf. I showed you that bonus. Shalom, Chananel Mishael Azariah, big day to Farton. The Shloshim the Kivshan. So when Chananel Mishael Azariah referring to the Kivshan, they were still wearing royal clothing, dignified clothing. So the Gemara says, "So al yishar shlo yira mevuah umefuchad umefuchad umisbaishin sonam mipana." Let's say this incredible Gemara. What is Elazar Yaakov saying? Elazar Yaakov saying, a person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. The Gemara says the power of the Yid is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Chananel Mishael Azariah, what did they do before they went to the Kivshan Aish? They fixed their bakashas, big egg and the egg, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. They will say, by the way, This is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and refinement. Because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be open. I will say top of Tzaddik. All right. Like 93. So if you don't Tzaddik, you'll say, this is beautiful Gemara. People so Tzaddikim are even greater than Malachim. Shneimar, the Rabbi is right, from the power of the So the Tzaddik is mentioned in the Pasuk before the Malach. They will say, the truth is that it's not a Kiddush. Of course, the Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. It's not even a Shaila. Right? Why? Because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's nothing pashut that, of course, Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm going to come back on anybody. The Shashi had to find the Shalazar and the Kivshan Aish. Well, this is incredible. When Chanai and Mishal Azaria came out of the Kivshan, and they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. The tough and literally again they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave them a patch. The Gemara says, "Yesh lachem elokah kazeh." So this was a Muslim to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Chanai and Mishal Azaria came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest motion that we receive is the motion from the nations of the world. Yeah, possible. But Amru, Hashem at Staka, the London post of Conan Theomas. Amru Shora, Mariam Yos. Might be was meaning of us. Marty is beautiful. Marty Eleven Tamar, Oh Zeb is Sansana. So say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says, Shir Shir? And literally again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Allah the Tamar Eli Yisrael. So again, the Tamar, the palm tree represents Klal. So the Prophet essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree of the tower. Right? What I want more than anything, we also hold on to the palm tree. But unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, again, that's the better way I can tell you. You notice like this is very different. Because sometimes we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who count on don't come through. All these different feelings. And it's important to understand such is the nature of relationships. That's kind of what there's always had expectations. The expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if he didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. Beautiful branches. Wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated in relationships. Part of the course. The Mar goes down to it. Rabbi Yochanan, Mike said, so what's the meaning of this story, right? This is Nevuah, obviously. This is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. So what does that mean? What does it mean? I think it's the Prophet was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into that, destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem Ish Milchama Hashem Shemo. Al Sus Adam, what does it mean on a red horse? First white line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. But as soon as he saw Chaim Mishal Nazario, ultimately again he calmed down. Shneimar, for Omen Ben Hadass Nashem Mitzvah. He stood amongst the middle branches in the swamp. What's the middle branches? Ben Hadass Mel Tzadikim. The middle branches, those are Tzadikim Shneimar, by the Omen Es Hadassah. What's the swamp? The swamp is Balo Shneimar. Homer Litzula, Herbi Ben Araseka Ovish Miyam. Rogez Nasim Shroki Badum. So now, outside, Badum Nasal Badum. Arapapa, Shmamina, Susya, Kidra, Malil Chalba. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. I was saying, just tremendous possible from there. We both know he's ready to go and destroy the world. Destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was three people. Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, I'm just one person. How much do I really matter? Listen, we matter more than we should ever imagine. Three men, Shanaim, Mishal, and Zayah. By the way, I want to point out, for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Like, there was Daniel, there was Yecheskel, there were other people, but yet, again, they saved the world. There's no telling what our actions can do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I think. So Rabbanan Leicha, so Rabbanan Leicha, this is great. None of the Kibshan. Where do they go? Like kind of like, what do you do after that? You know, so where go to Disneyland? Like where do you where did this most of them? You must be asking something fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Haron, they died. They died as a result of Ayin Haron. What does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention. That level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, Berok Tavu. They drowned in spit and saliva. Now, what does that mean? So there is an incredible marshal here. So the marshal says, this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The fire should get a marshal. The idea to keep the share of our because I'm being installed by a motivation also. So this is outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before they have to find Mishal Azariah came out. So the nations of the world literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. They said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, what does it mean that Chanai Mishal Azariah drowned in the saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Ummahs of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Ummahs Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chanai Mishal Azariah died in spit in the saliva? It means that even if Chanai Mishal Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic, what they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them muster, that embarrassment caused them to die. So let's see what's happening over here. What did they do? All they did was a willingness to give the lives of Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. So let's see, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's spirits. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even again, unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all the stuff and us Nashim, but we do Bano Banas. Those say such dramatically different narratives over here, right? So first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, they were tied to Israel, and they had children. Banos, Kitara, the Gemara says, Maklokis time, Rabbi Elazar says, Ba'ayin Haramesu, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Rothschild, Allah, Sabbanas, Nashim, Alidu Bano Banas, Ne'emar, Shibuna, Yoshua, Kohen, Agadol, Akta, Very Akra, Yoshua, B'fnei Hashem, Ki Anshe Mofes Hema. So Moses, the Gemara talks about Yoshua, Kohen, Agadol, who lived at the time, again, of Chanai Mishal Azariah. I'll talk about it in just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Gadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. who are his friends who did miracles. So what do you see from here? Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, after the story with the Kivshon, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel at all of this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were being thrown into the Kivshon? Amra, Lemichra, Nara, Rabbi. So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a like a civil engineering project. But he was there to begin to work out an import contract, right? For aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food. To bring in aspasta to Baba. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, right, of Egypt had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and you had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Tanya, the Tobi Sarofe, Amar in part of the Chazir Yotim Alexan Shalom Shein Chol Tchinaim Shala Rishon Shalateli. No, I will say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go and take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good Yiddish account. So says, what did he do? So says, Zutri I see below that time. He brought very young ones, so no one had to have any that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved when all of this occurred. There were 3 people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah happened. We'll see why in just a moment. 2 were they? So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to the merit of Daniel, and that's the Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine, and therefore again Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, but Daniel is so the Kanyan be Psilei Elohim Tisufun Bayish. Daniel also said, you know what, they're going to get out of here. Because he also apparently had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So it's interesting enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Kivshon Aish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god, and he did not want to throw his own god into the furnace. Now, how do we know the Gemara says? How do we know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god? That's it. Why did he bow to Daniel? Now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So it's obviously again. So there are other people who also wanted to be of prophetic stature. So these 2 guys, Achav ben Puya and Sidkiah ben Maasiyah. And they also posed as prophets, although they were to be a shepherd. Sid, the Lokeach ben L'chol Kol Tzidah, Asher Rav Lemor, Yisimcha Hashem K'tzidkio Ka'achar Asher Kolchom L'chbava B'lish Asher Safam. So Asher Safam, Lo Ne'emar, Asher Safam Lo Ne'emar, Elo Asher Kam. So you're going to see in just a moment, these 2 false prophets, Achav and Sidkiah, were also thrown into the furnace. Interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? They were made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed. So much as Yanashar also the Balabiso, they are also Esharay. So what did they do? What they did that was so bad, they caused them to be thrown into the furnace. Listen to this. But also got me back to the Nebuchadnezzar. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Achav Amarla, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Tzidkiah. Tzidkiah Amar, Kamar Hashem Hashmiel Achav. Interesting. So these two guys posing as prophets go up to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achav says, listen, right, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Sidkiah propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkiah goes over to her, I come to you with the word of God. When Achav petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azla va'amra la lavua. So by the way, I just want to point out something amazing, which is interesting, that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, get out of here. My brother again, she says, okay, and she takes this to her father. So Amar la Elohim shel Ehu son and Zimo. So Nebuchadnezzar says, something doesn't sound right over here, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he would instruct you, right, to give yourself over to these men doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? He also So Nebuchadnezzar says, Suzor, do me a favor. Next time they come your way, send them to me. So sure enough, again, when they come back, so Nebuchadnezzar sends them to Nebuchadnezzar. So Nebuchadnezzar says, then tell me, who gave you this message? God, but Nebuchadnezzar said, listen guys, I did a little fact checking. I asked the Nebuchadnezzar about your supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? This is pretty. So Sidkiah and Achav say, well, what's happening? Why are Chaim and Zyrus words more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all Chaverim. So again, just because Chaim and Zyrus say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. So Nebuchadnezzar says, you know what, I have a good idea. The way I checked out Hanani Mishnah Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't know, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, great. Of course, then your word is gold. So Achav and Sidkiah say, hold up there. It's not fair. They were saved because there were three of them. Hanani Mishnah Azariah. There's only two of us, Achav and Sidkiah. So Nebuchadnezzar says, no problem. Phone a friend, right? Phone a friend. Like, no worries. You know, like, get your guy. You can choose anyone you want. Whoever you want for your furnace museum. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go into the fiery furnace. So this is crazy what I say. So they said, you know, if we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol, Sabi Lacey Yoshua, Nefesh Yisrael, Umagna Alon. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. We'll say, remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen Gadol was the Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim and Azariah. So Sidkiah and Achav say, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the Gemara says, Yoshua Gadol echlichu mane. So what happened? So they threw him into the furnace. Achav and Sidkiah were burned, and Yoshua remained unscathed except his clothing. His clothing became singed. Okay. Shneimar vayarnis Yoshua Kohen Gadol only the Malach Hashem uksiv. Remember Hashem El Satan. Yigar Hashem b'chas. Yigar Hashem b'chal. V'amalei Yedanet Sidkiah. At Alamai Time Ahayim B'chal Porta Nura. So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar seeks his Yoshua. Yoshua. Obviously, I know. Sorry. Nebuchadnezzar says, I understand why Achav and Sidkiah were burned, because obviously, again, we're false prophets. But my question is, my time Ahayim B'chal Porta Nura. Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit stained? In other words, in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you are righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived the fact that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, I just want to tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. It's like, can you imagine, like, it's like that moment, like, stop talking about Tanai Mishal Nazariah, right? I got it, they're great, they're tzaddikim, they're fine, right? So, Nebuchadnezzar compares everyone to Tanai Mishal Nazariah, their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, obviously you're a great guy, you survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here? So Yeshua says it's pretty simple. They had the combined merits of 3 people. I'm only one guy. I'm going to leave Avram, Yochid. So I bet Avram was only one. So the answer I knew was Torah. Right? He says, but Avram was also thrown to the fire first. There was only one of him. And yet he emerged totally unscathed. So we'll say, so ultimately again, so Tushya Shokandot says, here's the difference, that ultimately Avram was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with Rishayim. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of shlita, some level of control, it impacted his ear as well. That's what people say, the famous adage, that if you have 2 dry sticks and 1 wet one, the dry ones can ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but put enough fire around it, and ultimately again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person can be very righteous. Also, so the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick can be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough rishayim, and unfortunately again, the rishayim has an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact of our surroundings. So the Gemara says, by the way, my time in Yadish, what's the real reason? So the Gemara feels that that's not the real reason. Right? If you're sure going to is really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were obviously married women where they were not really allowed to marry. And Yeshua the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental right, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is profound failure. Yeshua was wearing sword clothing. If you got Yeshua was wearing I want to show you, but I'm not saying I'm going to tell you from George Barkafra. It's important. My text what's the meaning of the pasuk? Sheish hasaorim ha'evan nasanli. So we'll say Megillas Rus. Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again the pasuk says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So says, my sheish hasaorim. What does it mean? 6 barleys. Even if she's so mamish, if you literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So the Gemara says, if Boaz just gave a poor person 6 barley kernels, that doesn't make any sense. It was like Tzadik Gimel Amud Beis 93b. Ella, she said, rather he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley. So if he died to Shalisha, he thought she is women being able to carry back 6 saw. That's a lot of barley. Ella Ramazwa, Shasidin Shisha Banam Lattes Modelis from the fact of the Sheikh's Brachas. So in fact, interesting what the Gemara says. In fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remedy. It was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be blessed with 6 brothers. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this, 26 sons. David in this example, who are Russ's 6 descendants, who are getting each of them blessed with 6 brothers. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. I will say, by the way, this is Russ's pedigree. I will say, by the way, you know what you taste it all to? It's a pivotal moment when the Ami was going back to Canaan, right? And the Ami said, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back to Moab, and this goes to Canaan. Sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware we're at a crossroads. So this is the importance of living life in a kind of mindfulness, that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in a moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through the verse. Here we go. David, it said, I saw this right, this son of Yishai, Yodea Nagim, the Gibor Chayil, the Ishmael Hama, the Navon, right, the Navon Davan, the Ishtar. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas again with the fire of each of these arms. Six brachas. Now this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. That was saying now Doeg meant it. Sometimes when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really not even disparaging, but meant to treat animosity. Here we go. Yodea now. You always mean that knows how to play music. Sheyodea l'shol. He knows how to ask questions in Torah. Gibor sheyodea l'hashim. He knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishmael Chama sheyodea lisa litim l'chamta shel Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar shemara panavavachot. He's a beautiful appearance, but he knows how to assert himself in Navon. In Navon, he's a Navon, and that he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to another. Hashem, God is with him. Ultimately, whenever David says halacha, the halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul said this is beautiful. And my son Yonasan has these same attributes. Nosa de Bidei, Nami Lo Haladay, Halashtai to the Kandiday. Ultimately, again, when Doeg said Hashem Imo, Hashem doesn't mean that the halacha always follows David. That David always has like an impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Yonasan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. To be Shaul said, by Shaul it says, wherever he was set his eyes are going to decimate, talking about his enemies. For David said, wherever David would turn, ultimately again it would be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. But David has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doeg. How do we know the Doeg who said these things? So it says, Siva Falayan Achamir Arim and Yuka Shimir Arim. Sivasam, the Shem Ishmi Abdi Shaul, Yomahu, Nezar, Hashem Shmuel, Doeg, Hadomi, Abin Har Omer Shirei Shaul. Good. Next, you must Mashiach. Next. So therefore, also, the point over here is Russ's descendant. Remember, Boaz gives Russ six kernels of barley. Highlight. He's going to have 6 descendants, where each bench themselves with 6 brothers. Now, this is another descendants, and the 6 brothers are David. Mashiach. The Sid. So I say, what's the breath of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. I love Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma, Ruach Chachma, Ruach Itza, Ruach Das, Yiras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Ultimately, again, inspiring that mitzvos v'yisurim perishon. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I will say, someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisurim and suffering. So you know, say, what do you like? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we started yesterday about ultimately, again, if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, that's the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit, is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our powerful, even in terms of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, the Morach Badoy, Mashiach is very interesting. Right, we'll say, you know what, you're going to do, we're going to stop over here for today. Right. Go say, I just want to point out, good, I got it, we didn't finish the doc, we didn't finish all the way, so we'll say, but now at least, we look normal, we look normal. I feel last time you look a little abnormal, that wasn't much more in the range. Tremendous.
There we go. Sorry. Like a PTSD flashback.
All right, guys, you have a great day, everyone.
So much fun. Special tune.
Yeah.
There you go. It's on YouTube. Look up Too Soon. It's on our Solid Show podcast channel. Check it out. There you go.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Cheer to thank our annual commissary sponsors. Those who spoke about it to dedicating all the human work this year as a good to the soul for those for Israel. Our commissary sponsors for the month of Adar, carrying Steve Zinn, and one million for his father, Harry Khan, to end the record, Sivish, Ben Yossi, Corey, and the Ziv, Yadin, and Bernie families in memory of William Ziv, Ziv, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, the American Torah, all of the shows have no reason. The families in the Holocaust will bring all of our hostages home, and our heavy soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh in the day. Listen, that's what us we have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzaddik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzaddik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. Amud Aleph, again, an incredible storm, one incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Officially, we got maybe like 8 years. So give us an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemara like this. Listen, so if you guys are at the bottom, Tzaddik Aleph, and now we're going unless it's we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antonius. Remember that Antonius was a Roman official. And a little bit of historical debate exactly who Antonius was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi Rabbi. It's a one records multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antonius actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So I'm going to say something following. We're going to show up. Hold on with the this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, in another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other. But how so? It's like, you all know, the body could say, it's really the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? It's very easy to discuss them. Shirim Shapir Shalevi, how do you look like Kevin? Don't look like Kevin. Because the body could say, look, I'll show you the diary. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? Just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. When the Neshama could say, good chata. No, it's the body that's saying, what's the proof? Shmur shepirashti imenu, harini korachas ba'adir kitzipor. There's a Neshama that said, look at me. From the day that I left that fashkulik in the body, look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So it's the So Antonius was asking, what's the question over here? Antonius was questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does it hold the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these 2 opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility. Ultimately, that's all you have now. So this is beautiful. I'm sure the Chabashal Ma'agav though. So he's going to give you a mashal. Let me give you a mashal.
That's a crazy trick. How about one more time for Tony Star, ladies and gentlemen?
I'll give you a little mashal. Listen to this. This is great. But now the Chabashal Ma'agav Shayla Pardes Noah. The king had a beautiful orchard. On the day, speaking out of fire. Valuable, Bachoros knows, and in the orchard, in the field, the king had very nice dates. Bachoros knows, very nice dates, like a very nice figs. Now the king put there 2 watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, one of them was blind. So I don't know, okay, so this is how it's going to be spent. You know, so these were the watchmen over the field. So the merchant, I don't know if you know Sumo. So the crippled one said to the Sumo, to the blind one, the chorus knows I see that there's some really nice pigs in this field. But the Kivani is going to be in the offer. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the cakes. So sure enough, sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the cakes. None of the dog parties. So sometime later, none of the smoke comes along, And he says, oh, no, the fellows loves taking it, what it is. So probably we did a pretty good job consuming pigs and eat a lot of pigs in the American soil on the time or whatever for a long amount of time. So this only comes back to better, where are my pigs? So I want to assume it. Whom you see 9 years, but also sometime. I want to figure. Whom you see like 9 years, I want to assume whom you see 9 years. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How do they liability? So the blind guy said, "What do you want from me? I don't have sight. Couldn't have been me." The crippled guy said, "What do you want from me? I don't have legs. Clearly can't be me." So what does the Baal Asada do? Here's the figure I got the slip and done also to Ahad. So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So yeah, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. After the sparkle, maybe the Shema, the Zark of the book, they don't also Catholic. So he essentially says, right, the body by itself and the soul by itself, they both potentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally throws it into the book. They've done also Catholic. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as their entities. Yikra al-Shamayim le'al, ve'al ha'aretz lovdin amo. Yikra al-Shamayim le'al, we call to the heavens above, Zul Shema, ve'al ha'aretz lovdin imo, and he causes the cost to the earth for judgment together with it, Zahagah. So what's really fascinating? So I can say amazing, really amazing. But we need something like this one. It's a key son of the other. What it says, it's not that. Why should the Shema be held liable for the sins of everybody? And it's like, it's not the Shema that sins. It's the good that sins. So why would the Shema be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Bible says. This is classic of Rabbi Yitzchak. The Bible says, because the Shema didn't strive hard enough. Stop. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up, it's commit to sin, the Shema's like, I'm out. That's not a God for the Shema, but so it's right? I'm out. I'm not doing this. I just like, I want to be a part of this. I want to be involved in this. And when the Shema defends itself, the Rabbi says to the Shema, how dare you? How dare you? You have to send yourself and the body is struggling. After when the gift is struggling, that's when you need to do that even more. After when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. That you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That's in there about is why when the Shema is held accountable for the sins of your body as well. You should have tried harder to start, and therefore, when the struggle is most acute, that's that part when you don't walk away. Also, it's such a profound episode. Such a profound episode. Human nature is, and one to be present. Whatever present in present their relationship, relationship with other people, relationship with things powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? But again, obviously, there's times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says about doctor when it gets hardest is doctor when you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. When the Shema is held culpable because your body was struggling most, that's when the Shema really needed to be there. But instead of the Shema itself, it's incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to be used ready. I've been used ready. Check me not coming up with space. Yeah, this is impossible. This is unrealistic for me. This is like for you guys. So this is unrealistic. It's a very good thing. I've been getting that section. Well, we'll put up the rest of probably so. So this is I'm not doing this already. If they're not coming up to the exact Chicago out, listen to this. I'm doing this already. And also, you see from the questions, these are not also sometimes in the Gemara questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often dating questions meant to somehow, poke certain theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. And to me, as actually like a real theological curiosity, or just like a real curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not something that's being difficult, it's trying to dispute us. This is underneath legitimately curious. See, underneath is absolutely fine, doesn't do this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. They'll say that. I was like, hey, watch this, there's $30. Right, last couple of days I was back on the fly. So if you ever feel it, and you sit like 5 minutes ago, the sun is glaring through those windows. Those windows. It happens to be, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. So we really don't appreciate it. We're busy the whole day, also indoors the whole day. The mountains should be sick on the road, a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over the air. You'll see it sitting there. So I've been asked, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? So it's evening. So Rabbi says, what's your question? Everything is in reverse. I'm going to have it look back. Now you have the alphabet. So in other words, it's the reverse. When it goes reverse, why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Well, everyone's asking, what's your question? What's your question? I'm going to help you kind of know. Here's my question. If no, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun reverse to the other direction? This is so beautiful. In order that the sun should give shalom aleichem, should give shalom to the Rebbe Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, we'll say Rashi is on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of the common operation with that, but even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page. Right? Rashi took over both sides. So if Rashi means both sides of the page, it makes sense that this case is a little bit longer as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, the Rebbe Shalom Mekoda, Rashi is powerful. Shashkin B'Rayim. The people should like that. Otherwise, the left us from the Shachar Levekosh Baruch. We'll say, wasn't the Shechina is in the west? So remember again, usually based on English model, so remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies is situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shechina is in the west. So therefore, the sun comes and bows down before us from the Shechina in the west. And it sets, because when it sets, it goes down representing balance. So the Shechina itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. Shneimar, it's Rosh Hashanah. All right. The CC Atalga. The CC Atalga is here. The people from the detail. So ask Adelina. So once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there. So not that. Bow there, and then just set. I'm just asking, why does this have to make its way over from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, that guy's like a sparkling set right there. The question Chris Miller says, we should call them the overage weapon. Because of workers and travelers, and also what is on the Dina Gabashu, we should call them, you can't call your matchik it on. Shekishachama be'emtza rakia mi'ira b'yosef, u'sir shadayim yishal b'yom, b'yifol yishal b'rachto, ad shekashek amadu drachim, nam v'ha'im yodin, masay yakshok v'rakish. Here's the problem. If the sun is set in the sky, so let's say what's happens. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the working day is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the next amount of time for travelers and the workers. So that's what a tremendous muscle possible. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What does it maximize time for? Working and travelers. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, it can cause the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. So the reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What do you mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if Baruch Hu maximizes time because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Yes, he wants us operating with our cylinders. He wants us maximizing the work day. I think of a career, like giving you a career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey. He doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. The shower, Amos, I need to know about them. Questions. So then it says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? It's by the way, it's interesting what indicates to us that our Venus believes in the neshama. And he believes in the soul. She asks, when does a person receive the neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Isira. So it's like Pekida means literally again the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi puts that it was really again the beautiful Gemara Sefes Nida. But the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the Malach speaks the Tipa. And the Tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it?
Which means not only is he funnier than me, which means he sucks better dick than I do too.
A blast. Okay, good. But again, so the Malach takes the blast and he brings it before I could be qualified. And he says, people see my tail around. What is this? That's called Pekida. Pekida. Because Pekida means remember, there's the Baruch say to Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So to me, I swear to you, when does baby go to the Shama? Isn't that that moment that goes to blast? Or maybe when it kicks on, the serum is literally again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, all right, the shots are here. So Rabbi says, in the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so all right, so Rabbi says it doesn't make sense. Actually, Akifa Shabasa or Mega Shoshi Yemen Below They are Masrafas. So again, he says, you can't do, for example, a piece of meat. Right? You can't do a piece of meat out.
I produce shows, I do a bunch of gay work, I work at the Renaissance Festival, I'm like a bartender at different theaters and stuff like that.
Was saying was, everything that exists needs a
sometimes comedy, but mostly I'm just talking to British accents so people out
so how does the blast, how does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead. It must be Allah Mishas Pekida. So Antonina says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time of the Shabbat, so from the moment of inception. So Amar Rabbi said, Gavar Zel and Antoninus, or look at this, so this is the Bible. Rabbi said, Antoninus is right. Furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Lord says, so literally again, so the guy from Shas Pekida, the moment of the kids, the moment of the Malach, brings the Tipa to drop before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamra Yuki, Mayua deserves you, Mayua keeps you, which I always say from the beginning, that the Shamra is given to the piece, to the entity, in its initial last form. Incredible. Let me say you touch about though, because that we talked about Neshama, I said about Neshama. So when does a person get the Neshama? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia? So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from kind of like the idea that the fetus is one, baby is one, there's like two scenes, there's flashes, or the time the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm sorry, Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded, and the time that the fetus is formed in the world, ultimately, and that's when it's Yitzhak. So I think it doesn't make sense. I'm going to include both of my email later. If that's the case, the fetus would kick its way out of its mother. Which also says, so if the baby had Yitzhak, the fetus had Yitzhak, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something about what does the Yitzhak do? What does the Yitzhak do? The Yitzhak causes us to kick.
My trans sister said she witnessed a stab.
The entire opposite of the Sahara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Sahara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's what happened in Sahara. But here's the interesting idea. The Sahara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Sahara, channel it in the right way, then somehow I have a coffee inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, can be the most incredible engine of growth. And everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be that he has the sort of immunity and keep its way out of the room. It must be that it receives the Yitzhak when it comes into this world. Emily Johnson here. I'm Rabbi. Rabbi says, Rabbi going down after this. So Rabbi wants to go and do something. This is right. So you're absolutely right. Right, it must be that the room receives the way of dream. The new Messiah, and ultimately again, there is a pasuk that supports this assertion. And not the pasuk katos lebeis. The pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about Kain. Because by Kain, but it's a metaphor. The pasuk katos is the opening, the entry to the world. Sin catches the Yitzhak there. Everybody says this needs to be back to the focus. Rabbi would say that the Yitzhak comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. Everybody said that this is so that the first of all, it's interesting to see, and we know this, we know from our own lives, that what does the Yitzhak do? The Yitzhak gets me to kick down boundaries. But again, you have to harness that, you have to channel that, and what we found engine for personalistic growth. I'll let some nurses, there's like the contrast of Kipsukin. And one of these things was like, so bomb, you got to say, how love you, right? That's black, right? As you got it, I have to say, the so much of even to live go with by my even only by Rabbi. So as I said, interestingly enough, people think in that first lesson, so you might go to the explanation. One person seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other person seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I say one of the questions that we have, we saw back yesterday is that how do people come back to the explanation, clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, it's that only the movement in this method. In reality, we come back again with our movement, but then we are healed by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. But let's say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then if there's a mitzvah Kadosh Baruch Hu goes out and heals you, that's tremendous. Let's go back to it. Ula brings down to so let's say second white line on top of Kalakam Days. Ula Mixit. Even Hamadas like Yatzak and Machasham Doriakov. So literally again, that will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear and every face. Yeah, not very much. No, here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it will be like the death of a young person. The cells will live much longer, but they will still be death. So which one is it? Well, Kasha, and you saw down the whole big go cover. One is about Jews going on Jews. So if I get by Jews, there will be death. By non-Jews, there will be death. I have only Rabbi Mako awesome. What are non-Jews doing in the months of Mashiach? What? Oh, this is interesting. Like, is it just a simple non-Jews? Like, what is that? The Gemara says, Mako awesome.
I love it. It reminds us how long you've been on sale.
So often, because again, apparently, the Rothschilds, first of all, there's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles. What they have, both in Olam Haba and Moshe Mashiach. And this is this person to address the idea that Moshe Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to come to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael, but we fully focused ultimately going on the spiritual growth. And what's interesting enough, this is embedded in the whole subject, which is what is Messianic era? Like, what is this? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much all of them the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokes, they're not always close to the same concept, which is I am Lorasa Kinderadacha. And I never saw it except to yes. So in other words, we have these machlokes, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? We'll know when we know. Okay,
That sweater does kind of look
לא
like the
מציע.
trans flag. I
בקיצור,
gotta warn you.
אנחנו לא עושים כאן
That's
טרנסים
the
ציטים.
colors on
בפרט
it.
הלבנה ובו שעה
That's what it
כמה,
looks like. It's blue
כמעט
and
חשב צבאקוס. פסיד, והיפר
I have
הלבנה
it
כל
hanging over
החמה,
my bed, so I know.
והחמה לי שיבה סנקו, שיבה
I
סלון.
love it.
So
Minnie,
it's
when
an
did you have
interesting
the
enough.
kid? How old's this?
There's two different secrets. First person seems
Okay.
like
Where's she at?
that's a luminary, the sun of the
She's at
moon
a hotel,
will actually be
and I got a
dark
babysitter,
in
and
the
it was
sky.
so perfect.
The second person seems to indicate that will shine even brighter. That even the moon will shine as
Anything
bright
weird going on
as
with
the
the
sun.
4.5-year-old?
So which one is it?
Normal
Which
kid?
one is it?
She's
And
very
you want
funny.
to
She's very funny.
you want to say
Very
this
funny.
one. Lokasha, Kalima Sochia, Karo Habo.
Okay,
That's
well,
what I say this is
recently,
interesting.
I
One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again.
and I've been teaching
You
my
know, so
daughter to
Shia.
do sign of the
So I
cross
said, so
when
what
we go
does this
past the
mean?
Catholic
So
Church.
apparently,
And we
so
wrote
Shia,
mass
in Olam
one day I
Habo,
was
in Olam Habo,
telling her
is the light
to
of
do sign of the
Hashem.
cross. And
So
sorry.
it is only the
Then the
light of
other day,
Hashem, the light of the luminary.
we went
You
past
know,
the
so
palace,
Shia,
and I
that's
said,
when
oh,
the
we're going past the palace. She
luminaries
said,
will shine
do
even
I have to
brighter.
spin?
It was Shmuel. The Amar Ein Olam Hazeh, Moshe Hashem, Hashem, Golos, Gilbert. But according to Shmuel, he says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shiva Golos. Shiva Golos literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all time. Right? You don't need your help, you don't need your love, you don't need this, just leave us alone. That Shiva Malchus, plus of course is a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of HaKadosh. So how do you understand this? What do you like to do? There's Lokasha, Kama Machana Tzadikim, Kama Machana Shechina. This is beautiful. So to speak, in the world to come, in the camp of the Shechina, so you don't need the luminaries, because the Rebbe himself shines bright. In the camp of Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Never understood. So other content of keep sleeping. Ani Anisra'aki Al-Ksir, Machatzti Ba'ani Erba. So listen, this is interesting. When the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzti, I broke and I will
We
heal.
met at work,
So he
actually.
wants
We're
to
working on a TV show.
Mashi
Camera
Menes
assistant.
Ani Mechayev, Mahagar, Mashi Machatzti Ani Erba. The Baruch says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This was not what I said before. Then how does
But I'm
TSM work?
celibate now.
The way TSM works is first, they get our brought back to life. But they're brought back to life with
Until I
all
am
of their
married, which probably means
health
I'm
issues,
married.
handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes there and kills them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of TSM and Mason. But again, they come back how we were, and then ultimately they're going to get process. Of course, listen, the one part that we do like that we discuss over here, which is interesting, and probably the $1 question is, how old are we? Like, when we come back? Like, what is it? I'm come back a little younger. You know, so that, again, so like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You know, let's say, like there are shows that ask, like, a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with, right? It's a little awkward. You know, like the race, like how does that work? Like, so there's like a lot of stuff. Oh, you know, once you're already happy the first time around, you know, like the girl, like the get a second chance, and do things a little differently. You know, there's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is not, the Gemara is attempting to give us insight and give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be, the picture's always going to be incomplete. So the Gemara is not about it. I'm the stock, yeah? So ultimately, Hashem says, I can't definitely bring back to life. Your coach should tell you, so the Achar, behind the Achar, so I go back, I said, but maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. It's in the actual Lord, but this is it, Lord, Nachatzi ba'ani erba, so at the end of the process, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. None of you to report the Ekbar, just like breaking the beginning is talking about the same person. Lisa, the high in the Ekbar, same to again, life and death is also in the same person. You can't show the only increase on the same Ekbar. And I will say, you serve as a proof since the SMS. Incredible. I'm already there. Now it's in the Torah. How do we know about resurrection and resurrection in the Torah? So I know how, also this is fascinating because here, we are now quoting a passage from the Torah. Right, up until now, most of the truth, except that I find I think in my soul when I feel from my own look, so that's in most of the truth, as you can see, are from Rabbi. How do we know that they're from Rabbi? How do we know? Because you have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's the first Shiraya. The first Shiraya that is from Rabbi. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a pasuk from the Torah. As Yashir Moshe and Esau says Shira Azos. So then, right, then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Shalom Emar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Esau. Moshe and Esau sung the song, rather Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikam Mikras Anisim in the Torah. This is a proof that Mikras Anisim. Proof that Mikras Anisim. Right? Future tense, like that words, there will be a time in the future, the Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yotze V'Dava, singing the day after Omer. As Yivne Yoshua Mizbeach Hashem, Yoshua will build a Mizbeach Hashem. Balanem, it doesn't say he built it rather as Yivne. You come to us and see that. So also what this represents is it will be sometime in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future when Moshe will sing. What's the name of that? So how does man going to sing? Elamai, plus amazing. Moshe will build. I Yoshua's God. How can Yoshua build? Plus amazing. Elamai, as you can slow a bummer, chocolate slow. It's interesting enough that the pasuk says that Shlomo is actually crazy pasuk. Shlomo built a mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. How can I be in there? Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual mizbeach for Avodah? Ella, ma'ala ala hakosas kibba. What's that? Shlomo has built a mizbeach for Avodah. So why does it say that he did? The Torah Melech did not curb the Avodah appetites of his wives, and as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, his home was comfortable as if he did it himself. Incredible. I'll never show a lady. From where do we know about Kesser? And that's all about the Shnema, Ashrei, Yoshrei, Yisaka, Odi Alaluka Sema. It's a beautiful film. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Odi Alaluka Sema, right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Lord says, it doesn't say they praise you present, but what does it say? And then the hallelujah, future tense, they will praise you. They will praise you. The count has missing what they're so Moshe says, what is this future praising? Future praising is a very beautiful, beautiful sense. My brother showed me beautiful, whoever says Shira, whoever sees something in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to see Shira in the world to come. Shina Emar, Ashrei, Yoshe, Zaka, Odi Alaluka. So also so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you see Shira in this world? You see praise from the Torah in this world. Ultimately, again, you will see its face and you say, on the most basic level, on the most basic level, where it will say, the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim La'ataraseyim B'Hashem V'Nayim Yidashvim. So ultimately, again, the right to sit, right, you sit around the Kaddish Baruch Hu, like the deeds of the crown of the good deeds is upon your head, and then the right benefit from the Shema. That's all about it. And let's say, there's sometimes a person who's very, is there like a TV room, is there like a shleppy coming, is it so much, is that it? Is that it? There was a lot of times you see them that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with Kaddish Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world. Olam Haba is something amazing. But Olam Haba really is much more about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But that's pretty much what life is all about. Olam Haba is a big life, a tremendous life. So let's say it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, the Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying here as well. If you see Shira in this world, if your world, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, Olam Hazeh when it's just about the material or just about the mundane, Olam Hazeh doesn't sound all that exciting to you. So once again, the voices of Tzofecha, of those of the Nevi'im, of those who see you, right? They will go ahead and call out to you, and they will praise you, future tense. Once again, future tense, not present. So they feel like Abba, Asidim call Nevi'im, Kulon, Omen, Shira B'Chalach. This is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Will say Shnei Emar, Kol Tzofecha Nasu Kol Yachtav Yerimu. What's the happy to is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? For all the leaders of God speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's most of us, yes. As we saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw something before. There's nevertheless speaking in one unified voice. How many of you remember Amar? He goes where we not for us of ourselves. So it's like this is profound. If a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withhold their Torah from their Talmud, or their whole self in the Talmud, they're like, this could be a Rabbi, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone. But I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. It's incredible. So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shnei Emar Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe, Morosha K'Zivas Yaakov. Morosha here, the call is on church tradition. So listen, you got the pasuk of first the Torah. It's a Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes to Bereshis. Rashi points out there was in Sheshes to Bereshis. So the Rashi points out the Sid Bereshis Bara is Sheakor Shnit Bereshis. So Rashi first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Bara, or in the integrated, Bereshis is a contraction. The Shvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, after the Torah created the world. Torah was created for Torah. Torah was given to God's self, and therefore again, if I would hold the Torah from someone, I can give it to you. This is not taking their inheritance. I'm not going back to business. I'm going to show you Hasidah. Talmud Halakha be Talmud. The Rabbi withhold Halakha from the Talmud. No, the Rabbi has the ability to teach Talmud, and he doesn't do so. Afilu Ubrin Shemai you are telling also. Such a Rabbi is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Shnei Emar Monei Abai Kappa 7 days. Monei Abai. Yitavor La'om. Ve'en La'om al Ubrin La'om is fetuses Shnei Emar U'La'om La'om Yamas. Ve'en Kabo al Achwana Kabo Mishpesi Shnei Emar Na'akol Le'Kabo Ke'al Badei. Le'Imbar Eko. Le'Imbar Mishpesi Shnei Emar Nush Kubar and Yada. So it's like, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't say that like someone who's a Chal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore it's cursed even by the fetuses. The course was to shock at that. There's a sinful, the worst thing that a person could do is withhold the growth opportunity to someone else. Okay, we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves, and that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things we do in life is the growth that you enable in each other. When you do something for us, already has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. Already has an opportunity to give up our life to a Talmud. Which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. But I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of person else's responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So now the right one. You're not going to also to Tava. If you don't like it, you hold Torah from the student, literally again. Literally again, so means that you kiss you like a seed. Okay, and I'll say that. What's the flash? You think out the you kiss like a seed. It means you forget your word. Just like that, if you put someone into a seed, the content is so preserved. A Rabbi who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his word. If he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Nothing is mine. Nothing belongs to us. Everything belongs to us. For everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that he gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that he gives me to do good to others. That's the whole of the life. And therefore, if I don't share my time with others, ultimately, I lose it. I lose it. All of I show on the after that, sit hard, you can roll on, sit hard, that you call for you got called. But Allah, Abaye, keep a clock, you can see it. Literally perfect like a long bird, but the one bird is in one note, comes to keep someone tomorrow. And as I said, this is all the punishment if you what happens if a Rabbi fulfills his obligation and teaches his son to do Torah? What's his reward? I'm going to teach Zoka and the big house of Yosef. So second Rabbi, I want to say, we still Rabbi, I should point out. A Rabbi doesn't have to be a rabbi. Doesn't have to be a rabbi. Right? A Rabbi is anyone who has the ability to be overcoming for someone. So you take your Torah and you check this. I can't get it for you. One of the most important things that sometimes you don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes you know different types of chavrusas. Sometimes you're talking about chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. Because you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I'm saying that is the most profound thing. You think whenever we see these Gemaras, we're like, automatically, shit, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us our Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef, Shene'emar, and brachos Rosh Mashpir. Ve'im Mashpir, Elo Yosef, Shene'emar, Yosef Roshal Ala Aretz, Hu Mashpir L'chol Am Haaretz. So what's that? So what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone shares their Torah? They get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Adam? Why bracha like Yosef? What's the entire hold of Yosef? Yosef took his brachas, and what did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, every right to say, forget about the rest of you. I'm not going to take revenge. I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef takes away. What does he do? He takes it and uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef Atzadik. Congratulations. Kolamalani is beautiful. Kolamalani Torah Olam Hazeh, Zoka Umalani Deli Olam Haba. Wow. So let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zoka to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Well, again, remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? So let's say that if you teach Torah in this world, it is the to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. So let's say, hopefully, means also that the people you learn Torah with, people who learn Torah with, and you have to show the result of Torah in this world the next day. Can you imagine? If you have a Chabula, if you have a share in Olam Haba, I feel like we're able to move faster, right? I know we're able to move faster. But I mean, that's a say, how incredible would that be? We want to go back to Shene'emar. Plus, it says, it's a modern, there's no time in Olam Haba. I mean, at least in the afterlife of death, right? That's how it'll be better. So once you see this fixation, by the way, what's guessing this, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to make so many liars for us, right? This is now only 3 black, just because it's 7 black, that's only 1.5 black. Right, so 1.5 black, right? So first of all, because again, the notion of Yes Amazing is such an incredibly important piece that the Gemara wants to find as many speech for as it takes. If you will not die. If you Ruben Ba'ol Lazar, no, not by Satan. Sorry. It's also the Brachos of Yaakov, the Brachos of Moshe Rabbeinu. If you Ruben Ba'ol Lazar, Ruben will live in this world, and he will not die in the world to come. You know, I'm going to so now we share Admas Apal Yakitsu. So it's incredibly enough. A number of these positions from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some for the world to come and some for degradation. The act of mirth and praise, the Tayot, the Kamod of Allah, and Keats and Yami. And now ultimately again, go to your place and rest, but stand by a little bit again, return to Allah and return from your destiny at the end of days. Also, it's actually interesting because remember we actually say the Kavula. This is actually the passage that we say after the Kavula is complete. Before the Abba leave the Kavah and walk back to the shul, walk back to the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many of the minhag actually recite this passage of blessing it to the neshama. Otherwise, what kind of shemani gets a tzibah b'nafas? Therefore, even though any leader who leads his flock, who leads his tzibor, b'nafas. Now, what is nafas? Nafas means with a gentle pace. Gentle pace, not yelling, not screaming, not firing brimstone, not demeaning them, not. But nafas, so such a person like this is there to lead that tzibor Omen Haba as well. I will say these belongs to the intake that Omen Haba is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post-Pias and Mason era. שנאמר, כי אנחנו ננהגים במבוי מים רעים. מה הוא אומר? גדול יודע, שירות בין שתי הסיעות. Wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it's given between, not means between two letters. What it actually means is between two names of Hashem. Shenemar, Kel Deos Hashem. So what they see that? Deos is mentioned in the word Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between two names of the Rebbe Hashem. But as a double mikdash, but in some cases the Shemitah and the Shteosios, because it is given over between two names of Hashem. Shenemar, Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's the mikdash is sandwiched between two names of Hashem. And that's the thing about that. That's massively that Abba Kashira, and after we don't really come up, Shemitah and Shteosios. You use that model. When the son of vengeance is also good, because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. The Sid, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem. Like the Pasuk says, Kamikamos Hashem, Kamikamos Sophia. On the way, when we say, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think of vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? I'll probably use like a revelation. So like two revelations. That doesn't say revelation twice. That just says what fear was. And it says in the comma twice. So it's like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the word is so one ultimately is able to be like the vengeance for good and the vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good to be as if it's not for you is good. Like to take vengeance for me. But sometimes, as we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has a strong creative nature. So in other words, a call to choose for the apples is beautiful enough. Any person like there who has less understanding, to remove the voice of this Shema. It's as if this Mikdash was personally engaged. Shazet was why. Shazet anything makes the ourselves. Shazet anything makes the ourselves. Because ultimately, again, we said before, there is between two names of Hashem and you put some period of Hashem. Now, what that means? What exactly that means? Any person who has there and moved up, this Mikdash was rebuilt, and come back to that Shema. So you underline and go back to it after you get a written definition of really what there means.
You don't remember the joke? Sure.
Okay, now we're going to do a minute. I don't know what actually, no. I don't know what how other sheets go there, the selfless action. Any person who has there will become wealthy. Shenemar, will be that's how you do your mother call your carving no, call Adam Shein go there, also lacking a lot. Any person who doesn't have there, ultimately, again, you can't have Rahmanas on you. Shenemar, Kilo Andurasu, Akino Yahameno, Oseo, Bioto, Kalamasa, Kol Hanosi, Kito, Mishin Bogay, Silvara, burn his breast to someone who doesn't have sale. Ultimately, again, that is what happens. So, what's it's very interesting. So, you see the schema of you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have sale. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have sale. Now, let's say, what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this? So, let's say, you can understand. What's the data? What does we translate it as wisdom? But let's say, but what is the do that is just going to speak from a basic perspective? What is the core component of wisdom? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So remember again, Hazal, like Moses says, brachas. that speaks about Havdalah Shle'esrei. Chazal say, where did Chazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Ata cholim la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to be makri, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Hol. Das is most before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Hol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Tahor. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a Chacham, like, remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's okay, so Chachma, Bina, those are at the higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have Das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal said, if somebody doesn't have Dale, don't have Achmanas on them. Don't have Achmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. You're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Dale, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an errant lifestyle. I will say, a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As I always said, any person who has Daya, he will need the Beis HaMikdash beyond, right? Ultimately, again, because once at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Daya. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tamei, what's tahor, what's kodesh, what's kol, what's mutter, what's aseh, what's tov, what's yah. As long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. But as long as I have Daya, I will be successful. But conversely, if I don't have Dale, number one, if I don't have Dale, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have Dale, it's my fault. The failure to acquire it is the highest level of personal responsibility. To the point, you can't even help out a person. It's such an unloving and incredible delay. And that's how you say, I'm not going to tell us if you really say about Dale. It's similar love. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone that doesn't have Dale, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. שנאמר, רק לפני עשינו מזון ככה, והתחול במזון על ניסוי שנאמר, היה אבל הספריון, וידע ספריון, ואמר מזון. However, sitting by Dale, so for gold, person doesn't have Dale, will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? Because I was like, if I don't have Dale, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship, because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. But let's say, there are people who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. And they make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not, can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. That's meaning the self-builder. Self-builder, what do you want to say, Mike? Look, I mean, that someone knows that. But I say, even though you don't know, it's not lost. Most of the time, that's there. Most of this is ridiculous. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, or any home in which there's not Torah in at night, each of us a fire will consume it. Shre'emar, Kol Shachtam Etzfinat, Kol Oish Merafet Yara, Save the Ohalot. They see out on Papa, there's a vote Shre'emar, the Sivir Hashem Torah, Rafat. Listen, so what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learned at night, fire will consume it. That's a pretty strong. It's also was like, it tells us, very important to me, in addition to coming to shul for night simple, and the beautiful inspiration, which is everybody has an obligation on night simple, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation to night simple. So it's shut and stuff like that. I'm that one. It's a thing that I say, right? So you have to understand, but it's like I'm not joking around. Look, a youth has to come to this level a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start reminding the toilets, in addition to that, person also has to learn at home.
Congratulations, sign
You
up
guys
again.
have
Give
Torah
us
in your
another minute
house.
sometime.
Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the shot when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this. Men is always a metaphor for difficulties. Right? That's like light was always a metaphor for difficulties. Once in the language is like this. Both sides. Shame, give them Torah, Lishma, and Bobaba. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, in other words, any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. The Torah stops. Right? And as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish Oklaso. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life is rooted in its connection to witness. So even during the lighten-up periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So also, I have to stop over here. Incredible, Gemara. I have to stop over here. By the way, so if I did more than a block today, it's fantastic. One block, that's the detail. Listen, what today is, I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up day. So the minutes are much shorter. Gemara. Everyone is such a stress, everyone.
I just got a job. I'm a
It's not that idea.
I work at a wire factory. Wires and fabricating cables and stuff.
Very nice. Very nice. What did you do before that?
I was into welding. I actually parked cars for a long time with the PMC company out here. I was a valet. Then they made me a bellhop, and the tips are really shitty, but I love working there.
All right, Kimmel said, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual commentator.
And he couldn't understand why I wanted to quit. And, I like that guy a lot.
Our sponsor. Tell us Mishpach Eretz Yisrael to dedicating all the Shurim and Roshos this year as a chus from Soros Tavos Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Klein, Zichron L'Bracha, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron L'Bracha, the merit of our Tam Torah. All of the Neshamos have memory of the families in it. From will bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers will be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedayim. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzadik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzadik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really Antoninus Levi. Again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Additionally, we got through this cycle like 8 years. But it's given like an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemaras like this. But all right. Okay. Good. So let's say, so 3 lines up from the bottom, Tzadik Aleph from Aleph 91a. Amalei Rabbi Rante, Amalei Antoninus Levi. I will say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antoninus. Remember again, Antoninus was a Roman official. There's a little bit of historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinating, he developed a relationship with Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the 2 men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus has said the following: go for the Shoah, this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? Kesad. Guf Omer, Neshama Chatasa, the body could say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? Very listen to this question. Shem Shapir Shemeni, how are you looking Kevin? Don't make Kevin. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you what I am. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Like the moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? I'm just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. Well, the Neshama could say, Kuf Chata. No, it's the body that sinned. What's the proof? Shemim Shepirashti Minenu, Harini Polachas Ba'avir Kitzipah. Because the Neshama could say, look at me. From the day that I left that Fashkunti body, look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm feeling like a bird. Right? So the body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does the Baruch hold a person accountable when essentially a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility? Ultimately for failure of man. So this is beautiful. I'm going to enter the mashal madam now. So let me give you a mashal. Let me give you a mashal.
Medium joke, but there you go. Daniel Shepard. You're welcome, buddy.
I'll give you a little mashal. Listen to this. This is great. The Melech Pasam Dam Shayla Kadishna. The king had a beautiful orchard. Vahayabal on the days. Look at our flag. Vahayabal the Choros knows, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The Choros knows. Very nice dates. Right, or very nice figs. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, one of them was blind. So at least you got it very distinct. So these were the watchmen over the field. So he was So the crippled one said to the Shimon, to the blind one, the Choros knows I see that there's some really nice things in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the figs. So sure enough, again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the figs. The Yomim Baal Pipers, so sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, oh, I have the photos knows, hey, come here, where are my figs? Supposedly they did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and they eat a lot of figs in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, a prolonged amount of time. So the owner comes back to the where are my figs? So I'm going to assume, also, I'm sorry, I'm going to figure, so again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How did they liability? So the blind guy said, what do you want from me? I don't have sight. It couldn't have been me. The crippled guy says, what do you want from me? I don't have legs. Clearly couldn't be me. So what does the Baal Asada do? Here, so the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So you're right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Making the Shama, the Zarka Baguf, the Dan on some Kafka. So that essentially says, you're right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, the both essentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shama and literally he throws it into the book. The gun on some Kafka. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. Shneimar, Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, Ve'al Ha'aretz Lo Din Amo. Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, who called to the heavens above, Zuna Shama, Ve'al Ha'aretz Lo Din Amo, and he calls to the earth for judgment together with it, Zehagov. So it's really fascinating. So I'll tell you something amazing. The Levi took a big mission. He's so young, He never says, but still, it's not fair. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? I was at the end of the day, it's not the Neshama that sins, it's the Guf that sins. So why would the Neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Rebbe says. This is classic of Levi Yitzchak. The Rebbe says, because the Neshama didn't try hard enough. to stop the body. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the Neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a direct question, Neshama, but you understand, right? In other words, like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the Neshama upsets itself. The lady says, Neshama, how dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah. You upset yourself and the body is struggling. Dafka, when the guf is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. A chutzpah, that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That says the Rebbe, is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You should have tried harder to stop and dafka when the struggle is most acute. That's dafka when you don't walk away. Listen, it's such a profound yesod. Such a profound yesod. Human nature is, I'm willing to be present. Whatever present in a relationship with other people, relationship with the Kodesh Baruch Hu. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously, there are times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, dafka when it gets hardest is dafka the time you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But instead the neshama said itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back here. I'm going to do this Rabbi. I'm doing this Rabbi. But maybe not. I'm going to use his Gemara. It's like, yeah, it's impossible. This is seriously for me. This is like with me. It's like we're switching to Yomi until the end of Sanhedrin. Then I'm going to Hashem. So we'll pick up the rest of cloudy stars. And this is I'm going to do this Rabbi. If they not come, you'll say the Jack for Shakaso. Listen to this. I'm doing this as Rabbi. And I want to say, by the way, you see from the questions. These are not, I would say, sometimes when you know, of course, questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, poke holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not Antoninus trying to dispute us. This is Antoninus legitimately curious. See, Antoninus actually defining us. Listen to this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. Don't say that. I have a real appreciation for this tomorrow. The last couple of days I was down in the flying. So if you're ever here and you show up at 5 minutes, the sun is glaring through those windows. Those windows. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. It's something we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. And honestly, if you sit over here, you know why? You see the sun coming up over here. My flag. Let's see it saying it. Anyway, so Antoninus asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? So this is interesting. So Rabbi says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm like, so in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, the rest is the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? In other words, Rabbi was asking, what's your question? I'm like, I'll become here. No, here's my question. If they mashokas v'na'arach. No, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun need to traverse to the other direction? It's so beautiful. Shalom Lakoda. In order that the sun should give Shalom Aleichem, should give Shalom to Rabbi Bono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, we'll say Rashi is on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of Nechama after finishing the daf, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So if Rashi needs both sides of the page, it makes sense that the space is taking longer as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, Elikim Shalom Lakoda, Lakadosh Baruch Hu, Shashchina B'Mayra. The Kibbutz Shemagas Adaman Homechas Umshtachal V'Echos Baruch Hu. We'll say, what does mean the Shechina is in the west? So remember again, using the Beis Hamikdash model. So remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shechina is in the west. So therefore, the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the west, and it sets, because when it sets, it goes down, representing down. So the shin itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So the Yechoshinamar, Yitzvah Shon Yechomish Kachar. Alright, the Sisi Al-Halga, the Sisi Al-Halga Rakia, the Tika Shom of the tail. So I understand, so ask Antonius, once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky, so rise in the east, come to the sky, bow there, right? So not bow there, in other words, bow there, and then just set. In other words, Antonius asks me, why does this have to make its way all the way from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and set right there. The question which the Gemara says, Mishum Poland and the overage Rabbi, because of workers and travelers. I also what is that? Mishum Poland, Ilukar Hayom Makshik Pitom, Shekishakama be'emsa Rakia Mizira Biyosel, Usur Shadayin Yishals Bayom, by Poland Shlomo Rachman, Ashekashek Amavi Draka, Nango Hayilogum, Masai Yakshok, Vakish. Here's the problem. If the sun was set in the sky, so let's say that's what happens. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? Workers know that the work is there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west can serve the twofold purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So they'll say, what a tremendous Moshe Haskell. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What is that maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, he could have caused the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if HaKadosh to maximize the time, because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Listen, he wants us operating on all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'm talking about your career, like career, material career, and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey, because he wants us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun goes. Incredible. I'm going to have to use the Rabbi. The show, Amos, I need to know about it. So questions. Rabbi says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? By the way, interesting, that indicates to us that Antonius believes in the neshama. He believes in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Sisira? So let's say, so Pekida means humility again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi can tell you once again, the beautiful Gemara said this Mido, the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it? The beginning of pregnancy, what is it? Fetus, embryo, a blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast, and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, what is this? That's called Pekida. Because Pekida means to remember, just for the malach saying to Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So Antonius asks Rabbi, when does the baby get its neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast, or maybe no, when it takes on serum, is literally again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Yishas Sisira. So Rabbi says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so Amalei, so Antonius says it doesn't make any sense. After Katicha Shabasa Amanda Shlosh Yemen Below Melach, Bena Masrachas. So again, he says it can't be is, for example, a piece of meat, right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. In other words, it needs salt, it needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, right? How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead, it must be Elo Mishas Pekida. So Antoninus says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time that it's about, so from the moment of inception. So Rabbi said, Davar Zelam Dani Antoninus. So what's this about? Rabbi said, Antoninus, you're right. Right. Saying good. Right. And furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, so literally again, so they're dashing it from Pshas Pekida, from the moment of Pekida, from the moment that the Malach brings the feet of the drop of our HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamra Yuchi. My Ruach preserves. My Ruach keeps me, which also seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the fetus, to the entity in its initial blast form. Incredible. It was like it's hard about that because now that we spoke about neshama, so when does a person get the Sahara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia. So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is that just sinewy, there's flesh, or baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. Amar says, I'm sorry, Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded from the time that the fetus is formed in your own, ultimately, and that's when there's Yitzhara. So I think this doesn't make sense. I'm going to empty boy from my, if that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which Rabbi says, so we hear this? So the baby really had a Yitzhara, the fetus had a Yitzhara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhara do? What does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara causes us to kick. It causes us to kick. The entire essence of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's all top the Yitzhara. But here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a cough inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, could be the most incredible energy of growth. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antoninus says it can't be that baby has the Yitzhara because literally it would keep its way out of the womb. It must be that it receives the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Rabbi says, so Rabbi once again agrees with Antoninus. He says, you're right. He says, you're absolutely right. Right? It must be that the baby receives it when exiting. And ultimately, again, there is a pasuk that supports this as well. The pasuk says that literally, again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about Cain. This pasuk is by Cain, but it's a metaphor. The pasuk is that at the opening, at the entry to the world, sin crouches. The Yitzhara is there. And I will say this seems to be the doctrine of that the Yitzhara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. The Bible said that this is soul, but first of all, it's in our own lives. Now, what does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara gets me to kick down boundaries. But again, if I can harness that, if I can channel that, then what a profound and interpersonalistic growth. I'm not saying Moses, I want him to say, so Bam, Ibar, Ubisea, Allah, Biovadas, Yakov, as you tell it, I observe the ritual Russian healing, Nifko with Barmai, we have to leave So as I said, interestingly, we have two different psukim that first is so the Gemara says yes, that makes sense. One pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I will say is one of the questions that we have. We saw it back from yesterday's that. Like, how do people come back to Tzitzis, clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right, it's like only the moment in this surrounding. In reality, we come back again with our movement, but then we are healed back. Incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then it's yes, and Misa Makavish goes there and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula Ramixir. Ula brings down to let's say second white line. It's out the color coming things. Ula Ramixir. Ila Hamavas like Yashak Matsasham Del Yaakov. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear from every face. See, Kiana Ben Neashana Damos. Lo Yem Mishum on Damos. Okay, here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person. It sounds like we'll live much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? Lo Kashio, time we saw time about Obdeko Hadim. One is about Jews, one is non-Jews. So apparently again by Jews there won't be death, by non-Jews there will be death. I have Obdeko Hadim Mabao Hasam. What are non-Jews doing in the Moshe Mashiach? It was like what? Which is interesting, like, is that listening for non-Jews? Like, what is that? So the Gemara says, my Baal Hasam, Hanaf Tsibu, Ra'am Yuzarim, and Ru'im Son Achim, and the Neka Ikarmakom. What's that? Because again, apparently, the living non-Jews, first of all, there's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in Olam Haba and in Moshe Mashiach. But interestingly enough, these persons reflect the idea that the Moshe Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael. We'll be fully focused ultimately again on the spiritual growth. I guess it's interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole submatter of this, which is what is the Messianic era? Or what is it? You know, is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much all of like a regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothes, all of these things are going to be embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokes, and the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is I am the Rothschild kingdom of Dafa, and I never saw it except for you, Hashem. In other words, we have these machlokes, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay? The Chisna Mitzvah, the Chisna Barabba, also contrasts with Sukkim. The Chafa Alabana, Ubo Shah Hama, Kimala Hashem Tzivakos. Siv, the Hayahar Alabana, Korach Hama, Borach Hama, Yu Shiva Sayin, or Shiva Sayin. So what's this interestingly enough? There's two different sequences. First one seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era. And second one seems to indicate that they'll shine even brighter. The evening will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says this far. Lokasha, Kalimos Mashiach, Kal Olam Haba. I should say this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again Yemos HaMashiach. So let's say, so what does this mean? So apparently Yemos HaMashiach in Olam Haba, there's the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries is dim. In Yemos HaMashiach, that's when all the luminaries will shine even brighter. In the Shmuel, the Amar Ein Bein Olam Hazeh Yemos HaMashiach Shiva Goyos Global. But according to Shmuel, it says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shiva Goyos. It was that Shiva Goyos literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all. Right? We don't need to help, we don't need to love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That's Shiva Malchus. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of HaKadosh. So how do you understand this whole thing about the leaders? Which is beautiful. So let's speak in the world to come. When you can't go to Shekhinah, so you don't need to read it. Because the both of itself shines bright. When you can't go to Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. It's incredible. Rabbi Sid, so Rabbi contrasts with Psukim. Ani Amista'ach Sid, Machatzti V'ani Erba. So what's the reason for this? So the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machasti, I broke and I will heal. So the Gemara says, Mashi name is I'm Mechayev. V'hadar Mashi Machasti Ani Erva. Baruch Hu says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the Gemara said before. That how does Tchias HaMesim work? Where Tchias HaMesim works is first, the dead are brought back to life. But they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias HaMesim. That again, they come back how we were, and then ultimately again the healing process. Of course, like I said, the one part that the Gemara doesn't discuss over here, which is interesting for the $5 million question, is how old are we? Like when we come back, like why is that? No, we gotta come back a little younger. We go be nice. It'd be nice. So that again, so I was like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You know, say like Hashem asked like a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? Right? Get a little awkward, like the nice, like how does that? So there's like a lot of stuff. Or what if you already had the first time around? Like again, like the second chance. They do things a little bit differently. There's a lot of discussions. With this. So like I said, the Gemara is attempting to give us full sentences and lingo, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be pictures, always going to be interesting. So the Gemara goes like, I'm sorry, yeah. So ultimately, Hashem says, I caused death and I bring back to life. So maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. Therefore, the end of the pasuk comes along. It says, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. So too again, life and death is also in the same person. And I will say this serves as a proof to Tchias HaMesim. Incredible. Tanya, I'm Rabbi Meir. How do we know about resurrection and death in the Torah? I will say this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting a pasuk from the Torah. Like up until now, most of the psukim, except for most of the psukim, as you could see, are from nothing. How do we know that they're from nothing? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's Mefurish Raya that it's from nothing, right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a pasuk from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe V'Neisah Sashira Azos. So then, right? Then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Shar no ne'emar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Neisah. Moshe and Neisah sung this song. Rather, Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan l'Tchias HaMesim in Torah. This is a proof to Tchias HaMesim. Proof to Tchias HaMesim. Right? Future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yosef would better singing again after all, as Yifneh Yoshua Mizbeach LaHashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach for Hashem. Mark doesn't say he built it, rather every Yifneh. Mikam Tchias HaMesim in Torah. So also what this represents is there'll be sometime in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Moshe Rabbeinu was dead. So how's Moshe Rabbeinu going to sing? Yoshua will build. Yoshua's dead. So how can Yoshua build? Tchias HaMesim. As Yidna Shlomo Bana L'Kmosh, Shakot Shlomo. So as I say, interestingly enough, the pasuk says that Shlomo Melech is actually a crazy pasuk. Shlomo Melech built a Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? That's a different pasuk. Shlomo Melech has built a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why does it say that he did? Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. I'll never show a lady. From where do we know about Tchias HaMesim in Torah? So the Shneimar, Ashrei Yoshrei Nesecha Odi Ala Michaseva. It's a beautiful telling. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home, Old Yahweh, right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Gemara says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. What is this future praising? Future praising is them is this present. It's beautiful. It says the Madonna Shalom, beautiful Gemara. Whoever says Shira, whoever sings Shira in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar, Ashrei Yoshe, Esecha, Odialu. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you say Shira in this world? You sing praise in this world. Ultimately, again, you will sing it because it's one of the most basic. The Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. We'll say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvin La'asharaseyim Barashem V'Nenem V'Zid Ashkina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit around the Kadosh Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shkina. That's Olam Haba. And we'll say, there's sometimes a person who's going, is there like a tea room? Is there like a Shweki coming? Is it full of is that it? Is that it? And also a lot of times you see, yeah, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But Olam Hazeh really is much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Hazeh is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Hazeh, but Olam Hazeh has to look a certain way. And perhaps that's what you are saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, right? If this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. And if not, Olam Haba really is just about the material, or just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. I'm going to keep it up. I'm going to go for it. United with Tess and East Minute Torah. Shneimar. We're looking at this for the Torah. Shneimar. Called to Papa Nasi called Yachtam Rani. Rinulo Ne'amar Eli Rani. Kind with Tess and East Minute Torah. So once again, the voices of Tzofach, of those of your Nevi'im, of those who see, right? They will go ahead and call out Rani, and they will praise you. Future tense. Once again, future tense, not present. So I'm going to keep it up. I'm going to go for it. Asidim called Nevi'im. Omen. Shira B'Kolef, which is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Mishneh Amar, Kol Tzofach HaNasu Kol Yachtav Yonim. We'll say, how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of Klal Yisrael speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most Mashiach. As we saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw this already before. It's nevertheless speaking in one unified voice. Some of you would know other out. So if a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, they will say, this could be a Rabbi, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone. I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it, it's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shne'emar Torah Tziva Moshe, Morosha Kivilas Yaakov. Morosha Ki L'chol Yisrael Mishesh Shnei Moshe. So we'll say, you have the possibility of Torah. So Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes, Yimei, Bereshis. Rashi points out there was in Sheshes, Bereshis. So Rashi points out the Sid, Bereshis, Bara, the Shil HaTorah, Shnei, Bereshis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis, Bara, what does it mean? In the beginning, I stated, Bereshis is a contraction. The Shvil, Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. The world was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold the Torah from someone who I can give it to, it's if I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not from Rabbi Bizna. I'm not Shimon Chasida. Talmudei Halacha B'Talmud. If a Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud, in other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't show into this. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Shene'emar, Monea bar top of Tzadik Beis. Monea bar, Yikavo la'om. Ve'ein la'om el ubrin la'om fetuses. Shene'emar u'la'om la'om yamas. Ve'ein kavo el klala kavo who's cursing. Shene'emar ma'akov lo kavo kel by Bilam. Ve'ein bar el Torah. Right, bar means Shene'emar nosh ubar hen yada. So we'll say, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't say that like someone who's Michal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. You know, what does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the fetuses. Like what's the pshat of that? What's that sometimes the worst thing that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. Because we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. But that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something to someone else, so what is what I'm talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of personal responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So Mar Lazai, Ula Bar Yishmael Omer, and not to also Kabbalah. If you don't, right, if you withhold Torah from a student, literally again, so means they pierce you like a sieve. Okay, now let's say now what Rashi points out, what does it pierce like a sieve? It means you forget your learning. Just like that, if you put something into a sieve, a Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours, nothing is mine. Nothing is mine. Right? Nothing belongs to us. Everything is responsible. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole level of life. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. Ksiv halcha, yikavu la'om, ksiv hasam, vayikov for vidalto. Va'amar Abaye, ki ochla v'kitziri. Literally perforated like a long door, piece. All right? Im lamdo. And what happens if you teach someone Torah? He wants to say, this is all punishment if you withhold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmidim Torah? What's his reward? Amar Hashem says, Zocha lebirchas Yosef. Rachos ki Yosef. Incredible. So such a Rebbe, and when we say a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi. Doesn't have to be a Rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. You know, one of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes there was talking about chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. Because you have chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I want to say that is the most profound thing. We think whenever we see these Gemaras, we like automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it. And if you convey that Torah, what happens? You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shene'emar, bracha l'rosh mashpir. Ve'in mashpir elo Yosef. That's what Shene'emar. Yosef was shalot ala aretz. Who mashpir l'chol am haaretz. So we'll say, brothers, what's the pshat? What's the pshat that someone says that shares their Torah? They get brachas like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? It was always the entire abode of Yosef. Yosef took his brachas, and what did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, had every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef at Tzaddik. I would have changed this. Kalamalami, this is beautiful. Kalamalami to Rabbi Olam Hazeh, Zocha Umalam Deli Olam Haba. Wow. Let's say if ever teaches Torah in this world, is Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? And remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it even mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? I will say that you teach Torah in this world, it is not going to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which I will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, when you're to Hashem, will be Zochah to learn in this world the next one. Can you imagine? We have our Chabura, we have our Shir in Olam Haba. I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I thought we'll be able to move faster. But in Hashem, I'll say, how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like Shnei Amar. Pasuk says, so it's a malam that there's no time at all about that. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. So the Gemara says, Shneimar Umar Gam Hu Yora. Amar Rabba. So once again, you see this fixation. By the way, with Kesef, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many rayas for a concept. Right? This is now only 3 block. Feels like 7 block. That's 1.5 block. Right, so 1.5 block in, right, that again, Minayim. First of all, because again, the notion of Tchias HaMesim is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. So, Minayim Tchias HaMesim in HaTorah, Shnei Amar, Yechi Ruvain V'al Yamos. Ruvain will live and he will not die. Parshas Vaychi. Yechi Ruvain Ba'olam Hazeh. No, not Parshas. Sorry. It's also bracha. It's not the brachas of Yaakov. It's the brachas of Moshe Rabbeinu. Yechi Ruvain V'al Yamos. Yechi Ruvain Ba'olam Hazeh. Ruvain will live in this world. V'al Yamos L'olam Haba. He will not die in the world. You know, Amar Afar Avinu says from here. Rabbi Mishne Admas Afar Yakitzu. Elu L'chai Olam Ve'elu L'charfos L'Dino. So say incredibly enough, a number of these statements from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. Rashi says from here, and now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest. But stand right, literally again, return the Goralach, is return for your destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because a number of these psukim, we actually say the Kvura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kvura is completed. Before the Avelim leave the kever and walk back through the shur, walk back through the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many of the minhag actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. Our Rabbi Lazar, called Parnish Shamani gets at Sibar Benachos. Any leader who leads his flock, who leads his Sibar Benachos. Now, what does Benachos mean? Benachos means with a gentle kite. The gentle kite. It's not yelling, it's not screaming, it's not fire and brimstone, not meaning them, not Benachos. So such a person like this is Zoka to lead that Sibar Olam Haba as well. I will say these demands really seem to indicate that Olam Haba here is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post Tchias HaMesim era. Shnei Amar Kimarasim Yehagim Va'amagui Ma'yinam. Remember Lazar, Idoladea, this is incredible. Idoladea, Shenita Ben Shteos. Dea, wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because he was given between, it literally means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar. Kel Deos Hashem. So once you see that, Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between 2 names of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Rabbi Lazar says Gadol Mikdash. The Beis Hamikdash is Beit Shnitan Beit Shnei Osios because it was given over between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's the Mikdash is sandwiched between 2 names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maskif Le'Ravada, Maskif Le'Ravada, Karchino Ha'elam Me'ata Gidol in the Kama, Shenit Kaben Shnei Osios. Oh, you're going to use that model. And the Kama, vengeance. Vengeance is also great. because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem, the Sid, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem. Right? The Pasuk says, like, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem, Kel, Nikamos, Sophia. Amarle, Lemilse, Hakinam, right? By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? My father right means like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That just says Sophia once. And it says Nekama twice. Almost like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Achas lamida tova, va'achas lamida paloris. So one ultimately, again, looks like to be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good, to be like because God will repay good. As to take revenge is really, sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has to be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish Bodea, which is beautiful Gemara. For any person who has Dea, who has understanding, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Why? Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Dea is between two names of Hashem and Mikdash is between Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means, any person who has Dea, has wisdom, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt. We're going to come back to that tomorrow. So you're underlining, we're going to come back to it after we get a working definition of really what Dea means. Fine. Okay, yeah, now give it a few more minutes. I'm Rabbi Lazar, actually, right now. I'm Rabbi Lazar. For Adam Sheish Bodea, the Sof Misasha. Any person who has Dea will become wealthy. Shenei Anar, and Vidas Haridim Yemalu Koho, Yekarvin Nam. I'm Rabbi Lazar. For Adam She'in Bodea, Aslu Lachim Allah. Any person who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas on him. Shenei Anar, Kilo Ambinasu, Hakim Bo Yirachamenu, Oseo Biyotchalai Fenena. Rabbi Lazar, where he gives bread to someone who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, that is what happened. So we'll say it's very interesting. So you see this Gemara, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Dea. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Dea. Now let's say, what's the pshat of this? What's the pshat of this? So let's say, what's Dea? What's this? I'm translating it as wisdom. So I want to say, but if you think about this, just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Remember Sachas Brachos. It speaks about Havdalah and Shmona Esrei. Chazal said, where did Chazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonin la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das is most big. Before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Kar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a chacham, right? Because remember again, there's chachma, there's bina, there's okay. So chachma, bina, those might be higher levels, but maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have chance, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have Dea, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Dea, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an earned lifestyle. I want to say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As Ellen says, any person who has Dea, right? Ultimately, again, because we say at the end of the day, There's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Deya. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tameh, what's tahor, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's aser, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. But as long as I have deya, I will be successful. Conversely, if I don't have deya, number one, if I don't have deya, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have deya, it's my fault. The ability to acquire it is the highest level of personal responsibility. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. It's such an overwhelming and incredible demand. And that's how the Gemara says, all right, this is like, right. I'm going to realize that. Kalau say people who say about deya, you still might love. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have deya, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Person who doesn't have deya will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? You will say, if I don't have deya, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship. If you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. It's like there are people who who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They make every single excuse why what you're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not, can't build relationships. Can't build a home, can't build a life. As soon as a self-gola will be a wonder. Shnei Amar, looking gola amin lebridas. I'm a loser. Kavai she'im b'shivei Torah nishman b'valayla. Ishak was. We'll say another example. That's deya. We'll say this is a ridiculous thing. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night. So there's any home in which there's not Torah living at night. Fire will consume it. Shnei Amar, kol choshech tamalot tzfunav, tochleo eish lo lofeach yara, suid ba'ohalo. Ve'im suid al tam chacham, tizam kol Shnei Amar, u'besuid masher Hashem korei. But fine, listen, so what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learned in at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong thing. First of all, it tells us very important the need, in addition to coming to shul for night singing. And the beautiful newspaper, which again, everybody has an obligation of night singing, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation of night singing. It's not a shame. It's not like, oh, I'm dabbling this. It's a weird. So you have to have night singing. It's actually not joking around. A week has to come to this register to learn a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start my money with this message. But in addition to that, person also has to learn at home. Person has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Right? That's like Laila is always a metaphor for difficult times. Perhaps the Gemara means like this. Called bias. She'ein divrei Torah nishma'in bo b'alayla. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night. In other words, any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. Like as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish Oklasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods of life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances, although the circumstances, will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to witness. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. Also, I have to stop over terrible Gemara, but on top of here, shkoya. By the way, we did more than a block today. Fantastic. Right, wrong block, but that's the detail. Let's say, I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up day, because the next session much shorter Gemara. The next session, Koyak, everyone. It's such a shkoyak, everyone. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Oh, was it on the other? All right.
Affected this election wouldn't be the first time, but Floyd, you gave it a hell of a run. It was very good, good interview, good set. I guess you get to keep those strong stickers. A big joke, but there goes Floyd Jones. Floyd saying goodbye to Shane and Lord Charizard or whatever he said. There's another
Rothschild dedicating all the human justice this year as his quotes from the South of Russia and
this is a special time in the show's history because we have a brand new regular who has absolutely taken the show over by storm. This is a brand new set. They get to do a little bit longer than a minute if they want. And this is the dark storm of Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen. He is here. Make some fucking noise for Patrick Williams.
Let's be back to Red Ops begin. Today's Doctor's Project out at 91. We have a steep climb today. It's a shame but we're going to make it. Let's get up on Santa Cruz Days 90B. That got a countdown to the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. You're doing really small color. So again, you see what the results are. Let's remember again, we're in the studio of trying to find some type of scriptural illusion to PTSS. Try to eliminate that business miracle. So we'll learn this yesterday. It is a concept that says, when you Satan many as Shumas Hashem Aaron HaKohen. You shall give Shuma to Aaron. And what I will say, it's very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was Shuma. Why? Because Shuma only goes into effect when you go into Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what can this mean? But ultimately, again, you give Shuma to Aaron, so you really get a mercy at the possibility that's cancellation. So the Gemara says, today, some levels like really talk about Aaron. What does it mean? You have to give Shuma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Not Aaron, cover, from a Kavir. Just like Aaron is a cover, or just like Aaron is a cover. And therefore, learn how to go ahead and use Shuma in the appropriate way. So to again, in general, you have to give to Kavir. I already saw that in my earlier things. Now saying that he's going to play on Aaron, I mean, you can't give Shuma to a play these individuals. Say, no, no. The army notion is that I message Marshall coming to do them. You have to do because again, where the possibilities is, you give them the honors to work, because you destroy in the Torah of the Rebbe. And the Hajj Torah, not just the God Hashem, whoever is holding the ability in the Torah of the Rebbe Shalom, you explore with us, has a portion in Tumah, to say in the Master of the God Hashem, and whoever is not holding his Torah in the Torah of the Rebbe, he does not have a portion. And also, he says you're going to see this is not as much purity as it is just very important because Shuma has a lot of details, Shuma has a lot of obligations, and this uses Shuma for very much attention. That kind of feel on the face. I'm going to talk about Anda, I'm going to do that. For those who don't know about it, the other is Shuma. They're playing using Amaris to no story to no Ari. Because this gets to our life. Not something going to something in the very soul, but when this is in front of a lion, there's a suffix. You know, really carry the part to it for that. Queen Amaris, suffix, over the power, suffix of one. So to again, you give something, you give too much of a Queen Amaris, a suffix. Really easier to speak of ritual purity, really easier to speak of ritual purity. The real Quran says, Ashkoin will be suffix. The point is too much of a Queen Amaris is causing the death of that Queen. How is that so Shemar? The Mitzvah don't keep telling you to listen before that misuse of Shemar is also that penalty. You give Shua to a college who doesn't know how to is treated with the appropriate safety. It's as if one is causing death to that particular employee. Meaning, the bigger the Torah, Achma Sil Ava Ashma. Even cause the point of my Gavin Shema, see also other Ashma Achmas Kacher. So it's going to be passing by all of this. This is very interesting. Again, in each instance, you would think that giving too much of the point of course is an objective process. So giving too much of the point is only a process, it's only something that the point knows what to do. If he doesn't know how to work with it, then that always is not a process, and in fact, it's a liability. Tremendous is sold in life as well. About things, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful book for our parents to give children something as long as you want. The child knows how to hold it. Give the child something else. So give the sort of technology. Give in many areas. Give the child something that I can accept that be nice, but they don't know what to do with it. It's not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. It never like it. However, when you start, somebody says, you're not a Christmas in your life. Again, a biblical illusion for themselves. The God of mercy as preaching is very interesting. Each tongue will sing slaughter as command. The pasuk says, and I will establish, I will uphold my covenant with them to give to them, lahem, to them, right? That's lahem, lahem. The pasuk doesn't say, the pasuk doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you lahem, rather it says lahem, to them. Who is the them? If you look at Rashi, it's Rashi on the right side, without halfway down, if you wouldn't know halfway down, Elohim, the Mashma Shekiah HaKadosh Baruch Hu Seder, Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, Sheyiti Lahem Eretz Yisrael. If you Lahem Yikno, Haru Yidnehem Yikno. The pasuk makes it sound like such an extreme through the pasuk that again, Abraham's not referring to Am Yisrael was alive at the time, and we Russian of what? Of Lachem, to you. Lachem means to death. He's the dead. You do not understand it's referring to Avram Yitzchak Yaakov. You don't understand that, but they're dead. They don't get about their casual people. Take it easy, king against itself. I would rather what you see. Ultimately, that Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Yes, I guess. Yes, I guess. So the Gemara says, you get fine. I'm kind of pessimistic as well. Beautiful. Show me what's on there. Let's listen to this. The meaning, like you can do. And then if I cannot be taught, it's only because of the now we're going to see you use the terms, colors, very interesting. What we're going to see is that we really refer to different levels of characteristics. Like you have to don't believe in certain things. So see the distinctions. Show me what's on the window. So the window is you don't separate yourself from the Chinese. The word you know, they want to move back again. All of that. You have Torah, you have Real, and you have Super. Careful. And the real says, I'm going to give you a proof. I'm trying to give you Super. So if you remember that all of the English proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens. You have Torah. So number one, what's the guy in that Torah that says, I don't show Moshe. He's going to show him in the Hosefa, they come. Pretty explicit. As Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to live again and die. You're going to lose your others to come. And you are going to arise. Wow, pretty explicit, clear solution. So how do you disprove it? You know. Instead of Leo, you're putting the comma in the wrong place. Amuro, the Dima, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, the Zayah. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, the Zayah. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people are showing up to you. The Kam is not going on Moshe, but rather the Kam is going on who? On the people. It's really yes. What's the proof from that? Let's say that you set up Hakiti Vanu Shokli Asal, Kipal Oros Taraka, the Eretz Prime people. So what's it say? This part of when you see this phrase, you see Hakiti Vanu Shokli Asal. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Hakiti Vanu, and the same place to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Demo makes him check their Chesed. Maybe that's referring to the day that the Chesed brought back to life. You think it's coming back, right? That's a solution, right? That's the driving down the dry bones. And what's the specific episode supposed to next soothing from soothing. Let's see if you can't help the IFO, only if you don't even insure it. Don't even 6 machines. So they don't say the puzzle. Yeah, so consequence references, yes, right? Maybe making the things. Don't even 6 machines. The lists of those who speak will move. Speak are reference to that. Lists they will move, meaning a reference that they once again will speak. So listen, the criminal of teaching lectures that say the Alma. So the meaning said, the meaning said to the meaning is like this, like the real the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? So you mentioned good look at it. The God of the so beautiful. You should be showing your father. Come share my halacha b'shmo ba'olam hazeh. This is so glorious to tell us. So beautiful. When a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean a halacha. What that means is when a person dies, if someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased lips move in the grave. So Gemara says,
so I went on a first date the other day. She said, no way, I'm sorry. Well, it's a long time, I swear.
When the person needs over Torah, the person needs over message for their family, the person needs over the solos that are set over even after they are no longer alive by definition. Gives you a continued life, reality in this world. So a person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the saying, someone says over the so the lips move in the grave. Incredible. Actually, on the project, so believing you don't believe anything that Rabbi said until Rabbi gives them over the following idea. What is the following idea? Hashem Yishpach, Hashem La'osechem, Masens Lo'hem. Rabbi says, and Hashem has supposed to give over to, I should say to them. Lochem Lo'hem, right? It doesn't say Hashem is giving over to you. Rather, it doesn't say Ella, Lochem, to them. You kind of translation in the Torah. So from where you see it, if you have a reference to translation, meaning of Torah. Once again, he gives it over to them, he's with them. In some terms, this is Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So when you see it's in addition to this idea that Hashem gives them, and then the dead will come back to life. And then what you show me the look like that, others say, but when we God says, it's so beautiful. You often have taken that show of it, okay? Others say, that's when you talk about it. Nobody translated what is it. When you cling to Hashem, your God, how do you cling to Hashem? So it seems when I translate this, you are living fully today, and you're free and life. And it says, you know, Shita, the kind of talk on my own, that's how I'm looking at talking to them. Of course, they're alive today. Ella, even men should call Ha'olam, Kulam Nisim, Achem Halim. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we must be responsible. I feel like we're going to work here. Ultimately, again, you can speak to us and tiny cool come I know you will come back to life. But even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful thing for everyone you sold. So you realize like the shuttle of it is much to say about that concept. It's not that you have to I'll come back to it later. So more than ask of your short calendar. So ultimately, the moments after your short calendar, what are we asking? The nature is from the high nation, you again, much as a deal. So we ask of your short calendar a two-part question. Number one, how do you know you're going to work with the bread? And number two, how do you look at Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-part question. So ultimately, again, when you're short calendar, since I can answer both of those questions, from one person, and the other one, Moshe, think about Shofi the Ramazah, I'm not a Sapa. Become Ha'amazah, we don't know. So again, in some kind of the other passage, Moshe is going to die, become, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you sleep, a remez to Kriyas HaNesim. So you guys can say back to him, the Dilma, the Kama Amazah, the Sana. Okay, Moshe. It's not a real pasuk. The pasuk is that ultimately Moshe is going to die. They become doesn't for Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does become go on? Come goes on ultimately again. The Christ are going to rebel. So Rabbi Shimon said, fine, even if you say that, at least we're keeping your house of your thankful, so again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a language for translation, you can at least use it for what? As a knowledge, as a scriptural proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here Hashem is saying, Moshe, you're going to die, and the way you die, all these souls going to rebel. Okay, kind of. You know, it's like, I'm going to look from the city of the Christ. You guys just talk about the kind of things. There's a lot of Leos. So it's just, you're going to ask me something like, how do I know what is going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? Incha shochet u'mavosecha v'kam. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to us, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So the one goes like the tango, I'm not going to see the doubles that Yaki Sifin. So the also says like this, in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been fortunes also. Shehad Orman, ain't it's anything in Torah. Remember again, just because the books of heretics, he said, there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. I said to them, Siyavtem Torastem, the Lord had at least some Biyatkem came. So number one, you forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? Sha'atem only if there's anything in the Torah, or you claim there is no Tchesed, and yet it's just funny, Tikaris, and Nefesh Avonabah. So let's say there is a double washing of Tikaris. Why is it double washing? Because it says, I'm sorry. Tikaris actually Avonabah. Tikaris Ba'olamazah. Avonabah. So we'll say that Tikaris means that the sin will be cut off from this skull. Avonabah is the sin will remain with it. Maybe not when it's back. Rabbi Olamabah does not refer to the come. So then when you see ultimately again, Raya for translation. So the Gemara says, Tikaris, and after, good. Let's start out. Only I talk about value. But let me give it a value. Make a value in Tikaris. So I understand why can't you put that from Tikaris, and all of that. Tikaris, the Olamabah. Which the Gemara says, Amulay, Tibra Torah Kalasham Adam. Because I would have said that, and the meaning would have said, no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, keep in mind. So that is my point yesterday. Tikaris, Ba'olamazah, Tikaris Ba'olamazah, the Rabbi Akiva. But the Akiva understands the double washing. Tikaris, he cut off in his world. Tikaris in the world to come. The Rabbi Akiva, Olam Yishmor. All Kvar Ne'emar, Es Hashem, whom he got into the person. The pasuk says, in blaspheming Hashem will be cut off. But in Shlosh Olam and Lush, on the three worlds, those deadlines that the three expected to be cut off. So it's very honorable. So it was the Nipah Nada, the Nipah Olamazah, will be cut off in this world. Because the Olamazah. So it's very because the cut from the world to come. And because the Torah Kalasham Adam. This is the first thing Torah speaks. Okay, they know the Shema Akiva, Avonabah my Akiva, but both person and Akiva the Shema. What can you do with the phrase of Avonabah? Look at this, this is beautiful. Shiyako Akiva Asashira, you might have thought that this will be cut off even if you did Shiva. So the Gemara says, Kamavoma Avonabah. When is the sin cut off? Only when it's Avonabah. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Ella is not Shabonabah. Don't have the sin is cut off, because the sin remains with him. But if the sin does Shabbat, then ultimately again he is not cut off. Incredible. I will say. So really fascinating. So again, the point that you begin to see is, as you mentioned yesterday, there's no one concept that says, yes, I make it. Yes, I make it. Rather, what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, biblical allusions, trying to really two different allusions, different things, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back to finish there. Shalom is this girl. Shalom, Cleopatra, Marcus, King Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Meir. I'm not listening to this is to know. Myself points this out. Cleopatra is the king, or Paro is the king. So this is not like a, this is, yeah, it's starting with like a Cleopatra as a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical. Rabbi shows that the scene from the using the shots. This is more monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, so Cleopatra asks Rabbi, Amra, you've done it with Chaim shit. So this is it. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry, I know that the living die. They I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, it's interesting, right? It's Cleopatra. I didn't even guess amazing. I know that the dead will come back to life. First of all, saying, we have Sitsu Meir to Esav Haaretz. Because again, the Pasuk says that literally they will sprout forth from the sea, if that is Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, it's interesting, this Pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this Pasuk. From together. Right, so I know that today will come back to life. So what's the Shiloh? Ella, Kishay, Ondin, Amin, over Mabushay, fascinating. When the dead come back to life, when they come back unclothed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So Amar, so the narrative back to Cleopatra. Kavakoma Me'ito, make a Kavakoma from a grain of wheat. Also, so the Gemara says, Umak Ita Shemikora Alima. So the grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, when you plant the seed, it's just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza, the Kamalarusha, then it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself has many layers of husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see from there, just like the seed goes into the earth like clothes, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim Sheik Barim B'Rachel B'Shem, but Tzadikim ultimately, again, who are buried with their clothing, Allah has kind of a comment. Now, Tzadik ultimately, again, is buried now, not that clothing. But the Chlik is the trousers, so the Tzaddik is buried with clothing, all the more so, he will come out clothed as well. It's such a question. Listen, you just say stop, it's just like a fascination question. Right there, again, I believe the resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. So what's interesting also is the clothing. You see this before, it's also a metaphor also for purposes. Like the garden, like the Holy Seed of the Death on the Holy, the Shema says in the Shema, at all times let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. Clothing represents accomplishment. So Kuba Rabbi, what you're actually asking is the following. When is transformation? When you come back, how are you born? Are you born like Avarasa, like naked, unclothed, like you guys, one person non-respected you, maybe do what the convention know about them? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? Or do you come back? And again, I have my medicine clothing. I have my medicine. So again, it's a fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which from your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. So I say it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here, not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me on Olam Haba, which is a place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the most prestigious iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I want to do so over the world. So Caesar is a meal. Anisha, you shot me tired. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. In the book of Cleopatra, who believe in transformation, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't real. I don't say, you guys say, Anisha, you guys say, the shot me tired. They don't come back to life. I don't think that works. The dead ultimately again becomes us, right? And thus, can't come back to life. Thus things come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzaddik 91. This again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Gamaliel, I got this. She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay? So she says, so bottom line, what's the second line? Second line, Tzaddik Alpha, raise 91, second line. She didn't mention which people, there are two professionals.
Your first time on the show, I would remember you.
Well, you walked by me a few times in my chair.
She says,
So I get overlooked a lot. This is my hobby. Let us sign up.
No fucking way.
I have been first in line at least 90% of this time. And tell me, you've gotten to some exercise. Your wrist never goes to bottom of the book.
So Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what is that mean, water? It's a reference to the drop of semen, which creates a baby. So before we create human life from literally money from water, then Allah has come to the
Titanic or the rock that she
it's
threw
a
at the bottom of the
great
ocean. I can't tell.
utensils from water, then it's so clay. Then everybody uses utensils from clay. After the spark of both the head and creates life, ultimately from water, so we go ahead and create life from clay and dirt as well. Really short time. How the whole of the piece with this is beautiful. Then doing a couple of from the piece with glass. This with glass.
Seriously, how long have you been on stands?
Not these with Shad Malone, the Lula, bus of the gun.
7 years ago.
And how is glass
And
made? You blow glass. You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And you should talk about and even if glass breaks, you can represent it, you can recapture it. But so that those from you can show up for the 12 hours of the time. Now you live with the breath of Hashem. So you have to like Hashem, you life is ours. Allah has come of and the more so, or the more so, that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together.
You were in your wheelchair and you got hit
I'm
by
going
a
to
Tesla.
also just there's so much to say on each of these blows because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors in just different aspects of our lives. But again, I underline, so let's go come back to it sometime in the session. First, I'm sorry. So there was a particular non-believer. I mean, you took a money, and you say the Shakti Chaya. You guys say that the heart come back to life. You want to the heart of the Afro, the Afro of the Chaya. But the best way to and how food does, I said we come back to life. I'm sure it's like mushroom on go. Let me give you a mushroom. Give you a mushroom.
I'm 67
The
years
man that fucked up again. Show Rabbi, so give me a mushroom. What's a human being? And the human being is like your service. The human being is the Muslim shouldn't mind the
special Cartoni once upon a time in Texas, streaming live on Netflix.
there's no water, there's no dirt, there's no things, there's no carrots. I need you to figure it out. How can you bother yourself about Hashem, the subject that you have to look at the beautiful palace? You know enough of it. Sometime later, the palace fell down. Remember that? So the king says to himself, let's conjure you also the Muslim Shemish offering. I want you to rebuild the palace, because we are rebuilding the place near the water and the on the law and on the phone. And the subject said, we can't do it. We can't do it. We're unable to do it. So Kama Solomon, the king got very angry with him. The Muslim Shemish offer ben Nisem, after Shishmai Ba'afa Arakas Kama Ba'afa, because I understand, you were able to build a palace where there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's going to be so? What's about your creates man from nothing? Which man? It's not going to be water from nothing. So if it's not going to come from nothing, then people are man from back into dirt. Dirt is still something. So if you can create from nothing, you're starting to create from something. That was the answer back to this.
and helping them
If
learn how to drive or go outside.
you don't believe that this idea of something turning into something else, say that they go out into the body, or the akbar, see this particular type of loading. Shayom Chetzer Basar Chetzer Abaros. So most of this matter is exactly about what they're talking about, what Chazal talking about in this rolling. That apparently is half flesh and half earth. The Mokar Gishmitz, the Nasa Kulabasa. Next day, ultimately, again, comes completely flesh. So you see the ultimate things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Kama is not new, but maybe you're still trying what is wrong inside this transformation. Allah go up into the mountain, just like mine, and the Shayom Ubo Filosol. How many Filosol have? It's a particular mountain that on this stage is only one Filosol, Filosol is that creature from which the Torah is created. So now the mountain is one Filosol. The mountain is determined the next day of the day, and it's not Kilo Chazolos. All across here in the mountain will be filled with Filosol. So again, the idea over here is, number one, that earth percent of flesh, right? Something can turn to nothing, and from the earth, again, things can sprout as evidenced by the Filosol. It's incredible. The rest of people, there is tremendous profundity in the Marshall as well about the king. Remember the Marshall, the king, what happened? He said to himself, his permanent house. And he said, building house where there is nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And it's subject to it. How it's transformed, some later, and then the king said, we then build me a palace. Build me a palace and person is dirt and water. And it's subject to say we can't do it impossible. The king said, what are you talking about? You built the palace with nothing, and like it's going to build the palace with dirt and water. Think the metaphors as follows. So it's like all of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things we do not think we could accomplish. Our back was up against the wall, we were extenuating circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. We did it. We did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, really potentially impossible circumstances, and I came through, I did it. And yet, then, there are times during the day when my circumstances are not possible, and I don't pull through. And I tell myself, I can't do it.
How did you get the name Diamond Debbie?
Well, diamond lasts forever. Remember that time that you can feel impossible circumstances? Remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where it wasn't where you were succeed or not, and you did it, if you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build a personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, there are a lot of time that comes day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. But also, we all have situations like this. They're really difficult situations. You don't have to say, this is a piece of, I think all of us have situations like this, really difficult circumstances, where I said to myself, I don't know if I can do this. And I got through it. And I got through it, but I succeeded, and I grew. And if I could do that thing in extenuating circumstances in life, then if someone could perform from day to day life, if I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, the more so I could build a personalistic palace where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredible resource for life. You want to look like that? But really, I wouldn't know. If you're there, let's say this is a great series of stories. Let's take it away. We said to the VFMPC, so that's his name. The VFMPC, so that she points out that here, half slow, but high summer, activities for the Gabo. Interestingly enough, so this guy is VFMPC himself. He himself was a stripper from Coffin, and he was a hunchback. So you're going to see that part of the story in the that Rashi points out that he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a man who came over to him. And this man said that he's buying the phone private, and he's on Missy Kayin. The Kayin we see, the Missy Kayin, so he was this because he goes to the Missy, so he says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about the Jews, saying, all you need is shine. You're shine, why you are shine? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. You possibly say that which is dead comes back to life. However, so the new tendencies to respond, by the phone Friday, no one shine. That means so you see what Friday. So the Rabbi Chaya, the so the new tendency says back to them, no, it's not Russia. I'll tell you why. That which is not right doesn't look right. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't right, and then life occurs. So you see by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we're paradigms. What are you talking about? You're the Russia. There's one for every single life starts with no life and goes to life. So what's crazy to think that you get to go back to life? So the year that the Caesar, he called this Apicoles on Russia. On the way, how did you tell us me? And the Apicoles is the Caesar. You're calling me a Russia? You tell me now if I be over there. You're lucky someone's holding me back, right? And I would come over to you. But if not the power flash, you're like this seconds. I would hit you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's what I was. This is like listening to that, right? People, nothing to do with all right? You're lucky my friend is holding you back. I would kick you somewhere, I would kick you straight, right there. It's your deal, hunchback. So the way is just, I mean, the matter is the game. We use that word for woman, right? We start having people. Do it, man. Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a strike. You're not going to give you a strap, but I would pay you a handsome amount of money. Handsome copay. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they're going to bother us. And listen, that's our introduction to the Via del Seaside. The next number of stories we're going to be doing with the Via del Seaside as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. That's about Rabbi, son. On the 24th of Nisan, it's the so again, those oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are you talking about? So watch this. You should go over in Africa, not in Israel. When the people of Africa into the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people, all of their claim. Anyway, so let's say Alexander most those. So again, actually, before Alexander came to Macedonia. Another king before Alexander for his was problem. So now, Alex Canaan, so let's say that by the way, Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. But it is very strange because considering it is exactly Yiddish and the United States, that's not quite Hebrew name. And again, this was outside that Jews had to, as well as Alexander the Great, the name stuck. So the people of Africa come with a big power against the Jews. Eretz Canaan Shaman. What's their claim? The last of Canaan goes, so we'll say, it's going to point out. There is nothing against any other type of assets. Right? So before there was a Hague, right, the Mashua was it, right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the churches of the world were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And which is so not so big. Not so big. We wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What they need another desert? Like in Europe, this is the death of humanity. The death of humanity means we cannot leave from Israel alone. They cannot bear, the world can't bear that Jews have to, again, it hurts us to say because we'd like to think that the world has changed and we love each other and there's romantic anti-Semitism and love us and clearly again that illusion has been blown to see we see that that's no longer the case. And again, it's actually very important. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so well that Jews have something. All the more so that Jews can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. And so, again, so we come upon Alexander the Great. Canaan is ours, but what's the claim? The Sid, anything that we life in the Torah, these are from Africans. The Sid, and it's beyond the Jerusalem. It says that the land of Canaan including all of the boundaries, Canaan, so therefore they looked at Canaan as part of essentially Africa, or they owned their Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan means that I know Cushia, Canaan is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush. Ham, so the Africans say this is our father. So because it is our father, we own this land. So as I said, so this was the now again. This was a clean right before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend their claim to Alexander. I'm going to read them see something. So read them this is her one. He says, I'm going to basic the performance. To me, the shows that it was bothering me. Let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this.
I love my job.
In the next movie, I'm going to have that showing
My husband suggested volunteering,
if I lose,
but I feel like I've given enough back to society.
Because
I married a redhead.
apparently will say, what you see from these stories is
I used to be a radio DJ,
was not recognized as one of the
not to
regular
brag,
sages.
but I
That's
got
not that was his identity. Therefore, it says, if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. Because whatever. You could just say, he wasn't even representing
Prisoners
us.
must not have access to high-quality
the
paper.
Africans, they defeated
The
this
pages
other
were
guy. And I say,
always stuck together.
if I win the case, I'm going to go ahead
I'm passionate fans.
say,
There's one inmate who had a clearly expressed crush on me. My husband asked me why I was saving all his letters, even though evidence.
By the way, just you begin to see
My husband's retired Air Force. The hardest job I ever had was being a military spouse.
This is about a Polish
Oh,
the people sees a certain self as an ambassador of a pretty bonus. If I lose, the loss is mine.
And is the
And if I
military
win, the
recognized
win
us?
is very bonus.
No.
That's
And
incredibly
how could we
selfless.
after
Okay,
being that
so
long
that's
in
how
that
it's just all
war?
up with anyone.
I'm
Okay,
telling
so
you,
the
reminding
explanation
you
from
to
the
be a
Rabbi,
patriot and service those who
he
serve our
represents tribes
country.
of funded Alexandria. So he says, so the Africans, where are you bringing the peace from? I'm going to tell you. What's the position? But no matter. All the Canaan, I've already given Canaan is cursed, and Canaan should be a slave to his
I've been married
brothers.
27 years. I've actually never seen an uncircumcised penis.
So again,
This is what it is.
Deborah was here. You said you're the children of Canaan. Canaan was cursed. Canaan are Avagim. Evan Shekona Avagim Lefasim. Evan meaning the Fasim. If an Evan acquires property, it is a property belongs to him. For that matter, he does the Evan himself belong to it. So we're old. Not only that, I'm sorry, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because they're the states that call you sell, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not owe rent, right, but we owe you, and you owe us back wages, back payments for all of your delivery service. Okay? So what happened? I'm going to add Alexander Malka, Zero Chiba. So Alexander is the African Jew. What's your response? I'm going to give us 3 days.
I have a website called ChristmasHappiness.com.
No,
I
so
run it
it's
off
not.
of Shopify.
We love Shopify. Google a month of also doing research. Okay, pretty much your research. We have buckles, we have to do better way. And what happens is you set the thing to change rules. They come in to change rules. You might find out what's not here. It's apparently again. They were using it. Right now, to start with, they do that. But again, they had no plane. They left everything to the place they left. They ran away. And they left behind leading fields and leading vineyards. And it says, the old says, Shana, Shana, I said, or the Shana. So not only did Providence well succeed, but ultimately Providence went ahead and Baruch Hashem had someone to sustain himself even during the Shemitah year. So let's say, so again, what's the services? Like, especially story, what's the particular message? Those are 2 messages. Number one, the Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world, but the little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it. Nor should we be apologetic about the fact that when Spark gave it to us, and Jesus did not give it to others. When Jews are apologetic, so ultimately, again, that weakness is exploited and counts the pain. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number 2, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for our responsibility, that's when things work. When you eventually see, so listen, I want to put something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to know.
When I married him, he was redheaded, but as a Christian woman, I'm like,
welcome to my Torah. Like, if it's my benefit, it says that I'm not goes across it. It goes across, like, it's not complicated drasha. It's not complicated drasha. Why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, you can see some of the like, it's not about you. This is not about you. This is about living emotional. When you do things on purpose, specifically for the cover of a Baruch, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and then the two do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next. Shukra Rabbas. Another thing to us, fascinating. But you know, you start living in Israel with Alexander Mokro. So listen, now the Egyptians, what are this? Listen, this is you think it's newspapers that like nations of the world bring illegal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. Again, like he read the things of Jennifer. Just passing still see how the world is so circular, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. Just put it out, just to see certain things, they just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really does. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in its future components. So, take a look at the next focus. Who else got on the Alexander the Great? Egypt. I don't know. Having the Omer, sorry, Omer, but Hashem doesn't ask me to Amadene Zaga. She went to New York and said, so the Egyptians got the Bible. It's actually pretty good. Like, so the Pasuk says, when you left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, you know, coming up to Pesach, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of counsel in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashua. Now, by Yashua literally means they borrowed. They borrowed. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say we're asked, but others say it means borrowed. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with that idea that it means borrowed. This means counsel borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. This the Egyptians say, so happy to have lent it to you. Right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay. So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them the Sisa. So the give them the Sisa says, to be the truth, they're going to put them in mind. They're going to understand it. So the give them the Sisa says, do me a favor, since the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me the truth, I'll deal with it. And that's me once again. And I had no Shemach and Nisachim. So if I'm successful, I type if they are victorious. If they win the case over me, so once again, it's not a big deal because people would just say, I was tagged in with the Sisa, he's a head guy. He's just a regular guy. I can get in my new example, son, but if I am successful, I'll move on. Tell us Moshe Rabbi and Nisachim. But ultimately, again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately against the rest of the party. That's the interest. But we don't mind. If it's a bit of Sisa, shows up the basement, and we adjudicate the case with the Egyptians. Okay, I want to come back to the Egyptians. What's your eye? What's your case? I'm going to I said, okay, because we told you, by actually, you borrowed stuff from us. So, okay, you should have become like this. You know, you want to step back. So you never see, I'm around. I want to give you the Torah. Sure, right? The Moshe Rabbeinu Israel, Hashem Yeshua Mitzrayim, Moshe Shalom Ba'abam Yosef. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. Now 430 years when they left the clock from Akedah Yitzchak. So they were 430 years. תנו לנו שכר עבודה של 60 ליבות, 64 מצרים, 34 שנה. So, give you this is covered no problem. If you want to make an accounting, how do you make an accounting? We say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed. Okay, you also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 days. Let's just do some plans to come over here. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So what are the numbers? That's your truth. So I say, yes, I say, okay, so what do you have to say? So give us 3 days, we'll come back. So that's on they searched for 3 days, they couldn't find an answer. Miyad, when we started saying Christians rules, the Hanei Christian rules, Ubarku. They left behind a field, right, the laden fields, laden vineyards, the also Shosh Yisai, and what the Shemikiyah, the Carol says, the Jews have benefit us. Let's have smart for us and very good. Why do you think that both the Africans and the Egyptians were right? But it was come back, be nice, right? And say, you know what, we don't have an answer. I will say, here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you could say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. But you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors. And only in time to allow people of what it's like to be theirs, you don't even have the backbone to show back up and and that's the one people say, he's not real. Like, he's like, real, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing that you might win, you might lose. But you can't even show back up, and you can't even show your face again, and you can't even follow back up, that's showing the emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. You want to like, Shulpan, Akas, Bobo Yishma, that is incredible. Okay, so let's say this is good. Everybody is jumping on the bandwagon of the so who comes? Sons of Yisrael, the Nikura. Rothschild in Yisrael, can I start this moment? So what's Yisrael's place? What's it? Let's okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right? So the Yisrael saying, Eretz Canaan is ours. So what happened? Well, let's see, here's what's interesting. Yisrael goes in a different way. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. So this is very different, right? Africa is going all ours. Right? Quran claims that Islam is unwanted backwards, right? They wanted money. Right? At the end of the day, so this thing Yishmael with this life of things. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Gemara says, so again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not a bad claim. Right? Like Yishmael's claim, we're also talking about Avram. We're also talking about Avram. The land was given to Avram, we try to talk about Avram. So why should we not actually share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I'm going to give this is a fun. To know you're just going to let me learn, but outside the book, so once again, we give them Sisa. Come on, let me do this. I'll adjudicate this. I'll like it. إني أدخل أمر هذا الشبكة مساحة بين أن أباني بما أنا سأحصل أنا الله كأس مشروع بين مساحة so ultimately again so again this says if I lose they defeat your candidate if I win it's Torah that everyone will get so what happened Allah had many come out to the real line so he says to the Ishmael what's your right what's your proof Allah not Allah so again we just quoted it we are also talking about Allah I was thinking about Shemar, first everybody's house off. Vayitin Avram is Pasha Lo Yitzchak. Avram gives everything he owed to Yitzchak. So the Miracle of Shemar Avram, the son Avram Matanas. And Avram gave, it's like the children of the concubines, the naked to love, he gave them Matanas. And then it says, Vayishalatim, may I Yitzchak Beno. He sent them away. He sent them away. Avram, so the Gemara says, Nosan Avram, so the Gemara says, Nosan Avram, I got him, the bar of the Chayim. She gives an Alzeh. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what the Greeks were saying, what do you think that's talking about? Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? Sent them away. What does that mean? He said, this is yours. I love you. I do love you. Like I told you so before in the Gemara with Yaakov. Amr says, I have 2 sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's why I'm giving you stuff that I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than this fuck. So the Gemara says as follows. My matar, Father, Lani matar, Lani Shema Salam Shem Tumah. That's ultimately again, we gave them sorcery. Give me sorcery. So he's like, so therefore, and interesting, I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, Ram Shai Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. The Judea that the Caesar's Raya was so compelling, it was like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Avraham. And Abraham loved your father as well. And Abraham gave your father gifts, he gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, Adam did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Adam did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to go together. Sarah didn't. Sarah was doing it, and Hashem said to Adam, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, the gift that this is said, you have your Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have your Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you want to try to bring this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no let's get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. So we'll have to, this might be a new, okay, we're fine. I'm going to stop over there for today. Okay, listen, can we possibly go any faster? We can't go any faster. There's too much to start over here. So I'll stop over there for today. We'll pick up with the earth from the bottom of traffic on tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Strap, everyone.
I got some merch. I see a tadpole on your fucking shirt. This is my breast cancer charity.
Something substantive to respond.
Humanity. Tadpole. You're a wild boy, Tadpole. You live here in Austin now? No, I'm 300 miles away. Okay, where are you? I'm near the Oklahoma border.
All right, good morning. Let us begin. We invite all of our sponsors for this morning church. The thing that we come to our sponsors for. Production Day. Hey, the Philson Shmuel Chavar itself is dedicating all the Sherman churches this year as it's closer from Soros to Moshe and Israel. From the first sponsors for the month of Adar, Rabbi Chloe Tari and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Joseph Cohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv, Ben Shmuel Yisrael, and Merit Torah, Talmud Torah. All of the Neshama Sabi, the families in the Kama, all those leaders who have been put in conflict in Israel. Hashem Shemesh, Hashem brings all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful and call Maaseh again. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzaddik Aleph 91. We have our fifth point today. But we're going to make it. We're picking up on Tzaddik on days 90. I got to count down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. So again, the Shiva B'Shul they draw the following. Let's just remember again, we're trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Trias HaMesim. Right? So maybe we'll let this is military. So when we ended off yesterday, there's a passage that says, "When the Satan remember as Trumas Hashem Aaron HaKohen, you shall give Truma to Aaron." Now, remember, it's very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma only goes to affect when he goes to Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what could this mean? That ultimately, again, you give Truma to Aaron. So remember again, unless you have the consequence that Trias HaMesim. So the Gemara says, the Gemara goes like, "Very short term about Aaron." What does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron Chaver Achron of Chavir. Just like Aaron is a chaver, right? Just like Aaron is a chaver, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So too again, in general, you have to give to other Chavir. I want to be sure I have to know what you're saying. Nine shame doesn't true the coin or orange. How do you really can't give truma to a coin who is ignorant? So Ne'emar, the Am Yoshi Yishalayim, those things, Maras will turn the beam and Yachzaku, Vikaras Hashem. Because again, the way the Pasuk phrases it is, you give the Kohanim truma that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom. Whoever is holding literally in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom, Yesh Shlomas has a portion in Truma, and whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, does not have a portion. This, as you're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma to bring over time. So that's how it's going on with it. It's Truma. So a coin is an amaretz. It's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari sofik doris v'ochel sofik in a verse. When you put food in front of a lion, there's a sofik. We're tearing apart in Egypt or not. Ask coin amaretz sofik ochel b'karo sofik ochel b'karo. So to again, when you give something, you give truma to a coin amaretz and sofik. Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in a state of ritual impurity? And Yochanan says, according to Nisa, if one gives truma to a coin amaretz, he's causing the death of that coin. How is that? So Shneimar, Mesu, both here Chavim, as mentioned before, that misuse of truma results in death penalty. You give truma to a coin who doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate sanctity. It's the whole royal is causing death to that particular coin. You are the middle of the Marco Torah. Atmasil of Ashma. You even cause the coin to violate the Adon Shneimar. The seal also of an Ashma also is Kacher. So what's really fascinating about all of this is, and just a very interesting motif how, again, in these cases, you would think that giving truma to the coin, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving truma to the coin is only a chesed, is only something good if the coin knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. Tremendously sold in life as well. About when you give, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something as long as the child knows how to handle it. To give a child something, it's a big sort of technology, big sort of many areas. To give a child something like an acceptable life that they don't know what to do with it. It's not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. So it's more than that. I know, but somebody says, man is missing that part. Where do we find, again, a biblical allusion to Tefillah? Shneimar, the Gavak Mosi as Bisi is very interesting. Iton Losis Lohem Eseres Kinan. The Pasuk says, and I will uphold my covenant with them, to give to them, Lohem, to them, right? Because Lohem, Lohem, it's very interesting. The Pasuk doesn't say it. The Pasuk doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you, Lohem, rather it says, Lohem, to them. Please, for them. Look at Rashi, if you Rashi on the right side, without halfway down, Elohim, that's a little more than halfway down. Elohim, the Master Shekiach, that's talking about Avosini, Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, Sheyuchu Lohem, Eretz Yisrael. If you Lohem Yifnah, Alon would Mehem Yifnah. The Pasuk in society was such an interesting way to read the Pasuk. That again, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu was talking to Am Yisrael who was alive at the time, it would use the lashon of what? Of lachem. Lachem means to them. Give the them. The Gemara on the page refers to Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Give birth to Am Yisrael and Yaakov, they were dead. They don't long get back on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. God gave it to his famous Eretz Yisrael. I would rather what you see, but ultimately get Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Yes, amazing. Yes, amazing. So the Gemara says, yeah, fine. Beautiful. Shalom
It's not a
Yisrael.
penis thing, I
Listen to this.
promise.
The meaning. Now, who's the
I
meaning?
was talking about my
I mean, it's like
snake.
an happy thought.
And
Someone
if I
doesn't
ever
believe.
talk
Now,
about it,
we're going to see, we use the terms min, apikores, very interchangeably. But we're going to see, in fact, we really refer to different levels of heritage of faith. People who don't believe in certain things. So we'll see the distinctions. Shalom meaning from the Ramya. So the meaning from the Ramya. We want to check out Torah Mechanisim. From where we want to bring back the dead. Amalahem, Minatorah, Minadiyah, Minaksubim. Incredible. The Ramya says, I'm going to give you a proof. From Torah being Ksubim. Now, all of the Ramya's proofs, they rejected. We'll see what that is. Minatorah. So number one, what's the guy in Minatorah? It says, Minatorah Shalom Moshe, Minchama, Shokei, Minatorah Sechal, Bekam. This is pretty explicit. Right? So Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to live on again and die. You're going to live with your forefathers to come. And you are going to arise. Wow. Pretty explicit. Yes, so how did they disprove it? No. They said, no. You're putting the comma in the wrong place. No. The Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. We read the passage is as follows. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people will show idolatry. The V'kam is not going on Moshe, but rather the V'kam is going on who? On the people. Incredible. You know, rejected that question. Yes. What's the proof from Rabbi? Let's say that you Secha Muvasi Komus, Hakitsu Vano Shokle Afar, Zikal Oros Kalaka, the Arabs will find people. So what's it say? In this passage, when you see this phrase, you see Hakitsu Varanu Shokle Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Hakitsu Varanu. And the same place to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Doma makes him check the Yecheskel. Maybe that's referring to the dead that Yecheskel brought back to life. What did Yecheskel bring back to life? That's the Atzamos Yedeshim, right? That's the value of dry bones. So that's a specific episode. Next, Minaksubim from Ksubim that says, if you can't cut the Yayin Tov, only if you don't even Yisharim, Dovavei Sifsei Yishim. So here was on the puzzle. The puzzle was referencing Shia Shirim. Literally again that phrase, Dovavei Sifsei Yisharim. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep, a reference to death. Lips, they will move, meaning a reference to the idea that once again will speak. Okay, so listen, the Dilma of Hushim Rakshans Fasei Ba'alba. So the meaning said, the meaning said to, the meaning said, but the meal, maybe it's referring to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? What Rabbi Yochanan is so beautiful. I'm sure we should have known that. So beautiful. When a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean a halacha. What that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased's lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Come back. This other one was Kevin Shneimar, Dove Sifsei Yisham. This is a really beautiful idea. First of all, this idea that when a person reads over Torah, a person reads over lessons for their families, a person reads over the solos that are said over even after they are no longer.
Hey, Brandon, can you mute your other device?
Continue life, continue eternality in this world. So a person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the saints,
Brandon.
Incredible. I show them because that. So the meaning.
Can you mute your other device?
Until Rabbi Gamliel gave them over the following idea. What was the following idea? Hashem Lavasechem, Lases Lahem. So your reference is again that Hashem has sworn to
Brandon.
you. And to actually say to them, Lachem Bolem, right? It doesn't say Hashem is giving it over to you. Rather, what does it say?
Brandon.
Lachem, to them.
Can you mute your other device?
So from here you see ultimately again a reference to Tvesanesim Min HaTorah. Incredible, because once again, the giving over to them, who's the them? The assumption is this is Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So from here you see an explicit allusion to this idea that Hashem did that again the dead will come back to life. Others say From a different pasuk, it's so beautiful. The atem hadvekim b'Hashem Elokechem, chayim kulchem hayom. Others say that it's from this pasuk. Now, literally translated, what does it mean? And you will cling to Hashem, your God, like chayim kulchem hayom. And so it seems when I translate this, you will live fully today, or you are fully alive today. It says the Gemara Shita, the chayim kulchem hayom. It's obvious. Moshe is talking to them. So of course they're alive today. Even at the time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we might do is constantly ultimately again it uses Hayom means you will come back to life. And even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible episode. So we want to Shalom. There's much to say about that passage as well, but if we have time, I'll come back to it later. Shalom. Romium asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya. So ultimately, the Romans asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya, what did they ask him? So they asked Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya a two-pronged question. Number one, how do we know that there's resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-pronged question. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya says, I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk. So again, Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya read the pasuk. Moshe, you're going to die. Become, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see a remez to Kriyas HaMesim. So the Gemara says, they say back to the end, the Dilma, the Kama Amazeh B'Sana. Okay, Moshe, it's not a real pasuk. When you read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe, you're going to die. The V'kam doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does V'kam go on? V'kam goes on ultimately again, the Christ are going to rebel. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya said, fine, even if you say that, at least in the group in your part of your identity, you're getting a shot. So again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a relative you can at least use this for what? As a relative, as a scripture, that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because today here Hashem is saying, Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, Rabbi Yisrael is going to rebel. Okay, incredible. You want to say, Israel, I'm going to go from the Shuri, okay, the Kai, the next is also the Kai Nation, the Rash Videos. What's it say? How do I know what we're going to bring back to death? And how do I know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So you are going to die. So Tanya, as you already see, it covers that. Ziyati Sifrim. So I mean, it says like this. In this matter, the books of the Haritos are really they're forgeries. Also, Shehayu Omen is anything of her. Remember again, because of these books of Haritos, he said, there is no resurrection. And I said, I said to them, Ziyat Shem Torah, the Lord Arisen Ziyat Shem Torah. The little one you forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? Sha'atim Omen is Tzesanis in the Torah, for you explain, there is no Tzesanis in the Omer. Karis, and Nefesh Shani, Avonarba. So let's say there is a double washing of Karis. Why the double washing? Because it says, I'm sorry. Quite close to the Abonaba. Because all the Mazak, Abonaba the so what's it? Because means that the sin will be cut off in this world. Abonaba is sin will be in the Imas. When is that? Rabbi Oloraba does not refer to what's to come. So when you see ultimately again, Raya for transformation. So you might see Karis, and let me start out. I'm going to talk about Raya. So let me look at the Raya. Say Raya may Karis. So understand why can't you both get up from the Karis, in all the ones that. See Karis, the other Haba, which the American Haba. Amrilay, different Torah from those somebody else. So it said that, and the union would have said, no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, keep on. So what's the correct one gets on? Because Roma says because Roma doesn't Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva says in the washing, because he cut off in this world, because in the world to come. Rabbi Kiva, all in Shema, a lot of time, as Hashem, whom they finish the song, because it says that he's blaspheming Hashem will be cut off. But we Shlosha Olam and Rish. Are there three worlds, or then that means that there's three expressions that we cut off? What's going on over here? So this is the Nipah rather, Ella, the Nipah Sol Olamazah, will be cut off in this world. He carries the Olamazah, so he carries the right, he carries the cut off in the world time, and he carries the carries, Dibra Tola Kalosham and Adam. This is the first thing he Torah speaks. Okay, Bena Bishua Ben Adi Akiva, Avona Ba Mai Akiva, the both person is going to be small. What do you do with the phrase of Avona Ba? The thing is saying this is beautiful. Yoko Akiva Asa Tshuva, you might have thought that this will be cut off even if he did Tshuva. So the Gemara says, Tamavoma Avona Ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when it's Avona Ba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Elo Bisman Avona Ba. One time the sinner is cut off is when the sin remains with him. But if the sinner does Tshuva, then ultimately again he is not. So really fascinating. So again, what the point that you begin to see is, like we mentioned yesterday, there's no one concept that says there's yes, amazing. It's just amazing. Rather, what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, Tanakh. All right, biblical allusions, Torah being choosing different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back. Let's finish that. Shalom, this Gemara. Shalom, Cleopatra, Malchus, Rabbi. Wow. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi. Amra was a brother, just so she knows. No substance is that Cleopatra is the queen's, but Paro is the king's. So this is not like a, this is, or, start with it, but Cleopatra is a particular function, but this is more of a monarchical, and I might also see it in different shots. This is more a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi, Amra, you're gonna get high shit. Listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry. I know that the living God gets saved. They are teaching me that he said, I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra says, I see this, right? It's Cleopatra. I believe in transformation. Terrible. I know that the dead will come back to life. We have two years to Easter holiday. Because again, the Prophet says that literally they will sprout forth from the city, which that is huge, like the grass comes out of the earth. And once again, it's interesting, this concept is actually not stated in our previous conversations, but we have not presented this concept. I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the Shiloh? Ella, the shame only agreement, or they not be shame only. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unscathed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So I'm going to so the years from back to Cleopatra. Kavachoma Mechita, make a Kavachoma from a chain of peace. Also, so the Gemara says, the Machita is Pura Aguma. So the Chita, right, the grain is buried unsold. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, you plant the seed, it's just the seed. It's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza, the Kamalavishni. When it comes out with many layers of smoke. Now, what does that mean, many layers of smoke? It means, again, the kernel itself has many layers. Plus, has different things on top of it. So you see some red just like the seed goes into the earth alone. Ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Sadiqim, and Baran, they will be shaken. But Sadiqim, ultimately, again, who are buried with their children, Allah is kind of a kind. Now, Sadiq ultimately, again, is buried not just clothing, but Sadiqim, the shrouds. So when Sadiq is buried with clothing, all the more so, he will come out clothed as well. So this is such a see, first of all, you just say stam, it's just like a fascination question. Like again, I believe resurrection is dead. How exactly does this work? And again, around the grave, what is it? And clothes. It's interesting also, it's a quick way of clothing specific before, often in metaphor also for accomplishments. Like the garden, like the Holy Sleeping are definitely running, as someone else says in Mishnah. At all times, let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishment. So Rabbi Rabbi, the actually is really asking us the following. When is transformation? How do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, like naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, mamish, like the new baby being birthed with confidence? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, did you come back? And again, I have memories in clothing. I have memories. So again, it's fascinating. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed into a brand new life? Which in your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. You can also say it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me in Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound love. I want to give you a little So Caesar, such a little Caesar the Gomio. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So as opposed to Cleopatra, who believed in transformation, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. I don't understand. You guys say, you guys say, the dead will come back to life. I don't understand how that works. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzaddik 91a. Amr Hu Garte, Shaf gave Anamahadra. Again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Romeo, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so Anamahadra, this is second line, Tzaddik Alpha, raise 91a, second line. There are two people, two fashioners, creators of stuff. Like, how many people? Like Rashi says over here, they create utensils. Two people create utensils. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So Isa man and Shiva, who's better? Of course, on the right, let's go to the right. Of course, you're going to look through the feet, create utensils from water, and this from clay. I'm going to mind. I'm going to mind side. You have people from Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to that, to the drop of seed, which creates a baby. It's going to create human life from literally minor from water, and allows us kind of become a create from this. In other words, right? It's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. Whatever it is to create utensils from clay. HaKadosh goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water. So we go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. Today we show Torah. Kavachomer makes this is beautiful. And we believe in Kavachomer from the creation of glass. Creation of glass, it's gas and listen. Not these creatures, Sha'am Malon, the Ruach, Basa V'dam. How is glass made? You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And Nishparu, Yishlan Takara. And even if glass break, you can melt it down and you can refashion it. Basa V'dam Shaluk and Shalak Shalishpar Allah is kind of a man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Vayikach Ba'akah, right? Hashem blew life into us. Allah has come of a camel. And the more so, when it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. That's what the Shalom is. Amar Yahu. Meaning Rabbi Yahu. So it's like, also just There's so much to say on each of these words, because each of these statements are tremendously metaphors for different aspects of our life. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to it at some point in more time. First, I was like, so there was a particular non-believer, who said to Rabbi, you say destruction fighting, you guys say that the dead come back to life. It was the was a dead came to die. And how she does should we come back to life? Oh, I'm sure how much one I got. Let me give you a muscle. Let me give you a muscle. The Melech Pasha Vadam, Shamalava, so give you a muscle. There was once a human king, and the human king said to his servants, "Behold, we will be called into Golan, the Makom Shein Maim Bafa. Go and build me a palace. There's only one problem. There's no water, there's no dirt for the place I need you to build the palace. I need you to figure it out." Call for the bun also. The Baruch Hashem, the subject to figure out this little thing of the palace. The young and nothing. How do you know sometime later the palace fell down? Otherwise, so the king said to himself, because of you also the Makom Shein offering. I want you to rebuild the palace. This time I want you to build in the place where there is water and there is dirt. On the low, aid on your home. The subject said, we can't do it. We can't do it. We're unable to do it. So come and sell it. The king got very angry at them. The Makom Shein Ba'afa, then he said, after Shein Ba'afa, Allah has come. I don't understand. You were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's the result? As far as it creates man from nothing. Makes man. It's not going to be no from nothing. So if I start with a from nothing, then either a man comes back into dirt. Dirt is still something. So if you create from nothing, you're still going to create from something. That was the answer about expressing. In the Iyathanami, or if you don't believe that this idea of something turning into something else, say a bit, or go out into the valley, or the eight after, see this particular type of loading, Shalom, touch the bus of the touch. So let's say this matter is exactly what it's talking about. It's about talking about its loading. That earth is half flesh and half earth. The muscle is shoots and not a syllabus. The next day, looking at that comes completely flesh. You see the things transform from earth into flesh.
What did you say?
But maybe you'll say things like this molding type of transformation.
So we'll play in the NBA? A dude? Adults will play in the NBA? Oh, dogs? That's what you're so fucking excited to tell me?
So again, the idea over here
What up, baby?
like something to come from the earth, and from the earth again things to sprout as evidenced by the
Dude, watch the Super Bowl, big man. Alright, well, I'm too. They're about to do the coin flip. Alright, I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? No, I'm not looking up anything. It's the Super Bowl, dude. Dude, just turn on the game. Brandon's streaming it. You can watch it. You can watch it with Brandon. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about it. We want to see this game, baby. It's a big deal.
Circumstances, and I treat you like this. And yet, then, when it comes day to day, when my circumstances are very possible, and I don't go through it, and I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not, what is do you remember that time that you came through in impossible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where, again, it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did, and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build a personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come of a day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. And also, we all have situations like this where really difficult situations. You don't have situations. This is a piece of. I think almost all of us have situations like this. Really difficult situations. I'm saying to myself, I know that I'm going to get through this. And I got through it. And I got through it. Now that I get through it, but I succeeded and I grew. And if I could do that in so many circumstances in life, then somebody could perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no hope and was no war, the more that I can go to culture was the talent where there is dirt and there is no war. Incredible useful for life. Where was like this? But where I want to know, like you're there, this is a great series of stories. There's a particular man who said to be a beneficiary, that's his name. The Via Beneficis, Rashi points out over here, Kach Shlo, Bahaisalo Akmulius Bigado. Interestingly enough, so this guy, the Via Beneficis, who himself was a shtickle Tamchacham, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story in the story.
Is it going to be heads or tails, Zoot?
He was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a man who came over to him.
Heads or tails?
He said to him, find the phone, Chayde, Zamiso Nisi Chayim.
Dude, choose heads or tails.
He says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about this, right? He calls the Jews Rothschild. You're Rothschild. Why are you Rothschild? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. You can possibly say that which is dead comes back to life. All right. So the Rebbe is responds, by the phone Friday, you're Rothschild. So they say, back to their names. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about? You're let's talk about every single
Yo, baby.
No life can go to life. So it's crazy to think that the dead can come back to life. So the Via Beneficis, he called this Apicoles on Russia. Amalei, can you go to sleep? You're calling me a Russia?
You talk during the Super Bowl more than anyone ever. What did you say?
He's so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. This is incredible, right? People.
Have you ever left the TV on and burned it?
I would kick you straight like that.
No, I get phones that get like that though if I don't mess around with them. How about you?
Do it, man. Right? Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shaya.
Okay, well, let's burn it to the screen.
Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor.
Okay, what was it?
So they don't
The Pornhub homepage?
That's our introduction to the The next number of stories
with the Simpsons
as well. And also we're going to see something fascinating just about a personality. That's in Rabbi Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Natilu Dimusanoi Yehuda Yerushalayim. So again, those are oppressors. The oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are we talking about? So watch this. Kishibo B'nei Africa, when the people of Africa came to the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people. Always like that. So otherwise, today Alexander Moscow. So again, actually, before Alexander the Macedonian. Right, so maybe not Rome. Right, but they came before Alexander the Macedonian for a dinner with Father. So no. Eretz Canaan, most of them were Jews like Alexander. Right, I don't know that Jews like Alexander. Because also, there are Jews nearing Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English thing. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. Which is very strange. Considering it's very directly a Jewish name.
What makes you so want to talk about everything not Super Bowl related?
With a din Torah against the Jews.
That's a good question.
What's the claim?
I don't know the number, but probably when the Patriots came back, it was like in 2019. They came back from like down, like 26 points or something.
Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations in the world were always doing the lower
Okay. That was not the first halftime show. They had halftime shows before then, but they were just by like school marching bands.
Not so big. Not so big. But we wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What would they need? But again, listen, this is the
How was it on live TV?
of humanity is they cannot leave Israel alone. They cannot bear, the world can't bear that Jews have to, again, it hurts us to say because we like to think that the world is clean and we all love each other and there's no anti-Semitism and
What up, baby?
We see that that's no longer the case. And again, it's actually very affirming. It's singular. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so well.
Dude, just focus on the game. It just kicked off.
And so again, so we come with Alexander the Great. So now there's ours. What's the play? It's said, and again, if you're out from someone, you look from Africans. It's said, Eretz Canaan Gvulosah. It says that the land of Canaan including all of the boundaries. Canaan, so therefore they look at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. So they own that Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, Abu and Dahano, Ishmael. Canaan is our father. Like, remember again, Canaan becomes the father of
Seattle.
So the Africans say this is our father. So because it was our father, we own this land. Almost so as I saw again. So this is this was a claim not before Alexander the Great. The Jews have somehow defend their claim to Canaan as Israel. I want to give everything. So the Rebbe is president. He says, "I'm going to say to the Prophet, to know the issues that let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. Like, in the Natsuri, I'm going to show you this after. So if I lose, the good thing is,
all right, let's just go to streamies.sk.
Was not recognized as one of the ranking sages. That's not that wasn't his identity. Therefore, he says, if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. Just whatever. You could just say, he wasn't really representing us, right? Just the Africans were defeated just a regular guy. He had a say after something. If I win the case, Amru Bahai say, told us Moshe Yitzhak. The victory will not be attributed to me, that will only be attributed to Torah. Which also, by the way, you begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the deal of the Sisar, that all of this was literally about Torah. This is not a responsible. The deal of the Sisar saw himself as an ambassador of the Rebbe. So if I lose, I lost his mind. And if I win, the win is the Rebbe. Incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's the Rosh Hashanah for Daniel. Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim. He represents Christ or function Alexander. Go ahead. They come out to Medina. They say to the Africans, where are you bringing this from? I'm going to tell them. We just said it. I find you all from my element of Torah. I also think the from the Torah. What's the passage? But you know, Arur Kinan, Eben Avodim Yelachov. Kinan is cursed, and Kinan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Eben should so again, Gavra was here. He said you have the children of Kinan. Kinan is cursed. Kinan are Avodim. Eben Shekona Avodim Nefasim. Eben Nefasim. If an Eben acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Eben himself belong to? The law owned, not only that, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because you're the slaves to Klal Yisrael, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not own land, right? But we own you, and you owe us back wages, back payments for all of your delinquent service. Right? So what happened? I remember I had Alexander Malka. This is your Shiva. So Alexander is the African Jew. What's saying? You know what? What's your response? I'm going to look through the response for Shiva. They say, Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with the answer. Now, so there's man gave them the time, but given a lot of Shiva. So ultimately, they were in the search, but they could not not find an answer. We have buffers, we have to do it another way. But what happened? The youth is like the same to change to us. The Kamei to change it to us. The last time I listened, I hear this interesting. So apparently, again, they were living in Canaan. Right there, suddenly they were living there. But again, they had no train. They left they ran away. So they left behind leaving fields and leaving vineyards. And the Gemara says, Shana Shvi. What was the Shemitah year? What was the Shemitah year? So not only did Klal Yisrael succeed, but ultimately Klal Yisrael went ahead and Baruch Hashem had somewhere to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah year. So let's say, so again, what's the significance? It's a fascinating story. What's the particular message? Let's say two messages. Number one, the Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world. There's a little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it, nor should we be apologetic about the fact that when Spartan gave it to us and did not give it to others. When Jews are apologetic, so ultimately again, that is exploited and pounced upon. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number two, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for others, that's when things work. The idea that you see, so let's say, I want to play something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to know, look at the view that the CC came like a whole chapter. Right? Welcome to my Gemara. Like the it says that I'm from this year. It says that I've been as he doesn't know. He goes a pasuk. It's not why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, if you don't see something very simple, it's not about me. This is not about me. This is about what you want. When you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the cover up to the powerful, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and when we do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next. Another thing told us, fascinating. So once again, now the Egyptians brought a court case. Listen, this is literally again, we think it's new things that like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. They will say again, who led the claims of genocide. Just fascinating to see how the world is so set, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. In other words, just pointing out, just you see certain things, they just are the way that they are. So when it's supposed to think that the world changes, it really doesn't. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in the future of the time. So it's overwhelming. Next court case. Who else started before Alexander the Great? Egypt. Unload, Hari Omer, Hashem Nasan Spina Amadene, and actually, to move on the person is actually talking to him. So the Egyptians tell them, oh, was like, it's actually pretty clear. Right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians. Now, Vayashirim literally means they borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say it means borrow. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with that what that means borrow, which means Klal Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians, which the Egyptians say, so happy to help this money, right? We'd like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them the Sisa. So the Vietnam Sisa says that I'm truly wishes to get it for other money. The guy in Zambia, so the Vietnam Sisa says, do me a favor. It says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it. They mean that's me once again. I'm rude behind. Head break shut off on your section. Say if I'm successful. I'm sorry, if they are victorious. If they win the case over me, so then again, it's not a big deal because people would just say, I respect you. Seesaw, he's a hedger. He's just a regular guy. Right? So I'm successful. And ultimately, again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the shows. Okay, so the Sisa shows up the nation, and he indicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, I'm alive. Egyptians, what's your right? What's your case? I'm alive. So again, we told you, I actually know. You borrowed stuff from us. Okay, you should buy a private company. Now you want to step back? So the says, I'm alive. I need not have eaten much. I wasn't going to put in the Torah. שנאמר, ומשה בני ישראל, אשר ישבו בישראל, 30 שנה ו400 שנה. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. And 430 years, remember, that's the clock for my three best weeks. So they were 430 years. תנו לנו שכר עבודה, של 60 ליבות, ששיבת את מצרים, 34 שנה. So, maybe this is have no problem. If you want to make an accounting, I'm going to make an accounting. You say we owe you, we don't restore that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's just, let's do some forensic accounting over here. Right, let's go, let's settle up. Let's settle up back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people. And we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Someone outside the local, zero chilo. Sometimes decides that he says, what do you have to say? On the road, to new about his life, so give us 3 days, we'll come back. So that's how it's like. That's Allah hand is man. How to do a massive chilo. So ultimately, again, they searched for years, they couldn't find an answer. You got the neatness side of saying, this is yours, the Hanek, the yours, the Bashi. They left behind the fields, right? The lady fields, raising vineyards, but also shows she is Haisa. And it was a Shmita, the kind of was this. These are benefit us. What's that? I just want to point out something really interesting. Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians go together? Right? Come back. You know. Right? And say, you know what? We don't have an answer. Let's say, this creates a difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for us, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you could say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is making noise and only an attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have the backbone to show back up in front. You want to teach myself everywhere. These weren't real things, right? Because if you look, listen, in every court case, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake. Recognizing though you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that shows the emptiness of your hands to begin with. So profound. You want to know Shumpan, Achas, Boban and Yishma. That is incredible. Okay, so let's say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishma, Beniktura, Lodgwood in Israel. Okay, I'm just making this. What's the Shma's name? What's that? I don't know. Eretz Kinyan Shema. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right? So the name will say Eretz Kinyan is ours. So what happened? Here's what's interesting. Yishmael goes in a different way. They say Eretz is Shalanu, the Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. But this is very different, right? After right? Quran claimed, right? I'm trying to want the back wages, right? We want the money. At the end of the day, so it's interesting, the Shema, we're going to see why Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Gemara says, they say the El told us Yishmael ben Avram. So again, what's the Shmuel's claim? By the way, Shmuel's claim is not about claims. Right? What's the Shmuel's claim? We're also children of Avram. The land was given to Avram, and we told the children of Avram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I want to give every instruction. To know the Rishon, so they have to answer anymore. But outside this walk, though, so once again, we give them Sisa. Kara, let me do this. I'll argue with you. I'll argue. That's really. המולהדות שלכם ניסחתם ואם אני אנצח on the one hand, Torah's Moshe Rabbeinu ניצחתם. Right? So ultimately, again, so then he says, if I lose, they defeat me. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? On the other hand, So he says to them, Shmuel, what's your proof? So again, we just quoted it. We are also the children of Avinu. Afanilo Avilai Amina Torah. I was going to put Shem Christ and Vaisar. Vayitin Abba Esrosh Elon Yitzchak. Abram gave everything he owed to Yitzchak. So his miraculous Shemashari Abram, son Abram Matanos. And Abram gave, like the children of the concubines, the naked Tirah, he gave them matanos. And then it says, Vayishalchein me'al Yitzchak Eno. He sent them away. He sent them away. Av, so the Gemara says, Nasan Avram, so the Gemara says, Nasan Avram, Av, Shanasan, Agatin, Levana B'chayu, the Shigaz and the Alzeh, Rum Yish, Lazeh Alzeh, if a father gives gifts to a son, and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what the David is saying, what are you guys talking about? If Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? He sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Hebra, this is yours. I love you. I love you. I do love you. I told you so before. Show me Gemara with Yaakov. Amir says, I have two sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's why I'm giving you stuff. But now I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows: My matanos, by the way, one of the matanos that he gave them, I'm shame for them. Like ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. He gave them sorcery. So the Gemara says, so therefore, again, and interestingly, I want to point out what's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say. I'm sorry, Yishmael says we need 3 days in order to come back. The idea that the season's Raya is so compelling, it's like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Abraham. And Abraham loved your father as well. And Abraham gave his father gifts, he gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, Abraham did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Abraham did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to go together. Sarah didn't, Yishmael intervened, and Hashem said to Abraham, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, to be able to see, it says, you have no parents that have Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have no Caleb in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you notice, it's a very different the story. Yishmael accepts it. There's no, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. Mike goes, we'll have to, this might be a new, okay, we're fine. We're going to stop over here for today. Okay, listen, can we possibly go any faster? You can't go any faster. There's too much to start over here. Listen, we'll stop over here for today. Go up, we'll pick up in yours. That's on the bottom of Traffic House tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Right.
So you just
Good morning, Rabbi. Let's begin. I'll take all about first and focus on the change. I'm going to come to the project. For instructions, ready? We should talk about yourself eventually overcome the judgments this year, and the source of the sales for all about yourself. And the greatest purchase for the month of Adar. About your focus, kindness, teaching, and loving the real things, probably that the hand can see first, then yes, you have to see that you bring and bring families and many of this community with the together, small and the source of the Rabbi and American all of the shows are really important and all those leaders who are to have either things for these sort of self-esteem and new audience to this home, and all these soldiers should be successful for all the same day. Because with that, so let's begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful God ahead of us today. We've got these Sabbath knows we want to work on. Take test on the days, and you are indeed 14 alone up from the bottom. Snack the little part of the story of these people. Then we're going to respect resource that I'm going to do as usual. Sacrifice your son, which I'm going to respond to. This is one of these, 2 sons. 2 sons. As he is God, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have been unique singularity. I'll share hot best, the ones who you love. How about you that you know you? I love them both. Always gotta do my right there. I think he says, you think I'm going to be smart? You think I'm going to be smart? The father likes the son, what the son doesn't do exactly what the father likes. That's Yitzchak. So finally, the father says to him, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Kokach Rabbi, so why don't you just say from the beginning as Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. He makes a picture of God Rabbi. In order for Avnavinu not to be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, this God will recognize the idea that Halach and myself, this would have been an overwhelming test. It obviously wasn't an overwhelming test on the viewer. It's not in order for that Avnavinu to sort of keep into this and keep the activity in justice. And justice brings it out slowly. So we also fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blowing it out. But again, sometimes the person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. People stuff like that. So it's not what happens. Some of you guys say, it also shows, by the way, how people are not going to see this a little bit more. Again, getting Avnavinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akida is also a process. It's a process as because Avnavinu was, like he flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akida. It took time to be able to ease into it. You know, like something like that. So the suffering tried to sabotage Avnavinu on the way to the Akida. Elisa estava naquilo ali no salto lá, que era uma potência contra o mundo, que abre toda a Europa, so there was the part of the end of the process, and you have to back and accept the end of it. Elisa estava Europa as well. So the subtle sense to Avnavinu is Avram. Does this make sense to you that God loves you and asks you to do this? So the second is trying to theologically sabotage Avnavinu. And it's actually generally to be second question. It's nothing that I want to say. Not what God really wants, not what God really desires. Actually, how can it be that God who loves you and speaks to go ahead and offer up something so much? Look at that, so you said that I got the cross. If you have it all that way, so it's the better to blow and start not be a God. Could it be that God loved you so much, He would test you with something, in which you kind of future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Father will test you in this way? All along, I need to communicate. Listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful love. I'm in response, I walk in my simplicity. Like coming to understand what I thought. Simplicity, features. What I really want to say is that what's a deal in the mirror is what a mirror represents is the ability to give oneself over into other people when he's on the shoulder. I'm not back to myself question. I'm back to myself flipping talking. So therefore, God really says to myself, it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to be creative and walk with completion throughout the powerful. Whatever the Rothschild tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avoda. Incredible. Although you let's talk to that stuff. So the sentence is back on you. But maybe your Yudah, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yudah ultimately again is blinding you. I don't know. Is there anyone who has put their faith in that for the start whereas he was? What I really says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain Amina. You just can't explain Amina. But there's one interesting thing about Amina, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it suffer not, me will not be other. Is anyone who put their Amina from the start of the ever been lost? Has there ever been a license until you're disadvantaged? You know, it's like such a, this conversation is probably the essence that every person with Amuna goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether it's something that's being happening, or whether Avnavinu was going through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a guy who loves you did this to you? What's the answer to that? The answer to that is, I don't understand what it is about. I mean, for example, just give myself over to the result of showing them. This thought, that's what it means. I keep myself focused on Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, hold on a second. Maybe a misunderstanding. There was a guy that wants you, to which again, I'm not even respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in race responsibility, those who give themselves over in their immediate responsibility, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the low kashami was. So once the second started up, the Rabbi was not listening to him. However, the Eli is gathering, and so the Olam, the Yitzchak, interesting. When the Satan says to Avram, Satan says to Avram, Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from the hand, at the end of the day, God then going to ask me to sacrifice at the end of the day, we end up offering up a sheep and not be stuck. So what's interesting enough is, okay, we know the end of the story, that this is indeed what ended up happening. And yes, I'm alone, I'm doing such for something, this is the person of a liar. Shafiru Omer Emes, in so in law. There was somebody lies and not even tell the truth. No one listens. So interesting, so what's this last word? What is this last piece? The whole claim, the suffering is trying to convince, you're trying to convince Hamalinu not to do this. So the last piece happened, they talk to him, bring about it. You have to talk about this focus, it's going to be fine. What's the challenge? The challenge was, he was trying to take away the sky, not the other. And he's trying to think, I'm going guys, that's his big test. So they're going to have to do it anyway. So you can't stop him, so most of the people are the reward for being, you can do some movement control. Because when he says, essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has actually zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the concept of a liar. His words are responsibility. Incredible. Another guy says, I'm going to be sure of this stuff. So this is ultimately, again, but as the act discussing, the act of Satan is how you have a conversation out of you. So you smile, it's how you have a conversation with yourself. I'm going to move up. You smile to this one. You think it's so great. You think it's so great. I'm going to give you actually, again, they're going to come with this. The act from now for this one. You're then you get conscious and show. So then you show us that you start, you got a this, I got a this one, you got a this one, you have your consent, you have your memory of the team, I have to do it because I was talking about your adult. 13 years old. I'm gonna let you start saying, the over after the galaxy, you started off with me with one body part, you already have to be part of the other, you got an accident on the part, and you go back to that. Right? I was over there. Ultimately, again, I used to get with the software coming to give my entire body to him. I would do that. And really, after that, this is life, and it's really set after. After that, you have to do that. So what's the chance to put all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that can help with this is where it's a bit cliche, but the other things, some of the things with us that you cannot handle. So we maybe it was hard for that to I can do this tomorrow. But what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem was told me to sacrifice my entire son, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, God was putting Yitzchak on the same place with Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, and the aftermath of that statement, that's going to be far too tested. Only after they were told that Yitzchak was ready for such an silent, that there's no condition that he's silent. This is so, Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something really right, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, let's make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter. So the forces of nature don't start up with you. The suffering don't start up with you. These lows don't start up with you because no one really cares. what it is that you're doing. We want to do something holy, and we want to do something that really just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? Decade is starting, the suffering starting up at Abba, Ishmael starting up with Yitzchak. So the resistance, every single step of below, that being known as Hasbach Kedusha, Shamanism of Rambam, favorite part of all time. Actually, it's by the Akiva. What's at the end of the Akiva? Hashem says to Amma, telling out, don't go into the one, don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? What it says, the Arab Bayah, the Arab Nefesh is not the kind of. Arab goes over and he sees that they're going to go and sees that there's a ram that's caught in the thicket and it fails. And then he goes over and he asks the customer, and he asks it, how do I know we more to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After Hashem just said to a carbon, and you don't carbon at all. Right? How do you know to offer the carbon? This is so amazing. He says, because I'm not even saw that was stuck in the forest. So it's customer says like this. If the owl will run up to Adonai's feet and lay down his seats, I will win the boss of it. He says something that easy, that's from the sucker. But when he saw that it was stuck in the listen, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? That's not much. It's not right. Somebody told me this out of the report. So again, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? So no, but you can imagine, right? There's the thorn, the animal struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut, you bleed. There's a struggle. I'm going to saw where there's struggle, there is kedusha. Where there's easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute freedom. And it is about this story. Something starting up with Adonai. You smell starting up with Yitzchak. Some point away, we undertake only that, and then they get difficult. And you can mistake a food game, but if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that it's difficult shows that it's not like difficult. That's just opposite. It's just opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Some friends of the great ease, like you said in very nice, a lot back, but it's incredible. So back to Rabbi Shaka for a little bit. Rabbi Shubia, so now we try to get other people to go ahead and worship our Lord each other. I'm sure we're going to do it. So you might take my two areas at first, and one more again. So when you see the scene that Rabbi Shubia, things that the Rabbi tries to go and get, even when you do it, now this way we can trust to remember those who try to heal, those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So let's go. But this Tila, I'm sure I'm looking at this is this Nobody should be up this Tila, my kind of Babylon. So nobody tries to get even worship about every dollar. He gets Tila. Why is that? What's off for Babylon? So you know, the Ansia had the communities. So I think the show of communities. My mom on this Tila, from the Tila, okay, very shilling. We succeeded. And she says, no, by the Rabbi it says, Nisa. And what's the other? But on Nisa, we never told us, Stam Eila Elashalat, and there any Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah. So it's called, my people name that was the Shila, my family that all. So why is it that I use it every Daka? So let's know what's the last place that I learned. Some Hadaka, only exists, only Rabbi Shubia. So again, it's easy to show up. Hadaka, only different exists. Or some of the Rabbi Shubia. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadaka, Rabbi Shimon, Hadaka, but it's not racist. Why? Because you may not consider Shana from racist. So you know, it says, we don't racist. Going racist, not being racist, happening. Letting down your racist, not being racist, racist, happening. Because again, you'd rather go ahead and we're not consider Shana from racist, not being racist, happening. In other words, in these contexts, in these discussions, There's two types of insiders. Like, those things like individuals and those things like groups. And therefore, we would rather go ahead and make the Jewish trouble to the right type of insider. However, when you have to know that they're not the other, I'd rather learn out again what we call the common insider from the common insider, and not the common insider from the not-equal insights. Yeah, we should have zero insights, but they should be out. And look at how good something is out. Which was in the even though it's a not even maybe doing the insider, but once he's insider at the end of the day, he becomes a high like he's no longer in life results for this technology rather than saying the whole system. But he says, once I talk about the 9 years, my closest is very short. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. This false prophet, right? So now the Shiloh is what exactly we need to enhance the deed in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet. Now, obviously, or obviously, if you can say people to worship on one, you don't find, but let's listen to this. My closest, but okay. הגוף לעבוד בסוחרים, וכי מצב כדור במשבץ לעבוד בסוחרים. אבל כאלה שזה נכון, this comes up in the part of the situation. But he goes ahead and literally again uproots some form of halacha of Israel, but in other respects, maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Israel. But you're going to get actually this in a moment. First, actually, inside of the not going to go, yeah, very additional. And that's obviously, both Rabbi and Shimon hold that I'm not going to know, sir, that I'm not going to know, sir. Obviously, another chapter is supposed to be kind of Misa. What's the focus? What's the focus? Type of Misa. Is it schema? Is it kind of? That's not my focus. But look what Rashi says over here. He says, Nachon said, Rabbi Shimon, the Nabi Ba'okot Kol HaGuf Ba'odah Kohabim, Ye'amar, Yishkat, Yisibuach HaKol Yisbuach HaKol Yisbuach HaKol Mitzvah Avodah Kohabim HaTorah. This is obviously the classic case of this Rabbi Shechter review. He prophesies as he says, I have received the word from God, I have been commanded by God to abrogate, strike the hand of proof. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, all the kind of mitzvahs and the battle mitzvahs, behind it is only Avodah Skila, because it's all the possibilities like this. All the possibilities is being part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, one example used to be, let's see example of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a korban to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what was Nachon. So again, obviously both Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon are going for a reason to talk about. Nachon is about the type of thing. Watch this. We're not because the Torah says that the Rabbi will try to bring you from the death. Minhadar means even if he just tries to get you off part of the death. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and the beauty of the part of it. Listen to this. About which the sun is this is interesting. But let's say someone goes and Rabbi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Rabbi comes along and says, you know what? I'll get a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. No Avodah Zarah. He just uprooting another mitzvah. Uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Look at that. Because he's a false prophet. And corrupting the word of God. And everyone agrees in that situation. He's looking at that says, the two mitzvahs, the different mitzvahs, he's saying this is about prophet. But the other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots parts, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees. Potter will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. So something like that. So it's Shabbos. So it's two categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even retains part of it, uproots part of it, that's enough focus for the shame and the Rabbanon. So if the stealer is in color, that's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah entirety. So another mitzvah, another Avodah Zarah, everyone agrees, cut it. Category So really, since you can get those rules and you know when it's wrong, you approve part of it, you include part of it, it's just what that look over there, Patrick doesn't mean that it's following. Patrick just means that David is not putting it to death. So that's a massive amount of money in 1 second. Like that fast now, you must say, the person that you must put in is the person. Is the person. Now, nobody else, you must keep better. Sarah, I'm not sure, okay, and I will see as I am. She's saying, this is kind of like another second, the first part. Hold up, but you might dissect things that possible. Laura, thank you, because you remember. He's going ahead, like, he's really from the past that I sent over to the father. Laura, that's really stress. I saw it's a very survivor scenario. Really stress, what is it say, right? It says that the people that can lobby messing with other parts of the Torah, this is going to do that. What's going on here? These are like some of the stuff on my saying, I'm going to start working with Captain Slav, and I'm working with Captain Idolatry. It's like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Please do what is that? But you should ask, there is. There's not this stuff in the past time. There's a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment of that time? It's just supposed to break apart the authors of our results. Now, I'm moving on. So, the community of Christ is not a place like this. Some years are like this. No, listen. Tremendous, first of all, tremendous amount of stuff that I learned on the coffee machine. So, it's not the fact that there's no limit. Not the fact that there's that. So, much continue to ask us in the outside standing, following the lady that was out of the Misha. As I was saying, it's an opportunity. This is going to have this second issue on the job of the Rabbi. Thank you very much. Thank you for us. Tremendous. I could not start the stream. 5:49 this morning. It was like a human being, which is true. Which is saying, then you start watching some information. And it gives us the time to break your community for all these things. And the rest, the every man, when the coffee is goes, thank you very much. I would say. And if you look around, I'm going to get a round of applause. Wow, okay, I'll tell you the coffee. Fine, you're going to say that. But let me say this follows. Let me say this. I don't know, okay, but bring that was coming inside. Let me say this. So if you look at the community from the Lord, and the community, here's the difference. So look this. Every time I'm not in the first pocket comes along, and uproots some totality from the Torah. Whether that is about the Zorah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, when every shop is coming along and you say, this mitzvah or this idea, whatever it is, no longer applies. And you got really full totality. Anytime that happens, you know what it says? Maybe I get me about some of the appearances, it's into a mitzvah that was the heaven, the whole other man, I don't have to mitzvah to that. So it's so good. So I'm not going to say, and I'm also this. There are no good titles. First one, you can say the titles like this. Approving of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or a mitzvah, so things like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, when you go ahead and you call idolatry and idolatry, things like that. About here, when you test the difference in some mitzvahs, do not call partner. So when you partner, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, like you said before, you can work partners on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of it. So that would be an example of uprooting part, they confirm part. And that's like that, you partner. Then I want to analyze how many studies I put on and I told them, okay, so what you do is, and then we prophesize this in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, also, once in the base, so we do a breakfast for each of the Torah, and then we do it. And every component says, a particular mitzvah, a particular avera, no longer applies. Okay, and in the Bible, I'm starting to laugh at the others, but okay, fine. The kind of mitzvah about the mitzvah. Let's say when it prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah or to negate part of the mitzvah. And you shouldn't say that. And you shouldn't say that to happen. But when I don't discuss that, I see the only I know to do it, and the not have before, do that for power. I have all these other, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately, again, the verse is high. Right behind. An example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays, we're not worship of Obizah, and what's the reason for it? It's so right for people. I buy you some of that, so you buy some of that, so now we have essentially two different versions, about how to focus open the field. So I hold the focus, he says it's okay. So I hold the Krista, when you try to talk to Krista, and you look for the focus, this entire discussion, right with Krista household, love what there is some, a lot of something like that in New York, and that's what we're New York, some of it is in New York, and I think like when they go out and it's something to put in New York, here we go. I got each other for Krista, I got each other for Krista, so I hold the Krista, and in fact, this is the guy who's stuck with Krista, I'm just not really go, I'm just not really like what I'm going to go, I'll give you a couple of again, if another comes along and uproots in mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what the definition of uprooting? In totality. You see a particular mitzvah doesn't apply to the other, it doesn't apply. Whether you're talking about a Horizontal or Shine mitzvahs. Now, what it is, give that for the Torah. Everyone agrees, talk like Shabbat Torah. With Kohen mitzvahs or with Bakri mitzvahs. What happens if another comes along by mitzvah and says, yes, hold part of it, not means part of it. Then you shouldn't quote there. The Jewish ones that you're talking that's like Shamitzis. What did you have on it? It's what you have on it. It's like almost the popular things like that. I don't do it. It will not have a deal. Even if the false prophet is partially upholding and partially redeeming it, everyone agrees that it's like that. When you mess up on the Zara, whether it's full negation, partial negation, or breaking a few visa. What's the key visa? Not the visa, not the focus. That's my focus. Correct versus schema. Go and set up by it. The other side of that, you know, you got to go, and it's not the last one, but in the I've always covered really sound. It's kind of not to say if the post practice comes along, it's pretty to do something in the shoulder, right? Full negation. Whether it's a result of something else, how is Nisa? What's the Nisa? Get a quick Nisa course, not Nisa. Then it versus Cuba. Fine. It's training Nisa, in the vocal Nisa. What happens if another comes along? But I think it's just not how these are. And it's part of this thing, these kind of things. One style of thing, shouldn't put that, shouldn't say that about but then I said, you know, but my other stuff, I'm going to come say that to you. After the over, I don't think you have a lot of you are. I got it to you, the question is going to be liability. What's the liability? Not to be this way, or not to be this way. That's not like that. Okay, so let's say, so let's continue to go over this off. So, really what comes down to is, this is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. But essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going and uprooting idolatry as a whole thing, he's not on his own, or just partially Jesus, partially hiding, hiding. Right, what is it like? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. Another thing going to try to uproot, which is any in totality. What's halacha? Chai. Next case, and then another comes along and tries to uproot a culture. Partially uproot or partially negate another mitzvah in the Torah. What does now have the what's halacha? What's halacha? Culture. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially said about the Torah. Everyone agrees. Chai. In the next these cases is what's the definition. But again, if you call it this, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go and look at the call, the woman of our Nabi, of the Torah, Shema. No, this never was the funny. This is actually our then you also know in general, if a Nabi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. There's one exception, Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Nabi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafidu Mamid Lo Chama Ba'antzah Rasiyah, Hashishma Lo. Even if the Nabi really performs a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to start in all the sky, the sun does the second, and look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen to me. Let me say that before I come up. What is this? So you have to have a question for this, and yesterday, exactly, you are Nabi, like, how come it? If you're Nabi, such a prize, like you say, and tell them what you do, and you can worship, you also cover it outside of the question. Yeah, you did it. See, right? The Nabi has certain power, and the Nabi has certain license, even to instruct the about the story. Right? Hold on, stop. You see this concept. You see this concept. We set it with a line that we don't by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to another to worship idolatry, which means I listen to another to do a lot of other stuff, but not have no desire. Not have no desire for the mercy of his Father. And you know that even if the Nabi performs the dramatic miracle, he's performing the miracle, obviously, what's like, who does the power to perform miracles come from? And look at his Father. Obviously, by some of the language, you do the Messiah, some more such forces. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever this story with the miracle is, one thing is clearly sure, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tell you, but here's what you know, to do it all this outside the Shabbat, it's the problem. And also, man, this is an interesting idea. You don't understand, even if you're young, the logic of the whole stuff. I mean, you see, you need to know Torah and Shabbat. Shafir Magam Lekha, Hamad Ansarafia, Am Kishno. It's interesting, that listen to Torah and Shabbat, Torah, Kira Ose Marish, Moshe Ose Torah, the say, the Nasa Ereka Ose Umokes. So it's interesting, like the reason we use to say like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. And why? Because at the time the miracles come from Hashem, and this Nabi is pulling off a tremendous miracle. So what is that? I'm sort of a guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and he's probably obviously best doing this Nabi with this incredible amount of power. So how high as an individual is supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of you? To which the Muslim says that God will sometimes test us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and if our some of the power to certainly be able to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of the Father, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Rebbe performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to the worship idolatry. I'm already a Kiva. Ask the Shons that I was about to mind of Kamala over the soil. So the king says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that someone gives power over nature to someone who's defiant? How did that even work? What are you talking about? If someone's going to give you power to another shepherd, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Because the language of our situation is not so young, unless, or the myself Nabi Shepherd. And the people says, no, you just the Nabi Shepherd scenario was already going to rise. But unfortunately, good Nabi went bad. Good Nabi was bad. So I had to get out. That was right. Sometimes good Nabi go bad. And then just have a nice and you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Nabi. Right? And what happened? So he uses his right. And once I needed to says, I come in the ask me if I get more stuff. You're not leaving yourself into the day that you die. You can do nothing. Just because you know it doesn't mean that you can't use your own. And the people says, don't fix this with a Nabi Shepherd. So a Nabi Shepherd is someone that everyone knows. He's proving himself through new miracles. Because once upon a time, we're going to die. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now. Right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Nabi. Even if Rothschild comes over and tells you, cover up. The Lord spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry. What is it? And even if this is the kind of Nabi, who when he was a good Nabi, kept the sun from setting, he's still going to listen to him. He's going to listen to this. And I mean, people say, there's no perfect, but everything else can perform any miracles. Okay, that's like the last day. You know what I mean? What's the name of the last day? It's not again. But the last day, that's the point. That's fast forward to this day. You know what's the punishment? Straight up. So in this case, something that interestingly enough, it's like even children who testify about her, they don't get what's best. It's no matter what they get, they get punished. So that's hard, so that's exactly right. And I don't think we see the results. What's behind the realism? I'm not asking them that we got the sign of yes, no, this is not how we know now. But since the local says, no, we are so sweet of you. The pastor says, for even going, you have to do what they inspire to do to their brother. So you imagine why. If you should call him, So in general, there was a even Roman works in what kind of punishment is it? Typical punishment. Whatever the Eden wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. They want to guilty behind calling and do the same, but about Rabbi so far. So what happens? So now we know about calling to commit adultery. She was talking about this Sefer. Now we know that her boy, the man who's been teaching adultery, he doesn't get slave, right? Because we're going to go ahead and damn you punishment for her. He's running in the true, but like the usual, the solution is now clear that two people committing the same crime, and yet their punishment are dramatically different. Because Cole's going to get slave on, the guy is going to get punished, right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? Which could be like some Omer, last says, the office, the very last. So, we could bring up where the concept is phrased is that the Israel are giving a typical punishment, whatever they wanted to do in the office to their brother. When you see them there, we give them the typical punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boal and not the Isha. And if Allah and they get chelik as well. Hajr Allah, Elohim HaNechmachim. And I was saying Mazel Tov. I was saying, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful dream of your life. I mean, like, we have actually been doing, I was like, the last couple of days, it's all in Abba, everybody's all in Abba, all in Hazar, which is Gemara, you're going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, call yourself, nation, claim it, you're in Abba. Okay? Every year has a big deal in Abba. See, now, the army, you know, you owe them years, maybe said, I'm not saying that on fire. Versus you want to face the hustle. Look from Bishaya, the little Yeganishes are also they will forever inherit the life. Mitzvah Ma'ai, living like my second creatures of my flankings. Not say Yoga with his hair. And they are the creatures of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea of the part of the concept we might be focusing on over here is about it. Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, what is this supposed to do with our purpose of understanding, right? We are like really deep in that purpose. Right? And now, so that's exactly what we go back to say, look at all that on both sides on this. So this is actually the left side. Causing for him to have a I need the agony says, and if I cause it with about your place, how you get rid of it. So again, so Rashi says over here, the seven of them penalties, and then they're going to talk about Olamaba. So the truth is, this is not what Rashi says, it's actually the moment, so they get to the next line. So I think it's people go on, they're saying that, no, the girls are listening. And even those who are killed by Nissa's Bezdin, ultimately, as long as they be triggered before they die, Chayim says they don't have a you know, for them to be executed by Bezdin. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. But it's not true. First, we'll be about Tzivah, what will be doing for their last job? So then we just finish about Tzivah. Okay, it's something to finish. Unfortunately, make sure to do Tzivah before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Chayim saw you usually kill the girl. And you use as a person in the to come. And for you, Jews be executed by Philip, by Skate, by Herod, whatever it is, you could still earn your portion of what to come if you die as about children. Incredible. But it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, you know, if you look at the process in Mr. Cody, the Amit kills everything. Remember, the Amit can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Inchok. The Inchok kills everything. You know, you got to be powerful every year is a big fact. Every year is a big fact. Right? So, see, the Rothschild sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees everything. So because we both have the one entity in this world, he's able to see potential. The influence everything. And rise it up to the fact that as we say it's something as a champion. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, to the richness, through the prism of who and what we can become. And every youth has such incredible potential, and therefore, the influence. We are going to follow that's the first one. The next one is the English word. I usually people don't talk about the time. So obviously, there's an inherent contradiction, like, so what's the shot? Every Jew has a portion of what to come. Even serious what to come. And usually it's a joke that portion of what to come. So it's like, how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. It's very simple. What's the thing that people put that in something like? Holy small. If you are a member of Christ, if you identify with Christ, if you beg yourself into the crown, you have a portion in the world to come. When you use the portion, remember to remove yourself from the crown. Because if you notice it doesn't say, you show yourself in it. It says, Israel, if you spend your life working at times about this and getting yourself within the crown, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you're unfortunate what to come. But anyway, the Bible focus, you can read the same thing, you don't look at it, you have difficulty with actors, you remove yourself from the crowd, then you can lose your own habit. Embed yourself in the crowd, own habit will always be yours. Remove yourself from the crowd, you put yourself in danger of losing the sacred portion. So we lose the portion of what to come. Homer doesn't listen to the crowd. Somebody says, there is no resurrection of the dead. There is no resurrection of the dead. It's only the Torah is not divine. Not the chorus. Again, you see, actually says, I'm going to fight for you, see that the chorus is. But if you says, Apachor is fun and serving. This is very interesting. So that's like even one of the reasons strength is also what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what is so good? There has to be defined exactly what that means. But I wrote this on a matter, but I wrote on a matter, for something to tell us, what's in my letter? Yeah, we have to look at that. And someone who whispers some kind of incantation over news. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. The Shalom says, yes, I say no, so. Someone who pronounces, you know that Shem will be said, like that's the Yukon Dutch word, so he actually says it. Also, I reckon I got it, that's everything I have it. There are three things, and four regular people, who go down as this thing, as having the wars, their country and the world to come. You are, right? So, you love the three things, you love them, Achod and the Nasha. This is your Achod is the thing I wish you would got. You love them, not actually both love them and Achod. You know that thing that's getting down, right? You both the things and the Nasha. We'll talk about the Nasha when you do love. Everyone say, something ridiculous. I don't know if ridiculous Gemaras ahead of us, right? Each of these Gemaras just overwhelming. And you know, he says, Menashe should go wrong, right? And he says, no, Menashe is the longest serving manner, 55 years of war. Menashe has the portion in the world to come. She'emar by Ispana, Elot, by Yishmat, Yasel, by Yishivu, Yishavu, Yishavu. And he also knows that Menashe is in trouble. Someone is significant trouble. He dies into Hashem, and Hashem was struggling to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So we see that Menashe Rabbi, and that's what it's doing. We think that Hashem is about God. And we know the second, the Machusa is Shivu, but all the Kaya over the bottom is Shivu. And Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Abba had Yokos, who were the four regular guys who lost the portion of the world to come. Belong. We're discussing with the advisor to King Shaul. One of the advisors to David Amelech who they switch sides to Shalom and the Chassid, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu and Rabbi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. Keep you on says, the Kol Kach Lama, the months of the revolution. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, not only denies consummation, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, also, by the way, just as an aside, and then we'll get into this a little bit more, there's been a focus about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that where you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic or post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, and then we're going to show you right now. We're going to switch back on this depending on the context. But the nice for right now, we'll just go with the idea that every now and then is how you classically use it. The portion of what comes where you go after you die. So you got to die, right? Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Because the guy denies resurrection and loses his own Haba. Because he wants to like this guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaNisr, and therefore again, he gets no Tchias HaNisr. It makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. But only those who try to find the different Amiga. And those that the little bit of work works, you can reciprocity. You get the Amiga, take the back, reciprocity. I'm not doing it, man. I'm not doing it. You know, from the you get the Amiga. How do you know? So if I'm talking to you, you're looking at the Amiga, I teach the type of reciprocity. You know, now the little bit showing this to this. It's interesting where this is not what is happening. Even though there are others who see that, particularly in Torah, you see that you think this, but no chooses this story. That's what they're fascinated. Where are these guys? Some of the guys are it's not that's so much the shot. It's a sign so much like all the shots from you. Okay. Now what happened is famine. Obviously, it's famine. So there's no food available at all. You need to get something in all the things. That's not ready. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. So what happens? Now, why am I short? I said, I'm not a fish on your boat. I speak out. You know what? So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, it's such a thing. But the officer was saying, there's no food here. There's no food here. Pharaoh got no food, so overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. But you know, so Elisha says to his officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. How much days? Well, so I was excited. And what happens? So it's interesting I'm talking about it. The end of the story is, that night, the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left. So I told them, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, one of the things, they were to stay huge out of the city to get the food of the Arami army. Who was taking the stay? This officer, he went to Ivy, one of the things down the night, and maybe it was the person that used to have flight so I thought I was going around, and that's fucking what you left, you know, dog. And then the person that comes from is very powerful, even if the girl was just any other code that comes through, you know, if you lift those calls, they're going to serve our levels. There's no petition, so to say each other when you die. My vision. Why did the soul by the gate? This is shy because this conversation that happened between her and Lisa by the gate. So if I don't as if I love for myself, versus a super really just living together. So it's hard to operate the thing because it is therefore then, but the person doesn't believe his destination. And probably is fine, but don't believe that, that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not getting it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. You don't get it. You don't get it. This is one of the most important disorders in Kala Kala Kula. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Purim, Hashem Tzilcha. Hashem Tzilcha. So often we trade Hashem Tzilcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. It means that what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Like what you invest is what you get out. The way Baruch Hu works now is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manner of strength, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, but it won't do the same for me. It's very important. But again, if I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes. I do what I have to make sure that they're just not what I want to do so. And so if I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by, just expect that same type of as long as the reaction to it. So then, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, You're going to expect immediate divine response. That's the way it works. That's the process. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want to do something that flows, then I have to become supernatural in my own behavior. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You get to have a divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem's so incredible. Incredible. It says in I'm going to be Christmas, and I thought that says it's fascinating. The way you see the scriptural allusions to transformation. This begs the general question of like, all of this stuff, Mashiach, Olam Haba, why is it not mentioned in this being done? Right? The Rabbi includes it as the Yud card, right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud card, 30 principles of faith. Transformation, 130 principles of faith. Okay, so now everybody agrees the Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so core, that is so central, yet not mentioned. It sounds so far, it's very so beautiful. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on breath. The Torah doesn't see that the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. The Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? Especially, that's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Not for each exclusive. Things like when I say that's what I'm saying, things like the verse, this is an innovation. The verse says, I don't know this. It's okay, if you haven't dropped by, the fundamental distinction between what you see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places that you will find shuls with cemeteries is in Europe. And that was because of land ownership. Like that was just often because Jewish community was given like a plot of land, and you had to do like flip a lease and buy on the same part of land. Like so that's why you have cemeteries. But if you look like no one ever, it's not like that. We could have had like a nice culture here, a court right over here, but I did certainly generally must be the funds. Like all together. So the mindset says, what is it that treats very similar? It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about it's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been living. That's why I'm doing the final two books. By the way, at least give me a hint. This and it's in a post, and not, but it's such this is so beautiful. And it's such a little chance of something out of that hole. Plus it says, you'll give your true to Adam. You must what? If you out of the only time, you're out of the way that you. For since the greatest, my true to Adam, but Adam is dead. Adam is dead. This is the real true to Adam. No, you first say that yourself, no to true. This is what God, no, Adam dead for us. Adam never came to die himself. Adam came to die to have a vote. He never came to die himself. So what does it mean like giving him a shul? And allowing significance be so much in a shul. So what does it mean? It means that one day on the corner will come back to life. And then for some Christ will be there to do that should give them your shul. You can't. You can't say it's in the corner. From here, the runners two lessons, and that's how beautiful is that. Which means also that the day is going to come, the chef going to build this thing for you, they'll come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our shul to our life. In fact, the Prophet phrases is that way. That is a scripture, because there's also the sacrifice for today. We are right on schedule, do not worry, do not look ahead. But today, such a tremendous, how incredible week ahead of us, share everyone. Stop.
You just gotta keep
If you have to ask for it, it doesn't matter. All right, well, let's say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for our Tuction Pay. The Tilts Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shomer Drashos this year, and it's supposed to be Soros Novos for all the Bani Yisrael. From the Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba Avinu Tovas, Terry and Steve Zinn, Rabbi of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoin, the Ziv Levin and Jordan families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, from the Rabbi of the American Torah. All of the Mishal Sadhana, his families in the Torah, all those who need a refuah should have one together with Kodesh for these Torah, 12 from Shemir, from bring our hostages home, and all these soldiers should be successful in the Torah massively. Once with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming Agida ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sadik 90 on. Play test on the base, 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom. Snack and know of the story of the Akeda. So then we're going to refer to says to Amnavim as Bincha, sacrifice your son, which Amnavim responds, Based on you, I have two sons. Esi Bincha, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again has very unique singularity. Asher Hafta, the one who you love. I love them both. Very incredible Gemara, right? I think he says, you think I don't love you, Shmuel? You think I don't love you, Shmuel? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. Yitzchak. So finally, the says to him, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, the Kochane, so why did you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? In other words, why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. In order that Amarino not be overwhelmed by this. In other words, we're supposed to recognize the idea that halacha myself, this would have been an overwhelming text. Obviously, wasn't overwhelming text in the beginning. It's possible in order for the Amarino to so to speak ease into this and intellectually ingest this. Emotional injustice lays it out slowly. This is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about sorting it out. It's not just about things, but again, sometimes the person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid was set on down. Let's just know what happened. Some of you was on his way to the Akira. It also shows, by the way, how even I'm looking at it, a little bit more. Again, getting Amavinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and be able to do the Akira is also a process. It's also a process. As deep as Amavinu was, it's not like he flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akira. It took time to be able to ease into it. Remember, like, the kid was not going down. So the sucker tried to sabotage Amavinu on the way to the Akira. However, Lisa Davai Rafa Kila, he started riding. Yeah, I got for Texas Ocean Tour, Mother, Alka Kawa Rafa, right? So there was a part of it at the end of the process is every part of the instruction of the process. And Lisa Davai Rafa Kila. So what the Satan says to Amarina is, Adam, does this make sense to you? That a God who loves you and asks you to do this. So the Satan is trying to theologically sabotage Amarina. And essentially get Rabbi to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the restoration. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how can it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so much? Look at that, Rashi. And you said, Dabei Rechot, if you hire law, that's what I'm so stuck. Dabei Shoots Law, Usam, Machiyas, Arachot. Could it be that if God loved you so much, He would rescue something, in which your entire future hangs, where your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Torah will bless you in this way? I'm alone. I need to meet it. Listen, this is such a beautiful Gemara. Because Amnavina responds, I walk in my simplicity. Like Tom and Kiana, something like that. Simplicity, completeness. What Amnavina essentially says is, you know what Amina is? What Amina represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to the Lord. It's about this. I'm about to myself question. I'm about myself question. So therefore, Amnavina says no suffering. It's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to continue in it. I walk with completion. Not from sorrowful, but other than the bonus and tells me to do that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Oh no, I will just talk to us. So the science is back over here. Well, maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemai, maybe your Shir of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your hero ultimately again is what you need. I don't know. Is there anyone who has put their faith in Hashem who has been lost? What Rabbi Yehuda says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. You just can't explain everything. But there's one interesting thing about Amira these days. People who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Right? Might look strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, both you have the Zachar and meaning not the other. Is anyone who took the Amira and Shachar ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who put a disadvantage? This conversation is probably the essence that every person with Amunah goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is now whether the Satan is speaking on the leader or whether Amunah was going through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, can you do that without not seeing it? Just do it. And what's the message? I don't understand it. And therefore, again, I just give myself over to the Ribono Shalom. This podcast, that's what Amunah is. I give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, hold on a second. Maybe a misunderstanding the will of God. Maybe it's not what God wants you. To which again, I know you response. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in embrace that responsibility, those who give themselves over in their minute responsibility, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even the chazak, the low kashami alay. So once the Satan saw that Amavinu was not listening to him, Amrale, Ve'ilai davar yichinov, Kach shamak me'achari apargun, Hasel yo'olah, ve'iyitzchak yo'olah. Interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, you know, by Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from behind the curtain, at the end of the day, God's going to ask you sacrifices. Who knows? Right? At the end of the day, you're going to end up offering up a sheep. And not be stuck. Which was interesting enough, the end of the story. That is indeed what ended up happening. And yet, on the low, I'm going to say this up and this is the punishment of a liar. They will say again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last? The whole time, the Satan is trying to convince. Trying to convince Amavinu not to do this, right? And then his last speech after, don't worry about it. You're not going to have to sacrifice these puppies. It's going to be fine. What's the shot? The shot was he was trying to take away the star from Amavinu. But he was trying to say, don't worry about it. It's not such a test. He's going to have to do it anyway. So you can't stop them. So at least if you take away the reward for doing this, you take away the Amuna control. The time of it says, essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to you. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. His words are trustworthy. Incredible. So remember goes like this. I'm going to Yishmael Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, as the Satan is having a conversation with Avram. So Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And he goes on and talks. Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great? I'm greater than you. After all, again, God only encompasses Sha'atam after the Shmoni Yomim. Bani Ben Shlosh says Shaya. So again, Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 18 years old. You're a baby. You had no consent. You have no memory of it. Me, I had to do it when I was pushed like an adult, 13 years old. Amrlo Yitzchak says, you're starting up with me with one body part. In Omer, we have to put up with right? Ultimately, again, I used to go to the tell me to give my entire body to him. I would do that. Immediately after that, I was just young. After that, he actually becomes most of that. What's the shot with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but you know the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this schema. But what happens right here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, it's almost as if after that moment when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when it was tested. Only after again it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Nisayon, that it was give him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that Rothschild, whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, don't make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The suckers don't start up with you. The swells don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something that's really, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? The idea is starting, the Satan starting up with Abraham, the Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of Kedusha. So this is one of my favorite parts of all time. Actually, by the Akida. What's at the end of the Akida? Hashem says to Amr, don't get into the boy. Don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Because it says, the aisle bayard, the aisle nechad is not the kind of. Rabbi goes over and he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket in the thorns. And Rabbi goes over and he offers up as a carbon. I asked Yukatzka, how did Rabbi know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. Right? How did Rabbi know to offer a carbon? This is something amazing. He says, because Abraham saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So his custom is like this. If the aisle would have run up to Abraham's feet and go down in his seat, Abraham wouldn't have offered it. He says, something that easy, that's from the something. And when he saw that it was stuck in the thorns, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this out there before. Right. So again, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but can you imagine, right? There's the thorn, behind the struggle. What happens when you try to get a ram out of the thicket? You get cut, you bleed, there's struggle. I've never even saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So when there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Sometimes starting up with Avinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's not there. That's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but lockdown for that experience. Incredible. So back to Navi Sheker for a little bit. Then Navi Shivya. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. Maybe says you get kind of same. So Gemara says, and remember again. So when you see the scene of Navi Shivya, it's like a Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, remember those who try, or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So let's start off. The skila, I'm sure on the floor, the thing says tonight, Navi Shivya, the skila, my son is Rabbi. So Navi who tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah, he gets skila. Why is that? What's logical to Rabbi? He wants to ask the Hadacha Mimesis. Open the exam, shut up from Mimesis. Mala around the skila, a kind of skila. Misa skila, the Mishnah says, no. By the Navi it says, Misa. And what's the Hadacha? But from Misa, Mila the Torah, Stam Eir Elachara. In general, any Misa that is mentioned in the Torah is correct. Madicha Erni Dachos Skiva, my time in Rabbanon. So why is it that Madicha Erni Dachos? They get still what's the logical to Rabbanon? Coming Hadacha, only makes this, only not Shuvia. So if you're making zero Shabbat of Hadacha, either from this or from the Navi Shuvia. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadacha, Minavi. Rabbi Shimon knows that Hadacha from Navi, never kind of. The Ligma Mesis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon learn how to exert Shabbat from Mesis? The Gemara says, Ligma Mesis, done in Mesis, Rabbi Mesis, Rabbi. They ain't done in Mesis, Rabbi Mesis, Mesis, Rabbi. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn how to exert Shabbat from Mesis, Rabbi, and Mesis, Rabbi. In this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders, right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Xer Shabbat to a like type of insider. I'd rather learn how to learn how to, again, what we call a common insider from a common insider, and that's a common insider from another who incites. That we should say, no, even though it's a Navi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a head yoke. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a head yoke. Or if Chista says, what's a top of Shadik, 98. Machlokes, so in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now the shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, or a basis. Now, obviously, if he's inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah, fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker haguf ta'avodas kochavim, v'kiyum mixas u'bitom mixas ta'avodas kochavim. I want to say this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but and then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. Let's look at Rashi for just a moment. First Rashi started to go down. Machlokes, Rabbi Rabbi Shimon. We must say that obviously both Rabbi Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously Navi Sheker is going to be five Nisa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Nisa. This is Emo, that's the Machlokes. But look what Rashi says over there. He says, Machlokes Rabbi Rabbi Shimon, the Navi ba'oker kol haguf ba'avodas kochavim, the Amar, mitzvahisi v'lach hakodesh v'yakura lehis navot la'akor kol mitzvahs avodas kochavim in HaTorah. So this is obviously the classic case of this Navi Sheker. He prophesies this and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, and to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or all the kind of mitzvahs to the back of mitzvahs, behind the Kami Rabbanan Skila, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So for example, a good example of this would be, well, we'll see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this is not focus. So again, obviously both Rabbanon and Rabbi Shimon are going to read it. Not focus about the type of death. Watch this. Yeah, one of the Minagah, because the Torah says that the Navi who would try to bring you from the death, Minagah. Minagah means even if he just tries to get you off part of the death. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Oker Haguf B'Shar Mitzvahs, Divrei HaKol B'Cheres. This is interesting. So let's say someone goes there, Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. So Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Not doing Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he put to death by faith. The key mixas to bitter mixas to the but by other mitzvahs, he goes ahead and say uproots part, but then he goes ahead and maintains art by other mitzvahs, everyone agrees, Potter. There'll be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. So, something like that. In other words, so it's Shemitz. So again, also there's 3 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's not focus of the Shimon and the Rabbanan. Tzchai Misa is a stila, is a chayim. That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah or another idea doesn't apply. Everyone agrees. Chayim. Category 3, interesting. Category 3 is another mitzvah. You uproot part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting. What's the halacha over there? Potter. Potter doesn't mean that it's following. Right? Potter just means that the Israel is not putting him to death. So you must be massive of him, is 1 second. Now, the pasuk that you must quoting is the pasuk. You must keep Sarah Allah Shalom. Since it's talking about the Navi Shepherd, the false prophet, now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalachas, right? Because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's veering you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalachas, Zum Mitzvah Saseh. This is the first Rabbi commanded. Ba, Zum Mitzvahs, Lo Saseh. Prohibition. What does it sound like? It sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, he should still be put to death. So what's going on over here? These are like Avodas Kochavim Aseh, Avodas Kochavim Reichim Mishkachas. And if you want to think it's talking about idolatry, the most like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the Gemara says, funny you should ask. There is. So Gemara Krista, then he talks that there is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? That you're supposed to break apart the seichos, the altars of Avodah Zarah. That Hamnuna Amar, supposed to be Hamnuna, therefore has another version of this. Hamnuna says like this. Then it was like a tremendous, first of all, tremendous Mazel Tov from out of the new coffee machine. So Mazel Tov feels like a grandchild almost, like Mazel Tov. So Shem must continue not to the next Hashem to follow the ways of God of Salah Kadisha. But everybody else, really is an opportunity. This is going to reach the second machine on the job. And Rabbi, thank you very much for everything that you do for us, morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start this year at 5:49 this morning. There wasn't a Zoom and given this message, right? Which is strange. But then we saw Baruch Hashem promotion and occasionally. So thank you really for all of this. The late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. Never been like I never get a lot of applause. Wow, okay, also making the coffee. Fine, Rabbi says as follows. Rabbi says like this. I don't know, focus, but okay, have book. Being Bible is coming in Shabbat, every Shabbat. So once you see Rabbi comes along, Rabbi he has a different approach. He says like this. Anytime a false prophet comes along and uproots something, totality, something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, the Rabbi is coming along and he's saying this mitzvah or this Shabbat or whatever it is no longer applies. So he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, so there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates 2 categories. It's like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, punishable like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable like that. How about here, mixes, bigger mixes, strong mixes, they are called potter. So when you potter, if you uproot and transform some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like we said before, you go Chinese on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. So that would be an example of uprooting part and transferring part. In that context, you potter. Then Rabbi was saying was, I'm a study like for the Torah, Chai. So listen to this. The Navi prophesizes in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And they're going to say, once again, the dice over here is not just the example of the Torah or anything else. If the Navi comes along and says, a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies. Okay? Or, I feel in the battle, Fine. The Kanye mitzvahs will about the mitzvahs. Let's say when he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. And Shimon called that. And Shimon says that you're covered. I have all desire. Even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. The other example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't. There's still liability for that. Abai is so like that. So therefore, I will say now we have essentially two different roads, three different versions about how this machlokas ultimately unfolds. So Abai holds like a fista, so let's just go through this. Abai holds like a fista, or Mitaris like a fista, and he therefore interprets this entire discussion like a fista. How so? Rabbi all seems to say, Rabbi holds like a Hamina, and Mitaris like a Hamina, Rabbi holds like a Hamina, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like a Hamina. Here we go. Abai is like a fista, Mitaris like a fista, so Abai holds like a fista, and interprets this entire discussion like a fista. Navi, here we go. Again, if a Navi comes along and uproots in mitzvah from the Torah, now what's the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah that doesn't apply, people have it apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. Now what it is, give that called the Chene. Everyone agrees. Like the Kayim mitzvahs will about mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by mitzvah and says he upholds part of it, negates part of it? Rabbi Shimon Poter. Rabbi Shimon says that you're Poter. That's by Shar mitzvahs. Shar mitzvahs. Ruach din Rabbanon. And so do Rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees that is liability, right? When you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a chiyuv misa. What's the chiyuv misa? Market this name, market this. That's my focus. That's my focus. Chelek versus skiva. Of course, that's Abaye. Rabbi Sarah like Rav Hamuna, Mukasik Rav Hamuna, Rabbi like Rav Hamuna, and interprets the price like Rav Hamuna. And it's Navi, last part of the Torah. They, what is called Bein B'Shamis. This chayif, market this way. If a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, chayif misa. What's the misa? Shenick versus this approach, machlokas. Shenick versus skiva. Fine. The Kanye mitzvahs, the Bible mitzvahs, B'Shan mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along? By other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and you have all part of the mitzvah. These kind of mitzvah. What's the halacha? Rabbi Shimon Poter. Shimon says that you're Poter. What do Rabbi? So do Rabbi. Over others come when it comes to idolatry. After the Omer Hayom Kipur the Macham Betulah, Chayiv. Idolatry, even partial negation, is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Marki the Islam or Marki the Islam. That's the message. Okay. So let's say. So what's interesting to note is this. So really, what it comes down to is the machlokas is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone has agreed with. If an Navi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going and uprooting idolatry as a whole thing, there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. What is it, chayiv? Okay, so that's my focus. That's my focus. Next case, another comes along and tries to uproot the truth is any mitzvah in totality. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Next case, another comes along and tries to uproot, partially uproots and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What's the halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially confirm Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees, Chai. The machlokas in these cases, what's the definition? But again, for the halachas, everyone's agreeing. It's fascinating. Good. I'm ready to already open the call, in Yom Navi, over Al Dibei Torah, Shema. No, what's the Avodah Zarah? So let's say this is fascinating halacha. So we also in general, if a Navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. One exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Even if the Navi literally again performs a tremendous miracle and it causes the sun to stop in the middle of the sky, right? The sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah, and don't listen to him. I will say, this is a very important halacha. What is this? What is this? So remember, we have a couple of questions. So this is yesterday's Dr. Young Navi, right? And how I kind of know. The Young Navi is such a prize, so to do something that is good with the privilege. I need to worship, to offer covenants outside of Israel. So it's Mikdash. But yeah, we did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power, and a Navi has certain license, even to instruct the crowd to transgress. Right? Hola Asha. You see this concept. You see this concept. The exception of the line that we done by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up and says, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, so someone said, if he's performing a miracle, obviously we'll say, who does the character to perform miracles come from? The HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing to do it, let's say Hashem wants us to listen to him. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is do not worship idolatry under any circumstance. Tanya, but Yosef was the owner. He hears all this stuff. Thank the Shavuot is Kofavim. I will say that this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands a little bit again the logic of Avodah Kofavim. Mificha nitna Torah mem shavava. Shafiu ma'ibed lecha chama be'emtza rakiya al tishmaya. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah Mem Shalaba Kiroma Filu Tira Oso Navi Moshava Oso Kirsona Besid Benasan Elefa Os Umofis. So this is interestingly enough, and the Yosef used to say like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. Why? Because if the parents do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle. So what is that? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here this Rothschild is obviously vesting this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi really says that Rothschild sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain things, to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of Rothschild, so to speak. And therefore again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who's defying him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability, he's going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Hello. He goes, and the keeper says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? So where does it arise? Well, fortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happened? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navis go bad. In other words, that you have someone who has his credentials as a glorified Navi, right? And what happened? Unfortunately, he uses his way. They will say, even in others, there's a commissioner of Abba says, I'll come in the Asmachad Yomosna. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't use your way. So the Kiva says, that's the case of the Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time, he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, Chavira, the Lord spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, hey, let's worship idolatry. What is it? And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, you still don't listen to him. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part, don't worry, last point. Behind you, what's the number again? Last point, But the last point, one question, right? Last point, you can listen to us, you punishment, Sleifa. So when Mishka said they get interesting enough, even so many testify about her, they don't get what that's straight. And rather what they get chemistry. So does her adultery, right? The level which leads to an adultery. What's behind the realism? Amrav Achabei Gav Ikov, Yisayin Rav Yossi, or this is not Halomar, Basisen Lo Kasher Zaman, Lasos Achiv. The Pasuk says for Edom Zolim, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So he says why? If you should call Hamizominim, Shemetorah, Zolmein or Falling Kiyotzi. So in general, if you listen, the way Edom Zolim works is what kind of punishment is it? You sit up a punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The one is Kiyotzi by him. Bas Kohen, keep us here. So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen commits adultery. She is put to death with Sefer. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, does this to get straight, right? Because he gives a Torah hands down that he needs punishment for her. Zomin, any odea. In Lohokshu, or that they do Zomin. I think someone says now, if two people committed the same crime, and yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Kohen is going to get safe. The guy is going to get credit, right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, "Kishu Omer, Lasos La'achiv." Interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the agents are given a punishment, whatever they wanted to do, la'achiv to their brother. So you see them here. We can generally support the punishment that they are going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore, Allah said they get chelekas. Now, Hajr Allah, Elohim, and Nechim. Let's say Mazel Tov. Let's say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, like, we are about to engage in, I will say, the next couple of days, it's Olam Haba, every morning is Olam Haba and Olam Hazeh, but these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yesh Lam Chelik Olam Haba. Okay, every year has a Chelik Olam Haba. Shnei Amar, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim, V'Olam Yershu Aretz, Neitzer Mata'ai Ma'aseh Adal Yisrael. So it says the Gemara quotes the pasuk. Those of us from Yeshaya, that literally again your nation are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Mata'ai, literally again like my creations of my plantings. Ma'aseh Yodai Yisrael. And they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the pasuk that we're really focusing on over here. So by the way, Rashi says like, what is this doing? Like, right? What does this have to do with our context of our discussion? Right? We were like knee deep in death, right? And now, so that's exactly what. Look what Rashi says. Most of Rashi's on both sides on this. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, you're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, this is not what Rashi is saying. Rashi is saying at the moment. We get to the next slide. But I think this, even before we go on, what it's saying is, notice beyond salvation. Right? And even those who are killed by Nisas Bezdin, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Holy Israel can't go on top. You might have thought that if you're being executed by Bezdin, that is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First video about tshuva literally again until their last breath. See, here we just finished about Chelek. Okay, you're subject to Chelek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy Israel usually can do it. Every year has a punishment that will come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chelek, by Skila, by Sfefa, by Herod, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion of the world to come if you die as about tshuva. Incredible. But also, it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the context, the Mishnah quoted, the Amech Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, the Amech can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. We've had to every year is a big sign. Right? Every year is a big sign. Right? So, in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rothschild sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see you outside, he sees you. He doesn't see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the Rothschild is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the Imcha Kulam Tzadikim, in the eyes of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, every single person has a tzaddik. Because once again, it doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, but it looks at us through the prism of what we can become. And every youth has such incredible potential, and therefore, that's the first line. And then Yeshua the Mishnah says, okay, and these are the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So again, I want to say, so obviously, there's an inherent contradiction. So what's the shot? Everyone has every Muslim, every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So we'll say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction between the first and the second line? If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Klal, in other words, if you embed yourself within the Klal, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the Klal. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say Ve'elu shall Yisrael Shem Lechem. It says Ve'elu should either be Yisrael or Ve'elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of access and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of the world to come. But if you're an Elu, you're Bala Travis, you're eating dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with access, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your own Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, all Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of the world to come? Homer gives a missing Torah. Someone says there is no resurrection of the dead. Named Rabbi Shamayim. And someone says Torah is not divine. Zaki Koris. Again, Rashi says on the first minute, Zaki Koris. Rabbi Kiva says, Alpha Kori Bisfar Hitzoni. This is very interesting. So that's like even one who reads Sfar Hitzoni. What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books. What? So again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. It's someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with the cells, like that's the usually possible word, who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshim from the 3 kings, Yeravam, Achab, and Menashe. We're saying, well, Achab means the thing around yesterday's class. Yeravam, actually both Yeravam and Achab. In the yesterday's class, right? Get both evil kings and Menashe. We'll talk about Menashe in the Gemara. And we're saying, okay, so I don't know if I mentioned, these teachers know this stuff. Like each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. The Rebbe says, Menashe should go Valhalla. The Rebbe says, no, King Menashe, by the way, is the one who used to serve 55 years of war. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar by Yisrael Elov by Yishmat Shulaso by Yeshivu Yerushalayim Apuso. Menashe got himself in trouble. So he's significant trouble. Shouted to Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his mother in Yerushalayim. So when you see that there, Menashe laughing, and the 6 months were answered. You see, you think that Hashem is without Shuvah. And they said to him, no. So Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Arboa had Yodos, who were the 4 regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come. Gilam, to Yeshiva. Doeg, we'll discuss him, he was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitophel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Shalom, and the Chazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu HaNavi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. First Gemara says, the Kol Kach Lama. So, Gemara is jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, that someone denies the resurrection, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, by the way, just as an aside, again, we'll get into this a little bit more. There's a machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like resurrection era. So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although we're going to, I'm just telling you right now, we're going to switch to the flip-flop on this for the prototypes. But for myself, for right now, we'll just go with the idea that all I think is how we classically use it. Your portion of comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, right? Eternal life, eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. Again, we'll see some illusion for this, but that's all this is. I understand, because a guy denies resurrection, uses his Olam Haba, to which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, it's all that Rama. Tano, who comes with Chesed? If he rejects the notion of Chesed, the Shikha, what do you have no Chesed with Chesed? But listen, I'm curious, if this is enough, from the Gemara's view, notice that Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, there's a community. This guy, he rejected the notion of Chesed, and therefore, again, he gets no Chesed, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. Only those that show us as well said, the way that devotion works is the reciprocity. Tit for tat, reciprocity. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. How do you know that the Baruch works with the reciprocity? Listen to this. It's interesting where the Gemara is at. Even though there are other psukim in the Torah, it seems this word chooses this story. It's actually quite fascinating. Shimu Dvar Hashem Ha'is Mocher Sodas B'Shakel U'Sasayim on B'Shakel B'Shar Shomron. Okay. Context: the army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now, what happened? There's famine. Obviously, there's famine. So there's no food available. You should get stuff in the middle of the city. So, bro, do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, there'll be overabundance of food. So what happens? So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shemayim, if such a thing occurred, or if the officer was saying there's no food here, there's no food here. So they're going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, this is going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. What happens? It's interesting. By the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left. Also, I'll explain the reason. And they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. This officer, he was either Dilma Kilas or Mishudama, right? But maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused his death. And then the curse of the Chacham is very powerful. Even if you just utter any other important punishment, if you lift up cross, or you will serve by others. Advanced petition, so you said the trouble when you die. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate? This Bishar, because this conversation that happened between him and Elisha by the gate. Say that was as if Allah for myself, you must receive from him, you can do that. So the Shah who operates again because of me. Therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in Christianity, then probably fine, but don't believe that, that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Says this is one of the most important episodes in Torah. The Rebbe actually bases it on the Pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem's Tzilcha. So often we say that Hashem's Tzilcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to pay. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way it can work in our relationship is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manner of strength, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, listen, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain it. Like just, no, I don't want to try to do so. Right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of person to react the same way. So again, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, we're going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want to do something in the course, then I have to become supernatural in my own business. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You listen to everything about the Bible constantly. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Incredible. Says I'm going to look around. My Christmas, when I thought about it, it's fascinating. From where do we see the scriptural allusion to Testament? By the way, this begs the general question of like all of this stuff, Testament, Mashiach, Olam Haba, why is it not mentioned explicitly in the Torah? Right? The Rabbi includes it as wisdom and prayer, right? Mashiach includes as one of you doing prayer, 30 principles of faith. Testament, 150 principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees to Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so close and so simple yet not mentioned. It's not sure if I'll explain so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. The Torah doesn't, this is incredible by the way, the Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, it's not exclusive. That's what the first makes an amazing observation. The first says, how did you notice? If you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you find shuls with cemeteries is like New York. And that was because of land. Like that was just often because this may be given a part of land. You have to do like you have to live and die on that same part of land. Right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like no one ever so you would generate much more funds, right? But beautiful, right? They're all together. So the most one thinking that should go cemetery. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's even not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my day? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why again the final two parts the Gemara asks, by the way, can you at least give me a hint? Where because when I tell it, when I stop, this is so beautiful. When I stop the end of the Torah, so tell me Aaron Torah. First it says you will give the Truma to Aaron. You know why? Because the Aaron the only time. Well, what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my Truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So this is my Truma to Aaron. Here's a bigger problem. Now he's Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Israel. Aaron when he died was on the boat. He never came into Israel. So what does it mean I'm giving him a Shema? I'm allowing us to be victims and smell no full of Shema. So listen, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron is going to come back to life. And there's such a prize will be Zophie to give him their Shema. You can. With Testament in it. So here's a lemon to Testament. So let's say how beautiful is that? Which means also the day's going to come. The Testament is going to be adult Aaron is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Tumah to our and the fact that the Pasuk phrases it that way, that is the scripture. We'll also stop a bit for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. But today, those like tremendous, incredible week ahead of us. Let us begin a book of Roths. As a book of Hashem. Begin the week. Turning up the police out for Lord Hashem. I'm going to the sun and you down for Lord Hashem. Beautiful rock. Actually, I want to read how many chapters this week. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good to be able to think that starts with goodness and Lord Hashem. My goodness, to begin that thing you all want before this morning just a third hour. I know you're trying to tell us with the top street there of way. The culture is back up to self-dedicated all the things okay as it's close. So the song is never on this show. And the very sponsor for the night of Adar, playing is Steve Zoom and loving William as Tony's father, Dr. Harry Klein, Steve Hurt, Ben Yosef Hakoin, and the Zug and the Boom and Burning Families of Memory and obviously no music, Zach Schwartz and the Soldiers when you drop off. You know, for the night of our time to build up. All of the Chinese out there, the families in the club, all of those media food shoppers in the court, following. It's not the same as can be in all our hostages. All our very soldiers to be successful before what we are seeing today. As we watch, we agree that the state tax 81. We are picking up at the Mishnah on state tax. The Mishnah says as follows. Stay with it, but we do the homework. We do the homework. Let's go show some homework last night at the end of the year. If I don't start on the right track on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. Plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible this week, but some very long gap in ahead of us as well. So, I'll give myself a fighting chance. Same here, it's now on K-Tax 89 and 80 minutes to know stuff. So, this morning again, we are still on the incredible studio of Zachary Conrad. Saying this to ourselves, no one is listening, we have a little business in the area. So here again, we learned already how much is concerning when is up in my name is put to death, what type of hits and the making this was up in my name. When it comes to the actual execution of this up in my name, so this says, we do not execute him in the basement in this city, nor do you execute him in the basement in Yavne. By the way, what's the basement in Yavne? Look at Rashi. Rashi's about 2 days after that, but all it is for Yavne. Initially, the basis of Mishkas Hadosis. On the other hand, because we know the Shai Yamid, I should also say to go in Yavna, Zadain Abayis Kayan, that to hold to the Kilo, really still some Yavna. So, interestingly enough, Yavna was one of the features that should be significantly exiled. So, the mission is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the second number, the Sanhedrin government has instituted in this class and business in the chamber of the stone in this compound. So for each if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, microplace, even if the Sanhedrin is still standing, you can't execute the second number. Allah, now you also do the ability to Shalayim to take the second number up to this and over to the high court in Shalayim. And Shami also at Hayayim. And the Nisi also Berego. So what we do is we incarcerate him, you put him in a holding cell, but so the next upcoming Lego, the next upcoming one, take whatever the guy, we base up to this, so this is okay for that. How do I this? Remember again, this is the first doctor, the first for in this down. And what is it this reference to? So the dollar. They're going, like, everyone's on a journey. Everyone not is like, we're always journeying to something else. You feel like the years be years, right? The years is never dictionary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. You're always traveling towards some next thing. So time is now behind us. It's beginning to go we have the privilege to be residents of New Carolina. So I guess the rest of the time is our friends a little bit behind us. But no, I go back and say, it's okay. There's something behind us. There's always something new life in front of us. Exactly right. So again, first the first thing you show food, and keep possession memory, and the whole reset up until the next level, up until the next level. And when you reach next level, you execute it on your day. It is really, which is fascinating. Now, why should I not? The color on the shooting, we know for the residual of the body of because the person saying, the entire nation will fear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. You know what it is. What the second of the key says is like this. You gotta make a spectacle out of this. Whereas people have to see, people have to see this, people have to understand this, there has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing, you see this by cycle, so people see certain things, and have a no show. So when people says, you got to go experience what you're doing, so you don't have a spectacle. The Movie says no. In the animus, you don't show that. So the Movie says no. You do not delay judgment like that. There's absolutely no need to do that. However, the mistake also does, so it can be from executing immediately. It comes when the short and the sleep are short and the chorus. But what do we do? So that's the issue. I do agree that you got right, so you need some element of publicity. So it comes from that, you know? The publicity component essentially is established at every year in total about in the next 16 years, again, on the level. But you just say, no, you don't do that. Or is it in the audience of being used? You do not drop that. If somebody liable to that therapy, you execute it. We're not going to go ahead and transfer for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute it. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the community saying each one is highly celebrated. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. So that's got it, and we will send it out. We'll send it out. I'm not going to just about how we go ahead and say when we go ahead and execute something on it. That's how it works. It means also, motivation is not just a blind cell, which pretty much echoes the issue. The Rabbi says as follows: in the Eastern also, motivation should be there, so we don't execute something that may use motivation. The motivation should be out there. Not even if there's not there. Once again, there's doing out there, the same as itself was exiled to. Hello? Margaret also means that over to Yerushalayim. That's where again, what we do bring this up, remember, up to the high court of Yerushalayim. The Mishkan is also Agarego. And we need to be holding, holding himself up until Yom Kippur. And the Nisi also the Lego. And we execute them on Yom Kippur. Shemana, the Chava, on Yishu, we roll, do the Yom Kippur. As the Pastor says, come in with fear, and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, he was actually the call of when are you going to have a time when everybody should hear about this? But probably told us that when you shall not feel it, I'm going to let you go. If you ran out, you know, does the person say, oh, that they should hear and they should see? It was that the people making us about that people should see this as the number is executed. As we said, that the person say that they should hear and they should see. All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. Not so much as long as I'm going to so it says again that leader says as long as people fear about it, they don't need to see it. They don't have to see it. So we're going to hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay the stuff? As long as I'm going to do those right? It's that the user understands this to be like an email here, the limited collection of the day. You know, specifically something like, you know, life is, you know, every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over. So in that time, if I ever joke like the man stuff, I thought it was kind of like is whatever is going on in life, you need to just be into it. You know, again, you spend so much time then you accept about things that don't go our way, and lamenting things that don't go our way, and trying to pretend like they're not. Just being into it. Sometimes in life is so much about thinking about other people's circumstances. Just being into it and just go. You're going to be great, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting, sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen. but it's not happening now. I'm like, I know what's gonna happen. I know what's gonna happen. It's like sometimes you're like, no, actually do what's gonna happen. That's what I know anxiety. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's always gonna be this. Why would you do this to this person? You see, yes, you recommend it. So that execute them. That execute them. But why did you delay it? What's the purpose? We've seen this motif before that you really have to execute someone. You have to execute this Rachmanis. That might sound like a little bit complicated, but it's one of those things that for those that can be difficult things, the difficult things have to be done with Rachmanis as well. So he's like, okay, if you buy it, the guy said he's going to be executed. But why delay it? That's it. So how do you release yourself? You have to coach yourself and become more. This training is highly celebration. And then how do you prepare the facilities? Like letters, send out the letters for all the different communities. So-and-so's asking as how is it number? So this is the very well focus. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi how you execute such a number. Okay, we gotta go. Stand out on it. I go see the last lesson. Now, it's interesting also because clearly, as we see this as a nominator, it's not just that we execute it, but there is this bit of this publicity to it that people want to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You must be, by the way, there are four other situations, where in general, it's not just let's execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Ramesis is the one who goes and recites others to worship above his Allah, and Surah Umar, Zaki Mane, and Ujim Solomon. Interesting, all of these four new factors of the United States. Now she says the rest. Raza, when we lose the vision of the other ability, they will us as happiness. We don't visualize so-and-so executing that's the particular area, but all of this in front of all this place of public easier, but I think it's policy. You know what I'm saying? Coincidentally, the Quran, the Holy Spirit. So ultimately, again, so all of these situations, because the Quran, the entire nation, will see. Interesting enough, the Khaisab is Israeli. The Khaisab is Israeli. The local Amor Khazis in Gaza, which is Sahab Bishasai. Because it's interesting enough by the Zolan, the Russians value others. Those are left over. Like this word knows. Why doesn't the people sing the spirits of Russian open up their village, pull it on the Holy Spirit? What's the reason? The reason is because by English, not everyone is picked for English. English is always more limited to a why. As they all said, there's some cases the person gambles, they can't go out and do English, right? Person can use that they can't go sing a verse, can't do English. So because English itself is not open to the general public, therefore the public admonition of this also doesn't have to be not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, it's not like a beautiful Gemara, let's go. Let me keep talking about Great. Mishnah, Navi Shaka, Navi Shaka, it's like next guy is hiding something. Navi Shaka, both laughing. Okay, so what is he? I'm not in Mashama Shama, in Mashama Nehemalo. So it's a selection of Navi Shaka. So there's a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting, was a very aggressive thing. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush, a lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nevu at Kiddush. By the way, many people think you get Nevu at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly again, you're prophesying for down body, right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Ruben. Ruben gets Nevu. Now it happens to be a legitimate Nevu. Like case number one is I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, we both have a my friend is Nevuah. I heard how that happens, right? I heard Nevuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Shaka. You know, so in these cases, subsidy the outcome. So using the result like Navi Shaka is executed in Likewise, Kodesh is Nevuah. So let's say this is kind of say Kodesh is Nevuah. So someone who receives Nevuah but refuses to share it. Like Kodesh means like a cut or something. So receive Nebuah and refuse to share it. Then the doctor I'll give a Navi. Or one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of a Navi. You Navi Sha'abah, I'll give it Asma. Only Navi who receives Nebuah. But violates the only word that we receive. So all these cases we suffer, we suffer, we suffer in Yerushalayim. All these individuals again that need to Yerushalayim. That's at the hands of heaven. That's at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, I will be as late in the evening. And the study should have all this stuff. I'm going to get into all these pieces for a bit. And the study should have all this stuff. If somebody prophesies and the name of an Avodah Zarah, and when I was wrong, I'm not all this stuff. And again, the person's little bit again, this is what the Avodah Zarah says. He would keep it inside the Torah, even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, we're about saying the name of Avodah Zarah, but one is supposed to avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay. And so even though he's not saying no, and what he's saying is actually aligning with what he believes as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah, that definition makes you know it. So there's a man in the prayer, it's really simple to like, even if this is very little, has not yet lived with her husband, so she has checked the missing and not missing, or they just got my body missing, but again, they do not yet live together. But what it is to be born out in the world is person punished by Torah. And some of them are strong as our law, so ultimately there wasn't excuse to remember. A box told us to adultery, that's again, straight up. But remember again, that's unique thing for her, because not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even zoning, like many witnesses to testify falsely about her. Shekol HaMidyan, Makilim LaOsam, it's a person who's only that's calling about, to the zero again. They work the way it works with even zoning is what. You get a typical punishment. That's the most actual zoning. The exception to this is, even zoning by a bas coin, because she gets safer, but they, on those reversal, will get things. Okay, because so much that's how it was. Says you know. Chosen the sense of the item, the chosen the sense of the Shemayim. So we have these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them also make that they're killed by a book. Because we don't use the Shemayim, okay, spiritually. And it's not a mention of Shema, or mention of Noah. Unless it's ultimately a way a person goes ahead and prophesies something, or I should say, so it's not a prophecy that was not said. That was essentially an inventing prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy meaning of a spot, right? So they can just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or and it's not that you should have all this stuff having, right? It's not that you should have all this stuff having. And the person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the Sasa Jude Adam, all Hebrews individuals are executed by a human force. According to the Rothschild, another receives the law, but does not share. And the Bible of the Rabbi, somebody disregards the words of the Rabbi, the Rabbi saw out with the Asma, or Rabbi disregards his own prophecies, the Sasa and the ultimately again, their death is at the hands of heaven. You know, so it's interesting to note this idea. Misnada Mashal Shama, I understand why. If somebody prophesies, this person says, I receive your word from the Lord, you don't make that as you don't receive. I understand there's a few of yourself. It makes sense. When there's a prophecy, but I'm saying, but if I go ahead and I get a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not true. Why is it a few of yourself? Like what's that? I'm not making up the information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, let's see the positive. Let's see why it is. So let's say like destructively what's wrong with it. You know, it's like the worst idea a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. If you envy the day, your whole day life is never to be someone else. Your whole day can become the best version of you. So when a person gives out a prophecy that is given to someone else, that prophecy is given to me. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become you guys. But yeah, those are trying to become someone else that I can be. That's such a purpose. It's such a purpose. It's such an integral thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Again, there's something to be learned from that individual. It's easy to talk about what we come up. I'm like, I can learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion when you think you know who are that was given to someone else, and you make it your own, that is that kind of fundamental level of personalistic application. That again, my pleasure is to be you, and to be the best version of you. You pick someone else in your world, and you make it your own. Tell yourself. Tell yourself. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because what's the work if you told you outside? You always try to become someone else. Like you always say, there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone who's always spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go like this. Let's go on. Yeah, you know what I mean? So you know all this stuff. I'm not going to cut this because itself. I'm not going to show you the Bishnu. So it says, open the field and the lobby. So with intention, try to say something over my name. Who's that? Zan is not much of a show. That person not even went to the prophecy and is giving over something that is not given to him. Okay, next. Now, share those cities. I do not command it in. I don't have to be sick, but that refers that I do command it to another level. So what is that referring to? Zan is not very much alone the MRO. That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives out something that was not said to him. Now, I'm saying that you're kind of not doing it. And you go ahead and see something over the name of another God. Zan is not to another prophet. Careful for someone who prophesizes and you don't know what that is. You don't know what's the proof of that. The proof of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that you over the road is not makes it lie incorrect. It said, in all of these cases, what is the prophet say? The names are not be happy. This prophet will go to that. From this time, we're going to stand in the elephant. And once they stand, whenever the source says the back therapy, it doesn't identify which back therapy the default is. Good. Once I got that first one, next, according to this video, so on the back, I'll give it a W. The other stuff, I'll give it a when you start to say, let's look at the next three. This is someone who hypothesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The doctor disregards the words of the Rabbi. Or number three, a negative virus is only in the law. So all these people have put to death to the Shema, and what do you know? This one you can see by each Hashem and Yishma. So let's say the Pasuk says the first one up there, you will not listen. Kari Day, no Yashmiya. So the word has down no Yishma, but what no Yashmiya, you're not making people, which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Kari Day, Kari Day Yashmiya, the Kari Day no Yishma. Of the way of the exceed and make it address the email to the Shema. Look, it's what I said again. And that one pastor is someone who gives it, disregards it, cites somebody else's own prophecy, disregards it, or somebody else who hears the mission, whoever disregards it, and you never ultimately again use coverage as the law. So does not share his will. And it's never not Shema. Also, understanding that the person prophesizes something you do not hear. So do not give you an example. It's Sidon Sikya Ben Kinano. It's Sikya Ben Kinano. Who's Sikya Ben Kinano? It's Bayash, Sikya Ben Kinano. Handling ourselves. This is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Rabbi of where Aram was a type of God and stone. And the interesting alliance, remember, there's a strict kingdom of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Judah. The king of Malchus is always never in of Apple, and the king of Malchus was never in of Shaphat. And Shaphat is very righteous. Apple was just that he was righteous and kind. And but they realized that they had to form an alliance. in order to combat the harm. So when stuff like I'm very food, but at least some practice to back yourself. Because it's like a triple unholy alliance. You need to unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So I just the trouble like this, I think we are lucky. So outcome produces, outcome that sort of deal. You can make enough money. You can find plenty of profits, right? So outcome's producing hundreds of profits, and then your stuff is not exactly convenient. So what's this other guy? Cynthia Benchiano. She's an instance. What is Cynthia Benchiano? She fashions, he makes iron horns. I was supposed to symbolize the fact that college are going to your life. You're really successful. Okay. So you know some of those fellows. So my hobby is so again, so now there was one of my guys. Cynthia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately what we're going to see is a triple false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in the battle is Akhab is killed in this battle. All of his fortune was on his way to lure Akhab into battle so that Akhab would die in battle. So you know it says, my having a love, what should Cynthia have done? Nabos Ati says, this is a wild story. So Cynthia was deceived by a spirit. Who's the spirit? The spirit of Nabos. Listen, that name sounds familiar. Remember, Nabos had a beautiful vineyard, but Akhab was very much wealthy. So the Nabos means self. So Akhab has a wife by the name of Zelo. Zelo convinced her husband Akhab to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges to have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Akhab takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and ended up here to Cynthia, making it look like it was actually a battle in order to get Akhab to go out to battle so Akhab would fall in battle. Okay, you know, that's it. They're not done. You thought that's Akhab. So y'all be up at the most killers, so I put out a point for the summers. Who's willing to go down and school Akhab to go to war? I need to tell you, I have no connection. So Spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Akhab to go to war. Remember, we got two talks saying, but optically, or you might say, what does it mean when the prophet said to the Spirit, it turns out to be the Spirit of levels? Go, say what you saw. You have to leave me. So it's exactly incredible. I think that was taking the same thing for the Chinese. It's not one of the Chinese words people you can go, but after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit is to deliver a false prophecy. The Bible is all honest. And something that is not honest cannot reside inside of the confines of the disorder to run themselves this year. My listen, and the Lord, yes, the Nabos in Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabos in Israeli who was there to avenge his death and misleading Akhab during adding to battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Cynthia Benchiano. So what's happened? So Cynthia should have been a little bit more vigilant. The police signaled Akhab over the community. The image made it here in the sky and the signal Akhab. There's an interesting enough. You can have a great prophet that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. It's exactly really fascinating. That prophecy, you get multiple prophets in the same message, but no two prophets. It seems like that matter again, the word about this powerful in the same way. You know, like that background, Zogo and the background is Yaka. You know, if that's a star, it's your star, Zogo and the background. The Hasagan is examples of being prevailing the same general concept, but each of them is sitting with everything in a slightly different way. It's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's the war represents almost like the highest thing we ever achieved with our first property. So what did you guys say? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive instantly the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. And each person is sending the person message true by the viewer, but it's true by every element of our relationship that comes powerful. No two Jews have the same perspective, the same kind of listeners, the sin of locusts, the sin of Shepherd Elec, and at the end of the day, when you relate to God, and it's an absolute salvation, you held up on the Bible, that is where you need to be, especially the way the rest of the family is, if you want to do the next. Incredible. So the mother's like that. The mother says, so ultimately, it's a sick person of your life. There wasn't sick of your life. Again, so I've had hundreds of prophets that are saying the same things. And there's hundreds of people saying the same things. That's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's simply to realize there's something in the eye that you want says. You don't know how to let love you in the eye of you stuff. So what's happening? Maybe Cynthia didn't know these things are loose. Maybe Cynthia didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe you can figure out his halacha. The Lord says, Yo Shabbat Harassam, the Talmud, it's still a moment, Yo Shabbat, I ain't the child of Nabi, Yo Shabbat is there, and Yo Shabbat is this. That's why Yo Shabbat, even though I have to these papers that we're hearing, Yo Shabbat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So listen, I feel like how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our intellect from politics, but all of us interact in relation, have a relationship with ourselves. And I say, let's put this to that problem stuff. Listen, sometimes we feel like, let's do that. Let's be open to what problem stuff. So you imagine, when you actually sing, you gotta sing the same exact thing. Thinking what says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things. And yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with each other. That's actus. That's actus. So we have this very skewed view of actus. That actus means like unanimity. Everyone's on the same page. So like, hallelujah. Never happened, never happened. I said it a million times. That's what I'm actually saying about ICI. I see on the Ishak hug. Or later hugs. When people with one hug, like they always say, it never says Ishak hug with your hug. It doesn't say one people with one hug. One people with one hug, one people with one hug. So it's just so, my body is a little bit more. And yes, I said there should be a world in which you see the city's orange laughter. Everyone, my wife, look at me. Okay, so I'm not going to go over like this, but the rest of the people seem to be very shocked by this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful. Is that nice little fuck? I shall act like this when I forgot. It's not talking about 3 hours, but it's no time. So I'm not even about 30 seconds. You know, but whatever. Everything is slow. Everything else doesn't really work. You know, it's like that's the way it ended. I don't know how. I don't remember all the events, but somehow it's kind of like that. And then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was, just a circle of glowing living each other's side. I don't know exactly what happened, right? But the nice is like, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if we vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So you see hundreds of people saying the same thing as us, you know, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things as us. It's so boring. It's so that people live like in an echo chamber. But the echo chamber, that's not right. It's sort of like cloudy stuff. If you get cloudy stuff, I'll say there's a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, and there's a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect. just the way. Feel free to see me after this for all the corrective things. Shoot us some conditions in life. I'm not even kidding. But the nice stuff, so what happens? When you see hundreds of people that all saying the same thing, that's not such something's possible. You're with a bunch of people that are saying different stuff, and stuff. And actually, is that moment where you can embrace, even after I go to the first argument. See what it's like that. I'm going to let you go, honey. So what happens? So you'll shop outside and eat some ingredients. So I said, what do you want to do? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are today. So you know what it says? I'm alright. Conflict is lying with this of the Abba, and then to my father, signal effort over the family of you. The age being you the study of the signal effort. So ultimately, so what I learned is this. You do that prophets all espousing the same message. But they're not probably about 500 about. Like they go, but you go to none of them give it over in the same way. Like they all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that somebody saying this, and these hundreds of prophets, I just want to point out, these were not the prophets were actually receiving the message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because of the prophet who wanted Ankh to go out to work with children down. He was shepherds like they're saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your shepherds need to use it. Okay? So the mother like that. So much of the good. I'm sorry, what's the example of a Navi who gives over something that was not so? But things to go. And now you have that also. You claim you say, can I use it as well? What happened to I use it as well? Because when you have a shipper, you know it's standing up in marketplace for the armor. Colonize and some of those. Can you show as precious Elon? So Yemi is giving a prophecy. Right? And Yemi says that the prophet is going to go out and break the boat Elon. So it was a revelation. Elon. I'm going to break the boat Elon and defeat Elon. Okay, so what happens? Nossa, I know you're probably going to last one. So Fernando hears this prophecy of Yemi and he makes powerful. That's a powerful. Come on, Yemi, Shema, Elijah, and Margo. I'm not going to show him so as precious Elon. So Elon, they can tell Pablo. If the prophet is going to say that he's going to break the board and he's going to defeat him. Now, that's the son of the Kama. Trust me, I'm swearing I like the son of the Kama. But the response who is coming to his breaking the primary fold of his soul, so he's going to break the secondary fold of Christ. We'll say that about Christ. So can anyone come up over the Christ prophet is going to go and defeat Elon, he's going to go and defeat Pablo. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies his possible in the Shukata. Well, I'm like, come on, Shabaki as all Melech Baba. It's fascinating. So Kananya gives a prophecy of Yemio. He needs to have a whole from that prophecy. And he expands his new prophecy. Only when it shows, the prophet didn't say it. Why he didn't say it? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. Kananya makes this up. He made this up. He must his Caleb, his Yah, his Kabbalah, and the Levish, demand the Ikman dummy. So I hope again, the Ikman dummy, we do not go in that level. Those are ultimately going to come in with a prophet. Because he's the prophet, and because the prophet is going to be accidental principles, he's like, it's like a curse of a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the son of the prophet was an example of one who prophesies in the name of God. So what's the last one? He's going to be about. So what does he do? He about 20 about. So again, Baal was a baby brother. He had his own Nevi'im. And had his own Nevi'im. So again, as he prophesied in the name of Baal, things that were not true. So go back to school now. So much incredible. That's an example of exposing your own prophecy. To learn, you don't know that any time. No, right? No man is in order to get the prophecy. What does he do? Raise your own. So let's say, just understand what the public is doing. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day when we go to learn a new spiritual idea, what does he say? You can be great. You can accomplish great things. So right, just like his enemy, says, every day pass from your faith and says, he rules volumes of the day. Every day gospel comes out and says, but I hear this prophecy and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it and I ignore it. That's coverage level also. Every day prophecy comes first. Every day responsibility comes first. Every day opportunity comes first. It's about that you become great. But if you suppress it, and you don't utilize it, and you don't actualize it, that's called over-estimating yourself. No, from the back of your life, choose the one. What's an example of one? This is not a regular. That's on the base. On the base, so you might just Chagro of the Nicha. These are the friends of Nicha. They're really the friends of Nicha. It actually says Chagro of the Nicha. It's so you each have to know that you on the other end of that. So you tell you not to get, how do you know, then you know, so it's not the whole Sayom al-Achab Nicha B'Yad. So again, this is also one of the prophets was prophesizing that day about Achab. It's so that you just Achab in the end, from the other end of the Bible saying, no. So there's nothing new for us. They're going to the God and saying, name of God, quickly. So this is how the prophecy is trying to show ultimately again that Israel is going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that's Achab is going to fall down. I mean, the Ain't talking about. So the man refused to answer Pharaoh, and what happens? It's but then another I'll give it Aslo. That's an example of another people violating his own words. Everybody his own words. He goes ego and nothing. He never ego. What's what happened with ego? It's so you can see the OC. And you can see that so ego was ultimately again. He was commanded to go ahead. This is the story of Rabbi ben Nevat. And Rabbi ben Nevat was the first king over the split markets. Rabbi ben Nevat, interestingly enough, Rabbi ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was a part of that pretty quietly. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to these people? How do I have no connection with people? Rabbi ben Nevat understood that he was going to celebrate his news with other markets as well. He had to prevent Jews from raising his iniquity. Remember again, even once the letter is split, the Greek unified is going to be his iniquity. Everybody has to be able to love that. But once the king should have himself, people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to me, so that's still the way so so what can we do? You know what can we do? That's what we want to do over. We go two of us. We go two major clouds. So in the beginning, we said, it's not a whole result. It's quite wonderful. Because I'm sitting in your trip, you go ahead and go ahead and go over each of these. And look at the serve Hashem, serve here. Serve here. What happened? Ultimately, again, it's involved in travel with Sarah. So ego confronts the Rabbi when he's offering his Kabbalah's spices in his grandfather and the Rabbi sits out his arm, like in a physical way, and his arms fill it up. So ego went for the Nabi, but it wasn't an end of ego. Where you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop, don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You need to focus on your mission, okay? So ego doesn't stop to eat. What happened on the way back? It says, I don't know, so ultimately, what happens on the way back, ego starts to look at the mission accomplished, somebody invites me to eat. Ego says, I'm sorry, I can't, I'm a prophet, I'm down on a mission. And I says, you're not going to eat, you're not on the problem. So come in, right? We can eat together. So ego goes ahead and makes a mistake and goes into this guy's house and eats. By instant, ego said, I hear that thing say, I did. What happens when ego left after his meal? He was deceived by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, for violating his own word. Violating his own word. And so what's another is also such a story. This story is such a profound metaphor. You want to talk about ego. If you want to accomplish something in life, then you have to listen. So be focused. So that we go and ask exactly so Shah has Jesus. He says, what's Jesus? So why need Jesus? Jesus is necessary. He's not only teaching this because more often than not, the easy way to accomplish in life is why? Why? Because I don't know, so I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. I'm on task, and my task is to get distracted. Stop working. I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do everything. I'm like, just get distracted. And so, I'm off. So how I can focus on those resources, when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted, because when you get distracted, that's usually then you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what they're really saying over here is this story is actually very metaphorical, not just very. But the medical process is so rapid process. You don't never make food, don't go and eat. Don't get distracted. Don't go and just stay focused on your task. And you don't get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. Metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. This guy also, for example, even by learning, right? By learning, there's this soul of learning through sequence. And we're going to be learning sequence. And we're going to sit here at the time undistracted. Right? Even 5 minutes of learning through sequence is better than 45 minutes of distraction. And you know this. This is what I realize. This is what happens. Like, I'm learning what I'm doing. I'm learning what I'm doing. I'm learning what I'm doing. And at the end of the day, you got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. And it's something short. It's not like it's insanity. We're always having to help you. Yours was is be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get to the bottom line. Such a good way. So, come on, come on, stuff. The coach is just moving on. So, yoga. So, this is it. Once it goes down and the coach is prophecy, he gets noticed. It's noticed. I'm going to not the community, but I don't know lucky. But it's all this is a community specialist. Literally means one of each inside of the basket should get noticed. Now, what's on the inside of the basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So, it's nothing down there. Right? But it's especially that seems like what do you see earlier? There was an idea. You might ask me over here about what a person would notice in the prophecy. What he actually is, how is anyone going to know? Like they will say, nothing, only like nothing in the culture's prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that in the culture's prophecy? So you mentioned my mercy there. He's giving you mercy out. I'm not buying it. How can you do it? I'm sorry. I'm going to have a how do you do it? So I'm not buying the safety of one sense of those things of us, things of us I know. So he's giving us all prophecy. Okay, so what we said before. And this is interesting. But how the prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have a negative prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they know the particular religion that says, okay, if you're not high today, so what's the next thing? Well, maybe it's going to start for a witchcraft, or maybe we're going to do another change in life, safety changes, right? And these are the 100 days, and do know other Muslims extremely with you. And again, the concept of God is something extremely with this, and if you were to do that, then what? You would inform, you would inform, the people would do that, well, I, the hard Jonah, how do you get the law, dude? 1 second. By Jonah said, Jonah, after the Father changed his mind, and he didn't tell Jonah. He didn't tell Jonah. Like Jonah finds out that everybody else was always like this training day. The Father did not go ahead and give any advance warning. Because he knows as well. The other named Kara, knew they had purpose coming. Those are very important. The work was going Jonah said, the only I'm going no, the meaning they had purpose. Now what is their purpose? What does it mean? Turned over just meant in 50 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in the The change could be either we all become the people of Valley Children, or the change could be the same thing we destroy. So in Noah's words itself, there's the actual possibility for two circumstances. Otherwise, either Yoga, either Toga, either Well. Again, it's the open-ended event. Again, listen, it's really incredible. I got to point out. Part of the reason, ultimately, why do we sit here and learn this? Is the part of the story is Shiva. It's also not another story, and another point that our life is like this open-ended possibility. It's not just a little bit. All I've gotten them in the practice. What do you mean? What do you mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. Because a lot of people know what they're going to do, how they're going to do it for us. Our lives are this open-ended, user-oriented adventure type of mess. In another 40 days, consider your life to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, what's going to come, it's up to you. So they say, so look, one is more of the work of the Rabbi. We know your job to do yours. So let's say, so here's what's interesting. Now, if the Rabbi says something, I don't even do that. So someone says, I say in the name of God, right? This straight out, right? So I'm like, how do I know that he's a Navi? But I have to answer him. I have to answer him. You know, you're the son. How does the rest of the day? You got to prove, like, you have to prevent this, right? So you can't just let him answer a Navi. You got to prove it in some way. So he goes, so I'm Miko, the Lord Yahweh Osriel, at the Miko Dimitrios, in the sign, in the people first that you are influences, or that feeding is Miko, then for the looks of shame, you are different. And listen, nothing doesn't have to be in place every single time you say that you are, right? I will say why. First, I'm not even mixed. What mix of me? You know, he's not me. He's not me. Okay, so once you know you're not me, obviously, one person goes, what's it? You know, if you don't say this, I'm giving the Hara Maria, they're Summer and Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? Again, Rabbi Maria says to Yitzchak, I'm going to check you. Yitzchak should have said, the old man lost it, right? That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak knows gravity. That's a little bit, maybe I'll go into conversation. He's doing something, a nuance, and he's speaking about force. But if you know the fact there's no give and take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was mixed. Avram was another, Yitzchak was another. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. This was the ultimate showdown between Elios and the DFI. Remember the story? Everybody goes off. Elios goes the altar. And the DFI goes the altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever wins fire down from heaven first is God. Who's God? So what happens? So again, there's another thing that we have about the crying out there. You see all kinds of crazy stuff. Right? And these submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On his altar. And with all of that, what does he do? Kicks Shiva, fire comes up from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful. It's going on top of him. There's a huge use to offer up Kabbalah's outside of the Mishkan. So what's happening everywhere? So how do we able to use speakers? Again, 12 golden. Now we all, come on. I don't think we can do those. And it was the one you see the way you want to say. You let it ever wait for the next section. Once the prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath or what's the better. You know what the next story is, right? And you know what we about. What happened in the next part? Well, we started worshiping Baal again. This is what we know that we use this famous statement. I must say, I can host him upstairs. How long are you going to straddle the place for? Well, let's say it's also used like the main point we said, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create a miracle. Miracles don't create a miracle. They don't. Again, listen, this passage like also comes from saying that I see it. And what happens? So you bring it with that. Miracles don't work. How many times do you take? How many missiles will fight for that end? Like, how many missiles will fight for that end? And not one. Not one hit. So you look at the big fires on the board. Massive killer movement. Octopus everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are like fireworks. And what happens when you don't like fireworks? What happens? You should have someone that comes back from 4th of July 5th. You know what? That was my person. That's like, oh, you know, I am just going to be a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Right? What happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining. Like, you see all the videos for the missiles flying around. It's like, what happened? People just sort of like, what's it? Change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from our program. Change comes ultimately from putting in the effort. Miracles are beautiful, and it can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect target comprehensive change. That fame comes from the inglorious work you put in and get out. Incredible. All right, that's what I think. Somebody's at the post. This is something that is in the recordings. And I like, entonces, nada, vale. Cada vez I don't really get it. It's like, I get that this is ridiculous, you know, so watch this. Here we go. Now that we mentioned Avila, but Avila did not need to give, Avila did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was mixing. So he goes like, yeah, he's like, yeah, kind of going like, another thing he says, Avila. After Mark, after what? He says it was after these things, and then Hashem says, Avila says, yeah, please go. So I can't anybody from the Zero, after Dvara shall suffer. After the age of the sucker, what did the sucker say? It said, Vayidam Hayad Vayidam out. The Pasuk said, Vayitzchak, that's the birth of Yitzchak, the boy got up and he was reading. He grew up and he was reading. Now that he was like a big sugar from reading. I'm not sucking it like that. The sucker is actually a trash. He goes on. He's not things that. He's sucking a person really so distracting. Like this old man. So Hanan, when they shone out, he got there. She's getting top of his own years old. He told people, I said, how you look good? It's like, so he's sucking his ass, he's talking, he beat his own man so much. And all these things that he made, he offered you up a real couple, he never even has a prison. I told him that nothing. I'm gonna break nothing. I'm gonna go the house, I already never know. The problems are sucking. Everything I've been doing for his son. And then the other ones that I can do about the Kanai, life is open. If I could tell Adam to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Something is going to do it. If I asked Adam to give him his own son, he would do it. Miyad, there are two instances Adam. And then afterwards, Hashem tested Adam. So listen, this is interesting. So he's nice to understand the activity, the genesis of the activity of what this conversation between our Kodesh Baruch is and the sucker. Now we're not finished. By the way, afterwards, Hashem took on a little please. They take a new stuff and look around. I'm going to be saying that about it. But any not our Russian Bakasha. Now, Noah is a request. So, listen to this. You know what it says? Moshe Melech Basar Adam, Sha'am Gilem Rochel Kadeh. So, what can this coming together? It's going to be great for people who wait too many days. That's especially with immediate partners. Vaya, people Echad. They're not fun. And this thing, you have like one, you have like the guy, like the one dominant warrior. So you have like he was responsible for all of his victories. Remember, Allah the king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Allah, he says to his most valiant soldier, please, I'm not even going to come and see. Stand strong, be victorious in this battle. So that you will return us in round damage. Because if you stand in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take us long to this victories. But if you stand from this most intense of battles, not only that victory here, but it's to make the previous victories again. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. Sometimes I said to Abraham, we see from the common assurance, but giving many tests over the years. But I'm not a child of the Kulah, and you've been successful in all of them. Akshab Amod Yudin saying, now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. Should I learn you in manifestation? People should not say that there's no merit to the previous test. So this is a fascinating, what does this mean? So first of all, there's a tremendous assertion of human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. Like people, like if you tell someone, totally human nature is that what you remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before. This is just interesting. Hence, it's a self. The valiant warrior fails in this time of all the success of the past are those what is the best part of the village? So there's a beautiful idea of Sassanis. Sassani, I spoke to you, he says, he says, I did a son of service. But it's not on the village. The Spanish to call out conflicts, streets, and Israel, but the Scaba are ever on the service. With every single one of the villages service, what he did is, he embedded another power in the DNA of Saudi side. And the village are father. And it's every test that he succeeded, every sign that he ever did, he empowered us with a certain level of strength. What did Achilles' stroke represent? He says Achilles' stroke represent at the end of the day, what Achilles' stroke represented was a willingness to give everything to God. I'm not going to already demonstrate willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to give his child. It represented the total willingness to do anything and everything for the revolt for them. After this powerful figure of belief that I'm going to says, you need to pass this. You know, I need to pass this. Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this core within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Hallelujah and you take your sin and you will to offer as a covering, but you embed within Klal Yisrael the core and the ability to do anything and everything for our Kodesh Baruch Hu. And that's what he's about to say. If you do this, you have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you lose the truth of decision. And that's what isn't incredible. At the end of the day, I'm going to be passing this test as you know. And if you embed with the laws, it's called, you say, listen, we're living in times like this. We're living in times like this. Now, I think there's got to be the extremes of dramatic spiritual terrorism. That doesn't you see one of the most striking pictures or stuff coming out of today. And you really do it. You're dressed up as a damn burger. But it's not like a damn burger. Because you should base with every single definition and I'm not actually trying to tell us. Why? What does she represent? What does she represent? She represents this incredible cause. It's called a shot. This is called a leadership. It's called a meaning. It's called, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does it go? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get wealth? And Adam was willing to go and subdue everything to our principality. The embedded in our spiritual DNA. The ability and the willingness to do the same. And if the result is confident peace, and if it is a children, you have to pass this test. It's not to blow you. Strike you're going to sell it, the strength you're going to muster for this Israel is the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children, and the strength that they're going to access throughout the ages. Because I'm going to be successful, and his Israel, he gave us the power to be successful in our Israel session. I'm going to say, tremendous, right? Again, so not much, again, I say a lot of these, you know, this is a lot of our things, so tremendous together of us. Well, anyway. I'm sorry? I know. I'm fine. I know he's balanced and got like somewhere over there. And God.
Yes. What made you want to work on this show? This fall 2023. Because it's got something to say. It's federal best. The leaders of this channel defense.
All right, so good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a bit of off. This is first Baruch Hashem to begin the week. Journey up to Nissan for Ner Hashem. I'm going to recover with a new daf for Ner Hashem. Beautiful daf, really. I want to even come in the attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should change our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey. The Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds as a zechus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory and of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zechron Nebracha. We hope that American our Talmud Torah, all of those Shalom Savim, the families in the Chama, all of those who need refuah Shabbos and the close for Yisrael. We should bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful before Maaseh Yidden. But with that, let us begin today's daf pay test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully the homework. Rabbi Rector assigned some homework last night at the end of this year. if I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agadata ahead of us this week, but some very good happening ahead of us as well. So, I gotta give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on Pekes 89a. Even these Sinosas. Let's just remember again, we are still on the incredible sugya of Zakim Mamre. Zagi Mamre. Same with these also. Mama Visa should be Yoga, Mama Visa should be Yapna. Remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when the Zakim Mamre is put to death, what type of machlokes and Zakim Mamre. Now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zakim Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the Bezdin in the city, nor do we execute him in the Bezdin in Yavne. So by the way, that's the Bezdin in Yavne. If you look at Rashi is about 2 lines after the time, but all of these are Yavne. In Nishal the Bezdin Shal Mishkas Hagozis. From Rubahem, the Chazal that you know, Shai Yamin, Ad Shegosa Sanheti Bigolo Yavne. Vadain Abayis Kayim. Yachar came over to the Tefillah. He released us on Yavne. So it was interestingly enough, Yavne was one of the features that the Semitic was exiled to. So the Mishnah is saying like this: in order to go ahead and execute the Zakim Mamre, the Sanhedrin of God has to be situated in the Lishkas Hagozis in the chamber of stone in the Semitic compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Sanhedrin is still standing, you can't execute the Zakim Mamre. Ella, Malid also the base of Yerushalayim. You take the Zakim Mamre after the base of to the high court in Yerushalayim, or we shaman also at Halayel, and the Nisim also below. So what we do is we incarcerate, put him in the holding cell until the next upcoming leg. So the next upcoming Yom Tov, wherever they go, based on Shavuot. So this was a good point. Remember again, this is the first document, the first post-pouring doc. And what is it in reference to? The Regalim. The Regalim. Right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone managed is like, we're always journeying to something else. It's the beauty of the Yid. The Yid is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. We're going to go to the residents of Yerushalayim. So again, let's just find this out. Purim's a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new like in front of us. This is it. So we keep, so again, going to the first thing the Mishnah will see, we keep the Zakim Mamre in a holding cell up until the next level, up until the next Yom Tov. And when we start level, we execute him on Yom Tov. Which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shneimar the follow on Yishnu Viro or Yezidin of the Rabbi Akiva? Because the Pasuk says the entire nation will hear, they will hear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. He was Rabbi Akiva. As I said, Rabbi Akiva says it like this: you gotta make a spectacle. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. You see this by socials, or people see certain things without emotion. But Akiva says we got to get experience over the government, so that should become a public spectacle. So Rabbi says no. In the animals, shows up. So Rabbi says no. We do not have to learn something. There's absolutely no need to do that. However, missing also yard. So what you do is you execute immediately. Because then the shofin is shluchim the whole house. And what do we do? So there's the issue. Everyone agrees that Midrash needs some element of specificity in this. So according to the Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding you until the Lego and then executing it again on the Lego. But you just says no, we don't do that. But we'll say Ima Anias has been used. You cannot corrupt the person. Somebody's liable to death penalty. You execute it. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the communities saying, Ish pointing is business. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. Listen, I'm not focused about how we go ahead, or to say when we go ahead and execute the Zakim Mamre. Quick, let's analyze. In recent also, Lobe Bezin Shavir, so most cases have not case of Lysa, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Lysa says as follows. In the Nisan also, Lobe Bezin Shavir, so we don't execute the second Mammon, there's multiple Bezin. But Lobe Bezin Shavir, not even in the Bezin Yavner. Once again, if you Bezin in Yavner, Yavner is when the second has to get sold, so it's exiled. Hello, Malin also the Bezin of the Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what are we doing? Bringing the second memory up to the high court of Yerushalayim. Yishamid also at Hareka. And we wait to be holding, like holding in the holding cell up until Yom Kippur. And we listen also the Rega. And we execute him on Yom Kippur. Shnema, the follow on Yishmu'u, the Yiro, Dibe, Radi Akiva. Because the Prophet says everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the Chol Ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? And Father was assembled in Yerushalayim for the right. I'm already Yehuda. So he Neymar, Yiro, does the pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? But he was making us about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. And he says, does the pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So essentially, again, that Buddha says, as long as people hear about it, they don't have to see it. They don't have to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? You know, so that it's interesting that Buddha understands this to be like an inward, even if the means of corruption of the day. You know, it's interesting to say that we know life is, you know, a little bit of an angry joke. I cannot call it a joke. You know, every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over. So in that kind of joke, the guys always try to tell their kids is whatever is going on in life, you need to it. Just be into it. You know, again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just being into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances, just being into it, and just go. You're going to be great, you're going to be strong, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting is sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like waiting for the. I know it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. It's like there's sometimes you're like, you know how something's gonna turn out. That's what I'm anxiety. And then I know what is going to happen. So people say, why don't you do this to this person? I got it. You know, you see the execute, he's got the mom, right? So you gotta execute it. You definitely have to execute it. But why would you delay it? What's the point of this? We've seen this before that. Even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rachmanis. That might sound like a little bit, but what you understand is that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rachmanis as well. So there's like a memory, okay, he bought his ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay it? Just let get it over with, and that's it. So Rabbi, you have to be close, you have to be close to the shop, and before Mokum, Ish Boni was kindly celebrated. And again, so how do we fulfill the publicity? Write letters, send out the letters for all the different communities. So-and-so is executed as is like a number. Someone says, this is the final of our focus. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute this as a number. Okay, incredible. Turn about it. Someone says, turn about it. How about Tzrichen HaFrasa? Now, it's interesting, because clearly, what you see with this like a number is, it's not just how we execute it. But there is this deal of this publicity that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You know, so by the way, there are four situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, a Mesis. Now Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sorah and Morah, Zakim Mamre, and Hebrew Solomon. Interesting. All of these four need hafraza, they need announcements. Rashi says that the hafraza, floating means the basin of Sha'abra Berazim, that they lured us as hafraza. So literally, these will announce so-and-so is executed because of course people are there, and all of this is done in order to create a public example, that people shouldn't follow suit. And where it says, Kul Tzibur, B'chol Ha'am, B'chol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, hold on. So at all of these situations, this is the whole the entire nation will see. Interesting enough, the Chalisah, the Eden Zone, the Chalisah, the Eden Zone, the locally Amo Chazis Dasa, the Sahad Yisasai. So it's interesting enough that Eden Zone, the Russians that are those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive Russian ultimately again as Kola the Holy Israel? What's the reason? The reason is because by Avis, not everyone is fit for Avis. Avis is always more limited to it. Why? Because they have also there's limitations. The person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Avis, right? The person commits an Abir, can't, or certain Abirs can't do Avis. So because Avis itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, that was like beautiful. Come on, Mishnah. So we keep 12 and saying we've already done a whole Mishnah, whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker, Navi Sheker. So it's like next guy is hiding something. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama. So let's say, so what's the Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesies something that he did not hear, okay, or something that was not said to him. That was interesting enough. So that's a thing. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people get Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly, again, you're prophesizing for those problems, right? So again, so what happens? We're standing next to Reuben gets Nebuah. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, Devotion gave my friend the Nebuah. I heard, right? I heard the Nebuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, Misasa the Adam. So these individuals, like Navi Sheker, is executed in by course. Kodesh is also. So let's say this is kind of saying Kodesh is also someone who receives Nebuah but refuses to share it. Like Kodesh is a counter-circle, so receives Nebuah and refuses to share it. Then the doctor or one who goes ahead and simply ignores the word of a Navi, the Navi Sha'ava Al-Divrei Atzmo, or a Navi who receives Nebuah, but violates the only word that we receive. So all these cases, we suffer with Shemayim. All these individuals, again, that need to be Shemayim. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi et Rosh Ne'imo. And the Stavi B'Shem of all those Kocham. Okay, once we're going to get into all these pieces for a bit. And the Stavi B'Shem of all those Kocham, if somebody prophesies in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and what happens? Omer Avodah Kocham. And again, the person says, little bit again, this is what the Avodah Kocham says. Afilu Kive es Halachot Hameh Sakane Uletar Esakar. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what you believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. Habab, ha-ish, yasish, person is adultery, even shenichnis on the shus abam yisrael, apapish lo nivela. Habab, what how do you say this first? So again, if a man has relations with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had innocent and not nisuin, or they just got married and nisuin, but again, they do not yet live together. Now, what is Boel, the adulterer, is punished by Sarah. His summer made Baskoin of law, so ultimately, again, it wasn't an excuse, but remember, a Baskoin commits adultery. What's his name? Sreifa. But remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Solomon. Like when he witnesses testified falsely about her. Shekal Shamuzian Makiman also. It's supposed to be zoned as calling about because in general again, the way it works with even Germany is The exception to this is even if someone will buy a fast coin, the she gets slifa, but they, as well as the adulterer, will get honey. Okay, incredible. Says what's the rest otherwise? Says the Gemara. So there are three. These are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately again are killed by a court. A few of them is missionary. And it's not a marshal shama or marshal ne'emar. Yes, so ultimately again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something. It's a prophecy that was not said. But essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh, right? So, a person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else, but not to them. Or, I'm not the shame of all those kofabim, right? It's not the shame of all those kofabim. Or a person goes ahead and prophesies in the name of Avodah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the halacha is misasan gidei adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKodesh is the Rothschild, and Rabbi who receives the water, but does not share it. And the Vata Divrei Navi, or somebody disregards the words of the Navi, the Navi Shaba al Divrei Asmo, or a Navi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasa Midishalayim.